So this dude was just like staring at his little sister deep in thought. Then Yang-shi totally dropped a bombshell on her. Turns out the one in their family who got powers wasn't just fake. Yang-shi's power was insane. He could literally rip other people's abilities right out of their cores, just like he was doing to her right then, pulling this glowing orb straight from Fee's body. Her crazy mental shock power was just gone. Yang-shi muttered to himself, I seriously gotta level up. If my powers were just a bit stronger, Fee wouldn't have been so helpless, unable to even take one screw up from Lee Shanyang. All of a sudden, there was a ton of shouting outside the hospital room. He's a straight-up murderer, but he saved a bunch of people, right? Everyone please try to stay calm. I mean, who could have controlled a mess like that? It was just seriously bad luck that Miss Yang was in that convenience store. Outside, Lee Shanyang's lawyer was trying to talk to Yang-shi's parents. Yang-shi's dad was so mad he just chucked the papers the lawyer brought right back at him. I'm not signing this garbage, no way, take your blood money and get lost. And right then, Yang-shi walked over and picked up the contract, totally stunning his parents. He put a hand on his dad's shoulder. Their Fifi was basically non-responsive now. They were gonna need a crazy amount of cash to keep her on life support. Hearing that, his dad started shaking like he couldn't believe what was coming out of his son's mouth. Yang-shi then turned to the lawyer with a counteroffer. He demanded that the guy who caused this whole mess had to come and apologize to their family face-to-face. Yeah, the guy the whole country worships, Hero Bingi. The lawyer was like he and the Kun Loon agency would apologize on Hero Bingi's behalf, but Yang-shi wasn't having it. He wanted the man himself. Look, we're really sorry, but you get it right. An A-rank hero's schedule is like not his own to make. Hero Bingi totally wanted to come for real, but he got called away to a fight. We'll even throw in an extra 100,000 blue crystal coins as compensation. Hearing the lawyer's lame excuse, Yang-shi just gave this tiny knowing smile. He signed the contract and just handed it back. On the way out, the lawyer got on the phone with someone telling them it was all handled except for having to cough up an extra 100,000 blue crystal coins. The person on the other end sounded way too happy, like, whatever, it's only 100,000, you killed it this time, Lawyer Wang. I'll have my assistant wire it over. After hanging up, Lawyer Wang just scoffed. He was thinking that Hero was something else, man. The guy could literally get away with anything. He wished he could get some kind of useful power for himself. Back in Fee's room, Yang-shi was sitting there talking to her again. Fee, I hope you don't hate me for signing that messed up contract, but I swear I'm gonna find out what really happened. Some of these so-called heroes don't deserve the title. Yang-shi was going to make all of this right and get justice for his sis. Right now, though, Yang-shi was just an intern at a news place, but to make his next moves easier, he'd moved out on his own. His new apartment was in the Mingguan community. The second he got there, his two roommates gave him a super warm welcome. Hey, I'm Ding Lan and this is Xiaoyi. We've got one more roomie, but she's not home yet. Yang-shi introduced himself back, trying to be polite. He totally looked like he hadn't slept in forever. Seeing the new guy, Ding Lan was like, we should totally have a mini welcome party. But Xiaoyi was a junior and had a huge exam, so she was out. Yang-shi pretty much shot the idea down immediately, too. He'd just moved in, and all he wanted to do was crash. So he just laid in his new room scrolling on his phone. Clips of heroes battling mutated beasts were like even more viral than those dancing videos. As for how people with powers even showed up, it all started a long time ago. Nobody knows exactly when, but these black rifts just started popping up everywhere, and out of them, mutated monsters started pouring onto the planet. The only ones who could stop the invasion were the pro-ability users, and everyone started calling them heroes. But to stop powers from being used for bad stuff, they made the ability law, which basically says only people with a pro-hero license can actually use their powers. Yang-shi was just staring at the video of Hero Bingi's fight, the one where Fei got hurt. He watched it on repeat until his eyes were burning, but he still couldn't find anything that looked off. He glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the morning. Yang-shi dragged himself up to brush his teeth and finally get some sleep since he had work tomorrow. But the second he stepped into the hall, he saw this black-haired girl who was completely wasted. Looked like this was the last roommate Ding Lan mentioned. Since he was right there, Yang-shi figured he should at least say hi. The girl just bolted past him into the bathroom and immediately started losing her lunch. After she was done hugging the toilet, the girl literally passed out right there. Yang-shi gave her a little shake, trying to get her to wake up. He was like, ugh, should I even get involved? Instead, Yang-shi went and knocked on Ding Lan's door to get some backup. A super sleepy Ding Lan opened the door, yawning like crazy. Yang-shi was immediately like, hey, can you help me out? The other roommate is passed out in the bathroom, he said, figuring it'd be less weird since they were both girls. But Ding Lan just told him to leave her there, saying it wasn't the first time this has happened. Plus, she had work in the morning. So she just shut the door and went back to her amazing comfy bed. Yang-shi sighed and went back to the drunk girl. He tried calling her name a couple of times but got nothing, so he figured he had no choice but to carry her. His power totally pinged her as another ability user, and her power was Superb Brain and F-rank ability. It basically lets her overclock her brain for a bit, making her a total math whiz. It had some serious potential, but she had no clue she even had powers. It seemed like this girl just thought she had these random flashes of genius, If she actually hit the books, she could probably become some kind of super scholar. Anyway, since he found it, there was no way he was letting it go to waste. Yang Shi borrowed the girl's ability. And yeah, he wasn't so sure he'd give it back after he was done with it. He was dying to see what would happen if he combined the superb brain ability with Faye's mental shock. So Yang Shi immediately mashed the two abilities together. The one he just jacked became a D+ rank ability superb brain. It could now actively blast out shocks and seriously improved his calculation and reasoning skills. If he used it to break down the video of Faye's injury, he might actually be able to find some clues. The next morning, Yang Shi was so dead to the world that he slept right through his alarm. He yawned as he went to open the door, but the scene in front of him snapped him wide awake. The girl from last night was there to return the jacket to Yang Shi. "Thank you so much for last night. My name is Lin Nauer." When Lin Nauer woke up today, she looked totally innocent and sweet, just like the first time he saw her. Since he'd just yoinked Lin Nauer's ability last night, Yang Shi asked if she felt off or anything. Lin Nauer said she was fine. She was used to coming home completely wasted, so he really didn't need to worry. A tall blonde guy then walked in through the door. "Old Yang, so you're living here now?" Seeing Lin Nauer in her pajamas standing with Yang Shi, the guy looked totally shocked, thinking his friend was hiding a secret girlfriend from him. Yang Shi quickly explained that Lin Nauer was just his roommate. With him saying stuff like that, how was Yang Shi supposed to face her in the future? The guy stammered for a second. "If this house wasn't all booked, I would have moved in too." Then he fixed his hair, smoothed it out, and stuck out a hand to introduce himself. "Hey, Miss Lin. My name is Fan Pang. I'm old Yang's best friend and coworker." Lin Nauer shyly shook his hand, because Fan Pang's whole vibe was like some guy who was super thirsty for attention. And he wasn't wrong. Fan Pang took the chance to flex that he was an ability user who could take photos and videos with his bare hands. Seeing his friend about to pull his same old tricks, Yang Shi quickly dragged him away before Lin Nauer got totally freaked out. Over at the newspaper office where Yang Shi worked, he sat there rewatching the video of Hero Bing Ji fighting the mutated beast over and over. After getting the superb brain ability, he activated its deduction mode. It felt like the blurry road ahead of him suddenly snapped into high def. Yang Shi noticed that the hero repeated one move 2 times. This move was super weird, like he was getting ready to unleash some kind of ultimate attack. Just as things were getting good, Fan Pang tapped his shoulder. "Dude, old Yang, let me tell you. You can't win a girl over without being proactive, especially a total knockout like Lin Nauer. If you don't shoot your shot, then I will." Yang Shi's face went blank, but he wasn't actually mad. He said they were just roommates. Fan Pang even started coaching him on how to turn a roommate into something more like ASAP. Suddenly someone screamed outside. "Mutated beast! A mutated beast is here!" Outside, thunder and lightning were crashing down. A giant one-eyed hunter was just floating in the sky. It looked like a massive jellyfish using its tentacles to tear up the roads and snatch people for food. "A monster has invaded. This is a B-class disaster. All city residents, please evacuate to the shelters immediately. Heroes are being sent in now." Just as things got super intense, a pair of golden boots slammed onto the ground. A hero wearing a cape with "Spicy Sour" written on it made a totally awesome entrance. "Everyone chill out, Spicy Sour Superman is here. There's no way Lukang City is getting destroyed." The crowd went nuts as the B-class hero Spicy Sour Superman arrived to help. He faced the giant one-eyed Cyclops hunter all by himself. This monster didn't just have an insane defense, but it also had top-tier crazy adaptive close combat skills. Even if you threw 18 armored spiders at it, it wasn't a sure thing that Spicy Sour Superman was good enough to handle them. After saying that, Fan Pang turned around to find that Yang Shi had completely vanished at some point. He scoffed and framed a shot with his fingers. Normal people are so weak. Time for my powers to make me some money again." An A-class hero, Flame Butterfly, flew in riding a fire butterfly to back up Spicy Sour Superman. He immediately signaled for her to attack while he kept the Cyclops hunter tied up. The VDC was so used to these fights that they now even had a dedicated livestream channel for heroes hosted by MC Manhwa and Director Cat. Director Cat started dishing on Spicy Sour Superman, saying he was a close combat hero who got his butt kicked a lot when he was a rookie. MC Manhwa asked why he'd say that, and Director Cat acted like he had all the inside info. His power only activates after he eats a bowl of super spicy sour noodles, so he usually just jumps in to steal the credit. Only after other heroes have worn the monster down. Manhwa gave a thumbs up, praising Director Cat for knowing stuff that not everyone was in on. He cleared his throat a few times and changed the topic, saying they should focus on watching the fight. At that moment, Spicy Sour Superman was using all his strength to slam the Cyclops hunter's head straight into the ground. Once that thing was totally pancaked on the pavement, Flame Butterfly was up. She shot into the air and dropped her insane heavenly butterfly blitz, letting loose like thousands of fire butterflies to totally torch that giant jelly thing. Everyone watching was like, "Yep, game over for this Cyclops hunter." But Director Cat wasn't buying it. Like, hello, monsters can be smart too. But this Cyclops hunter was acting super chill, like it wasn't about to get wrecked. On the ground, Flame Butterfly's fire started to fade, and boom, the Cyclops hunter was standing there without a single scratch. Spicy Sour Superman was totally losing it. He totally didn't expect the monster to have some kind of fire-resistant shell. Flame Butterfly told him to just stall for a bit till backup arrived, but Spicy Sour Superman just went radio silent. His director had basically told him this was a must-win fight, cause his career was kinda on the rocks. If he choked, his rep would be toast, and the company would just hand all the good resources to the younger heroes. Spicy Sour Superman was the company's OG hero. You know, he couldn't stand looking like a has-been. Meanwhile, Duong Hai was hiding behind a wall, totally spying on the whole thing. He spotted Spicy Sour Superman pop something in his mouth, and that little blue pill looked super familiar. Duong Hai was sure he'd seen it somewhere. Right then, Flame Butterfly got distracted for like 1 second, and got snatched up by a tentacle which started squeezing the air right out of her. She had to scream for Spicy Sour Superman to help. On the livestream, the chat was going absolutely wild with fans, spamming for the hero to save her. Just then, more tentacles shot out ready to turn Flame Butterfly into a snack. But then one of the tentacles got chopped right off, which totally shocked the Cyclops hunter. Spicy Sour Superman zipped in, scooped up Flame Butterfly, and got her out of there. Mao Huang freaking slammed the table all hyped up. Yes, let's go! Spicy Sour Superman's powered-up combat mode usually only lasts for 15 minutes, but this time he's on a whole other level. See, he still got it. Even Director Cat looked kinda shook. He was about to say something, but Mao Huang totally cut him off. Oh snap, the hunter's going after Spicy Sour Superman. Back at the fight, the Cyclops hunter was hitting way harder than before. All its tentacles were just lashing out at Spicy Sour Superman. He just put up his fist like, is that all you got? If you think that's so great, then get a taste of a Spicy Sour Super Punch. Spicy Sour Superman blasted up from the ground and punched a hole right through the Cyclops hunter. Its tentacles just flopped everywhere. The fight was totally over. But Spicy Sour Superman was looking pretty rough himself. He suddenly dropped to his knees and started coughing up blood. Flame Butterfly rushed over to help, but he whipped his head around to face her. His lips were all purple and his eyes had this crazy, scary vibe. Flame Butterfly was totally freaked out and started shaking him. Spicy Sour Superman shook his head, trying to get a grip and just chill. Once that sus blue glow around him faded, Spicy Sour Superman was back to his normal goofy self, saying he just pushed himself a little too hard. The coast was clear. All the people started pouring out, cheering and thanking Spicy Sour Superman and Flame Butterfly. Seeing the show was over, Duong Hai figured it was time to bounce and go level up. He walked past the Cyclops hunter and noticed it was still kinda breathing. A tiny beat-up version of it crawled out and made a beeline right for Duong Hai. Its physical and elemental defenses were seriously off the charts. He figured a mind blast was its weak spot. The Cyclops hunter was looking for a new body to crash in and suck energy from, just waiting for the day it could get payback on Spicy Sour Superman. It must have sensed Duong Hai had good vibes or something, cause it picked him for its new host. But Duong Hai was like, wait, it's just gonna serve itself up on a platter. Even better. Now he wouldn't have to waste time hunting it down for its power. Duong Hai immediately hit it with a mental blast. The little Cyclops hunter's face just went totally blank before it dropped its body all twitchy. Flame Butterfly instantly felt someone using a power nearby and started scanning the area to find them. Duong Hai snatched the mini Cyclops hunter. Good thing it was just a weak little copy. Otherwise, his D+ rank mental shock would have been totally useless. Now for the good part. Duong Hai yoinked the ability from the Cyclops hunter, a B rank ability fire resistance shell, which makes you immune to B rank and lower fire attacks and boosts your physical defense. After he got the fire resistance shell, Duong Hai could feel this invisible shield covering his whole body. They say every power has a weakness, no matter how strong it is. But that saying didn't really apply to a main character like him, lol. Flame Butterfly headed straight for Duong Hai's spot. He ducked into a corner fast. This was so not the time to get discovered. Flame Butterfly landed looking super suspicious. She had definitely felt some major mental energy coming from here, and she swore she saw a shadow move real quick. You looking for me? A voice called out. Flame Butterfly immediately shot back, asking if he was the one who just used that power. A figure stepped out of the alley rocking a black cloak that covered him from head to toe and a mask that hid his face. Yeah, that was me. Flame Butterfly was curious and asked if he was a hero since she'd never seen him before. The cloaked guy just flicked the mini Cyclops hunter over to her. Nah, I was just helping you guys clean up the mess. Flame Butterfly recognized the Cyclops hunter's clone. She was totally shook that he took out this monster that was such a pain so easily. But using your powers when you're not a hero is totally against the rules. The masked guy was about to dip, but Flame Butterfly worked up the nerve and got in his way. You just used an ability illegally. So you're coming with me to the Hero Association for a little chat. The dude just scoffed, which made Flame Butterfly's skin crawl. You seriously think you can stop me? Flame Butterfly went right for him all like, I'm serving justice in the name of the law. The guy just said sarcastically, is this how heroes treat regular people? He totally crushed Flame Butterfly's Firefly with one hand, making her break out in a cold sweat. Then the guy dropped another heavy question. So is it my turn to attack now? Flame Butterfly noped right out of there with a quick apology. The guy didn't even chase her. He was just thinking about that blue pill Spicy Sour Superman used, which was the same one the old ice hero took that day. At this point, everyone knew this mystery man was totally Duong Hai. He was dead set on getting to the bottom of this. That night on his way home, Duang Hai decided to take a break from collecting new powers and just focus on maxing out his super brain. Especially with the clue about that weird blue pill, he knew he had to be extra careful. A sketchy-looking dude walked right past Duang Hai. A second later, when he reached for his bag to get up, the spot next to him was totally empty. Duang Hai freaked out and looked all over. That bag had the turkey costume he wore as a disguise when he met Flame Butterfly. It had to be that guy in the green shirt who just walked by. But when he looked around, he was nowhere to be seen. The train hadn't even gotten to the station, so he couldn't have just vanished. Thinking it was an invisibility power, Duang Hai used his super brain to crank up his senses, and he picked up the scent of his bag on a purple-haired guy nearby. But the two guys had different builds and clothes, which meant it wasn't invisibility, but a shape-shifting power. As soon as he realized that, a little smirk crept onto his face. He had literally just told himself he was done hunting for new powers, and now a 5-star meal just served itself up to him. After getting off the train, Duang Hai tailed the thief who was just strolling along humming a song, probably thinking about what a great score he'd made. But for some reason, he suddenly got a major chill down his spine. When he turned around, he saw Duang Hai standing right there waving at him with that signature smile. The thief took a huge gulp and just bolted. It was a sweet haul, but he had the worst luck running into a super persistent tail. Duang Hai! After the thief hid out in a public restroom, Duang Hai kicked the door in and stormed inside. So you want to play games hiding in the bathroom like this is weaker than a kindergartner, dude. But nobody was in there. Duang Hai searched for a second before heading out. Could that creep have slipped into the women's restroom? Duang Hai went right over to the women's room and started banging on the door. Come on out, I know you're in there! A girl's voice yelled from inside. You weirdo! What do you want? Duang Hai kicked the door open and charged in, only to get a face full of makeup followed by a roll of toilet paper. Duang Hai had to admit this guy's power was pretty special. He could even change his voice. Inside, the purple-haired dude was rocking a sexy woman's outfit with black fishnets, but his buff bod and face were still the same. The guy held up the purse, and with a poof it changed back into Duang Hai's backpack, which he handed over. Duang Hai opened the bag and saw his costume was still there, but he still turned to threaten the thief. Did you look inside, my guy? I swear I absolutely did not open it. Duang Hai nodded, telling the guy to get a real job from now on. The thief was so relieved, thanking him for letting him go, but Duang Hai just asked coldly, When did I say I was letting you go? The thief froze, totally petrified, as his power was instantly snatched away. His ability was only F rank, but it let him easily change how he looked with just a thought, and it also worked like a pocket dimension for storage. Duang Hai immediately gave it a try. In a flash, he was wearing a suit sharper than a CEO's, and his dorky glasses were gone. Just then, the cops showed up answering a call about a creep in the women's restroom. Duang Hai just pointed inside, saying there was a weirdo in there secretly wearing women's clothes. A moment later, 2 police officers were dragging the thief to the station. He was just a small-time power abuser, but Duang Hai was planning to set things straight. 1 week later, Duang Hai had a meet-up with Pham Bang. It wasn't clear what he was planning, but he insisted they had to meet in person to talk about it. Pham Bang threw an arm over Duang Hai's shoulder as they walked, saying, Guess who I ran into while I was partying at the bar earlier? Turns out he'd seen Lam Tuet and she was working there as a hostess. When Pham Bang called her his girlfriend, Duang Hai immediately shot that down, saying that whatever she did was none of his business. Pham Bang pulled him inside. Come on, old Duang, don't play tough with me. Seeing is believing. Go check it out for yourself. Inside the bar, Lam Tuet was dancing like crazy inside a cage, and it was a pretty steamy scene. Suddenly, she locked eyes with Duang Hai and her whole vibe got super awkward. Why is he here? She wondered. Seeing Duang Hai just sitting there looking all moody with his chin in his hand, Pham Bang tried to cheer him up. Hey, don't be so bummed out. There are plenty of other cute girls out there. He promised to show Duang Hai an awesome time tonight. Pham Bang gave a signal, and like 3 girls in some seriously eye-catching outfits shyly came over. Tay DM babao. These are my little sisters and this guy right here. This is my best bro, Duang Hai. Total stud, right? And just like that, the 3 girls were all over Duang Hai, totally ghosting Pham Bang. I mean, let's be real, he just couldn't compete with Duang Hai's looks. Meanwhile, over in the karaoke room next door, some ticked-off dude slammed a wine bottle on the table. Freaking A, what a... Some other dude in a suit Lich DM told him to just take the L instead of whining about the driver or the ride. The whiner's name Lu Nguyen. He just busted out laughing, with a girl on each arm. Is that lame mouth of yours why you're stuck being my bodyguard instead of a real detective? Lich DM just smirked back like, you got it. It's gotta be tough for a normie like you to be babysat by a C-rank hero like me all day. That other guy Lee Yuen was ticked he couldn't get back at Li Yan, so he took it all out on Lam Tuyet, who was just leaning over. Seriously, are you totally useless? You call this garbage wine? You really expect me to drink this? He then snatched the bottle and just dumped it all over Lam Tuyet's head. Duang Hai saw the whole thing and was about to jump in, but Pham Bang stopped him. Dude, that's Lu Nguyen, the second son of that A-rank hero from the Kun Loon Corporation. And that Lich DM guy is a C-rank hero while you're just a regular person. Duang Hai just gave a cold nod and walked off. I know, just gotta use the restroom. Meanwhile, Lam Tuyet was totally gritting her teeth, trying to deal with the humiliation. Lu Nuan slid back into his seat, draping his arms around the two girls again. He told her to chug all the wine on the table if she wanted him to let her off the hook. Lam Natuye refused. But his goon grabbed her head and started forcing the wine down her throat. Suddenly, someone showed up and sent the bodyguard flying a few meters with one kick. It was Duang Hai, rocking that ridiculous turkey costume. I heard the son of the mechanical war hero was hanging out here. Lich DM's face got super tense and he shot up while Lu Nuan, feeling safe with his muscle, just kept sipping his drink totally unbothered. Duang Hai said he just wanted to talk business with Lu Nuan. Lu Nuan glanced over like, what kind of business? Lich DM told him it was getting late and they should bounce. His ego totally bruised. Lu Nuan chucked a wine bottle straight at Lich DM. Get out of my way, you mutt! Can't you see I've got a deal to make? Lich DM gritted his teeth, totally fuming, but he had to chill since he was just the bodyguard. But when Lu Nuan insisted on talking to Duang Hai, Lich DM tried to step in again. You're wasted. Go sleep it off, Lich DM said. I'll handle this weirdo in the costume. Duang Hai just calmly picked up his wineglass. Look, if you want to throw down, go for it, but that's not really my style. And if you get in the way of my business with Lu Nuan over there, I'm gonna have to shut you up for good. Totally triggered, Lich DM's aura exploded as he wrapped his arms in bandages and got into a fighting stance. Bring it if you've got the guts. Let's see who learns their lesson. Lich DM literally breathed fire onto his fists, totally sure he was about to serve up some crispy fried human today. Duang Hai knew it right away, a C-rank fire element attack. But his Nihua Chiet skill could block any fire stuff below B rank. So yeah, he pretty much had this in the bag. One of the hostesses took Lam Natuye to go clean up while everyone else stuck around totally hyped for the fight. Lich DM rushed in hard, but when he saw Duang Hai just standing there not moving a muscle, his brain started screaming that it was a trap. The punch stopped like an inch from Duang Hai's face, which even surprised him. Is that seriously all you got? Lich DM called him a total rookie, bragging that ever since he became a hero, not a single monster or enemy had ever survived his flame attack. A second later, a massive stream of fire blasted out of Lich DM's fist. The blaze was so intense that everyone watching had to back up. Duang Hai was completely engulfed in the fire tornado, but then his arms shot out and just like that the flames were gone. Seeing him totally fine, without even a single hair singed, Lich DM knew he'd messed with a total monster. Duang Hai hit him with a psychic attack, freezing him in place, then just strolled over and karate chopped the back of his neck. Lich DM dropped to the floor completely out cold. The second Lu Nuan saw his bodyguard, a C-rank hero, get taken down by Duang Hai, he sobered up real quick and didn't dare say a word. Duang Hai took his chance to absorb the guy's C-rank ability, Blazing Fist, which lets you light your fists on fire to attack people. Super useful for a chef, right? Duang Hai walked up to Lu Nuan, who suddenly noticed his cool-looking bodyguards in black suits had all vanished. Lu Nuan's whole vibe, from the look on his face to the way he talked, instantly switched to full-on bootlicker mode. Bro, what was that deal you were talking about? How much cash you need, I'll wire it to you right now. Without a word, Duang Hai grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him off the ground. Lu Nuan's face got all messed up as he started to choke, but he still tried to sound tough. Do you even know who my dad is? Of course he did, his dad was the mechanical war hero. Like everyone knew that. But who cares, Lu Nuan choked out, that if he got taken out his dad would never let it go. But Duang Hai had zero plans to get his hands dirty over some spoiled rich kid. Instead, he hit him with a weird question. Lu Nuan, you want to have a power of your own? Lu Nuan's face just went totally blank when he heard that, but he couldn't believe it was for real. 'Cause like superpowers aren't something you can just wish for, and they're definitely not something someone can just give you, like Duang Hai was saying. Duang Hai didn't bother explaining. He just tossed him a piece of paper. If you want it, go to this address in 7 days. Alone. But Duang Hai knew 100% that the guy would show. As he walked out of the bar, Pham Bang immediately gave Duang Hai a call. Pham Bang was legit about to report a kidnapping if Duang Hai didn't pick up. Duang Hai just played it cool, saying he was getting some air and asked what was up. Pham Bang was still reeling from what he'd just seen, which was Duang Hai totally handling Lin Dian and Lin Nguyen's crew, and he was dying to spill all the tea over some barbecue. Heading back, Duang Hai was super chill. Phase 1 of his master plan nailed it. Now all he had to do was wait for Lin Nguyen to walk right into his trap. After that, it was time to go full-on detective and dig up the truth about Fee's case from inside the Kun Loon company. Meanwhile, someone actually got a video of Duang Hai taking out Lin Dian. The mechanical war hero just finished watching it and asked the others for their take. The piercing warrior saw Duang Hai use a hand blade to waste Liandian in like a split second and figured he had to be at least B rank, maybe even higher. But the Wandering Swordsman saw that Duang Hai didn't use a hand blade. The second he lifted his hand, Liandian was already toast. Mong pulled up Liandian's injury report for the whole squad to see, but when they read it, everyone completely freaked out to learn his ability was just gone. The mechanical war hero's face got super serious. It looked like they were in some deep trouble this time. The Wandering Swordsman was totally intrigued by the guy who dealt with Liandian, especially since he could just straight up erase someone's powers. According to Mayong, the only person known to have that kind of juice was the S-rank hero, the ferryman, so everyone's suspicion immediately jumped to the ferryman. But the piercing warrior was not buying it. He slammed the table and shot up like, no freaking way, the ferryman is basically a fossil with one foot in the grave. How could that dude possibly be here? Mong was stressing that their Kun Loon company couldn't handle this, and that they should just punt it to the Hero Association. But anyone with a crazy power like this, no matter who they work for, is going to be hunted like some kind of weapon of mass destruction. We gotta tell the big bosses first. The mechanical war hero, looking seriously worried, decided to put a lid on this for now, classifying it as a top-level company secret. The next day, Lee Nguyen was in bed, totally agonizing over Duong Hai's offer. He could not wrap his head around the fact that he might actually get powers. He just kept staring at the note Duong Hai left, trying to figure out the catch, like what he'd want in return for the ability. But honestly, Lee Nguyen didn't even care. In a few days, he'd have powers anyway, so why the heck should he worry about anything else? Meanwhile, Duong Hai dragged Pham Bang to a museum for a crash course on mutated beasts. So they'd know how to bail if they ever ran into one. But his real mission was to see if he could swipe the ability from the level 9 mutated beast they had there. On the way, Pham Bang spotted some cute girls and was like, "Oh, I see you came here to pick up chicks, cause the museum is a total hotspot for girls trying to get their gram on. I came for that." Duong Hai pointed at the Plasma Tyrant Dragon, an S-rank mutated beast from way back in the first invasion. The plasma it spit from its mouth caused a total catastrophe, completely wiping out the eastern district of Lugong City, taking out 5 A-rank heroes, 13 B-rank heroes, and tons of other people. Pham Bang was just staring, completely blown away. Compared to the lame mutated beasts they'd seen lately, the Plasma Tyrant Dragon was on a whole other level of terrifying. Duong Hai reached out about to try and yoink its ability, but a security guard came running over to shut him down. "Hey buddy, what do you think you're doing?" Duong Hai flashed a press pass, claiming he was a reporter researching a story on mutated beasts. The guard gave it a look, but was still like, "Look with your eyes, not your hands." Duong Hai shot a look at Pham Bang, who totally got the message and started distracting the guard. All right, no touching, got it. Hey man, quick question. Where do you guys keep the girl mutated beasts in this place? Once the guard was gone, Duong Hai fired up his ability. He could feel the beast's power, but trying to grab it was tough. Ability successfully snagged. A swirl of purple energy wrapped around Duong Hai. His eyes went wide, cause this time the ability was a total blank, no info attached. After a second of it loading, the deets finally popped up. Plasma ability E rank. With this power, Duong Hai could charge his phone. Duong Hai's jaw basically hit the floor. He'd only managed to pull an E rank ability from the remains of a freaking S rank beast. Was it because it had been dead for so long that the power inside it just fizzled out? It was also possible that the only reason Duong Hai was able to jack the ability from that jellyfish was because it was basically fresh. He moped around the museum for a bit, totally bummed by the results. But hey, since he was already there, he figured he might as well touch all the other exhibits. A whole day went by, and all Duong Hai got were 3 lame low-rank ability orbs. One was Frank cloning, which could make a clone for like 1 minute. So he's got this Frank human control power, which basically makes people like him lame. And then there's this E-rank plasma thingy. Seriously, not only were they weak, but these trash tier abilities were totally making him rage. Then like a light bulb went off in Duong Hai's head. If you can fuse these ability orbs, can you also like break them apart? No time to waste. He whipped out that C-rank orb he got from Liandian to test it out. Breakdown. The orb just sat there doing absolutely nothing. Major letdown for Duong Hai. But he wasn't about to quit. He kept spamming the breakdown command like 100 times until finally a tiny crack showed up on it. The second that thing shattered, a bunch of info popped up. Apparently this dark energy stuff is the basic building block, and it forms these perfect indestructible little cubes. After checking out the dark energy cubes, Duong Hai figured it out. The core of any ability must be made of these little particles, which is totally why he could smash them apart in the first place. So when you break an ability down to its most basic level, you get dark energy. He started wondering what if he used this stuff to level up his own powers. So Duong Hai fed one of the cubes to his Frank human control ability. The orb totally sucked it up and morphed into an E-rank ability. Duong Hai was shook by what happened and just stared at the pile of dark energy in his hand. If this works, who even cares about ability ranks anymore? Forget ranks, I'll just build my own S-rank power from scratch. Just then, he heard Lam Ni Tuyet screaming outside. Get away from me, don't you dare touch me. Duong Hai looked over, totally annoyed. How did that creep Lee Nguyen track Lam Ni Tuyet all the way out here? Outside, Lam Ni Tuyet was a mess, totally crying. Some old guy was just sitting there smoking a cigarette. Looked like it was her parents. We didn't want to lie to you, sweetie, but would you have sent the money otherwise? Lam Ni Tuyet's mom explained that her little brother needed cash for a car and to get married, and it was going to cost over $1 million. How were 2 old people supposed to come up with that kind of cash? So they did something messed up and lied to Lam Ni Tuyet, telling her that her dad was dying and they needed money like right now. She was so hurt, tears were just pouring down her face. Mom, Dad, do you even get how freaked out I was when I thought Dad was dying? I did everything I could to make money fast to send home. Lam Ni Tuyet was working like crazy from morning till night, juggling like 4 different jobs. And her dad just casually says it wasn't a big deal. We were just gonna take whatever you could send, honestly. And I'd figure out the rest. We can't let the Lam family name die out. Lam Ni Tuyet was furious when he said he'd figure it out, because what he really meant by figuring it out was selling her off to some guy she'd never even met. The nerve. Then her mom tried to sweet-talk her, saying the guy wasn't like a genius or anything, but he was a good, honest dude who'd treat her right. Lamni Tuyet just smacked her hand away. Treat me right, Mom. Where do you think I got that 50,000 I sent home in just 1 week? I had to get that money entertaining creepy guys. Did you even think about that? Hearing that, her parents looked totally thunderstruck. They took her money, and now they had the guts to call her shameless for embarrassing the family. You shameless girl. I'll beat you senseless. Duong Hai was inside and heard it all, rushing out to block the old man's hand. Man, even a wild animal wouldn't treat its own kid like that. But this guy was actually about to hit his own daughter. The old man just glared at him. Who the hell are you? This is family business, you little punk. Stay out of it. Duong Hai could tell the dad was a total lost cause, but the mom actually looked sorry. So he used his frank human control power on her, hoping she'd side with Lamni Tuyet. The second the power hit, the mom wheeled around and slapped her husband right across the face. Our daughter was so worried sick about you, she had to take that kind of job. Are you made of stone? Then she turned and hugged Lamni Tuyet, admitting she was wrong. No matter what, she's still our little girl. The slap seemed to knock some sense into the dad, who just sighed. All right, that's enough. Let your brother learn to be a man and handle his own business. Duong Hai figured it was good they finally came around. I mean, at the end of the day, who doesn't love their family? The next morning, Duong Hai went with Lamni Tuyet to the train station to see her parents off. Her mom told her to take care of herself and to not do anything crazy anymore. After the train left, Lamni Tuyet turned to thank him. Duong Hai bought her a boba tea, saying maybe this would get through to her brother better than sending cash ever could. Lamni Tuyet just winked at him and motioned for Duong Hai to lean in like she had a secret to tell him. Duong Hai totally blushed, but did it anyway, completely surprised when Lamni Tuyet leaned in and kissed his cheek. Thanks for everything, both times. Later on, Duong Hai showed up at the Mutant Beast Corpse processing center, and dude, the security was way tighter than he expected. All the mutant beast bodies here were basically a gold mine for an ability thief like him. He waited for what felt like forever until he finally saw his chance to slip in. He dove under a truck and managed to hang on to the bottom. But out of nowhere, there was this blonde girl with glasses right in front of him, totally freaking out and telling him to be quiet. Duong Hai had no clue what was happening. Was this girl trying to sneak in too? Since it was super cramped under there, the girl's huge assets kept bumping into Duong Hai. Trying to cut the super awkward silence, he decided to just say something. Hey there, are you kidding me? A coincidence? Yeah, right. This is the actual worst luck. Anyway, this girl introduces herself as Qian Duo Duo from the Fanhei Merchant Guild. Yang Hai just pulls a name out of thin air, calling himself Yoke, which literally means turkey. As they get closer to the drop-off spot, Qian Duo Duo realizes from where they are, there's like no way for her to get down. Hold on to me. Yang Hai, let go. They jump from the truck and just roll and tumble across the ground. When they finally stop, Qian Duo Duo is still clinging to him for dear life, making things super awkward. You gonna let go anytime soon? The hot-headed girl shoots up, walking away all stiff like a robot. If I had any other choice, like I'd want to be hugging you. The two of them head into the mutant beast processing area. Qian Duo Duo sees Yang Hai just cluelessly following her and totally pegs him as a noob. Yang Hai immediately grabs the chance to ask her to show him the ropes. Seeing he's for real, Qian Duo Duo lets him tag along behind her. They open the door to a room with a dead werewolf inside. Qian Duo Duo's boss wants her to get the white fur from its chest, and it's a super delicate cutting job. The girl summons a bag, bragging that her special power is a storage pouch that can hold a ton of stuff. Hearing that, Yang Hai is just kicking himself. If she wasn't so sketchy, he would have totally swiped it by now. After Qian Duo Duo heads to the next room, Yang Hai snags the opportunity to drain the werewolf's power. He ends up with a D-rank metal bending ability, which lets him totally reshape the outside of any metal. With a power like this, he could probably open his own custom auto shop. All of a sudden, a crazy alarm starts blaring, making both of them jump out of their skin. A young guy in a white tank top runs over looking totally freaked. He screams, "It's over! We're so dead! The mutant beast came back to life! Help me!" And just like that, he gets snatched and dragged away by some pitch-black thing outside the door. Seeing that go down, Qian Duo Duo's legs turn to complete jello. Even though she has powers, she's never actually fought a mutant beast before. Suddenly, something sticky and black touches her shoulder. In a flash, Qian Duo Duo is yanked away right in front of Yang Hai. He immediately unleashes his firepower to light the way and goes after her, but that tentacle is way too fast. Even with his 10-foot strides, he can't catch it. Plus, all the shelves in here are metal, so he can't just smash through them. Then it hits him, he just got that metal bending power. He instantly morphs the shelves into razor-sharp blades that slice the tentacle, grabbing Qian Duo Duo. She totally faceplants and her clothes are ripped to shreds because the tentacle was covered in nasty thorns. So now she's out money for a new outfit and medical supplies. But the real question is, how did this mutant beast just pop back to life as the fire gets closer? Its light reveals what the creature looks like: a giant skull with creepy pitch-black tentacles. A few people are wrapped up tight in them, screaming for help. Qian Duo Duo is completely horrified by the whole scene. She is seriously regretting her decision to sneak in here today. The mutant beast attacks, and Yang Hai pulls a bunch of metal stuff together into a dome shield, blocking its tentacles. But the metal is barely holding on. The dome shield is getting smaller. Seeing this, Duo just grabs her head and cries, "This is it, I'm about to be monster food." Yang Hai is so over it. But he's gotta admit the situation is bad. He remembers seeing a few oil cans nearby a minute ago. A plan clicks in Yang Hai's head. From inside the metal dome, he shoots out an iron tentacle, flinging the oil cans right at the mutant beast. Once they get close to his fire, he makes them blow up. The tentacles get blown off and everyone scrambles to get away. One last tentacle lunges for Duo. Out of nowhere, a slash that looks like water cuts the tentacle in half. Just when they think they're safe, the old guy in front of them with a water saw is giving them a major death glare. It was you two thieves who revived the monster to attack this place, wasn't it? And even though Duo is a thief, she's not about to be falsely accused, so she fires right back. "Who is this old geezer? You can't just show up and start spouting nonsense." The old man snaps back. "Little girl, when I Duanshui was conquering the world." "You weren't even a thought yet." With her hands on her hips, Duo says he's just an old man bullying a kid and asks how he can even call himself a grown-up. Yang Hai steps up, calling him senior. If he's remembering right, Duanshui was the hero from 10 years ago who had that epic fight with the A-rank mutant beast, the tyrant ape. Duanshui just scoffs, turns his back to deal with the monster, and says he'll get to them when he's done. Yang Hai watches him walk away, completely confused. Why would a legit A-rank hero be hanging out at a mutant beast processing center? Duanshu draws his blade and moves, showing off the first form of the Big Dipper, the Greed Wolf Slash, the Insane Slash. Looking like a giant wolf's claw, easily shreds the tentacles. Yang Hai is in total awe. That's the legendary Big Dipper blade art for you. Every single move is so smooth, something even an S-rank ability couldn't compete with. The mutant beast roars like it's making a promise, attacking with 4 tentacles at once. Now Duanshu uses the second form, Tanji. You don't even see him draw his blade. It was wild. With every single step he took, the beast's tentacles just dropped to the ground. Duanshui then vaulted right on top of the mutant's head and unleashed his third form, Tianuin. His blade crashed down like a legit waterfall, and a waterfall of beast blood just gushed out. Duanshu landed by the peach tree, making the whole ground shake. He pointed his sword right at Yang Hai and the girl, and his eyes were so intense, like total killer mode, that even Yang Hai knew not to make a wrong move. "Senior Dwayne, for real, we didn't bring the mutant beast back?" But yeah, of course the guy didn't believe them. After all, they were basically thieves. If they got handed over to the cops, they'd be suspect number 1 for sure. Duo asked Yang Hai if he seriously thought he could beat Duanshu, but obviously the answer was, heck no. So the girl tossed him this insane weapon to give him a fighting chance. This is vortex armor made from a B-rank mutant beast. Duo chucked it at Yang Hai and then bolted. "Good luck, I believe in you." The trusting look she gave him totally reminded Yang Hai of his little sister. But while he was spacing out, Duanshu came at him again. Yang Hai threw his hand up on instinct to block, thinking he was totally a goner this time, but he wasn't. The vortex armor Duo left him actually held up against the attack. It was seriously incredible. Duanshu didn't even look surprised and just kept up his crazy assault. Yang Hai was dodging like mad while kicking his super brain into high gear to boost his senses. Just as he figured his sharp eyes could totally read Duanshui's moves, but it still wasn't enough to actually deal with the guy. Seeing Yang Hai just standing there thinking Duanshu took his shot. This time, Yang Hai couldn't dodge and had to use his mental control on Duanshui. Duanshu leaped up to attack Yang Hai, but then just froze in this super weird way. He was completely stunned, asking, You can actually control my actions for a second." Realizing he wasn't getting the upper hand, he backed off fast. Meanwhile, Yang Hai just coolly replied, "If I didn't, you'd be wiping the floor with me." But the guy was so arrogant. He still charged forward to attack, yelling all cocky, cheap tricks, "Is that all you've got, you little brat?" Without even a hint of fear, he instantly activated his skill, Metal Transformation. In a flash, Duanshui's sword and Yang Hai's clashed, creating a shockwave that was no joke. He might have looked calm, but inside his brain was running a million calculations. Every single one of his opponent's moves was on another level. I can only use my control ability to throw him off for a sec. Otherwise, I would have been sliced in half by now. Some kid watching the fight from a corner recognized him, totally shocked. He can go toe-to-toe with Duanshu. Could he be the A-rank hero, the Divine Spear of Lugu? Hearing this, he immediately thought to himself, who the heck is the Divine Spear? Hearing that name, even Duanshu lowered his sword and said, "Judging by your skills, you're probably not just some petty thief." He sheathed his sword and told everyone, "All of you get out of the central area. I need to talk to him." Hearing this, some guy actually had the nerve to ask, "Like all of us, we all have to leave." Those words got him a death glare and a sharp question. "What, are you really not going to listen to me, the director of this center?" The guy was so freaked out by his stare that he took off running. But not before yelling out a quick, "Yes, sir, right away!" Duo ran after him but shouted back to Yang Hai, "Big bro, I'll wait for you outside." Seeing the two of them had left, Yang Hai spoke up and asked, "Senior, is there something you wanted to tell me?" Duanshu answered right away, "I know you're not the Divine Spear. Your sword skills don't even come close to his, but your metal ability is kinda similar to his." He looked him up and down, checking him out. "But you have multiple abilities, so you're definitely a heavy hitter. A person like you would never come all this way just to steal some beast fur." Cutting right to the chase, he asked him straight up, "Let me ask you, did you come here seeking the truth of this world?" The question totally threw him, and he was thinking to himself, the truth of the world. What is this guy even talking about? I'll just play along and see where this goes. So that's what he did. Yang Hai just went with Duan Shuyu's question and replied, "That's right. I came here to find the truth." That bold-faced lie made the guy laugh out loud, totally amused, saying, "Such a promising kid. There's no harm in telling a talented person like you." His voice boomed as he spelled out exactly what the so-called truth of this world was. That's right. The real reason for these beast corpse disposal centers is to open a path to the beast world, the barren lands. His words were a total shock, and he just blurted back, "What?" Without even pausing, he started telling him about something that happened. 15 years ago, the barren lands of Urkin were successfully opened, and the Hero Association sent in a small team of top-tier heroes. He revealed that he was on that mission carrying the huge responsibility of entering the beast world. I was one of them. But according to his story, something went seriously wrong inside that world. During that operation, all the S-rank heroes were killed in action. It's only because they fought like hell to protect us that me and 2 others managed to get back to the Azure Star. Next, Duan Shulu pointed to the furnace burning the beast corpses and said, "In reality, every single beast corpse disposal center is built on a weak point in the Azure Star's space-time." He revealed so the whole point of torching these beast corpses, if you keep doing it at this one weak spot, you can literally rip open a path to the beast world. Hearing that, Yang Shi was like, "So what's the deal with this whole resurrected beast thing?" The guy basically answered for him, "Honestly, that's just a story we feed everyone. The real tea is it's just a freak mutation from coming into contact with the barren lands." Then out of nowhere, he drops this major truth bomb. The people on Azure Star were basically like cattle in a pen being raised by these beasts. Only the super powerful have a shot at beating them. After laying that on him, he turned to bounce, but not before hitting him with a reminder. "You should get going. And hey, I don't care what crew you run with, don't forget we're all human here." Meanwhile, in some seriously bougie room, these 2 people were just staring out the window. One of them was super annoyed, like, that old dude Duan Shrilu is so reckless. How could he just spill all that to some random guy? The other one just shot back, "So what if he didn't say it?" Other groups have already pieced it together. It's not like we can take over that whole world on our own. Hearing that, she dropped it and was just like, "The HQ. Video call is starting." A sec later, they're both parked in front of a screen. Some face on the monitor announced the meeting was on. "With over 25 people here, we've got enough to make a call to vote on an S-class issue." The guy officially kicked things off. "All right, based on the report from the Lujing City branch of the Hero Association, let's get this resolution started." His face was super stressed, and everyone else's vibe got just as tense when they heard the rep ask, "So, should we spill the tea about the barren lands to every organization with A rank or higher soups?" Then the scene flips to a hospital, and you hear this soft voice. "Faye, you'll never guess." Yang Shi was sitting by Faye's bed, just pouring his heart out. "Last night I found out something really messed up." He flashed back to yesterday, leaving that place with everyone whispering on the down low. They were all staring at him, totally shocked, asking each other all sus, "Yo, what even went down in there? Did he actually take it down Duan Shuilu? Why is he walking out by himself?" Then Qian Duo just pops up, does this awkward little cough, and calls out, "Boss, are you good?" The second he saw her, he was thinking, "Okay, I can't let anyone know what I can do." So right away he's like, "I'm cool, Duo. Hey, look at me." And she totally did, trusting him completely. She walked over to him and was like, "What's up?" But before she could even finish, he hit her with his hypnosis power. Yang Shi locked his eyes on Qian Duo with 100% focus. It was like his stare had her on puppet strings. Her mind just went totally blank, like zero thoughts. He used that moment to plant an idea in her head. "Forget you ever saw me use fire and metal powers." And while he was at it, he threw in a random comment about the armor she let him borrow. "Just so you know, I already bought this armor off you. I owe you 10,000. Once he'd planted all the info he needed in her brain, he did a quick finger snap to break the spell, and Shandu Duo was instantly back to normal. Then she just took off in a major rush, but she yelled back at him, "Glad you're okay, kiddo. I've got a curfew, gotta dip. Catch you later." Back in the present, Yang Shi thought about her and kinda smiled, telling Faye, "You know, Chandu Duo is a lot like you. All about the money, but still kinda cute." After that, he gently touched Faye's face and said, "Faye, maybe before I get my revenge, I can figure out how to wake you up." A little later that night, back at Yang Shi's place, he was holding something in his hand, just staring at it super intensely. Then bam, he used his metal transformation power, telling the thing to turn into a ring. And just like that, a ring with an infinity symbol on it was sitting on his finger. Without even thinking, he pulled out a vial of blue liquid he called an ability potion. He looked down at the 2 things in his hand and mumbled, "There's no way I can let people find out what I can really do. I've got to use these 2 things to fool Liu Yuan." And then just like that, another mask appeared created by him. He decided to call it Tixie, and without a second thought, he slapped it on his face. The system voice immediately went, "Transform." And now he was decked out in a brand new set of armor. He decided to give it a name. This suit was going to be the Tixie Guard. Yang Shi checked out the chest plate and said, "The power's different from Dao K's. It's plasma CFC. I can use this to throw people off when I need to. So he decided this new identity was officially joining his team's lineup, part of the same secret crew as Dao K. Since I'm the one who made it all up, I'll just call the group verdict. I mean, the whole point was to pass judgment on the so-called heroes who fell from grace. Of course, for a group to be a thing, it needs cash. So he decided right then and there, for the group's funding, I'll just get young Master Lu to sponsor the whole thing. The next morning, over at some factory, a figure was walking up to some dude passed out in the middle of a path. A foot shoved Lu Yuan pretty hard to wake him up. "Yo, get up." The poke made him let out this super annoyed groan. He cracked his eyes open, all ticked off, and yelled, "Do you have a death wish or something? Who do you think you are, waking up young Master Lu?" But when he saw it was Yang Shi, his face went ghost white, and his whole tune changed. "Boss Dao, K, my bad. I'm so sorry." I was still half asleep just now. Yang Shi wasn't buying his act and just said, "Glad you actually showed. Guess you decided to believe me after all." Then out of nowhere, the guy grabs his leg and starts crying, trying to suck up. "Boss Da, just give me a power and we can talk about anything Cash Girls influence, you name it." But Yang Shi had zero interest in any of that, so he shut him down. I couldn't care less about that stuff. After he said his piece, he just kinda kicked him aside, making the dude yelp. Then Yang Shi hit Lu Yuan with an order. "Want to get a power? It's super simple. Look into my eyes." The second he said that, boom, he used his hypnosis skill. Liu Yuan was instantly under his spell, his eyes totally glazed over and empty. Right away, he asked him, "Spill everything you know about the blue pill." In response, he got total silence. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "What's the deal, did it not work or something?" To double check, he ordered again, "Liu Yuan, smack yourself." The guy didn't move an inch, just sat there quietly. This whole scene was seriously weirding him out. Could it be that Liu Yuan already has a power and it's like C rank or higher, and that's why my control thing has zero effect on him? So Yang Shi immediately leveled up and used a stronger skill, mental assault. A second later, the skill hit and Liu Yuan was out cold, leaving him alone to figure things out. The last time I messed with him at the bar, he didn't even fight back. He really doesn't seem like a soup, but I'll check just in case. Just like that, he put his hand on the guy and activated his skill, Ability Analysis. All of a sudden, a blue gem popped up, making him yell, "Holy crap, it's for real!" At the same time, a system notification flashed an A-rank ability called Rebirth. It only works once after you die. Rebirth sends the user back one whole day. This power is kinda considered useless, because you know you have to die to even use it. Staring at the blue gem in his hand, he could barely believe it and was like, "This guy is actually an A-rank soup." Realizing that freaking out was pointless, he quickly absorbed it, not forgetting to shoot a silent "my bad" to Liu Yuan. This ability is a total game changer. "Liu Yuan, after I snag your ability, I'll totally treat you right." But instead, Yang Shi gave him a bright red ability gem back, putting the gem he got from the Beast Processing Center into his body. Then he commanded, "Wake up!" Instantly, the guy jolted awake and yelled, all dazed, "You jerk, give me a power weight. How did I fall asleep?" Wasting no time, he pulled out the ring he'd just made yesterday and asked, "You were wiped, so you passed out." "It's cool. Now see this ring." The guy just stared at him blankly and mumbled, "Uh-huh." He laid it all out for him. "This is an essence-absorbing ring made by the organization. You can use it to straight up steal the ability factor from a soup." His words made the guy's jaw hit the floor, and he was like, "You can do that? What happens after?" Just then, he pulled out a blue potion and continued, "The organization has these special methods to turn ability factors into potions, which means even normal people can get powers." After he finished, he tossed the potion to Liu Yuan. He caught it with both hands, but still asked, all worried, "Dude, this is insane. Bro, you're not messing with me, are you?" Keeping his cool, he just said softly, "Drink the potion and you'll find out if it's real or not." Kinda believing him, but also kinda not. He hesitated for a sec before deciding, "This isn't poison, is it? But if he wanted to hurt me, he would have done it by now. Whatever, I'll risk it." And just like that, he chugged the whole potion in one gulp. A moment later, the empty bottle fell and shattered. His eyes suddenly flashed red, and he started letting out these terrifying beast-like screams. Through it all, Yang Shi was just chilling, watching him writhe in pain. He let out a creepy little laugh and whispered, "You're about to find out how amazing having a power is." In agony, Liu Yuan started turning into a wolf. He screamed, "My whole body, it's burning up." Watching him, Yang Shi thought, "Actually, this has nothing to do with the potion. It's me controlling the ability bead inside him." A second later, his hair vanished, replaced by wolf ears and fur, and his hands morphed into sharp claws. In between these loud roars, he looked at himself all confused and was like, "Huh, what am I?" After watching the whole transformation finish, Yang Shi asked, "The bloodline transformation ability werewolf. How does it feel?" He looked over his new body, wondering, is this a power? "My brother can turn into a demon dragon too. Between us, who's stronger, who's weaker?" He replied, not holding anything back. "Your brother is an A-rank soup? Your brother is an..." "You're only an E-rank." His blunt words made the guy cry out, "E-rank, there's like a 3-rank gap between A and E." Liu Yuan's totally crushed face just made him laugh and say, Hey, hold on. You just joined the organization. By the rules, we can only give you an F-rank potion." Hearing that, the guy looked like he was about to burst into tears. Seeing him like this, he sighed to himself, This Liu Yuan guy turned into a werewolf, so why is he acting like such a goofy husky? But to give him a little boost, he added, but it looks like fate brought us together. I switched it to an E-rank ability potion for you. After hearing Yang Shi, he started thinking, from the sounds of it, their group has abilities of every single rank. Even B rank. Does that mean one day I could be even stronger than my dad? At that thought, he suddenly dropped to his knees, hugged his leg, and shamelessly begged, Bro, Daddy, can you swap it for an A-rank potion for me? Hearing him say that, he was totally alarmed. Hey, don't just call me whatever. But even though he got told off, the guy shamelessly kept going. Fine, I'm calling you Godfather then. For real, no one's ever treated me this good. But obviously he was not vibing with that name and shot back. Yeah, Godfather is a no-go too. The org has its rules. You gotta grind and stack up some serious cred before you can cash it in for a potion. Hearing that, Liu Yuan finally chilled out and started asking about the organization. Aight, fine, Godfather. So what's the deal with our crew exactly? Yang Shi answered, flexing a little. Okay, listen up. We're called the Adjudicators, founded by some crazy powerful big boss. It's a total mystery where he even came up with this ranking system. But he said with his whole chest, under the boss, there are 12 Zodiac managers, and I'm one of them, the Rooster. After he said that, he got curious about something else like, yo, if a powerhouse like you, Godfather, is just a manager, then how OP is the actual boss? But he totally dodged the question and just said, don't even try to guess. The boss isn't someone who just shows up. He's super mysterious. At that point, Liu Yuan got serious about what really mattered. Godfather, how can I rack up cred fast? Yang Shi saw his opening and laid it all out. The org will hook you up with missions. And actually, there's one for you right now. Without skipping a beat, he dropped the mission details on Liu Yuan. Use your status as the rich kid of the Colon Economic Corporation to dig up intel on the blue pill. The name sounded kinda sus, so he asked the blue pill. What the heck is that? Yang Shi didn't hold back and told him straight up. It's basically a power-up drug. Our mission this time is to find the crew that's behind it. Just hearing that made his eyes totally light up with excitement as he yelled, Dude, something that boosts your powers. That's a legendary item. Seeing him getting ideas about it? Yang Shi smacked him and warned, don't even think about it. Some hero used it once and ended up accidentally wrecking a bunch of innocent people. That smack totally snapped him back to reality. At the same time, he asked curiously, which hero used this stuff? Who was it that went off the rails? Of course, Yang Shi had no reason to keep it a secret and just said, it was that A-rank hero from your own company. Hearing that, Liu Yuan went ballistic when he realized who it was and screamed, Lei Yang, that dude always pretends he's got it so rough, but he's secretly a washed-up junkie. Not wasting another second, he dangled a reward for the mission. Once you dig up some solid intel, we'll meet back here. When that happens, I'll hook you up with a legit ability potion. Hearing that, he was totally stoked and said with confidence, Bet. After that, he turned to leave, but then remembered something. Oh right, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. He hit him with one last instruction. The potion's boost only lasts for 1 week. The clock's ticking. You gotta wrap this mission up within 1 week. His words absolutely freaked him out. And he just screamed, a what? Meanwhile, Yang Shi was just strolling down Samet Street when he suddenly saw a sign on Men Street. It was a wanted poster from Qian Duo. And of course, the person she was looking for was him, but as his alias Doogie, rocking a black robe and a platinum mask. Below there was even a phone number to hit her up. He was so shocked reading it, he did a full-on spit take with his coffee all over the wall, which made the owner see it and totally lose it, yelling, Hey, you kid! He was fuming like, what do you think you're doing? Realizing he messed up, he got all awkward and said, My bad, boss. A second later, while reading the newspaper, he sighed and complained, I seriously can't believe Qiandu Duo would pull a stunt like this. While walking, he randomly spotted a familiar figure and mumbled, Huh, isn't that Qiandu Duo? What's going on with her? She looks like she's in deep. And that totally got him curious. So he decided to duck into a corner and check out the situation. In a dead-end alley, Qiandu Duo was cornered by a bunch of people, but she was still bold, asking them, All right, what do you guys want? One of them, who seemed to be in charge, got all arrogant and ordered, Hey kid, hand over the young master's blade set right now. Hearing that, she shot back defiantly, I have no clue what you're talking about. I don't have any blade on me. And not even a piece. These guys obviously weren't buying it and kept demanding the item. Stop playing dumb. You scammed our young master because you thought he was some naive kid. You traded a fake pearl for the demon blade Muramasa. Hand it over if you don't want to get messed up. Yang Shi, still hiding, heard all this and whispered to himself, the demon blade Muramasa. He was kinda confused, wondering, isn't that the legendary S-rank beast weapon? How in the world did Qianduo Duo get it? Meanwhile, after hearing what they said, she low-key realized the thing she'd scammed was a huge deal. Turns out that busted sword was actually the real thing. Since that was the case, she quickly pulled something out, hid it behind her back, and played totally innocent, saying, Young master, what young master, never heard of him. You've got the wrong person. Her shameless act left him speechless. This girl was a master manipulator. Just from her words, he knew this greedy kid had the sword, and she was never going to admit it. Just then, the only girl in the crew blocking the way gave the order, Enough talk, get her. As soon as she said it, the leader charged forward, unleashing his skill, army-style three-blade dance, and the others followed, jumping in with their own move, shadow-style shadow clone. Seeing this, Yang Shi was shocked to realize that both of them were all legacy users like C rank or higher. But Chanda? She wasn't even sweating. She whipped out her weapon and was like, "You really think you can mess with me?" She totally flexed her gear. Check it, B rank beast weapon, the Scythe of Temptation. Then without skipping a beat, she charged the other crew yelling, "Get these clowns out of my face!" One flick of her fan sent the whole squad flying. Their leader tried to stand his ground but got launched too, just sputtering, "What the?" After she totally owned them. Chianda saw her opening and bolted, laughing all smug. Finders keepers, losers weepers. The girl with the dark hair was so not happy with how this was going down. She instantly popped her A-rank ability Snow Maiden and went full-on Ice Queen. As Chiandata was dipping, she was like, why is it snowing all of a sudden? Meanwhile, Yang Shi, who was hiding in a corner, saw things getting wild and thought, okay, this is getting messy. Sensing major trouble, he suited up as Rooster Mask like right away. Back to the action. The Snow Maiden blasted an ice attack at Chiandata. But she wasn't done. She followed up with her Snowflake Dragon Fist skill. A crazy gust of ice shot right at Chianda. Seeing his friend was in deep, Yang Shi screamed, "Dada!" A crowd was already starting to form to watch the throwdown. This reporter with sick purple hair just popped up, mic in hand, looking totally freaked out and yelling, "Getting ready for a live shot. We've got a major power user brawl happening on Chongqing Street. Any heroes in the area, we need backup ASAP." Some little kid standing there was just staring at this super intense reporter, totally fascinated. Back in the fight, Chiandata got rocked by that last hit. She went spinning and screaming before hitting the deck, crying out, "Ow, that seriously hurts." Seeing her rival down for the count, Ling Nai strolled over and stared down at Chiandata on the pavement. With a totally frosty look, she said, "So, you gonna give back what's not yours or what?" Not scared at all. Chianda flashed two shiny little daggers and shot back. "All right, let me ask you something, Miss Perfect. Was the sword you lost made of gold or silver?" she asked, totally trolling her. Ling Nai's eyes narrowed, completely ticked off. She flash froze Chiandata's legs, making her scream, "Ah!" Ling Nai threatened her, "You better start talking straight or I'm shattering both your legs." But Chiandata struggled back up, holding her giant fan, and shot back defiantly. "Yeah, threats don't really work on me. I'd rather chuck what I won fair and square than hand it over to you." And just like that, she yeeted the sword right past Ling Nai, yelling to whoever was back there, "Yo, Rooster Mask, this busted sword is all yours. On the house." Yang Shi snagged it out of the air and was like, "Figured you knew I was here. Thanks, Dada." Then he pulled the sword from its sheath. And dude, it was totally wrecked. The blade was chipped all over. He yelled, "Holy cow, you couldn't even pay someone to take this thing." Chiandata just put her hands on her hips and told him, "Exactly. That's why I didn't think they'd hunt me down for this piece of trash." Super annoyed that Yang Shi showed up, Ling Nai screamed, "She's got backup. Get them both." On her command, a bunch of ninjas in all black gear swarmed Yang Shi, each one holding a massive shuriken. One of them rushed him all hyped up, yelling, "You're going down, punk, eat this." Yang Shi felt this weird vibe surging through him and thought, "Whoa, this sword, it's sucking up my spirit energy." He said, totally shocked, "My body's moving by itself." White smoke started puffing up all around him. Then bam, a ninja got sliced clean in two, totally shocked before he even hit the ground. One of his freaked out buddies screamed, "We're so dead!" taking turns. They rushed him. Another ninja with a crazy sharp sword came at Yang Shi, screaming, "Die!" Yang Shi jumped into the air, that busted sword in his hand, ready to throw down. He was just floating there. And when he swung the sword, this insane purple beam shot out, turning the whole snowy sky violet. Ling Nai looked up, her eyes wide with shock as she totally recognized that purple glow. The demon blade Muramasa. The ninja who got hit just screamed in total despair, "Master, help me." Then this little glowing yellow orb just appeared in Yang Shi's hand. And a system voice went, "Skill acquired." The notification popped up. Ability rank X rank. Name Sun Moon Three-Blade Dance. Description: a three-blade dance that can unleash the sword's true power when you hit an enemy. Rated X rank. It's one of those moves where you hold a sword in your mouth, but honestly it doesn't look all that cool. Yang Shi's body was giving out. He choked out, "This is so bad. The sword sucked up way too much of my spirit energy. I can't keep this up." As he yelled, Ling Nai was just standing there behind him, watching his every move. Yang Shi's mind was racing and he mumbled, "I'm toast. Guess I've got to use my rebirth skill today." All of a sudden, this weird bright green light showed up. Everyone who saw it was just frozen. "Like, what is that?" someone screamed. "Is that—" Then tiny ice crystals started floating everywhere. Yang Shi figured the green light had to be the Wailing Wall. Chiandata looked like she knew what was up and shrieked, "Oh no, the Wandering Swordsman!" Across the way, Ling Nai was just as shocked and whipped her head around, whispering, "What?" It was Maong, decked out in a full set of black battle armor. Was like, "You Sakura guys can run things in District 6, but you got a lot of nerve showing up in District 1 to start stuff." Behind him, this Wandering Swordsman was just chilling against a wall, arms crossed with his sword, not saying a word. Ling Nai shot back, all serious, "We're just here to get our stuff back. You're the ones blowing this way out of proportion." Chiandata totally lost it when she heard that lie. She pointed right at Ling Nai, ready to set things straight. "That is a total lie. Your master traded me that sword. It belongs to me now." Ling Nai's mind was racing. "Two more A-rank users, crap, there's no way I can win this. And I still have to protect the treasure. She just stood there staring blankly, which totally weirded Tianda out, who was like, Then bam, razor-sharp ice shards shot at Tianda from everywhere. Ling Nai just turned and calmly tried to cut a deal with Maong. You took out my crew, but if you give back what's mine, I'll let this girl walk and get out of Liu Kang City for good. Maong thought that was hilarious. He just busted out laughing and shot back. Whoever said you were leaving Liu Kang City? He smirked, adding, You think you can just waltz into District 1 and leave whenever you feel like it? The threat in his voice was crystal clear. Hearing that, Ling Nai went dead silent, totally speechless. Then Maong glanced over at the Wandering Swordsman and said, You handle the girl. I'm gonna go see what this rooster mask dude is all about. The swordsman gave him a subtle warning. Hey, the company wants to recruit him, so maybe don't break him. Maong just charged straight for Yang Shi, yelling back, Don't worry about it. This is just a little payback for my little bro. Maong balled up his fist and slammed it right into that busted-up old sword in Yang's hand. The impact sent Yang Shi flying backward with just a pained grunt. From behind, Tianda saw him get wrecked and screamed out, totally panicked, Rooster mask! Meanwhile, Ma Long just scoffed like, For real, is that the best you can do? That's when Ling Nai made her move. She pointed 2 fingers to the sky and said, Fine, then you can just disappear too. She let out a piercing shriek, Absolute zero, and in a flash, a storm of ice shards flew straight at Maong. Even Tiandata was completely shook watching it happen. Her jaw just dropped. The Wandering Swordsman instantly jumped in to stop it. Sword intent gale! He lifted his sword and it started glowing green as he sliced right through the crazy storm of ice Ling Nai unleashed. She just stared stunned as the blade whipped right by her face. Like a hair closer, and it would have totally wrecked her face, but plot twist, the sword just phased right through the ice shards. The Wandering Swordsman looked kinda let down. He frowned, muttering, Damn, I missed. Tianda yelled out, totally shocked, No way, didn't she just shatter? Everyone seriously thought that last hit from the swordsman had finished her. The swordsman checked the area and explained, Nah, she bolted, but she's still close. Then it hit someone and they asked, all confused, Wait a sec, where'd the chicken guy go? While they were all talking about the ice girl, Duong Hai was tucked away in a corner, totally lost in thought. This stupid blade just sucked all my energy. How am I supposed to get out of this mess? Then it hit him. Hold up. If this is a beast weapon, doesn't that mean I can analyze its power? The system panel lit up with the words analyze ability. This weird smoke started swirling around the blade Duong Hai was holding. Then the system pinged. Acquired 2,500 units of dark energy. These cube-shaped blocks just popped into existence under the sword. The black cubes went flying everywhere. Duong Hai slumped against the wall, hand on his knee, and mumbled, Whoa, I didn't even scan an ability core and I still got this many dark energy cubes. I guess this blade must have been made from some S-rank beast. The cubes were all over the floor around him. He thought for a second, then said his problem out loud. So which ability should I level up to actually stand a chance against Ma Long? Just as he said it, a blue gem appeared in his hand. The system panel flashed rankless ability named Metal Transformation. Duong Hai used the gem to suck up all the dark energy cubes. With no better ideas, he was like, All right, guess we're giving this a shot. Once it absorbed all the cubes, the gem glowed a deep azure blue. The system immediately registered the change and announced, A-rank ability named Metal Control. Summary: control all metal within a 1,000-meter radius. The max controllable weight is 1,000 tons. Evaluation: You're basically Iron Man now. The gem in Duong Hai's hand started pulsing with these crazy azure blue light rays. At the same time, the ice girl felt a weird power spike and whipped her head around to look, thinking, what's that over there? A plane flew overhead. Duong Hai looked up and said, I can feel it. All of it. The metal in the concrete in the cars, the planes, the buildings. Still wearing his rooster mask, he clenched his fist and said with total confidence, Finally. Now I can actually fight back. And just like that, a blast of ice shards shot at him from behind. Duong Hai didn't even bother to turn around. He just lifted a hand and it started glowing orange. The light pulled together, forming a 4-pointed shuriken that just obliterated the ice blast. The ice girl got blasted off her feet, letting out a sharp scream of pain. Ah! She looked absolutely furious and screamed, You bastard! The giant shuriken Duong Hai made started to spin like crazy, totally wrecking everything in its path. The spirit wraith was just frozen, freaking out like, No way, how is this even happening? The dart started morphing in totally wild ways. It zipped toward the spirit wraith, and bam, turned into these chains that wrapped her up super tight. She shrieked, You jerk, let me go! Deng Hai just watched and said calmly, Yo, chill out. I'll try to go easy on you since you're a girl and all. Then Duong Hai just held out his hand. The spirit wraith was all confused, thinking, what's he trying to pull? An ability core just appeared, shooting out this weird energy that made her cry out. The ability core was glowing with this bright light surrounded by blue rays. The system pinged, identifying it as an A-rank ability called Snow Maiden. The lowdown: you can summon the Snow Maiden Shikigami to help you fight, or you can choose to fuse with her. The verdict: a personal air conditioner for the summer. Seeing this, Duong Hai was like, I thought it was an elemental type, but it's a summoning one, dude. This is literally every guy's dream. Once she was taken down, the spirit wraith turned back to her normal form with long black hair and a white uniform, and she just collapsed against Duong Hai. Just then, Ma Long and the Wandering Swordsman roll up swords out and see the whole scene. Ma Long was like, "Yo, did you just pick up a random girl?" The swordsman next to him just thought, his whole vibe is different from before. Duan Hai gently put the unconscious spirit wraith on the ground and said casually, "She's not just some random person. She's the Snow Maiden, but I already took care of her." Mong was totally shocked, thinking, is he for real? How could a total non-fighter like you beat the Snow Maiden? While the Wandering Swordsman stood there frowning and thinking, Duan Hai shot back all cocky, "If you don't believe me, let's go. So which one of you is first?" Then he added, "Or why don't you both come at me at once?" He was totally calling out both Ma Long and the Wandering Swordsman. Seeing this intense challenge about to go down between Duan Hai and the duo reporters, started blasting the breaking news on the big screens. Did we just hear that right? His opponents are two A-rank heroes. Online the chat was blowing up. My boy Ma Long could take him with one hand. IDK, he doesn't look like he's just bluffing? Someone commented, "Okay, I'm officially a fan of the guy in black." While another posted, "He's so epic." The reporter on the scene was yelling into her mic, "Are we about to see a legendary 1 versus 2 battle?" In the middle of all the hype, Maong said, "Even if the crowd is trying to start something, I'm not teaming up with the swordsman to fight you. Doing that would just ruin the image of an A-rank hero." Duan Hai replied, sounding a little bummed. "Well, that's kind of a letdown. A 1 versus 2 fight would have been awesome." Mong turned to the Wandering Swordsman. "To beat an opponent, you gotta figure him out first." The Wandering Swordsman replied, "We're on the same page there." He watched Duan Hai like a hawk, his eyes finally locking onto his hand. He analyzed, "That ring on his hand is sus. The secret to his power might be tied to it. I gotta be careful." The Wandering Swordsman lifted his blade and gave it a spin, whipping up the air. Then told Maong calmly, "Don't sweat it. I need to see for myself how he handled the Snow Maiden." He then faced Duan Hai and declared totally fearless, "Maong will only step in if you can beat me." Duan Hai just waved his hand, not saying a word. The Wandering Swordsman rushed at Duan Hai, who casually lifted a hand to block. The two of them clashed like fire and ice, Duan Hai bringing the heat, the Wandering Swordsman bringing the chill. Duan Hai kept waving his hand with force, a move that made the Wandering Swordsman literally gasp. He jumped way up in the air, his hands reaching out like he was about to touch the swordsman's blade. The Wandering Swordsman was watching, still completely clueless about what was happening to his sword. All of a sudden, Duan Hai's power morphed into a solid rope that wrapped around the blade. The Wandering Swordsman gripped his sword and yelled, "Trying to control my sword, dream on, buddy." Duan Hai made a huge gesture which made his opponent scream in pain. He then suddenly dropped to one knee and slammed his hand on the ground. Duan Hai threw up a see-through orange wall between them. In his head he was running the numbers. "That sword is made of beast stuff, so it doesn't count as metal I can control. He's got no other metal on him either. In a straight-up fight, I'm toast. What do I do?" He was still trying to figure it out. "I have to level up another A-rank ability, otherwise it'll be tough to beat the swordsman quickly, especially with Maong watching my every move." Right now he had 2 ability cores. One was the A-rank Azure Blue core from the Snow Maiden, and the other was a purple E-rank core for puppet control. Duan Hai clenched the Azure Blue core in his fist. His other hand opened, and the purple core started sucking in this crazy energy. The system announced, A-rank ability puppet control. Basically, you can use illusion tricks to mess with A-rank targets, and you can totally brainwash B-rank and lower targets, making them loyal to you for 10 years. Also, your soul can pilot a puppet's body for 2 hours, a day with a max of 3 puppets. The review, an extremely sketchy skill. Duan Hai tossed the core in his hand, making a promise to himself, "I'm not going to use this for any shady business." Duan Hai was just standing there, totally zoned out, so the Wandering Swordsman got annoyed and yelled, "Yo, what's the holdup? Are we doing this or what?" He stepped out from behind the wall super calm and was like, "Easy there." Suddenly, the glasses Duan Hai was wearing shot out this weird energy wave. The Wandering Swordsman felt his head spin and everything got blurry. This gorgeous woman just appeared in front of him and said softly, "A king, are you really gonna hurt your big sister?" The Wandering Swordsman's eyes totally welled up as he whispered, "Sis?" Her delicate hands reached for his face, but then the Wandering Swordsman totally snapped out of it, realizing it was just a mind trick. He got so mad he just raised his sword and brought it crashing down. The blade in Duan Hai's hand exploded into 3 pieces. The Wandering Swordsman was sweating buckets trying to catch his breath. A psychic type, a psychic. So you really do have 2 different powers. Not backing down, Duan Hai whipped out his own sword and shot back. "A little late to the party. I really didn't want to have to push the great Wandering Swordsman. And give me an opening like that!" The Wandering Swordsman blocked the attack in a flash, snapping back, "What the heck do you know?" That move from Yang Shi seriously messed with the guy's head. He dropped to his knees, his face all twisted in pain, and said, "That was my older sister. She passed away. I can't fight anymore." The crowd was totally not cool with the Wandering Swordsman just giving up. They started going wild, yelling, "Get up, swordsman, it's over, he lost." "I don't even know if Mong can beat this guy," someone said, totally bummed. "Dude, he actually beat the Wandering Swordsman. If that was me, I'd be toast." A reporter saw the whole thing and started giving his play-by-play. "The Wandering Swordsman is actually down for the count. Did the masked man just use a psychic attack?" He kept on analyzing the situation. "The swordsman was being so careful the whole time. But look, his hands are shaking like crazy now. I think this fight is pretty much decided. Qian Duo was watching from the sidelines, totally glued to the fight. When she saw her brother's opponent go down, she screamed, "That was an awesome move, Yangshi. I was so scared you were gonna lose to that swordsman guy. If you died, who'd pay me back my 10,000? Yangshi was like, "What the heck?" and thought, "Who is out there jinxing me right now?" And right on cue, Mong finally showed up. He walked up to the Wandering Swordsman and said, "You did good. You really pushed him. I'll take it from here." The swordsman gave him a serious warning. "Whatever you do, don't look him in the eyes. If his power hits you, you'll see the person who means the most to you." Mong, decked out in this insane black battle armor, stepped up to face Yangshi. Yangshi just grinned at him. Well, look who finally decided to show up, Mong. Mong's stare was super intense, his eyes practically glowing. He said, "I have a feeling this is going to be an interesting fight. Let's make a bet on it." Yangshi was totally casual, like, "Oh, what are we betting?" Mong pointed right at Yangshi and said, "You lose, you tell me the secret of that ring." "Deal." Yangshi flashed the hand with the ring and grinned. "Sure, if you think you can take it from me." He already had a plan cooking in his head. He thought, "Good, Mong's not an idiot. The whole point of all this was to get everyone looking at my essence-absorbing ring. This is all going according to plan." As soon as he thought that, Mong bent his knee and just launched himself at Yangshi. "Whoa, he's fast," Yangshi thought. "Even faster than the swordsman." But Maong's knee missed completely. Yangshi had already jumped out of the way. Maong didn't even pause. He just kept switching up his attacks, aiming an elbow right at Yangshi's back. Yangshi felt it coming and launched himself high into the air to dodge. The fight was getting seriously intense. The reporter was going nuts, yelling into his mic. "What is this? The masked man, the one who controls metal, is actually keeping up with Maong's speed." Over on the side, Qian Duo was totally shocked, biting her nails as she watched everything unfold. Back in the fight, Maong just stood there watching the explosion right in front of him. He smirked, totally unfazed, and said, "2 powers, is that seriously all you got?" Then, after taking a direct hit from Maong, Yangshi went flying backward into a huge cloud of smoke. That one brutal hit from Maong sent him crashing to his knees, coughing like crazy. His whole body was shaking in pain, and every cough felt like it was tearing him apart from the inside. Right then, Yangshi stared hard at Maong, totally sizing him up. "Okay, so this guy is crazy fast. His hits are powerful. He's got full body armor, so he's tough to hurt, and he can breathe fire. This is just ridiculous," he thought, like it made no sense at all. Meanwhile, Maong saw that Yangshi was still standing after all that and was actually kind of impressed. "Not bad," Maong said. "You're tougher than you look." But Yangshi didn't give him a second to recover. He threw his hand out and started using his illusion power. The attack totally caught Maong off guard. It made him yell out, "What?" In that split second, an image flashed in Maong's head, his little brother being choked with one hand, his eyes begging Maong to save him. "Bro, it hurts so bad. Help me." Then Maong grabbed his head and screamed, "You creep! How dare you look like my cute little bro? That's so messed up." He was not having it. A huge wave of demonic energy just exploded from his body. Then Maong got low to the ground and scrambled right for Yangshi, ready to morph again. Seeing Maong totally lose it like that, Yangshi was surprised and muttered, "Oh crud!" Even with the illusion gone, it still seriously ticked him off. Outside the ring, the announcers were freaking out into their mics. "I can't believe we're seeing Maong transform 2 times today. You gotta give props to the masked guy for pushing his buttons this time." Back in the arena, Maong launched himself into the air like a rocket, heading straight for Yangshi. Seeing this, Yangshi slammed his hand on the ground, making a wall of sharp metal spikes pop up to defend himself. Maong instantly turned into a giant drill in midair, aimed right at Yangshi. At the same time, he sneered, "You really think you can stop me with a few pointy metal things?" Hearing that trash talk, Yangshi wasn't about to back down and shot back, "A drill, huh? If you've got the nerve, then bring it on." After his taunt, he jumped on a flying carpet to get higher, dodging Maong's attack. He reacted in a flash, steering the drill to chase right after Yangshi and said, "You think you can get away just by flying up?" Seeing Maong catching up, Yangshi unleashed a storm of metal chains, yelling, "Get lost!" In an instant, Maong's whole body was wrapped up tight in Yangshi's metal chains. But even tied up, he didn't look scared at all. Instead, he got this dangerous look and smirked at Yangshi. "Did you totally forget about my black flames?" As soon as he said that, Maong's entire body erupted in a massive purple flame in midair, melting the chains that held him. Outside, the crowd watching was totally on edge. The host kept the commentary going. "Whoa, Maong's black flames just torched that metal. It looks like the metal won't hold up for much longer." The host barely finished his sentence when the girl next to him whacked him on the head and yelled, "My boy Yang isn't just strong, his tactics are genius. He would never pull such a lame move." The host, after getting hit, cried out, "Ow!" Back to the fight. Maong had totally thought his black flames would destroy the metal, no problem. But plot twist, after a moment, nothing happened. Seeing this, he was shook. What, it's not burning through, right then. Seeing he had Maong unlock, Yangshi started cooking up a plan. "Okay, this hard shell is fire resistant, but it can probably only take 1 hit like that. But for right now," Yangshi was doing some quick math in his head. Then a car parked down below suddenly started to float up into the air, like something was pulling it. After that, all kinds of stuff big and small got yanked up into the sky one by one. Mong, watching the whole scene, couldn't help but stammer, totally freaked. What is this? A second later, a giant boulder was just hovering right over his head. At the same time, Mong's shocked voice yelled out, "A master of metal control!" Then Yang-shi lifted his hand and gave the order, "Fall! Fist of Mount Tai!" As soon as he said it, the giant boulder plummeted down toward where Mong was trapped. At that point, the people watching were freaking out too, and started scattering, "Run, get out of here!" Only Maong was frozen in place, just watching helplessly as the boulder came down on him, thinking, "Crap, is this it? Am I gonna die?" Then the boulder slammed down with a huge boom, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying everywhere. The impact was so intense, everyone nearby had to cover their faces from the thick dust, coughing their lungs out. The announcer updated the situation. "The dust is starting to settle. Let's see if Maong, who was right at ground zero, is even still alive." Seeing this, the crowd started guessing. "He's gotta be toast, right? There's no way he survived that." "Hey, isn't that the super cute Yande?" Yande had just flown over, and seeing the disaster zone, her eyes filled with tears. Asterisk, sniffle, asterisk. "Brother Maong, where are you?" Just as she was about to fly into the mess to check on Maong, a voice from behind stopped her. "Yande, stay back." Hearing that, Yande whipped her head around and shouted, "Senior Mecha War God." At that moment, way up high, the Mecha War God didn't answer Yande. He just stood there looking all intimidating on a tall building. A second later, his eyes shot out two beams of blue light at the boulder. Under his attack, the giant rock immediately started to move. Seeing this, everyone finally noticed him and started cheering, "Look, it's the Mecha War God, the A-class hero we're saved." The boulder was now split in two. Inside, you could see the Wandering Swordsman kneeling with one hand on his sword while an unconscious Maong lay beside him. He looked up at the Mecha War God and said, sounding super guilty, "I had to use the Wailing Wall to protect us. I'm sorry. I've brought shame to the company." Hearing this, the Mecha War God just looked at him calmly and said, "It's a good thing you're not dead." At this point, Yande was standing nearby, staring at Maong, and finally spoke up all hesitant. You good, need a hand?" Hearing her, the Wandering Swordsman glanced at Maong's knocked-out, busted-up body and said, "Looked like he was giving you trouble." A couple of hours later, after that whole mess, Deng Hai finally dragged himself back to his place. In his hand, he was clutching a can of medical spray for his wounds. Deng Hai slumped onto the couch, holding the pain relief spray in one hand, while lifting his shirt with the other, hissing in pain. "Ow, crap, that stings! That Maong dude really packs a punch!" A second later, Deng Hai set the can down and started thinking out loud on the sofa. "My run-ins with the Snow Woman and Maong were totally unexpected. My main goal is still to stay focused on this drug case. There are two major players right now. One is the hero Bang Shuyan, and he's been assigned to Liu Yuan's case." Right then, an image of the hero Bang Su Yen popped into Deng Hai's head. Next, the S-class hero Sour and Spicy Powder came to mind. Or maybe I should go after the S-class hero Sour and Spicy Powder. By total coincidence, he has a fan meet and greet nearby pretty soon. I should probably go check that out. Then Deng Hai looked at the couple of pain relief cans on the table with a serious face and muttered, "Things are only going to get more dangerous. I can't keep living with other people and risk dragging them into my mess." Just as Deng Hai was deep in thought about what to do, Lin Na's voice came from behind him. "Ugh, finally home," which made him jump out of his skin. "Geez, right after..." Lin Na looked at him and asked, "Deng Hai, it reeks of medicine in here. What are you even doing out in the living room?" Hearing her, Deng Hai tried to play it cool, forcing a smile and replying, "It's nothing. I just slammed into the corner of the table, just spraying a little something on it." Hearing his super lame excuse, Lin Na gave Deng Hai a totally skeptical look, seeing that she clearly wasn't buying it. Deng Hai quickly changed the subject. "Oh hey, it's good you're all back. I actually wanted to tell you guys something. I'm gonna be moving out soon." Hearing Deng Hai's announcement, all three of them were completely stunned. Lin Na immediately shot back, "What, you're moving out?" Deng Hai put his hands on his knees and calmly explained, "It's just not really working out for a guy like me to live with you all. I couldn't afford it before, but I just got a promotion and a raise, so I decided to get my own place." Hearing his explanation, Zhao I quickly pointed at Lin Na and asked, "Wait, but what about Nana?" Deng Hai ran a hand through his hair, hiding his face as he shot back at Zhao 1. "What do you mean, what about Nana? There's nothing going on between us." After he said that, Lin Na just stayed quiet and walked to her room without a word. When Zhao I heard that, she stopped trying to argue and just said, "If that's how it is, then we won't stop you. We all have each other's numbers anyway. We can still hang out when we're free." To that, Deng Hai just agreed. He threw a guilty look toward Lin Na's room and said, "Right, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight like a farewell thing." Suddenly, a loud thud from Lin Na's room made the other three jump. Seeing this, Deng Hai broke out in a cold sweat, thinking with his eyes squeezed shut, "Oh crap, did I say something wrong?" Sensing how tense things got, Deng Hai spoke up, If we're gonna do dinner, it's probably better to wait till everyone's around." Hearing him act like nothing just happened, an angry Xiao I pointed right in his face and yelled, "Nana is so awesome and she's so good to you. How is she not good enough for you? And you treat her like this. You're such a scumbag." Hearing her go off on him, he was totally speechless, feeling like a complete jerk. After sticking up for Lin Na Xiao, I and Ding Len shot him one last glare and went to their room. We're just gonna go to bed. We'll do dinner tonight. After you go fix things with Nana. Seeing his 3 roommates had all bailed, Deng Hai muttered to himself, it's a lie that I don't have feelings for Lin Na, but I can't drag an innocent person into all this danger. A second later, he walked over to Lin Na's door and raised his hand to knock. Before he even could, Lin Na's voice came from inside. The door's unlocked. You can just come in. Hearing her, Deng Hai pushed the door open and saw Lin Na lying on her stomach on the bed, propped up on her elbows and looking completely heartbroken. Seeing she wasn't even looking at him, Deng Hai said softly, I'm sorry. Hearing his apology, Lin Na couldn't hold back her anger anymore and snapped, what are you sorry for? It's not like there's anything between us, right? Seeing her reaction, he quickly tried to explain, you know that's not what I meant. As soon as she heard him, Lin Na got even more pissed, turning her tear-streaked face to him to confront him. You look down on me because of my background, don't you? Hearing her say that, he quickly replied, how could you even think that it's a misunderstanding? At this, Lin Na, with fresh tears welling in her eyes, asked, then why don't you like me? Is it because I'm ugly? Seeing her losing it, Deng Hai walked over and put his hands on her shoulders to try and calm her down, and said, that's not it. Please just calm down a little, Lin Na. Can't we just be good friends? Hearing this, Lin Na replied, all worked up, friends. Then ask your own heart. Do you really not like me even a tiny bit? Deng Hai looked at the girl in front of him and thought to himself, Lin Na's feelings for me? They're mostly coming from a place of needing to feel safe. It was like after getting totally cut off from her family, she was just looking for someone else to connect with. Then that image of her dancing at that sketchy club just popped into his head. On top of that, I've been totally ghosting her on a real answer. So of course she's gonna assume the worst, thinking her whole backstory is gonna make people look down on her. Looking at Lin Na, who was trying so hard not to cry, he thought, she's so fragile, like one kind word could make her shatter. How could I ever be the one to break her? Going with that thought, Duang Hai looked right into Lin Nai's eyes, about to finally tell her how he really felt. The truth is But right then she turned away and said in a totally defeated voice, and maybe you're right. Lin Nai cut him off with a sigh. Then she met his eyes and kept going. It was my fault for getting ahead of myself, for thinking that after that one hug, it meant we were a thing. Hearing this, Duang Hai whispered her name, Lin Nai. She lifted her chin, looking determined, and said, but even if it's a no for now, I don't want you to just be some stranger. For now, can you be my trial run boyfriend? Seeing the fire in her eyes, Duang Hai let out a soft sigh and said, all right, deal. Time jumped forward. In a huge, super bright mansion, the so-called hero Bang Shu Yen was sprawled on a sofa with a drink, yelling, come on, let's keep this party going. Outside, Lu Yuan was secretly watching him, thinking, seriously. If it wasn't for this mission from Genus, there's no way I would have dropped all this cash to let him party like this. He waited until the hero, Bang Shu Yan, was totally passed out. Then Liu Yuan snuck over and started going through all his pockets, his phone communicator and wallet. Right away, Liu Yuan pulled out a small shiny box from Bang Shu Yan's pocket and was like, whoa, what's this? Just then, Bang Shu Yan started waking up and mumbled, Liu Yuan, what are you doing? This freaked him out so bad that he started sweating bullets. Liu Yuan immediately tried to play it cool, turning around with a cigarette he'd found somewhere, and quickly cooked up a lie. Oh hey, Brother Lee. I was just looking for a light. I have no idea where mine went. The hero Bang Shu Yan totally bought it, tossed him the lighter and asked, here. So where'd all the girls go? I don't see any of them. At this, Liu Yuan got a sly grin on his face and said, the girls are just getting ready. Whichever one you're feeling tonight, Brother Lee, I'll make sure she gives you her full attention. Hearing this, he replied with a smirk, that one, the one with the necklace. A few hours later, deep into the night, after Liu Yuan set up Bang Shu Yan's entertainment, you could hear sounds of giggling and playing coming from the room. Hee hee ha ha, don't touch me there. But while he was distracted, Liu Yuan ducked outside and started digging through the stuff he'd swiped from him, muttering while he searched, where is that thing? After a minute, Liu Yuan finally found the box from before and said, yes, got it. He then took one little piece out of the box, held it close to his eye to check it out and said, this is like candy. It doesn't smell like bubblegum or something. It's weird but kind of fragrant. Then he held the green box and kept going. The smell alone makes you want to eat it. Suddenly it clicked and he yelled, wait, this isn't right. Inside this is... Just then, the piece in his hand cracked a little, revealing something blue inside, making Liu Yuan gasp in shock. A blue pill! At that exact moment, a terrified scream ripped through the air from inside the room, which totally startled Liu Yuan and left him standing there confused. Spooked by the noise, Liu Yuan whipped his head around to look. When nothing else happened, he calmed down, thinking, man, that gave me a heart attack. Is Lee Shanyang really that wild? After a second, he turned back, quickly snatched one pill from the box, and carefully slipped it into his pocket, thinking, I'll just swipe one. Better hide it fast. After he stashed it, he went back to the room, knocked on the door, and asked with fake concern, Brother Lee, you two okay in there? Instantly, the door was flung open by Lee Shanyang, who was a complete mess. He glared at Liu Yuan with a super ticked-off expression which made him jump back. But Liu Yuan, still curious, peeked his head in to see what was going on and saw the girl just lying on the floor. At that sight, he got so nervous he broke into a cold sweat again and looked over at Lee Shanyang and stammered, "Dude, is that girl dead?" In response, he just casually went back to put on his jacket and replied coolly, "She's dead," seeing his totally chill attitude. Getting dressed like it was nothing, Liu Yuan quickly jumped in. "Whoa, okay, no problem, Brother Lee. You head out. I'll have some guys from the company come and handle this." Hearing that, he just grunted, put on his coat, and turned to bail. As Lee Shanyang left, Liu Yuan waved him off with a big fake smile and said, "Take it easy, Brother Lee." He watched until he was completely gone. Then Liu Yuan finally let out a huge sigh of relief and slumped to the floor. Phew, that scared the crap out of me. If I had looked weak for even a second, I'd be a dead man right now. Meanwhile, down in the parking garage, a raging Lee Shanyang was holding the pill box, which he then furiously threw. His throw sent the little pills scattering everywhere. And his voice totally boomed, "Son of a!" His face went full-on rage mode, veins popping and everything as he growled, "Seriously, how many times is this gonna happen? Ever since I took this pill, I have like zero control over my own strength." Liang Duang gritted his teeth, just staring at his shaky hands. It took him a sec to realize he needed to chill, and he mumbled to himself, "Whoa, I gotta get a grip." Right after he glanced over at the pills he'd chucked to the side, all of a sudden he noticed one was gone. He started patting himself down like, how is one missing? But he gave up pretty quick, sighing, "Man, forget it. The next drop is in just a few days anyway. One pill more or less, who cares?" And with that, he stomped on the gas and bolted. A couple hours later, Duang Hai and Pham Bang were on their way back when the moving topic popped up again. "Bro, are you nuts? What normal guy would ever bail on a place like that?" But Duang Hai just gave him a side eye and said flatly, "That's a total fantasy. You have any clue how much of a hassle it is living with a ton of girls?" Hearing that, Pham Bang totally protested with this sketchy grin. "That hassle is what makes it heaven, my dude." Duang Hai immediately whipped his head around and gave him a major look. "Dude, you can be a real perv sometimes." In response, Pham Bang just hummed a little and was all like, "Yep." A little later, they finally pulled up to Duan Hai's new place. Seeing the seriously swanky building in front of him, Pham Bang's jaw dropped. "Whoa, Comrade Duang, where did you score the cash to rent a place this sweet?" Duang Hai just played it cool. "It's a gift from my super loyal son." Hearing that, Pham Bang was not buying it for a second and clapped back as he watched Duang Hai haul his stuff. "Yeah, right. Where'd you even get a son? You must have won the lottery. You're 100% treating me to dinner tonight." Seeing he still didn't believe him, Duang Hai just dropped one last line as he carried his stuff into the new house. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you the truth." That night after they ate, Duang Hai crashed onto the super soft comfy bed and was like, "Ugh, I'm so stuffed. I'm finally living solo now. It's so peaceful and quiet." With that, he sat up, leaned back against the headboard and said, "Come to think of it, since that whole throwdown with Malong, I still haven't used my Snow Maiden summoning power." He then opened his hand, staring at the energy core, and kept going. "Even though I used some of it for that analysis to upgrade my puppet control, the energy left is only enough for a CE rank ability. Let's see what this one's all about." As soon as he finished talking, Duan Hai stuck his hand out to summon her. "Come on out, Snow Maiden." Right away, this massive golden portal opened up. Then this girl with super sharp claws, blue hair, and gorgeous sparkling eyes appeared. The second he saw the Snow Maiden's form, Duang Hai was completely stunned and stammered out, "Wait a minute." Then he yelled, "Why is Master?" In Duan Hai's room, the air suddenly got so frosty the windows started icing up. The vibe was so ice cold it made him feel like he was trapped in a frozen palace, cowering in fear. He was completely frozen. Seeing him shivering like crazy, the little Snow Maiden hurried over and asked with a worried voice, "Master, are you okay?" But Duan Hai immediately shot her down, backing away with his hand up to stop her. "Wait, don't get any closer." Seeing how freaked out he was, the Snow Maiden gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Master. Little Shu would never hurt you. The temperature is just a little bit cold, that's all." But his entire body felt like it was about to freeze solid. He said, "Little Shu, this is what you call a little bit, oh right." Like he just remembered something, he sat up straight, lifted his hand and summoned his Raging Flame Fist ability. Instantly, a small flame appeared in his palm, warming him up. Seeing this, a super curious little Shu wanted a closer look and asked him, "Fire Master, can little Shu come a little closer?" With that, she scooted in, holding her hands out to the flame to warm them up. Her whole vibe made him ask curiously, "Aren't you afraid of fire?" Hearing this, little Shu answered all excited, Little Shu loves warm things." She was so hyped that she kept her hands near his Raging Flame Fist, happily squealing, "It's so warm, Master, you're awesome." Seeing her so happy, all he could think was, "Man, it's a good thing." The Snow Maiden's cold aura is just a passive ability. Otherwise, even my C-rank Raging Flame Fist wouldn't stand a chance against this chill. The more she warmed up, the sleepier little Shu got. "Master's body is warm too." Then she just snuggled up against Duan Hai's lap and conked out, which totally caught him off guard. This little rascal." He saw that even while she was sleeping, she was smiling and calling out for her master. So he just figured whatever. "Since you're so cute, I'll let it go." Then he grabbed the blanket, pulled it up, and wrapped it around himself and little Shu with a totally pained look on his face. "Just this once, okay? There won't be a next time." Then he sneezed. A couple of hours passed. The next morning, sunlight was hitting the skyscrapers. At the Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman fan, signing a giant crowd of fans was already there. Everyone was screaming their heads off. Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman, I love you, a Sour and Spicy Noodle. Hiding in the crowd was Dong Hai rocking a cringy Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman crown and holding a sign that said, I love you the most. With a wicked grin, he thought, today, I'm gonna play the part of his biggest fan to get close to Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman. But before he could get too cocky, someone in the crowd totally stomped on his foot, making him yelp. Ah, you're on my foot and hey, not the hair. Just then, the MC's voice blasted from the stage. Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman is ready, but I gotta know, are you all ready? Firing back at the MC, the whole crowd roared in unison. We're ready! Hearing that the MC got the crowd even more hyped, can I get a little more noise from you guys? At that, everyone down below threw their hands up and screamed their heads off. Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman, I love you, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman, I love you, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman, I love you. And boom, confetti cannons just exploded in a blast of color. Then the super cool silhouette of Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman appeared, dropping his iconic catchphrase, everyone is safe now, as the crowd below was totally glued to him, watching him kneel on stage and continue. All danger has been crushed right here in my fist. The second he shot up and threw his fist to the sky, the crowd below went absolutely nuts, screaming, down where Dong Hai was. Some super hyped fan next to him started shoving, making him grumble, hey dude, don't push. But then a wave from the crowd slammed into him from behind, sending him stumbling forward, right towards the stage landing at the hero's feet. While he was still totally out of it and trying to figure out what just happened, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman swooped in and pulled him up on stage in like a flash, making his eyes basically pop out of his head. And the next thing he knew, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman's face was inches from his flashing a super friendly smile and saying, whoa there, be careful, I've got you. Right then, Dong Hai's inner actor totally took over. His eyes suddenly went all sparkly as he looked up at the hero and replied, my bad, I was just being clumsy. He then stood up straight, shook the hero's hand and was like, thanks man, I'm Dong Hai. In return, Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman was just like, what's up, seeing him do the right thing. The crowd below fell for him even harder, gushing like crazy. Sour and Spicy Noodle is so good to his fans. Ugh, I'm so jelly of that guy. But that handshake, it was anything but simple. As he held out his hand, a crazy surge of power started to build. All of a sudden, Dong Hai's face turned straight up evil as he said, hello Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman. I'm your #1 fan. In the massive auditorium, the place was basically empty. The woman in purple with Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman complained, this stupid fan meet is finally over. You killed it out there, boss. They walked out to the waiting 16-seater van, and he stuffed his hands in his pockets saying, tiring you have no idea. Shaking all those hands is so gross and draining. Quick, get me the sanitizer and a wipe. And sitting in the van, Spicy Superman ordered, you go get some food. I'm gonna try to catch some Z's in here. I've gotta film another show tonight. Hearing that, she replied, yes sir. You sure you can handle all that, boss? He slammed the door shut and griped, doesn't matter if I can, I have to. And make sure my schedule is wide open next week. I want to celebrate my daughter's birthday. Outside, the woman in purple waved and said, okay, boss, I'm gonna go grab a bite. Inside the van, he scowled, muttering to himself, the debt I'm in is insane. I seriously need to make a boatload of cash to get out of this mess. Maybe I should try my luck with just one more bet. Then he ran his hands through his hair, totally stressed. And no, I can't get sucked back into gambling ever again. All of a sudden, Dong Hai, rocking his rooster mask from the seat behind him, asked, isn't it exhausting living like that? Spicy Superman totally jumped, turning his head and breaking out in a cold sweat. You're Rooster, the guy who fought Demon Dragon. How the heck did you get in here? Dong Hai remembered how he'd slipped an ability beat into the guy's palm when they shook hands earlier and thought, you've got my ability beat inside you, so duh, I could totally sense it and find you. Out loud, he just told him, chill out. I'm just here to ask you a couple of questions. Hearing this, Spicy Superman was secretly freaking out. This dude can go toe-to-toe with A-listers like Demon Dragon and the Wandering Swordsman. I have like 0 chance against him. I'd better just play along. Then he said, look, just because Demon Dragon and I are from the same company, it doesn't mean we're on the same team. So don't drag me into this. Sitting behind him, Dong Hai replied, you're getting way ahead of yourself. This is about something that only you would know. First, look into my eyes. And just like that, Dong Hai unleashed his puppet control skill, making Spicy Superman's mind go completely blank. In a pitch-black void, Dong Hai wondered, whoa, is this Spicy Superman's headspace? He looked at the frames floating all around each one, showing a different scene. Then Dong Hai realized, these are all his old memories, so where the heck is the one about the blue pill? Suddenly, some guy with a totally blurred-out face holding a blue pill popped up in one of the frames. Seeing it, Dong Hai was like, whoa. He stared hard, thinking, is that the blue pill? Who even is that guy? In that memory, the dude handed Spicy Superman the blue pill and said, take this and you'll get a major power-up like super fast. Your career will totally blow up and you'll be able to pay off all your debts and finally go home. Hearing that, he totally lunged for it, yelling, for real, then hurry up and give it to me. But the mystery dude held the pill up high and was like, not so fast, you gotta trade some info for it. Spicy Superman started sweating bullets, asking, what info? The mystery guy replied, the dirt on a secret group of heroes. In the flashback, Spicy Superman started dishing that spotty dog hero. His personal life is a total disaster. Oh, and the kung fu hero, he's got a secret kid on the side. Duang Hai was just floored by this. He watched the scene thinking, so hero gossip is the currency he's dealing in. You can trade secrets like that for one of those blue pills were there other deals. Then Duang Hai reached out and touched another memory shard. He muttered, this definitely wasn't a one-time thing. There was a second time, a third, and even a fourth. In another memory, the shadowy figure asked, I've been hearing things about a new power user named Rooster who just popped up. Instantly, Spicy Superman was like, yes, he didn't just mess with our chairman's son, he totally wrecked both Demon Dragon and that Wandering Swordsman dude. Hearing this, the mystery man pushed for more. Do you know any secrets about his powers, spill everything? In a blue car down in the parking garage, the mystery man demanded, tell me everything you know about Rooster. But Spicy Superman was freaking out, stammering, I only know that he can cancel out other people's powers, but he's never shown his face. So I have no clue what he looks like. Hearing this, the mystery guy stroked his chin and said, he can shut down powers without even showing his face. Interesting. After that, he tossed Spicy Superman a whole bag of blue pills. Then the guy turned, slid his hands in his pockets as he walked away and ordered, dig up more info like this, and then come find me. Spicy Superman immediately replied, you got it. Duang Hai stood there with his arms crossed, taking in all the memories and analyzed, it looks like the people behind these blue pills have found the perfect way to prey on the weaknesses of power users. Then they used the blue pills to basically own and control them. He then wondered, they're pulling the strings on so many heroes from the shadows. What's their endgame? Suddenly, Spicy Superman snapped out of his trance and yelled, huh! He whipped his head around to look at the back seat, wondering, wait, where'd he go? A bit later, in a house that was pitch black, someone grumbled, why isn't Godfather back yet? Lu Yuan was waving his arms around like a maniac, complaining, I'm about to get eaten alive by mosquitoes out here. Suddenly, a voice from someone floating behind him asked, what was that you were just saying? It totally spooked Lu Yuan, who then ran over all excited, yelling, Godfather, you're here, I've been waiting forever. Then Lu Yuan opened up a box, which had 3 bluish-purple pills inside and bragged, Godfather, I totally took down the 9-tailed fox and finally swiped these from Leon Yang. Staring at the round bluish-purple pills, Duang Hai thought, the color and texture look a lot like the ones in Spicy Superman's memory. They're probably the same kind of sketchy drug. Lu Yuan suddenly asked, just for these? Liang actually iced a guy for them. Do these pills have some kind of messed up side effects? Duang Hai just waved a hand and explained, for a taste of power and fame, these so-called heroes will do literally anything. Why would they give a crap about a few little side effects? Hearing that, Lu Yuan yelled angrily, yeah, Godfather is 100% right. People like that don't deserve to be called heroes. Then Duang Hai asked, so in your opinion, what should a real hero be doing? Hearing the question, Lu Yuan scrunched his brow, thinking hard. Hold on, is this a test about me carrying on the organization's mission? Then he put a hand on his chest and declared, I believe that with great power comes great responsibility. A hero should be saving humanity, not selling out for power and fame. Seeing Lu Yuan act all dramatic, Duang Hai mentally facepalmed, thinking, yeah, okay, the dude who first said that is 6 feet under. You just ripped that line straight from a movie? Didn't you? Then he tossed him a test tube with some red liquid in it, saying, you killed it on the mission. With this and some cash from the org, you can trade up for a D rank ability potion. Taking it, he looked super bummed out. What, it's only D rank? Then Duang Hai reminded him, you gotta level up step by step. You can't just get greedy for a quick boost, if you don't want it. Then forget about it. Hearing that, Liu Yuan quickly spun around and hid the vial, sucking up with, of course I want it. Thank you, Godfather. This color is so awesome. He then chugged the whole thing down. Wiping his mouth, Liu Yuan said, why does this taste like ketchup? Meanwhile, Duang Hai thought to himself, Juxian already dropped 2 E-rank ability beads in there. But out loud he just said, it's probably just your imagination. Then he opened his palm using his powers to check out the 2 round purplish pink pills. A system window popped up. Ability rank, D rank name, werewolf power. Effect not triggered by moonlight allows you to freely change into a D rank werewolf. Lu Yuan suddenly grabbed his head, confused. That's weird. How come I'm not transforming this time? Hearing this, Duang Hai turned his head and thought, well duh, the ability bead hasn't been activated, so of course he can't transform yet. Then he cracked his knuckles with a smirk and said, hey, maybe it just hasn't absorbed all the way yet. It needs a little kickstart. Liu Yuan slowly turned his head, looking totally exhausted. Godfather, what are you about to do? And then bam, Duang Hai decked him right in the face. Then he said, just suck it up for a bit, it'll make you stronger. Godfather had to be the bad guy. Liu Yuan couldn't even dodge and took the hit full on. Blood was literally streaming from his nose as he cried. Ow, ow, dude, that seriously hurts so much. Then his screams just echoed through the dead silent night. It hurts, Godfather, give me a break. Ugh, not the face. A tail started wagging like crazy in the air, and a super happy voice yelled, Godfather, my power totally leveled up for real. I feel way stronger than last time. Duang Hai just stared at him and said, try to absorb that power for a sec. At that moment, Liu Yuan, still in his full-on werewolf form under the moonlight, turned his head and was like, "Isn't it kinda exhausting staying transformed like this?" Hearing that, he switched back to his human form and replied, "I'm back to normal, Godfather." Duang Hai just nodded. "Keep digging for info on that blue pill. The supes who've taken it are emotionally all over the place, so you gotta be careful." While he was putting his shirt back on, Liu Yuan was like, "Got it. Thanks for looking out, Godfather." Then Duang Hai kept going with the instructions. "There's also a second mission. I want you to dig up dirt on any of the so-called heroes who have dark secrets." Hearing this, Liu Yuan asked, all curious, "Why is the organization trying to recruit new people or something?" But Duang Hai shut him down. "Nah, our organization isn't some club anyone can just join. These heroes, they're just raw materials." Liu Yuan was totally shocked by that and asked, "Raw materials? You mean the organization just jacks their ability factors?" Yang Shi flew up and explained, "Bruh, where do you think ability potions come from? Just do a good job and try to snag more materials for your own C rank." Left by himself, Liu Yuan threw his arms up, all frustrated, took a bow and grumbled, "I've been grinding all day and I'm still just barely a C rank." Then he snapped to attention and gave a military salute and declared, "Okay, boss, I guarantee I'll get this mission done." Time totally flew by. Over at a beach with the waves rolling in, Yang Shi was cruising on his flightboard across the ocean. He pulled off his mask and said, "A deserted beach at night is the perfect vibe for training the Snow Maiden's powers." Right then, Yang Shi summoned a golden magic circle in midair and called out, "Snow Maiden." The next thing you know, the little girl appeared and zipped toward him, yelling happily, "Master Little Snow missed you so much." This made him start sweating as he tried to stop her. "Whoa, hey, you're turning me to ice." He dropped to one knee, pointed, and reminded her, "Little Snow, it's training time. You need to practice with me." Hearing this, the little girl's eyes got super wide and serious, but Little Snow doesn't want to hurt Master. At that, he just looked at her like she was crazy and said, "You're still just a C-rank summon. You can't hurt me." So then she stood on a rock out in the water, looked at Yang Shi on the shore, and yelled, "All right, Little Snow is coming at you now." From his spot, he just chuckled and said, "Bring it on. Hit me with everything you've got." At the same time, the Snow Maiden started making ice under her feet. But then a weird portal suddenly ripped open right behind her. Seeing it, a surprised Yang Shi was like, "Whoa, what is that?" Then, a purple three-fingered hand reached out from the portal. A totally ripped frog-looking creature leapt out. At the same time, the system announced, "Training Mana Beast Frogman." Description: a humanoid mana beast that's obsessed with muscle training and has some insane close combat skills. Rating D rank. Seeing its stats, Yang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. An invading mana beast. Good thing it's only D rank. But like the second he said that, a white keelin also burst out of the portal. The system announced, "Mana Beast Wave Treading Dragon Horse." Description: a water-type mana beast that's a pro at running on water. Rating D rank. Yang Shi immediately screamed a warning, "Little Snow behind you." At that moment, the two mana beasts rushed at the Snow Maiden. She spun around her face, a mask of total disbelief. Then bam, the frog dude sent her flying with a massive hit. Seeing it all go down, a furious Yang Shi yelled, "No way," and instantly hopped on his flightboard to get over there. But then this insane flash of light just exploded out of nowhere, leaving Yang Shi completely stunned. He hit the brakes and was like, "Whoa, so bright, what the heck is going on?" The ocean below had frozen over into solid crystal. At the same time, the Snow Maiden had totally transformed into a full-grown woman. She looked down completely, ticked off, and was like, "You trying to get yourself deleted?" Under the creepy quiet night sky, a sliver of moon was shining down. From a crater in the ground, the frog dude crawled its way out. It stared at the Snow Maiden and let out this super creepy laugh. Heh heh. Seeing that, she just snapped, "You disgusting slimy frog." From the sidelines, Yang Shi just went, Little Snow, you kinda had a glow-up." The Snow Maiden shot back, "This is my combat mode." His eyes were immediately glued to her. Impressive assets. Then he kinda glanced down at her legs. Yang Shi blushed and coughed. Ahem, yeah, definitely powerful. The Snow Maiden then blasted a bunch of super sharp ice shards forward, nailing the frog dude and freezing him solid while his eyes were still like little hearts. Seeing that, Yang Shi had to ask, "Is it toast?" But the Snow Maiden was like, "Nah, but it was a close one." Suddenly it jumped up, shattering the ice with a massive croak. Instantly, Yang Shi pointed his finger down and activated his Earthland skill. He fired his attack at the creature, but the frog dude dodged it, then started jumping around all over the place. From the side, Yang Shi yelled, "Little Snow, lock it down!" She immediately shot an ice arrow, yelling, "You got it, master!" A second later, 4 ice lances shot through the frog dude's arms and legs, pinning it to the ground as it screamed in pain. At the same time, Yang Shi pointed his finger and called out, "Void General!" A whole storm of light beams slammed into the frog dude, setting off this huge explosion of rock and dirt. Yang Shi touched down. He put his hand on the frog dude's body to use his extraction skill. Just then, the system pinged, "Rank ability acquired." Name, training. Description: lets the user get stronger and stronger by just training. At its max, it can break past species limits by 5 times, forcing a breakthrough to a higher level. You won't be able to keep it up for long. Landing next to Yang Shi, the Snow Maiden said, "Master." but he was looking somewhere else, saying, I think we missed something. Staring at the empty spot, he was like, so where'd the horse go? The Snow Maiden looked around too, then gazed over at the city lights and said, I can feel it. It's in the city. Hearing that, Young Shi turned and said, all right, let's go get it, little Snow. But then the Snow Maiden started acting super weird. She grabbed her face and screamed, I literally just got to come out. And you're already trying to take my body back? That is so not fair. Seeing her freak out, a worried Young Shi asked, whoa, little Snow, you okay? She was sweating and yelled, Master, my name is Ling Wine, not that little country hick little Snow. Then she just grabbed Young Shi by his shirt and screamed, you are so annoying, don't think you're getting your way. I'm the one you'll have to deal with. Then she leaned in to kiss him, making him totally freak out. Huh. But then poof, the Snow Maiden was back in her kid form. Seeing this, he was just confused. Oh. Young Shi then picked the little girl up, sat down and was like, okay, for real, you're little Snow, right? Young Shi crouched down to get a better look at her. The little girl said, Master, I think the other me just sent you flying. He patted her head and asked, do you remember any of that? The Snow Maiden blinked and was like, I don't really remember anything. Weren't we just like sparring? Hearing that, Yang Shi thought about her two forms and was like, so the Snow Maiden has a battle mode and a regular mode. Are they like two totally different people? And it seems like neither one remembers what the other one does. Suddenly, the little girl threw her arms wide and squealed, Yay, Master patted my head, I've always wanted you to hold me. Seeing this, Yang Shi just stared totally baffled and sighed. The one thing they both have in common is they're both obsessed with me. A second later, the Snow Maiden's head started to droop as she said, what are you talking about? Master Little Snow is getting super sleepy. He held her up and asked, sleepy. You should probably go back and get some rest. The Snow Maiden let out a huge yawn and lifted, her hand making a golden magic circle appear. Bye-bye, Master. Little Snow will miss you forever and ever. Yang Shi watched the little girl vanish into the glowing circle. He then looked over at the city and muttered, that creature! I knew it! Someone's pulling the strings here! Meanwhile, somewhere else on the coast, Liu Yuan was cruising in his red convertible singing his heart out. I'm a wolf running free on the plains. Then he saw something weird out on the water and squinted, totally confused. Whoa, what in the world is that? Just then, the white Kirin was literally sprinting across the top of the ocean, its eyes glowing bright red. Seeing it, Liu Yuan slammed on the brakes, yelling, holy crap! Nearby, a bunch of kids were having a bonfire on the beach. Realizing they were right in the Kirin's path, Liu Yuan waved his arms like crazy and screamed, you guys are idiots! There's a mana beast coming! Are you seriously just gonna stand there and eat hay? Down on the beach. A girl looked up all confused and was like, whoa guys, check it out. Some dude on the road is waving at us. But this blonde guy just scoffed. So probably some street racer trying to show off. What a total poser. The blue-haired girl tried to listen like, hold up, I think he's yelling something. Behind you there's a mana beast, run. And just like that, the other three whipped around, saw it, and totally freaked. What In that exact second, the Keen monster stormed the beach. Seeing the total chaos, Liu Yuan nervously scratched his head, sweating bullets. Crap, what am I supposed to do? Do I just jump in and save them? Down below the crowd was a screaming mess of panic. Not even hesitating for a second, Liu Yuan bolted forward, shouting, I'm not the type to get into other people's business. Out in the water, the blue-haired girl was flailing, screaming, somebody help me! All of a sudden, a chubby hand snatched her wrist and yanked her up. Seeing who it was, she cried out, Fatty! He shoved a piece of wood at her, saying, grab this log. She took one end and pleaded, Fatty, quick, get on! But he shook his head. Lulu, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. But before he could even finish, the Keelan chomped down on his arm and ripped his whole body out of the water. Watching this, Lulu's eyes welled up with tears as she screamed in pure terror, Fatty! A horrifying scream echoed across the water, and then they were just gone. Liu Yuan swam over to Lulu, who was desperately hanging onto the huge log, and waved her over. Quick, get over here, I'll get you to the shore. She just broke down crying, begging Fatty it dragged him under, please. You gotta save him. Hearing her, Liu Yuan reached out to pull her up, yelling, once I get you somewhere safe, I'll go back for him. Now hurry, that mana beast could be back any second. She scrambled over and held onto him for dear life, totally freaking out. Liu Yuan scooped Lulu up and started running for the shore, muttering to himself, geez, she looks so thin, but she weighs a ton. Out of nowhere, a news chopper flew in overhead. In the open doorway, there were two people, a guy and a girl. The dude was holding a camera. The blonde reporter looked down and started her frantic broadcast. We're coming to you live. We just got word that a mutant beast and some insane waves have hit the coast. We're trying to get a look at the damage now. She glanced down at the beach and saw Liu Yuan carrying Lulu, commenting, it looks like those two kids just barely made it out alive after that close call. All of a sudden, someone recognized Liu Yuan and screamed, hey look, it's young Master Liu, that famous internet rich kid. He's seriously risking his neck just to look good for some girl. Meanwhile, in some high-rise apartment, a guy named Malong was lying on an exercise mat, grumbling, that ice-piercing brave guy has been hanging out with my dad at the Hero Association lately. Nearby, the Wandering Swordsman jogging on a treadmill teased him, do I smell a hint of jealousy? Feeling like Lee Shanyang is stealing your spot? Malong just rolled his eyes and scoffed. Me jealous of him, poof please. If you've got time to run your mouth, you could be helping me level up faster. Suddenly, the Wandering Swordsman panicked, shouting, Malong, quick! Check the live stream. There's a mutant beast at the beach and your little brother is right there. They both looked up at the TV to see what was happening. Malong asked, full of doubt, Am I tripping or something? That kid should be so scared he's peeing his pants. He wouldn't even be able to run. He's still there. But on the screen, Lu Yuan was actually carrying a girl and booking it with a long mei right on their tail. Seeing it, he yelled in total shock. No way, how is this happening? Meanwhile, the news reporter was screaming into her mic. The mutant beast is right behind them. We need superheroes on the scene now. Back at his place, a frantic Malong grabbed the TV and yelled, Lu Yuan, what are you doing trying to be a hero? Just drop the girl and save your own skin. You're running out of time. Down on the beach, the beast was still chasing them, but Lu Yuan absolutely refused to leave the girl behind. He glanced over his shoulder, trying to figure out a plan. Seeing this, the Wandering Swordsman just closed his eyes and sighed. It's over. Malong, meanwhile, was grinding his teeth in frustration, muttering, Lu Yuan, my stupid little brother. All of a sudden, the Wandering Swordsman shouted in disbelief, Wait, Malong, your brother has a transformation ability too. Just then, Lu Yuan had morphed into a wolf, carrying the girl and sprinting like crazy. Staring at the screen, Malong was completely stunned, asking in total disbelief, My little brother has a transformation ability. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan landed hard on the ground with the girl, the impact cracking the earth under them. As for Lulu, she was blushing, thinking in total awe, a superhero. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, hit a ridiculous bodybuilder pose and said, Don't go falling for me. I'm just a legend. Then he charged back toward the mutant beast, roaring, A real man's gotta take out the monster. A little while later, on a nearby mountain peak, Yang Shi, chilling on his board, looked down at Fatty lying on the ground and said, Good thing I got here when I did. This could have been a real tragedy. Then Yang Shi glanced down at the beach and said, And next up! He had taken off his mask now. He muttered to himself as sharp spikes of rock floated around him. Let's see how my adopted son is handling his fight. Down below, Lu Yuan was chasing the Long Ma beast, totally taunting it. Watch your back, dude. The thing tries to kick Lu Yuan with its back legs. But Lu Yuan's like way ahead of it. He grabs its leg, his eyes get all intense, and he's like, Haha, totally fell for it. Get ready for this. So Lu Yuan just grabs its leg and like asterisk slams asterisk it into the ocean. Then he starts swinging it around his head faster and faster. Finally, he yeets the Longma like he's in the Olympics or something. It lets out this crazy shriek as it splashes down way out in the water. Seeing his success, Lu Yuan gets this super smug look, thinking, Yes, I'm not some rando who just freaks out and waits for a hero to save them anymore. Lu Yuan throws his hands up, stomps his foot, and just screams, Let's go! I'm totally gonna be stronger than my big bro and my dad and become an S-rank hero for real. Watching from the top of the mountain, Yangi is just like, my adopted kid is actually kinda impressive. Didn't see that coming. A little later, Lulu's whole crew shows up. Io runs up all worried like, Lulu, are you okay? I was seriously freaking out. Then Hua Hua asks, Lulu, where's Fatty? She answers all proud. Fatty got yeeted into the ocean by that thing. He was protecting me. Hearing that her two friends totally lose it, sweating and screaming, he what? Lulu just points out to the ocean and goes, But that hero dude over there promised he'd save Fatty for me. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's just standing on the water, super confused. Hold up. What's happening? Then out of nowhere, a whirlpool starts swirling right under him. Lu Yuan's totally freaking out. Oh crap, I'm stuck. Just then, the Longma beast charges, lets out this massive roar, and stabs Lu Yuan right in the back with its horn. He just screams. Then the Longma just flings him through the air. He lands with a huge explosion right next to these two guys who were just watching everything go down. A news chopper sees it and flies in closer to where Lu Yuan is trying to sit up. The reporter is on the air, totally shocked. Young Master Lu's back is seriously messed up with that crazy hit he took to the chest earlier. He's in a really bad spot right now. Back at Malong's place, he's strapping on some kind of power pack and getting ready to bounce. The Wandering Swordsman sees him and is like, You're going over there, aren't you? I'm worried about the kid. You're in charge of the company. Then Malong just blasts off into the sky looking super serious. Back at the beach, Lu Yuan is glaring, totally ticked off, muttering, Freaking heck, that hurts so bad. All of a sudden, the Longma Beast's eyes start glowing green and it charges right at him. He thinks, totally panicked. Oh crap, here it comes again. Lu Yuan just spreads his arms, bracing for the monster's water tornado thing that's rushing him. From the chopper, the news lady is yelling, This is not good. That mutant beast is going all out. Lu Yuan gets sucked into the vortex, screaming his head off. He's thinking, I can't breathe. For real, I'm about to get ripped in two. But then he sees someone standing on a mountain way off in the distance, and he's like, Who is that? Then, as he's literally fighting for his life inside this crazy vortex, he yells, Adopted dad asterisk gurgle asterisk help me. Just floating there completely helpless in the swirling water. Lu Yuan screams again, Adopted dad, save me. Down below, the crowd is totally freaking out. Yo, Lu got sucked in, is he gonna, Seeing the whole thing, a terrified Lulu squeezes her eyes shut and whispers, Hero, please be okay. Then bam, Yang Shi just flies right by and everyone's like completely stunned. Whoa, the hero's here, he's gonna save him. Recognizing him, someone yells, It's the Great Rooster. The news chopper spots him too, and the reporter is losing her mind. Oh my gosh, it's that mysterious rooster guy from the news a while back. He's back. Meanwhile, young Shi is just looking at Lu Yuan spinning around in the vortex thinking, you showing off your powers like that? You actually did me a solid. He lifts his hand, the sick green energy starts glowing, and he thinks, all right, let's see if that crew behind the blue pill comes after you now. Kinda can't wait, to be honest. Then this random bent iron bar next to some guy in the crowd starts shaking, which totally freaks the guy out. Young Shi lifts his hand and all these sharp iron rods start floating. The Longma beast sees it and looks so confused. Young Shi just scoffs. You're a pathetic little monster. This is a joke. Then Yang Shi just sends the iron rods flying down. Instantly, like 3 of them stab right into the Longma beast, and it lets out this horrible cry. Right then, the vortex around Lu Yuan just disappears. The news reporter is completely floored, shouting, oh my gosh, the mysterious rooster man just one-shotted the mutant beast. Then he swoops in on his board to catch Lu Yuan as he's falling, who turns back into his normal self. Yang Shi lands on the water right next to the dead monster and says, this is what you get for being a menace. Now give me that ability bead. He uses his power-stealing skill at the same time, and the Longma's ability bead just pops right out. A system message flashes, ability stolen, high-tier wave rider. Description, lets you move freely on water and use water attacks. Evaluation. Pretty sweet for like washing stuff. Super handy. After that, he looks over at Lu Yuan, who's still knocked out, and says, since you basically put a giant spotlight on yourself for that blue pill crew, I'll let you have the glory for this one, my adopted son. A long time after that. As young Shi flies off, Lulu just looks up totally confused. Huh? Then she sees Lu Yuan and Fatty on the ground, and all their cuts are taken care of. She thinks totally shocked, whoa, they got patched up that fast. That's awesome. They're probably safe now. All of a sudden, Lu Yuan shoots up and yells, oh, that hurts like crazy. Where am I? Lulo threw her arms around him and said, OMG, this is amazing. You and Fatty are okay. Asterisk sobs, asterisk. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's face got all red and he squinted, replying, it'd be perfect if my name wasn't hung, but whatever, small detail. Whoa, easy there, beautiful. Don't squeeze so hard. You're like right on my wound. Just then, all the nosy people started crowding around. Liu Yuan, what happened? You're totally different. Didn't everyone online say you were just some useless rich kid? He then pointed a thumb at himself, looking all smug. Ha, that was all just an act. I, Liu Yuan, am gonna be a legit hero, a protector of all humanity. Then he glanced in the direction young Shi flew off and thought, thanks for saving my life, whoever you are. I swear I'll find a way to pay you back. Suddenly, someone in the crowd piped up, yeah, for real. Day-K is the one who's actually strong. He bounced right after taking out that monster. Before he even finished, a guy came up from behind and tapped his shoulder, making him snap, yeah, what do you want? Meanwhile, Liu Yuan heard his buddy yell and whipped around worried, reaching out. The man said with a dead serious face, Liu Yuan, you violated the superhuman law. You need to come with me to the Hero Association. A bunch of people gathered around, totally sweating. Who is that guy? Did you see the Hero Association logo on his gear? Watching Bang Jik and Han get in Liu Yuan's face, they started whispering. He's from the Hero Association. They're always sticking their noses where they don't belong, but you gotta admit they don't miss a thing. His name's Bang Jik Han, and he's known for using justice as an excuse to do some seriously shady stuff. Liu Yuan shot back, dude, I was just trying to save people. The man scowled and held up a hand to shut him up. I don't care what your reason was, you're not allowed to use your powers in public. That's illegal. Now you're coming with me. Just then a voice cut Bang Jik Han off, making him jump. The Kun Financial Group will handle this. I'd like to see who's got the nerve to take my little brother in for questioning. Seeing the guy in the purple suit just floating there, everyone started freaking out. It's Malong, the A-rank hero Malong. Seeing his older brother Liu Yuan started sweating and asked, bro, what are you doing here? Malong, looking both mad and worried, said, looks like that werewolf's healing factor is no joke. Your wounds are already gone, Liu Yuan. Try not to be so reckless next time, okay? Hearing that, Liu Yuan just turned his head away and pouted. I get it, okay, you're such a nag. As for Bang Jik Han, he just stormed off, but not before throwing out a threat. If that's how you want to play it, I hope your company has a real good explanation for the Hero Association. Otherwise, this is gonna get ugly. Meanwhile, Ma Long watched his little brother pouting with his hands on his hips and thought Liu Yuan never had any powers before. How did he just suddenly become a superhuman? Time kinda flew by. One sunny morning, light was pouring into Young Shi's house. He was just sitting there, totally zoned out, with a towel around his waist and drying his hair with another one. Then Young Shi pulled out a power orb and muttered, a water elemental power. I've already got a few elemental types. He thought about his powers, Raging Fire, Plasma Metal Control, and Title Master, and started doing the math in his head. Yo, if I could collect all the elemental powers and mash them together, that would be insane. Then Young Shi leaned back on the couch to think it over. Phew, you don't realize how OP these abilities are until you use a bunch of them. Maybe I should hunt down a healing type power. It might be able to fix you up. But where am I supposed to find info on a superhuman with healing powers? He looked up at the ceiling, cooking up a plan. For now, I guess my only move is to low-key possess Sour and Spicy Superman and see what I can find out. Putting his plan into action, Yang Shi closed his eyes and fired up his puppet control skill. At that exact same moment on some random tree-lined street, Sour and Spicy Superman was just strolling along with his hands in his pockets humming. All of a sudden, his body jerked and he yelled as his head snapped back. A second later, Yang-Shi was seeing everything through his eyes. He, as in Yang-Shi, raised a hand and noted, "The limbs are responding. Grips a little light. The puppet control spirit possession was a total success." Then he waved a hand at a railing nearby. "A metal control go!" He frowned, realizing, "Damn, looks like the power orbs are still in my real body. They didn't come along for the ride." Suddenly, he heard people arguing nearby. "Senior, I'm not going with you. If you try to pull something, don't blame me for what happens next." Sour and Spicy Superman was totally eavesdropping, hiding behind a big tree. He peeked out and saw this dude with green hair grabbing a crying girl's wrist, threatening her with a slimy smirk. "What happens next? Don't get it twisted. Now that you're an intern at our Divine Dragon Hero Financial Group, you gotta play by the company's rules." Then the creep gave her this disgusting smirk. "Come on, what girl around here doesn't use her looks to get ahead you either? Play ball with me or you play ball with the boss. He's an A-rank hero and runs the Shanda organization." As he said it, he started lifting her skirt, being a total pig. "He's got a healing ability, you know. He can help you loosen up a bit." Hearing that, Sour and Spicy Superman's mind raced. A healing ability? The universe is seriously on my side. Then out of nowhere, the green-haired creep ripped the girl's shirt. Totally freaking out, she slammed her eyes shut and screamed, "Get away from me, I don't want it!" Then bam, out of nowhere, green-haired dude goes flying, screaming his head off, while the girl just crumpled to the ground, totally dazed. Green hair crashed into some bushes and popped his head out, roaring, "Who the heck was that who kicked me?" And right there was Sour and Spicy Superman, looking epic. His fists were clenched, glowing with this crazy intense vibe as he growled, "I'm pretty much justice in the flesh sent here to wreck your day." The green-haired guy pointed a finger and yelled, "Sour and Spicy Superman, who do you think you are? This is none of your business." But our hero just helped the girl up and said, "Yo, what if you had the sister or a daughter being forced into this kind of deal? How would you feel then?" The green-haired creep just got this slimy player-like smirk and sneered, "Please, she's been a nobody intern here for ages. Don't let the act fool you. Deep down, she's been dying for a chance like this." Hearing that, the girl with tears in her eyes spun around and shot back, "That's a lie, I never—" But Sour and Spicy Superman cut in, "Hey, you need to think this through. Once you go down this road, there's no coming back. What happened to your dream of being a hero? Is this really what you wanted?" His words totally hit her. She lifted her head, looking all fired up. "I get it now. Thank you for saving me, Sour and Spicy Superman. You're a real one." Green hair was just watching them, scowling like a baby. Then she turned to him, sneered, and said, "You're a disgusting creep." That made him totally lose it. "You little—" And with that, the girl just walked off, leaving the two dudes to face off. The green-haired guy stared down Sour and Spicy Superman, thinking, okay, so the word on the street is this guy needs to eat some sour and spicy powder to power up. The power-up only lasts for like 15 minutes. But where's he gonna get any powder right now? Figuring he had it all worked out, he balled up his fists and taunted, "Hump, you country bumpkin. You just cost me big time. Got any clue what happens to people who stick their nose where it doesn't belong?" Totally unbothered, Sour and Spicy Superman just crossed his arms and was like, "Oh yeah, and what's that?" All of a sudden, green hair charged, sneering, "They get absolutely wrecked by me. Cool as a cucumber." Sour and Spicy Superman popped an orange pill in his mouth with this wicked grin. "Really?" Then he yelled, "Sour and Spicy Powder transform." The green-haired dude just stared like, "What?" In that split second, Sour and Spicy Superman landed a solid punch right in his gut, making him go all pale and gag. The hit sent him spinning through the air and smashing into some trees on the side of the road. But then Sour and Spicy Superman kind of paused, confused, like, "Huh?" From the bushes, the guy taunted, "Heh, I almost forgot you could pull a power-up out of thin air like that. But I know you've only got 15 minutes of that juice. When your time's up, I'm gonna come out and mess you up so bad, you'll be crying for your mama." Hearing this, Sour and Spicy Superman was like, 15 minutes. Meanwhile, back home, Yang-Shi was thinking, okay, so the power orbs can't like travel with my spirit, but they're still juicing up my spiritual power, which is totally connected to my spirit body. After grabbing so many of these orbs, my spiritual power is insanely strong now. And how long an ability lasts is all about your spiritual power. That's why the OG Sour and Spicy powder only worked for 15 minutes. Feeling the body just radiating this blazing yellow energy, Yang-Shi figured the original guy had like zero fine control over his power. He just went full-on beast mode until he was gassed, but I can use my spiritual power to manage the output using just a few seconds of juice at a time instead of blowing it all at once. Thinking back to when he decked the green-haired dude, he analyzed, "At this rate, I can totally more than double the time I stay transformed and keep it going." Then Sour and Spicy Superman just stared ahead with this super intimidating look and let out a dark laugh. He used this radar sense thing to pinpoint exactly where green hair was hiding. Then Sour and Spicy Superman leaped up yelling, "I can't stand cowards who just go and hide." As he got dragged out of the bushes by his collar, the green-haired guy asked in total shock, "How did you find me, dang it? Are you for real just a B-rank hero?" Hearing that, Sour and Spicy Superman just played it cool and bluffed. "You probably didn't know, but I've been holding back my real power this whole time." At that, green hair's face went completely white with fear. And he started begging, okay, you win. Just let me go and I'll get the Divine Dragon Company to hook you up with some cash. Hoisting him up by the collar, sour and spicy Superman said, you say that like you're not gonna come right back and start trouble again. Then he added with a grin, but you did just give me an idea. His words made the green-haired dude break out in a cold sweat. Wait, what are you gonna do? Asterisk, wait. Is he grabbing his own butt? Don't tell me he's into that dot asterisk. Then spicy Superman scratches his chin and lets out this totally hyped chuckle. The Mohawk punk still dangling by his collar goes ghost white with fear. Dude, no boss, whatever you're thinking, we can talk about it. Don't do this. Yang Shi, who was pulling the strings, was totally geeking out as he came up with a plan. This is the perfect way to teach this slimeball a lesson and make sure he never messes with spicy Superman again. He immediately grabbed the Mohawk dude's leg and started dragging him into the bushes by the road, saying, come here, sweet cheeks. After that, you could just hear a bunch of struggling and someone yelling, please don't take my stuff, brave hero, have mercy. A long time later, spicy Superman is strolling down the street totally cracking up at his phone. Hey, with these pics, that creep won't even think about messing with the girls or me ever again. And on the screen, a super compromising photo of that Mohawk punk, who's like beet red and bawling his eyes out while doing this totally ridiculous marching pose. Then spicy Superman types out a note on the phone, new pics on this phone are locked, don't even try deleting them, Jungle Boy. And he's like muttering to himself, yeah, that should get the point across. Alright, I got what I needed. Time to peace out of this body. Then spicy Superman closes his eyes, dips his head a little, and you just hear Yang Hai's voice go, puppet control, terminate. Then boom, his eyes fly open, totally lost. Huh, what just happened? He glances around, super confused. Wait, I'm still in the garden. Did I just doze off or something? He checks his phone, furrows his brow, and reads the note. New pics on this phone are locked. Don't even try deleting them, Jungle Boy. He's like, what the heck kind of pics are these? And then he sees them. His face goes nuclear red and he lets out this blood-curdling scream. What in the actual heck is this? Anyway, time skip. Over at the Hero Association's Deerhorn City branch, you've got 3 dudes, 2 sitting, 1 standing in a super serious silent meeting around a desk. You've got the prez of the Deerhorn City Hero Association branch, Wee, with his hands clasped, staring straight ahead like he's trying to see the future. The armored war hero is also zoned out, and Vice President Wang Han is just a total stone wall. All of a sudden, Wee breaks the silence. The defense plan for the first quarter needs all of you on board. This is major, so we can't afford to mess it up. Yang Han adds, and with this plan, we'll show everyone we're the ones spearheading the counterattack against the Beast World. The other 2 guys totally light up at that. You can count on us. We'll give it our all for humanity. Heck yeah, when it's about wrecking beasts, we heroes never quit. Wu Shi just raises an eyebrow, thinking to himself. Asterisk. So the real reason we're here is to get each group to cough up 1 A-rank hero, to deal with the beast bodies and help lock down the 0-point zone. But really, he was thinking about another perk. Even though it was obviously risky, he knew that by being the first ones in, they were pretty much guaranteed to get paid. Big time. Plus, seeing how hyped everyone was, we secretly knew the real game changer was a piece of intel he had. It hinted that the Beast World might have gear or items that could seriously level up your powers. That was the real bait that got all the top heroes hooked. Even the Piercing Brave, who was standing right behind him, was totally drooling over the idea, which just made Uchi even more sure about this. For anyone with powers, being strong is everything, and having heavy hitters is what makes or breaks an organization. Meanwhile, Piercing Brave was totally lost in a fantasy about those power-up items. Asterisk, heh. Cut to back at Young Hai's place. A voice calls out, clone activate! And there he is, hands on his hips, staring at his literal twin, thinking, whoa, so that's how the clone thing works. Still super trippy looking at yourself. Then he's holding the metal control orb in one hand and the plasma orb in the other, like, how do I give these powers to this guy? So Yang Hai pictures the abilities as little cubes and starts calculating, okay, first I gotta nerf the metal control. To get plasma up to A rank, it's gonna need a B rank ability to back it up. Then he presses his palms together and this sick turquoise aura just flares up. At the same time, a system notification pops up. B rank ability, name Shadow Squad, power Shadow Clone, number of clones 3. In a fight, you can teleport swap with your clones. The clones can use weapons to throw down. Evaluation. Just 1 dude shy of a basketball team. Then Yang Hai just yeets the 2 ability orbs right into the clone. He holds up a hand to his double and declares, the original me is cocky and a total boss, so you're gonna be cold and ruthless. Then he hits him with a skill, change clothes. Instantly, the clone is rocking a white mask with a cool blue design over its left eye. Yang Hai gives it a sharp look and says, this mission to jack the Saint Leader's ability is all on you, Saint Bisha. A plane lands in Area 2 of Shao City and Yang Hai walks out of the arrivals gate. A little later, he's wheeling his suitcase down the street, just scoping the place out. Man, I totally wasn't ready for this heat. Just then, a taxi screeches to a halt right in front of him and he's like, huh. The blonde driver leans out, yo, passenger from Area 1 need a ride. Next thing you know, the car's flying down the street. Inside the cab, Yang Hai gets a text from Liu Yuan. Dad, I sent those files you wanted on the Saint Org member to your email. Hope the mission goes well. The driver catches his eye in the rear view and says, you know the biggest hustle in Shazu City is gambling. You should definitely check out the major casinos like Samba or Alabaz. They make sure you and your cash get back to your hotel in one piece. Then the guy twists his head practically all the way around and adds, "Hey kid, since you're a young, good-looking dude, I got another spot you might like." Hearing that, Young Hai asks, "Oh yeah, and where's that?" The driver just holds up a picture of some chick in a bikini chilling in a hot tub and replies, "Dreams of Paris. The girls there are super enthusiastic and the prices aren't too high." Hearing this, Young Hai thought unhappily, even this industry is thriving. Shao City really is a wild place. Arriving in front of a big yellow building, the driver announced, "Here we are, handsome, the Zeiting Hotel." He then stated the fare. "That'll be 500 W currency in total," which made Yan Hai suspicious. He glanced at the meter on the dashboard and thought, "That's 5 times what it should be." Then Young Hai stared grimly at the driver and asked, "Are you sure you're not mistaken about the fare?" The man raised an eyebrow and replied, "I'm not mistaken. The rest is a referral fee. Since it's your first time here, consider this your first lesson about Area 2, kiddo." The driver then pointed a gun at him and warned, "Between a few hundred yelling currency and your own life, I don't think there's much to hesitate about, right?" Seeing this, Yang Hai calmly said, "Of course there's no hesitation, but you're the one who needs to be taught a lesson." As he simultaneously activated his puppet control skill, a moment later, the taxi driver was carrying the luggage behind Yang Hai, who was standing at the reception desk. The receptionist said, "Sir, here's your room card. Please feel free to call the front desk if you need anything." Taking the room card, he replied, "Thank you," while the driver stood motionlessly behind him with a vacant expression. As they walked away, the two receptionists started to gossip. "I can't believe it! That gentleman actually got one of the savage local drivers to carry his luggage for him? He's really impressive," the redhead, reapplying her lipstick, daydreamed. "You're right. I wonder if he'd want to have dinner with me." Her colleague beside her broke into a nervous sweat. Time passed. Inside the elevator, Young Hai turned to the driver and said, "I have some business to attend to. You can leave after you've placed the luggage in my room. And remember, be a little more polite to people from Area 1 from now on." Hearing this, the driver replied, "As you command, master." The elevator chimed, arriving at the 37th floor. Young Hai looked at a photo on his phone and stepped out into the hallway. It contained information on a member of the Saint organization, a C-rank ability user, the masked wrestler currently located in room 441 on the 37th floor of the Zeiting Hotel. Then Young Hai used his disguise skill, transforming into the form of Saint Bisha. He stood in front of the room's door, then slipped underneath it like a shadow. Once inside, he reverted to his normal form. In the living room, he heard sounds coming from the bedroom. "Haha, come on over here!" The masked wrestler, shirtless with just a towel wrapped around his waist, was reaching for a girl in a pink bikini on the bed. "Come here, my little treat. Let me give you a hug." Suddenly, her gaze shifted past him, and her jaw dropped in shock. "Huh!" She then let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" As she saw black tentacles surging forward from behind the masked wrestler whipped his head around in horror to see the sharp tentacles lunging at him. "Who's there?" Elsewhere in the room, Young Hai was controlling the tentacles' assault. Seeing this, he grabbed his little treat and used her as a shield, yelling, "You useless woman! Block it for me now!" At the same time, the tentacles wrapped around both girls, hoisting them into the air. They screamed in terror, "Oh, that damn man! Cough, cough!" Then the whites of their eyes showed as they both passed out. Suddenly, the masked wrestler raised both fists, flexing like a weightlifter, and sneered, I don't care who you are. By giving me a chance to absorb this frightening power, you've sealed your own fate. Death is your only option." He then leapt into the air, swinging his fist towards Young Hai and shouting, "Time to die." The masked wrestler's fist passed through an afterimage of Young Hai, who had already retreated backward to dodge the attack. Seeing this, the man grew suspicious. "A shadow manipulation ability. Is that how you snuck in here?" Currently, Duan Hai is standing near the room's door with 2 black tentacles behind him, each wrapped around a girl lying on the floor. He looks straight ahead and thinks to himself that the cold-hearted image is truly hard to act out. But when it comes to playing a character, he is very serious. As for the other guy, he furrows his brows, thinking that if it weren't for these 2 women providing him with a bit of power, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape right now. Truly ruthless. All of a sudden, the black tentacles shoot out like arrows, attacking the masked wrestler. He ducks to evade them, causing the arrows to stab straight into the bed behind him. The masked wrestler grits his teeth and demands, "Who the hell are you? Is it possible you don't know who we the Saints Order are? Be careful, or I'll report you to my superiors in the organization to have them skin you alive." Hearing this, Duane Hai just stares at him blankly without saying a word. At the same time, the masked wrestler leaps up, swinging his fist towards him and yelling, "I'm asking you a question, are you mute?" "Damn it!" But Deng Hai remains still, watching the fist as it gets closer to his face. Seeing this, the masked wrestler gets excited, thinking he's not even dodging my punch. This time, "I can finally land a hit!" Then his fist passes right through Deng Hai's head, and he exclaims in shock, "What?" The head then suddenly transforms into a shadow that tightly grips the masked wrestler's arm, making him totally freak out. The masked dude is gritting his teeth, yanking his arm like crazy, but it's no use. When he sees Duang Hai's hand coming at him, he's totally terrified and starts begging, Don't end me if you do, the high priest is gonna come for you, I swear. Dude's straight up sobbing, sweat just pouring off him. When Duong Hai rips off his mask, he stammers, So, I'm begging you. Please just let me go. Duong Hai just looks down at him and scoffs. You're such a noob. He slaps a hand on the guy's head, and the dude yelps. All of a sudden, this insane golden light blasts out of Duong Hai's hand. At the same time, the system voice pops up. Ability extraction complete. A glowing gold orb just floats right out of the masked wrestler's face. The system feed gives the Deet C rank ability called Terrifying Mask. It can literally suck up fear to get stronger. The power boost lasts for a whole 30 minutes. The system's take, basically perfect for a horror movie. The masked wrestler sees this and just drops to his knees, totally losing it. What did you do to me? My ability, where is it? Give it back. The high priest is gonna make you pay for this. But Duong Hai is super chill about it, like, alright, then let's see who this high priest you keep yapping about really is. Puppet control activated. He points his hand at the masked guy again, firing up the skill. Suddenly, Duong Hai is in this weird space filled with tons of glowing windows. He's watching this scene of a dude on the floor with 2 massive iron bars sticking out of his chest and stomach basically about to check out. The memory flash shows he'd just been in some insane chaotic power battle. Is this it? Am I dying? Then out of nowhere, someone walks up and goes, I can bring you back, but you have to promise you'll be loyal to the Saints' Order forever. The guy doesn't even hesitate. I swear. Right after the see-through gas-like spiritual energy starts swirling around the masked wrestler's body. Next thing you know, he sits bolt upright, his eyes wide, and his jaw on the floor totally shook. My wounds, they're gone. Did I really just come back to life? Without a second thought, the wrestler drops to his knees in front of the person in the white robe and yells, I swear I'll be loyal to the Saints' Order forever. And loyal to you, my awesome high priest. Flash forward, and the masked wrestler is just standing there zoned out in front of the bedroom door, totally under Duong Hai's control. A little while later, the sky outside is a perfect blue. Down at the port, the masked wrestler is walking toward a bunch of shipping containers. He's scoping the place out all cautious and spots a red container with the code FF4936/1. Duong Hai, who's basically driving the wrestler's body, mutters to himself, so that's the red container from his memories. He remembers this flashback to a super fancy hall where Bloodthirsty Rose is sitting on a throne-like chair saying, the word on the street is some investor named Sword of Sealing found out where you're stashing the goods. The masked wrestler is kneeling in front of her, reporting, She's no big deal. Lady Bloodthirsty Rose. Just say the word and I'll go take care of her easy. But then Deep Sea Admiral, this serious-looking middle-aged guy, cuts in. He's like, take care of her, dude. She's an A-rank hero. You seriously think you can handle her by yourself? Meanwhile, the great Earth Mage, this old dude with long white hair and a big ol' hat, strokes his beard and is all, so what if she's A-rank? We're the freaking Saints' Order. Are we supposed to be scared of one little A-rank hero? Over on the side, a blonde high priest in a white fur hat just scoffs. What a clueless investor. Go grab her and bring her to me. Let's show her what a real A-rank can do. Right away, Bloodthirsty Rose, Deep Sea Admiral, and the great Earth Mage all stand up and shout, Yes, Lord High Priest, your wish is our command. Hearing this, the masked wrestler who's standing behind the Admiral bows his head and is like, well then, I guess I'll be on my way. But suddenly, the Admiral turns and says, Masked wrestler, get over here, which totally throws the guy for a loop. The masked wrestler does this super deep 90-degree bow and asks, Lord Deep Sea, Admiral, what can I do for you? He tells him, a shipment from Area Number 1 just got to the port. It's in the red container. The Deep Sea Admiral keeps talking, puffing on a cigar with this serious look on his face. Tomorrow I need you to go check it out for me. If you hear anything, and I mean anything about Sword of Sealing, you tell me right away. Then he claps a hand on the masked wrestler's shoulder and adds, Oh, and hey, it's totally normal for a little something to go missing from each shipment. You can handle that however you want. Don't blow the chance I'm giving you. Hearing that, the guy is kind of freaked out but just says, yes, sir. And that's where the memory cuts off, just fading to white. Back in the present, Duong Hai, still in the wrestler's body, is standing in front of the red container with his hands on his hips thinking, I wonder if Nguyen Trang is going to pull this off. And what even are these goods anyway? Then he puts his hand on the lock, thinking, a fingerprint lock, puffed please. Too easy. Immediately the screen glitches as the system announces that Duong Hai is activating his phase shift skill. A second later, the masked wrestler is inside looking at a staircase heading straight down. As he heads down, he's like, whoa, so the container is just a cover. The real stash is all underground, and man, it reeks of blood down here. A minute later, the masked wrestler hits the bottom step and sees this massive basement, with some dude sitting at a table busy with something. Okay, so there's a guard, he thinks. All of a sudden, the guard looks over kinda suspicious. But then he jumps to his feet and snaps a salute. Lord Mask! Seeing the salute, he clears his throat and goes, So, anything new today? The guard reports, Yes, sir. You might not have heard, but we've got a big deal coming up soon. These little brats haven't stopped making noise for a second. The masked wrestler's ears perk up. Little runts, no way. He nods to the guard. All right, lead the way. I gotta see this. A second later, they're stepping into a hall lined with prison cells. The masked wrestler scans the area curious. Out of nowhere, the guard snaps at a kid. Quit your whining, you're bugging Lord Mask. You want a taste of this whip? In the same cell, a green-haired boy just glares back totally defiant. The masked wrestler's jaw tightens and he thinks to himself, the freaking Saints order. Keeping people in a dump like this? It's sick. Walking deeper in, he starts putting it all together. Looks like these are more kids snatched from other zones. They're so young. The oldest can't be more than 15 or 16. He flashes back to when the deep-sea admiral gave him that look on his way out. Suddenly, Dwang Hai, deep inside the masked wrestler, just explodes with rage, screaming in his head, "These people treat life like it's nothing. I swear every single person who had a hand in this is gonna pay." From one of the cells, a voice yells, "I'm gonna end you, you piece of—" A blonde guard is standing there with a whip, his other hand clamped over his bleeding ear, staring down the prisoner whose tied-up head hanging low. The guard is fuming. "You actually bit me." He raises the whip again, shouting, "Let's see how tough you are after I'm done with you." But the masked wrestler behind him cuts in, "Yo, hold up." He then asks the guard, "This the guy making a scene?" The blonde guard immediately starts whining. "Yeah, Lord Mask! This punk jumped me and took a chunk out of my ear." Just then, the prisoner snaps his head up, locking eyes with the newcomer, and his gaze is blazing with pure fire. Seeing it, the masked wrestler looks down and thinks, kid's got some serious fight in him, then asks, "So what's the story?" Hearing that, the blonde guard gets all squirrely and stammers, well..." Suddenly a voice cuts in from the side. "What do you think he was trying to pull something nasty?" The new guy decked out in green is one of the Saints Order Mantis twin rings, and he keeps talking. He was about to get real handsy with this kid's little sister. Those words hit like a lightning strike. The masked wrestler is in shock. What? It's only then that he finally spots her, a little girl in a pink dress balled up in the corner of the cell. Then Mantis Twin Rings adds, "Too bad for him he didn't get the chance. The girl's already scared out of her mind." Hearing this, the masked wrestler's vision goes red as he thinks, these animals. The guy next to him smirks. "Hey man, I thought you were on break. What are you doing here? So what'd you think of those two chicks I set you up with?" "Not bad, huh?" The masked wrestler just glances at him and says, "Yeah, your taste is top-notch for sure, but I'm here on business for the Deep-Sea Admiral. Just checking the inventory." He then jerks his head toward the tied-up boy and says, "Cut him down. As long as all his parts are attached, he'll still sell." "Let him live, no way. Even a fangless little monster from Area 1 is worth some serious cash." The kid screamed, "I'm gonna kill every single one of you." The masked dude behind him just gave him this killer stare. "Keep it up, and you'll get what you're asking for, like right now." All of a sudden, the twin ring mantis guy whipped his head around, all suspicious like, "Wait, you can understand what he's saying." And just like that, the masked wrestler's expression cracked as he conjured up some magic in his hand, taunting, "Oh, I don't just understand. I'm here to make his wish come true. Otherwise, this whole trip would have been a total waste. Wouldn't you agree?" And in that same second, he shoved his hand straight through the twin ring mantis's gut. The guy's face just went blank, completely confused, like he had no clue what was even happening. He managed to choke out, "But why?" The masked wrestler just stood there like some kind of grim reaper and was like, "Maybe because he and I were from the same place." Hearing that totally blew the twin ring mantis's mind. You're not one of the masks." But before he could even get the words out, his head went flying. The two guards behind the masked wrestler saw the whole thing and were totally confused. "What's happening, Lord Mask?" Then these gnarly black tentacles shot out of his back and he growled, "You're all so dead!" The blonde dude saw it and jumped in to fight, yelling, "Oh crap!" But before he could even make a move, the tentacles wrapped around his arms and body super tight. He groaned like, "Ugh!" Then out of nowhere, the tentacles started sparking with electricity and zapped him. In a flash, the blonde guy was getting fried, screaming his lungs out. The other guard was just watching, sweating buckets with his jaw on the floor, totally terrified. He spun around to book it, but the tentacles were right after him. After a sick crackle of lightning, he let out a scream as a puddle of blood started spreading on the floor. The system voice came on, "Ability plunder complete." Just watching all this go down. The kid who was tied up looked up totally speechless. He just stared at the masked guy's back as he held up 3 of those ability orbs. Then the kid just blurted out, "My name's Ye-Fan. Who even are you?" Ye-Yan, still tied up, stared at the masked dude and asked, "Seriously, who are you?" The guy turned to look at him and was just like, "I'm the one who saved you." Ye-Yan coughed a couple of times and said, "But I've seen you. You were messing with the other kids here." The man just gathered some energy in his hand and said super calm, "You're about to find out what's really up." Then with just a flick of his wrist, the chains holding the kid just exploded into pieces. He went on, "Ye-Fan, hang tight for a few minutes. I gotta go deal with the guys outside first." Ye-Yan, looking like a total zombie, just walked over to a little girl. He pulled her in for a hug as she cried her eyes out her back, a total mess of cuts. All he could think was, "Fei Fei." That's when he heard yelling in the distance. "Get him, let's go." He screamed, "You're done for, you trash!" And these gnarly tentacles just burst from his back. The goons totally freaked out. One got ripped in two by a tentacle. Another one got his head taken clean off. The screams just echoed on and on. The masked wrestler stood there in the middle of all the bodies, his fists clenched tight. A sharp, cold voice from behind him said, "Not bad at all." The guy with the red hair was the radio music hero. He said to the person with him, Hey, you little problem child. Let's jump this guy together. See how fast he really is. A sly grin was the only answer he got. Down, said the spear wielder, gripping a flaming red spear. You're up. The radio music hero's eyes narrowed as he said sound. He tossed a music disc in the air and yelled, hit it! All the kids around them immediately grabbed their heads and screamed. The sound from that disc felt like it was drilling right into their minds, attacking their brains. Even the masked wrestler had to drop his head and cover his ears. He thought, crap! His music literally jacks into your nerves and cranks up the pain. Good thing my head game is strong enough. But these kids are about to break. I gotta end this guy in fast. Guess I'll have to play along for a sec. With that, he dropped his hands, acting totally overwhelmed, and let out a cry. The radio music hero got all cocky. Hey, see, nobody can handle my tracks. The guy flew up slinging the music disc at the masked wrestler while yelling, time to face the music? The disc phased right through him, leaving him totally fine. The radio music hero was stunned. What? In that exact same moment, the masked wrestler was already behind him and slammed a kick into his back. The sneak attack was so fast, the guy didn't even have time to react. The kick totally folded him in half, and he just screamed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and yelled, help me! The spear wielder immediately chucked his spear at the masked wrestler, shouting, take this! The flaming spear was a total blur as it flew. In a flash, it was sticking right through his body, making him stagger back. He didn't even make a sound, the spear just lodged in his chest. But instead of going down, he brought a heavy punch straight down on the radio music hero. The spear wielder screamed, totally shocked. You actually took him out! Why are you double-crossing the organization? The masked wrestler bent over, coughed a few times, and whispered, why? Then he snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with fury, and roared, it's for these kids, obviously. For what's right. The spear wielder looked at him like he'd just told the world's lamest joke. He laughed out loud and said, justice you, Mr. Mask. Like you haven't done your own share of messed up stuff. Even if you beat me, you're not walking out of here. Just so you know, Lord Deep Sea Military Soul is on his way. He turned his head, his eyes practically sparking, and replied with a smile. In that much of a hurry to get wrecked fine by me, I'll grant that wish. The two of them faced off in the dark cellar. The spear wielder gritted his teeth, his face covered in nervous sweat. The hole the spear made in the masked wrestler's chest just vanished without a trace. The spear wielder totally lost it, throwing all the spears he had and screaming, you're insane, you monster, just die already, die. He used his arms to block the fiery assault, and they got all torn up with cuts big and small. He let out a yell and threw his hands out wide, and every attack he just blocked shot right back at the spear wielder. The spears punched through his body, and he let out a long, agonizing scream. The masked man dropped to one knee, breathing hard, and said, okay, that actually hurt. A kid leaning against the iron bars looked at him. Mister, you're hurt. He just smiled and said, it's nothing. Totally worth it to make sure you're all safe. The huge iron cage swung open, and the kids inside rushed out. The masked wrestler said, all right, everybody out, let's go. Easy now, form a line. Yifan with a dead serious look carried the little girl out. The man turned his head and called out, Yifan! The boy frowned, looking back at him, and said, that feeling, being totally helpless? I never want to feel that again. I want to be strong like you. Can you teach me? He looked down at the boy and answered, all right, but here's the deal, you have to be 100% loyal to me. Always. You think you can do that? Yes, Yifan said, gritting his teeth. I can. I'll be the most loyal follower you've ever had. A system panel popped up that read, puppet control. He put his hands on his hips, held a glowing gold orb out to the boy, and said, then consider your wish granted. Yifan stared at the object in his hand, completely shocked. Master, this is... In his hand was the power of the twin-ringed mantis. An ability orb, he replied. It'll let you turn your forearms into the blades of a twin-ringed mantis. You can use it to protect yourself for now. The boy took it with a huge smile and said, thank you, master. Yifan quickly got the little girl on his back and took off. The masked man just watched him go. Once the kid was gone, he turned back to the bodies all over the floor and said, next up, I gotta clean up this mess. He raised his hand and it started to glow with an insane light. The system flashed a single word, plunder. From the bodies of the henchmen, streams of murky dark yellow smoke started to rise. From the radio music hero's body, a bright blue stream of smoke floated up. All of it swirled together, forming little orbs in his palm. He looked down at them, licked his lips, and a grin spread across his face. Man, last time it was a total grind to get just 2 dank ability orbs from the puppet master and that wind-riding mantis. And now I'm raking them in. Seriously, humans are no joke compared to beasts. He pulled out another's green orb, all business. First up, gotta get Shadow Dodge to A rank. You could just see the power flowing straight into the Shadow Dodge orb. He got super serious and was like, this time the light consecration should make it way more stable. Then the system popped up. Ability rank, a name Shadow Dodge description creates 5 shadow clones. So in a fight, you can literally swap places with your clones and even make shadow weapons to attack. Anyway, time totally flew. A little later, he steps outside and bam, a sharp dagger is right at his throat. Brunch yelled, who the heck are you? What are you planning to do with these kids? Spit it out. He just turned his head and was like, and you are, she scowled back. Hey! The kids around them saw her and totally lit up. Whoa, it's Sister Brunch, Sister Brunch. One kid ran right up and said, Sister Brunch, he's the guy who saved us. All the other kids jumped in like, yeah, that's right, heroine. This guy got hurt trying to save us, so please don't get the wrong idea. Brunch just kinda coughed a couple of times, then turned away totally blushing and was like, oh, really well, this is awkward. He just smiled and said, it's cool. You've gotta be the rank 3 hero, right? Brunch the Sword of Sealing. That's me, she said. I tracked the traffickers all the way here, but I seriously didn't expect you to beat me to it and already pull them out of that hellhole. Brunch walked over and gently touched one of the kids' faces, saying, I'm so sorry I was late. But then the kids all started shaking and staring at the ground. He turned back asking, what's going on? Suddenly these huge thorny vines just snatched the kids up into the air. They were screaming, help us, please save us. Then with a crack of thunder, sharp vines erupted from the ground all around them. The kids, who were all tangled up in the thorns, were just wailing, help, help, mommy. The World Guardian cried out, Master. But the masked wrestler held her back, saying, wait, I'll save them. The masked wrestler and Diet Fam faced off against a whole crew. Behind them was this giant flower with some person in white sitting on top. Bloodthirsty Rose just sneered, save them, huh? You're kidding me, right? You actually think you're some kind of hero? The Deep Sea Spirit General just frowned, staring them down. The Earth Mage watched him silently too. The priest, chilling on his flower throne, cast a spell and ordered, Bloodthirsty Rose, Deep Sea Spirit General, Earth Mage, show these ants what the city's disciples are really about. Ability mana recovery. A bolt of energy shot from the staff right into Bloodthirsty Rose's back, making her gasp. Instantly, she stood taller and declared, man, using a massive ability like that is totally draining. But thanks to the sweet mana recovery from the Lord Priest, I'm totally back to 100%. The priest stroked his chin and said, Sword of Sealing, that's an artifact belonging to the city's disciples. Not something for you to be messing with. Give up now and I might just let you live, he went on. As for you traitors, you can just stay here, forever. The masked wrestler scowled, thinking, yeah, we'll see who's staying here forever. Brunch raised her sword, her mind racing. If it was just 3 B rank ability users, I could take them. But with this Priest of Light, a rank 3 ability user running support, this is gonna be rough. She looked at him and yelled, reinforcements from the Hero Association are on their way. If you keep this up, you're toast. Let the hostages go and surrender now. The priest just scoffed, giving her a death glare. The trio of Bloodthirsty Rose, Deep Sea Spirit General, and Earth Mage all charged, yelling, let's end this, grab her before the Hero Association shows up. Brunch lifted her sword in front of her and screamed, Sealing power release. Instantly, the blade exploded in a blaze of red fire. The masked wrestler was totally stunned. Woe to unleash that much power. She really is an A-rank hero. Brunch yelled, clutching her sword as she shot into the air. The Earth Mage held up his staff and chanted Earth Wall, and a massive wall of rock shot up to block her. She swung her sword once, and with a single slash, the wall exploded into a million pieces. She flew straight for the Deep Sea Spirit General, raised her sword, and yelled, Seal! He quickly called on his power, chanting Raging Torrent. Waves of water swirled around him, and he whipped them around like giant water spouts. Brunch brought her sword crashing down, shouting, Sword slash! But then she just stopped cold, her eyes going wide with horror at what she saw. Down below, Bloodthirsty Rose was holding a kid up like a human shield. She just laughed and said, Go ahead, you can die for me. Brunch's attack had hit the boy dead on, and he screamed in pain. She shrieked in fury, Using a kid as a shield, you're disgusting. The villain just smirked, totally victorious. Your kindness is your biggest weakness. With all these hostages around, I'd love to see you even try to fight back. The Deep Sea Spirit General, standing in the middle of all that water, just let out this nasty laugh. Somehow he'd teleported right behind her while she was freaking out about the kid. He lifted his blade high, ready to end it all. The blade came slicing down and Brunch had no idea. It all went black. And then this crazy cracking sound just echoed. He yelled out, What? And right there, some guy was totally shielding Brant. The wrestler dude's mask was on the ground, split in two. Yangshi lightly touched the new snake mask on his face and was like, Hey, you almost wrecked my second mask. Then he gripped the dagger in his hand and just casually hit back. The Deep Sea Spirit General looked down to see Yangshi's dagger stuck in his neck, and he just screamed in pain. He ripped it out super fast and blood started dripping from the blade, splattering on the ground as he clutched his neck, making this horrible gurgling sound. Brant started to move, but he held out a hand to stop her like, Hold up. The priest lifted his scepter high and this blinding light just burst out. He chanted, Holy Light, heal. The wound on the Deep Sea Spirit General's neck vanished in a flash like it was never there. He crossed his arms, laughing his butt off at Yangshi. With the Lord Priest around, we literally can't die. Then the priest tapped the air with his scepter and said, Buff. A jolt of energy shot right into the three villains. Yangshi muttered, They're way more intense now. The Priest of Light just powered up his buff. Their abilities just got a temporary boost by a whole rank. The Earth Mage knelt down, chanting at his staff. Brant saw him and lost it, shouting, Oh no, he's powering up. If he actually casts that spell while he's buffed, the destruction will be even bigger than an A-rank ability. Yang thought, asterisk. An attack that massive is going to hit the kids. I have to get everyone out before he can cast it. He looked back at Brant and said, Sword of Sealing. I just need you to distract the other two for a minute. Leave the rest to me. She asked, not so sure. Can you really deal with the Earth Mage's attack? What about the kids? He raised his hand, making a purple ring of blight appear, and said, Trust me. Brant thought to herself, asterisk, why is he such a mystery, but I feel like I can rely on him? Why do I feel like I can actually trust this guy, asterisk? After that, she got herself together, channeled her energy into her sword, and said, All right then, I'll make you an opening. She charged straight for the deep-sea spirit general, screaming, Seal of agility release! He tried to block her with his blade, but he still got sent flying. He was dripping sweat, gritting his teeth, and totally cussing her out. Dang it, you crazy woman! Are you just gonna stand there, help me? Bloodthirsty Rose spread her arms furious and screamed, How many times have I told you not to call me that? City of Roses! And the whole storm of red hearts and sharp thorns rained down from the sky. Brant was in total shock. What is this? Is something messing with my power? The villainess explained with a total smirk. My burning desire ability can bring out the deepest wants hidden in your heart. Are you starting to feel a weird heat spreading through your whole body right about now? The deep-sea spirit general split into a bunch of clones. He got all up in her space, wrapping his arms around her with a creepy smile. Well now, little girl, how about some special attention from me? Brant bent over and yelled, Seal of spirit release! A giant pillar of light exploded behind her, throwing him off. Bloodthirsty Rose yelled out, totally surprised, What? I've never heard of the sort of sealing having a mind-based ability. Both Bloodthirsty Rose and the deep-sea spirit general were stunned as she just vanished inside the pillar of light. A second later, she reappeared, slicing the villainess's body in two with insane speed before stopping behind her sword gripped tight. This is a power I just woke up recently. It's a power I got from almost dying. Seems to work pretty well. I should probably thank you for giving me the chance to let off some steam. Blood poured from her wound as she stuttered. How could you? Meanwhile, the Earth Mage was seriously struggling to channel his power. Sweat was pouring down his face as he screamed, Come forth! A huge beast with razor-sharp fangs appeared from a cloud of smoke, letting out a terrifying roar. The kids, still tied up by the thorny vines, screamed in terror. Save me! The dragon roared and flew straight at Brant. She just stared at it, her eyes totally wide in shock. And just like that, he appeared out of nowhere, shielding her. He shot lightning from his hand right into its mouth. The dragon instantly pulled back, with electricity still sparking like crazy inside its jaws. He pulled back his hand, staring it down, and the space just blew up, sending smoke and debris flying in every direction. A helicopter touched down right beside the billowing white smoke. The great Earth Mage coughed a couple of times and said, Thanks, Lord Priest, for using your protective power to save my butt. If you hadn't, I would have been totally caught in that explosion. The priest turned back, frowning and laying into him. You're completely useless. You could have easily taken care of the Sword of Sealing. But you got totally wrecked by that mystery person, and we even lost 2 CB members. The great Earth Mage bowed his head and said, My lord, the Saints have lost their stronghold. I know our foundation is shaken, but the organization can handle it. The priest replied softly, True. As long as I'm alive, the Saints' spot in Zasha is secure. From the center of the explosion, Yang Shi had already carried Brant to safety. He thought, asterisk, this mystery guy took out a level 3 enhanced ability with a single hit. His power is insane. Might even be stronger than me. Gotta bail like now. By the time the priest showed up, he saw the two of them just, poof, gone. He whispered, Head they bolted. Guess you get to hang on for a few more seconds. Then his eyes landed on the deep-sea naval soul's body. And your power? It's all mine now. He lifted his hand, ready to yoink the ability. A system notification popped up. Ability Plunder, CB rank power, name Deep Legend. Description. Supercharges the water inside your body and boosts your speed. As long as there's even a drop of water, you can create legit ocean waves and water clones. Evaluation, pure water and energy. He looked forward thinking, All right, next up, Bloodthirsty Rose. While he ripped the power from her body, he muttered, Man Seal Sword does not mess around. The system flashed, Ability Plunder complete. The orb in his hand pulsed as it absorbed the power, and the system displayed the deets. CB rank power, name Bloodthirsty Rose. Description. Lets you use your own blood to summon some gnarly roses. These roses can spray this stuff that messes with your enemy's head, and you can even make them explode. Evaluation. Yeah, every rose has its thorns, all right. You can now upgrade to a CA rank ability. Not wasting a single second, Yang Shi slammed the 2 power orbs together. A crazy powerful orb of light appeared in his hand. The system displayed CA. Rank ability name Hypersenses. Description. Amps up your sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste to superhuman levels, and even kicks your 6th sense into overdrive. Your harmonization is boosted, letting you blast enemies with psychic shockwaves. Evaluation. So trippy. Wanna buy a prop? He let the power sink into his body, whispering, Sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. Whoa, everything is so sharp. Nearby, Blanche's eyes fluttered open. He glanced over. Hey, you're awake! She took one look at the totally wrecked place around them and shot right up. Then she yelled, Okay, seriously, what is your power level? An explosion this massive, it's insane. Who are you? He turned away, his hand brushing against his mask, and answered, The Adjudicators, codename Pi. She looked totally confused. The Adjudicators, never heard of them. They're not on any hero association list I know. Suddenly her eyes shot up to the thorny vines. The kids. They were gone. She screamed in a panic. Wait a sec, where are the kids? He answered softly. They're right behind you. The kids immediately swarmed her, crying out, Miss Blanche, we were so scared. She wrapped her arms around them to comfort them, saying, Oh, thank God. Is everyone okay? How did you guys get out of there? A little boy piped up. The Master's shadow saved us. There were like 1,000,000 of his shadows, she asked, confused. His shadow, the kid explained, using his hands to show her. He made the shadow hide and then it like sneakily cut all the vines that were holding us, and then it set us down on the ground. This dark circle thing popped up all around us, kids. The boy added, Right before the big boom, he used the shadow to make this bubble shield to keep us safe. She started to put it together, whispering, So that means the Master is... She whipped around a huge smile on her face. Pa, you're actually like super thoughtful. Thank you. But when she looked, he was totally gone. She was like, Where'd he go? A voice boomed from a helicopter overhead. This is the Hero Association. You have entered a restricted area. All unauthorized activity is strictly forbidden. A chopper touched down in the middle of a clearing as a bunch of people walked toward them. A girl named Lynn Newer stepped out front holding a mic, with some old guy and another person right behind her. She suddenly spun around with a playful grin and asked, Okay, so first ever live scene as an intern reporter. What's the plan? The old man sighed and said, Go get a few words with Seal Sword. Lynn followed his gaze. She bounced over to them and was like, Hi there. I'm Lynn, an intern reporter with the Hero Association. Mind if I ask you a few questions? The woman smiled. Not at all. I'm Blanche, also known as Seal Sword, an A-rank hero with the Hero Association. The chat totally blew up. OMG, it's Blanche, the A-rank hero. The stream is live. She's literally my queen. Whoa, she looks hurt. Hope she's okay. Lynn gave a quick intro and then jumped right in. So the port is a complete disaster zone right now. Can you tell us what went down? Blanche replied, her voice steady. I'm so sorry to have worried everyone. I was on a mission to rescue children who were being illegally trafficked by the Saints organization out of Exasha. The viewers went wild in the comments. What about the kids? Are they safe? OMG, my brother is missing. Lynn jumped back in. About this criminal group, the Saints? I've heard whispers about them. They're basically untouchable criminals operating outside the law in Zasho. I really hope the government launches a full-scale investigation into this. Hearing that, Blanche shook her head sadly. I have no idea how long this horrible stuff has been happening. Getting intel on them was next to impossible. But I'm just glad I could finally get these kids out. Her face was broadcast live on a massive screen on a skyscraper, and the crowd below just erupted. Those poor kids, so glad they're safe. The Hero Association better bring the hammer down on the Saints. Blanche made sure to add, but I have to be honest. If I had faced the Saints leader by myself, I never would have been able to save those kids. Luckily, I had help from a mysterious stranger. Lynn's jaw totally dropped as she asked, A mysterious stranger? Blanche looked like she was reliving the moment, her eyes lighting up as she answered. Dude, he's way stronger than me. He literally just one-shotted an upgraded A-rank power. The chat started blowing up again like, what the heck? He's for real stronger than an A-rank hero. Could that be the super boss Pai Shay from before? Who is this guy? Spill the tea? The woman pointed at the smoke still pouring out and was like, You see? That massive smoking crater over there. He had this creepy snake mask on and said he was from some group called the Adjudicators, name's Pai Shay. The camera panned over the smoke and someone in the chat pointed out, Hold up! Isn't Pai Shay supposed to be a metal bender that was totally lightning? OMG, what is going on? Those other dudes didn't even have a prayer. Their power level has gotta be at least S rank, right? Lin Nishu scanned the area and said, But it looks like he's gone. Blanche pointed at some cars way off in the distance and said, The priest booked it. He took off after them. A little later in some parking garage, two guys were hustling. The priest, totally sweating bullets, looked around nervously and said to the old guy with him, I used what was left of my power on you. You think your earth magic can actually stop that guy? Hearing that, the old man started sweating too, but he had this nasty look in his eye. Yeah, it should be fine. I've got my powers set up all over this place. If he tries any more of that earth-based stuff on us, it's gonna be totally useless, the priest whispered. Find us a ride. We need to find a new spot to lay low for a bit. The two kept walking, completely clueless that Yang Shi was hiding behind a wall, watching their every move. After hearing their whole plan, he thought, You really think you can run? This place is about to be your final resting spot. And right then, the phone in his pocket started blasting. Asterisk, beep, beep, beep. A shiver went right down Yang Shi's spine. The two dudes heard it and whipped around, totally suspicious. The priest called out all icy, Who's there? Behind his mask. Yang Shi was totally freaking out. He was thinking, Who in the world is calling me right now? The phone kept going off. Asterisk, beep, beep, beep. The two guys immediately started walking toward the sound. He pulled out his phone, saw the caller ID, and his stomach just dropped. Xiao Yue. Why is she calling me asterisk right now, asterisk? The phone just kept ringing. Asterisk, beep, beep. Yang Shi flattened himself against the wall, scared to even breathe. The old man's eyes narrowed. Who is that? The system popped up, change clothes. His whole body got covered in these glowing cubes, and bam, he was in a totally new outfit, looking like a regular dude. He just strolled out already on the phone, acting all casual. Hey, Xiao Yue, what's up? The guy watched him for a sec, then kind of wrote him off as a normal person. But a little voice in his head was like, don't be so sure, keep an eye on him. Her voice came through the phone. Babe, guess where I am? Yangshi was like, where I thought you were at home. From a helicopter that was taking off, Xiao Yue cooed. I'm in Sasha, baby. And then she just started laughing. Haha. Yangshi was thinking, Sacha, what the heck is she doing in Sasha? He kept walking like he didn't have a care in the world and said, Sasha's a total mess. What are you doing there? Oh, it's nothing. I just had to tell you something. A little while ago, I landed a totally awesome job. The two guys were still trailing him, but when he heard that, he was like, what job? Xiao Yue sounded super hyped. I'm an intern reporter for the Hero Association now. I actually just finished an interview with the Sealed Sword Guild, and I'm about to interview the mysterious Sister Zaha, but those words hit Yangshi like a ton of bricks, and he blurted out, what? His whole vibe changed as he thought, if the Hero Association is here, Little Sparrow is gonna find me any second. I gotta wrap this up like now. Yangshi started walking faster and said, that's awesome. To celebrate your new job, I gotta go get you a huge gift. I'll call you back, okay? She replied, oh, Yangshi, you're so sweet. I'll be waiting. Watching him walk away, the old man just scoffed and said, so, it was just some couple being all lovey-dovey. Ugh, so gross. A status popped up on screen, asterisk, changing clothes, asterisk. All of a sudden, like a light bulb went off. The priest freaked out and yelled, wait, something's not right. We've been played. He's already here. Just then, Yangshi exploded with energy and rushed the two stunned guys. The old man summoned two gnarly wolves that lunged forward as he screamed, get him! He's right there! The vicious beast tore through the energy to get at him. The priest smirked. Let these quick little earth elementals deal with him. He's toast. The old man added with a sneer. Every single one of these things can go toe-to-toe with an A-ranker. He won't even have time to blink. Two blasts of energy shot right over his head, but Yangshi looked like he had a plan. The two wolves were fighting the green energy stream, their eyes locked on him. Yangshi's hand moved like lightning. Next thing you know, he's right behind the two of them, and before they could even blink, the energy stream shot right through them. It went straight through his chest. The priest, totally shocked, yelled, how is that possible? I thought you were a lightning user. Yangshi, with his hand still out, just calmly said, who told you I only had one power, you idiot? Blood dripped from the old man's mouth. He gasped out, totally stunned. You're a dual wielder! A super rare one. No way! The priest was sweating like crazy, blood on his lips. Realizing he was completely outmatched, he started begging for his life. You'll let me live and I swear I'll make it up to you for real. Duanghai just sliced his hand through the air. Asterisk swoosh asterisk, cause like not everything's about the cash, dude. Sometimes you gotta fight for what's right. These two energy ropes shot out again, wrapping tight around their necks, and they started making these awful choking sounds. Ugh. But then the priest just whips up his hand and pops a few green pills. When the priest busted out of the energy hold, Duanghai charged, thinking he'd chugged one of those green pills too. The priest jumps down, glowing, all gold veins popping on his face, and lets out this super creepy laugh. You totally asked for this. This old guy ain't no joke. I've still got one last move. And while he's talking, he reaches into his mouth and pulls out this massive staff. So gross. Duanghai was like, wait, I know this vibe. It felt just like the sword branch uses. A super sharp spear appeared. Behind him, the priest's spear was just blazing with this crazy golden energy. He started laughing like, haha, bet you didn't see this coming, huh? This old dude's got a spear of judgment too. A massive wave of power just exploded out as he screamed, divine strike! The priest lifted his spear, and this beam of orange energy shot straight up. The energy started swirling into these rings that felt super heavy and intense. Then the priest yelled, gather infinite strike, and just like that, a bunch of spear tips stabbed right through the middle of the rings. The priest roared, judge the sinners! Then this light beam started chasing him. Duanghai was expertly dodging every shot, watching this light ring that just wouldn't quit. He was thinking, this thing is seriously stuck on me. Then a flash of light zapped his thigh. He totally cried out. The priest was laughing like a maniac. Haha, keep on dancing, you little bug. I'm gonna put a hole straight through your head. Duanghai was on one knee staring at the gash on his thigh and thinking, this is so not good. Even a tiny cut lets all this crazy destructive power just flood through my body. He looked up at the light ring, which was still hunting for him, and started to get seriously worried. The ceiling was covered in these little dots of light, which meant it could lock onto my position in like a second. Then all the beams shot right at him. Duanghai jumped up and was like, oh, so you want to race, is that it? The priest just laughed all smug and was like, ha, speed please. What's faster than the speed of light, genius? The priest was cackling. The system screen flashed hyperbrain, and this insane energy started glowing from Duanghai's eyes. He mumbled, speed of light, you say? All the spears flew at him at once. The priest was still laughing his head off, totally clueless that someone just zipped right past him. Duanghai basically teleported, blurring as he shot way up high, looking down at his target. As light streaks slashed in front of him, the priest just said all cold, Mind Shield Shadow Annihilation. After handling that, Duanghai charged with his sword. He got this super intense look in his eyes and yelled again. The smile on the priest's face just froze, and then he let out this blood-curdling scream. Ah! Light beams shot out from behind the priest, the spears punching right through him, and this big red stain started to spread. The staff was still stuck in the priest's body as he said like he couldn't believe it. A mind power. No way you're a triple system user. Asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk. The priest, being stubborn, lifted his hand to try and heal himself. Duang Hai popped up behind him and said super chilly, "Don't even try to heal. You'll just have to go through getting wrecked a second time." The priest was in so much pain he was literally crying. Duang Hai sent this green energy at him and activated ability Plunder. The priest was totally shocked. The system screen popped up. A rank ability name Heart of Light. Description: mana recovery can juice up the stamina of users below B rank. Growth amplification can power up abilities for users below B rank. Concealment can hide users below A rank. And Holy Light Heal can patch up wounds for anyone below A rank. Spear of Judgment uses a massive Holy Light spear to, purify enemies. Evaluation. Good for attack and defense. A super rare legacy type ability. In Duang Hai's hand, a green orb was glowing blue. He pressed it to his chest and the screen flashed. Healing healed. Duang Hai thought to himself, I can't believe that dude had one of those green pills too. I almost totally bought the farm. A sec later, his foot landed next to the old guy who was just lying there, not moving. The system showed Plunder ability. Duang Hai reached out and just sucked up the power. He said, "An Earth-type power. What can I do with this?" The screen showed, Name Great Earth Mage. Description: uses the Earth element to mess with the ground. Summons Earth elementals to attack. Evaluation. You could totally open a zoo. Duang Hai looked up and figured, this has got to be the Hero Association's turf. A chopper flew over them. Inside, an announcement came on. We've just entered the controlled zone. He switched back to his normal look and bounced, leaving the mess for them to clean up. A little later, the helicopter landed. Lin Luet was holding a mic with this totally freaked out expression reporting the news. The whole area is wrecked with cracked walls and torn up ground matching the sounds of that epic fight we heard. And over here, a body is propped up with a massive hole through its chest. It's covered in red stains. She looked over completely stunned and gasped. She knew who it was. That's the leader of the Apostles of Zakchao, the Bright Priest. People in the crowd started whispering, Whoa, why's he got a giant hole in his chest? Man, good riddance. That guy was seriously bad news. Hey, I thought you said we were just here for an interview. OMG, who could have done this? A voice yelled out, Yo, look, there's another one over here. That person walked over to the old guy's body, which had a massive hole blown through its chest, and was like, This has to be one of the Bright Priest's people too. Lin Tuyet was so freaked out she broke into a cold sweat. Fighting the urge to puke, she covered her mouth and said, I'm so sorry. The other guy saw she was looking green and said, You should probably go rest for a sec, Xiaolin. She immediately took off. Okay. Lin Tuyet ran to a corner slumping against the wall and just started gagging. Asterisk gag, cough cough, asterisk. A water bottle appeared in front of her along with a worried voice. Lin Tuyet, are you okay? It was actually someone she knew. She was totally surprised. Duang Hai, what are you even doing here? He explained. I was nearby when you called. When I saw the Hero Association making a huge scene, I just knew you had to be here. Her face turned bright red. Thinking about what just happened, she said, totally mortified, You're such a jerk. Of course you miss me acing my interview, but you have to see me when I'm a complete mess. Lin Tuyet hugged him and whined. This is so embarrassing. My very first interview ended up like this. He tried to comfort her. It's okay. You look amazing no matter what. But in his head he was thinking, I am so screwed. I really should have cleaned up the battlefield over here. The other guy asked worriedly, Xiaolin, are you feeling any better? Seeing the two of them hugging and then looking back at himself, the guy was totally at a loss for words. His face got a little red as he said shyly, The rescue team saved the girls who got nabbed by the Apostles. Do you want to go interview them? Hearing this, she was like, over by a pit a man was lifting kids out. Lin Tuyet rushed off, glancing back to say, I'll be right there. Duang Hai, wait for me for a minute. The other guy holding his bag just watched them with tears rolling down his face, thinking bitterly, Are you kidding me? So I never even had a chance. Duang Hai said, super pumped. That's right. On the other side, Lin Tuyet was all smiles, cooing at a baby. Duang Hai stood in a corner with his arms crossed, with a huge, happy grin he couldn't hide. He looked at the precious bead in his hand and said with total determination, I'm coming back to save you very soon. He thought to himself, I've basically collected all the elemental system abilities now, earth, fire, water, and also light, dark wood, lightning, and metal. In that case, it's about time for the organization's mysterious number 3 to make his debut. Duang Hai pictured himself rocking a red mask with horns and sharp teeth. Just call me Godlong B. Early in the morning at Sasha Central Hospital, an ambulance was parked at the main entrance. A doctor was guiding a group of people to the exam room. Everyone please come out, get in a line, and follow me. I'm going to take you for a health checkup. Inside a hospital room, 2 people were leaning on each other. Duang Pham held his sister's hand, his face etched with worry. He sighed. Asterisk sigh asterisk. I've been searching for so long and I still haven't found Master. A sound caught his attention. He grunted and looked over. The person who had just arrived was Duong Hai, in a disguise walking toward Duong Pham. When the boy yelled out, "Master," he put a finger to his lips to quiet him. Shh! Duong Hai used his puppet control power on the doctors and other patients. He sat down next to Duong Pham, glanced at the kid beside him, and started to say, "Your sister?" Duong Pham cut him off before he could even finish. "I know she's already gone. I just want to take her home. I don't want to leave her in a place like this." Duong Hai wasn't just being nosy. He lifted his hand, a white pearl glowing in his palm, and said, "No, you should feel lucky you kept her with you this whole time. I can feel it. She's still alive, just incredibly weak." Duong Pham was in total shock. He immediately asked, freaking out, "Is that for real?" Duong Hai used Holy Light Heal on Duong Pham's sister. A moment later, the little girl woke up and called out, "Brother!" Duong Pham's eyes lit up when he saw his healthy sister calling his name. He called out her name, overjoyed. Duong Hai casually made the white pearl float over to Duong Pham and said, "Duong Pham, you need to get your strength back too. In a little bit, you two are getting out of here. Just don't let anyone know she recovered this fast." Duong Pham wiped away his happy tears, looked at Duong Hai with pure gratitude, and replied, "Yes, master." In front of him was the crystal glass overflowing with money. Duong Hai said, "Just call me leader. This money is from the organization for both of you. Your sister is still little. Let her get back to the normal life as soon as possible. And I only have one thing to ask of you. Get into the hero department of Yanjing University." Staring at the massive pile of cash and hearing Duong Hai's words, Duong Pham looked at him with a worried expression and voiced his concern. "But you need to have a super strong ability to get in." "Oh," he explained, cutting the boy off. "You don't need to worry about that. I'm going to give you this training type ability. Using it with your 2 mantis blades will be more than enough to get you into Yanjing University." A golden pearl giving off a brilliant light floated in front of Duong Pham. This was a D-rank training type ability bead. Its effects on the 5 senses, strength and speed, can be leveled up over and over through training. The upper limit is 10 times. The user's natural-born insectoid power, like getting it to 3 times its base strength, is considered totally epic. Seeing how it worked, Duong Pham clutched it in his hand, looking super confident as he told Duong He, "Don't worry, boss. I swear I won't let you down." Duong Hai turned to go, but first he told the kid, "Stay safe, and don't come looking for me. I'll hit you up later." Some time went by, and the morning sun was beaming down through the trees. Duong Hai had swapped his clothes and showed up at the hospital entrance by the ambulance. Lam Ni Tui was standing there, hands on her hips and looking all serious as she called out, "Duong Hai." He was totally shocked to see her. "Xiao Tu." Lam Ni Tui got right in his face, her tone super salty as she hit him with a bunch of questions. "Where did you disappear to? I've been searching for you all day." Duong Hai looked away and quickly made something up. "Whoa, I was just helping the doctor with the kids. What's up?" When she heard that, Lam Ni Tui let out a sigh of relief, and her whole face softened, which totally gave away how ticked off she was a second ago. She said, "It's nothing really. The kids are finally safe. The association is handling getting in touch with their families. The 2 of them. We're just hanging out at the hospital entrance watching people go in for checkups." Duong Hai asked, "So what happens to the ones with no place to go?" Lam Ni Tui answered, "They'll be taken in by the orphanage." Duong He felt a wave of relief, thinking how an orphanage is still a big family. "I just hope they grow up okay." While he was distracted, Lam Ni Tui took the chance to plant one on his lips. Both of their faces went bright red. Duong Hai was completely stunned by the kiss. His eyes went wide behind his glasses. Lam Ni Tui, blushing like crazy, looked at him all shy and said, "You've been through a lot these past few days, Duong Hai." Off in the distance, a chopper and some people were getting supplies ready. Someone yelled out to her, "Lam Ni Tui, get over here, we're ready to roll." Lam Ni Tui took off, waving bye to Duong Hai. She shot him a wink and said, "I've still got a ton of stuff to do. Catch you in a few days, my awesome boyfriend." She left poor Duong Hai standing there, his face still beet red from that surprise kiss. He muttered to himself, "Dang it, she beat me to the punch again. Sachao Airport." Later that afternoon, a plane soared into the sky. Once night covered the city, Duong Hai was in a hospital room staring at the person on the bed hooked up to a ventilator. He looked at her and whispered, "Fifi, I'm really hoping Holy Light Heal works on you." Then Duong Hai stretched his hand toward the bed and unleashed the holy light. Bright white beams of light just exploded, lighting up the whole dark room. But Duong Fifi didn't even move. She didn't wake up, didn't react at all. Duong Hai was totally freaked out that the holy light did nothing. "What?" He pulled back the light, just standing there staring at Fifi, who hadn't changed at all. This was a first for him. He leaned against the bed, completely confused, and said, his voice tight, "Fifi's not waking up. Did the healing totally fail? How is this even possible?" Then something caught his eye. These little blue specks were floating off of Duong Fifi's forehead, like they were leaking out of her. Duong Hai just stared, totally bewildered. "What is this stuff?" He reached out to touch the little cloud of blue light, and then it hit him. "Wait a sec, this blue light is trying to break away and it's totally blocking her spiritual power." After a second, Duong Hai started to get the picture. He broke down the situation with a clear head. "Looks like the Heart of Light ability alone isn't going to cut it against this blue stuff. But if I just let it keep going, Fifi will never wake up. Then he remembered that shady guy. I can't waste any more time if I'm gonna fix this thing with Fifi for good. I have to go find that dude in the hat who was handing out the blue pills. He had 3 pearls. 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 green for disguise clone and metal control. They were just floating there in front of him. Duang Hai thought, but first I need to power up a little. I'm gonna level up these 3 abilities. Right there in the hospital room, streams of golden light swirled together in front of Duang Hai's chest. They flowed into the pearls, creating these small, solid gold orbs that hovered over his hand. The 2 powers, disguise and clone, were both C rank. The disguise pearl could totally switch up your look in 0.1 seconds, changing your whole appearance. It even helped you act the part. The clone pearl could make 1 clone with 1/8 of your real strength, and it would last for a half hour. As for the green metal control pearl, Duang Hai was still pushing to upgrade it. His eyes were locked on it, totally determined. He grit his teeth and said, up till now I've just been collecting powers. This time I'm gonna go for it and try to break through to S rank. A second later, Duang Hai was on his knees, completely drained from using so much power. Ha! Finally, he looked up at the pearl, which had gone from green to a shimmering silver blue. It hit S rank, able to control any metal in a 1-meter radius up to a crazy 10 tons. Duang Hai looked at the silver orb in his hand, feeling pretty pleased with himself, thinking, so this is what an S rank power feels like. I'm actually getting hyped to meet that fedora guy. The night was almost over when... So Yang Shi was totally pulling the strings on Hot and Sour Powder Superman. Then this black rip in the sky just appeared, glowing with this wicked purple light. A foot with a shoe on it stepped out, and boom, it was the mystery guy. Hands in his pockets, he just stood on the ledge and was like, been a while, Hot and Sour Powder Superman. Then he asked, got any new intel for me? Yang Shi, who was still in control, talking through Hot and Sour Powder Superman, shot back. You know it. Weren't you looking for info on D? Well, I found some. I'm just wondering if you've scrounged up the cash to buy it. The mystery dude adjusted his hat and said, if your intel is legit, it's worth at least 2 units. Hearing that, Yang Shi was ready to spill. A few days ago, did you hear about the apostle that got taken out in Sacho? The mystery guy looked down like he was bored and said, duh. It was Branch, the Sword of Sealing from the Hero Association. Yang Shi kept going. Yeah, but in that report, Branch dropped a huge piece of info. Someone else was with her when she took down the apostle, a person named Ta. The mystery guy didn't even seem surprised by this, saying, I'm way ahead of you. Ta and D are both from the Adjudicator organization. Isn't that like public knowledge by now? Yang Shi stared him down and said, maybe, but did you know that? D and Ta are both dual ability users. The mystery guy repeated, dual abilities? So maybe you gotta have 2 powers to get into their little club. Yang Shi just smirked when he heard that and shot back, get real! People with 2 powers are insanely rare. You actually think that's possible? The mystery guy, clearly not getting it, asked, what are you getting at? That's when Yang Shi held up a little blue bottle with a cork in it and said, ever seen one of these? It's an ability potion. The mystery guy saw it and reached out to grab it, whispering, an ability potion? Yang Shi yanked his hand back and was like, that's right. It's the stuff that gives people powers. Drink it and a regular person can get an ability. But if you've already got a power, you can get a second one. The mystery guy yelled, totally skeptical, that's crazy. How can you prove it's the real deal? Without even hesitating, Yang Shi popped the cork, saying, you know my only power is super strength, so just watch. Yang Shi chugged the whole potion and then smashed the empty bottle on the ground. Instantly, a massive flame just exploded from his left hand. Seeing this, the mystery guy freaked out. A fire-type ability, Yang Shi then threw a punch at the sky, sending a flaming fist soaring up to prove his point. He said, I've tangled with DK before, which is how I know so much. It's because of their blue pills that I even started to believe this stuff was real. The mystery guy, who was completely blown away by the potion, exclaimed, this is insane. Do you know what the ingredients are for this potion? Yang Shi replied, that I have no idea. My intel stops there. Now pay up. The mystery guy took out a bottle full of blue pills and said, the info wasn't bad. Here are 15 pills. He reached out to take it, but then asked, wait up. I have a question for you. The man replied, shoot. With a dead serious look, Yang Shi asked the question that was really eating at him. Lately, I've been getting these glowing blue spots on my body. Is it because of these blue pills? What's going to happen to me? The mystery guy had already turned to leave, just shrugging it off as he answered, it's just a minor side effect. Don't even sweat it. Standing in front of the portal, he glanced back and said, see you around, Hot and Sour Powder Superman. Then the portal snapped shut, leaving Yang Shi all alone on the cold rooftop. He dropped the disguise and went back to being himself, still holding the 15 pills in his hand. He stared at the spot where the mystery guy had just disappeared and muttered, this stuff totally messes with your head. He added, and he just calls it a side effect. What kind of messed up conspiracy are you all hiding? Yang Shi shoved his hands in his pockets and walked toward the real Hot and Sour Powder Superman. Suddenly, a voice called out, Dad, Dad! He tossed the bottle of 15 pills to the man slumped against the wall, who looked completely out of it. He said, even if it's for your daughter, you have to stop taking these pills. Get it together, man. A little girl peeked out, and when she saw Hot and Sour Powder Superman sitting there, she cried out, Dad, why are you sleeping on the roof? The girl ran over right as the man was waking up. He said, sorry, Deandian. Daddy must have just dozed off by accident. Deandian didn't believe him. You're lying, Dad. You said you'd celebrate my birthday with me. Then the girl saw the bottle with the 15 pills on the ground and asked, "What's this?" He quickly snatched the bottle, holding it up high and saying, Deandian, give that to Daddy. It's not a toy." He looked at his daughter, scared she would ask for them, and thought to himself, I know I came up to the roof to find the guy in the hat and trade for the blue pills. But when did that happen? Why can't I remember it at all? This is so weird. The bright moon lit up the dark night. On the rooftop, the father and daughter got ready to leave. "Let's go, Deandian. We're going home to cut the birthday cake." The little girl cheered. Yay! Meanwhile, that very same night at Liu Yuan's place, he let out a massive yawn, stretching his arms as he paced around muttering to himself, I am so over these awful recovery days. Can't do this. Can't do that. When am I ever gonna get to go out? Then a light from the study totally caught his eye. It's crazy late. What's he still doing in there? He crept closer to the room, kind of worried about his dad, and was like, Dad, you seriously need to get some sleep. But surprised, nobody was in there. He walked in, glanced around, and was like, he's not here. Then this paper on the desk totally snagged his attention. He grabbed it, wondering, what is this thing he's been obsessing over day and night? But when he read the title on the paper, Deployment Request for the White Sun Planet Lukeport, Liu Yuan was like totally floored. Lukeport? A huge smug grin spread across his face as he muttered, No freaking way, I can't believe this is actually happening. This is my shot to be a legit world-saving hero for real. So first thing in the morning, Yang Shi's in the copy room looking like he's printing something, when this super annoying teasing voice pipes up from behind him. Well, Yang Shi. Fancy seeing you actually working. What you up to? He flashed back to Liu Yuan, throwing an arm around his shoulder, acting all buddy-buddy like they were long-lost bros trying to ask for a favor. He'd said, Yo, little bro, you're friends with Fan Pang, right? We're super tight, so hook a brother up. The memory faded, and Yang Shi just said to the guy, some total weirdo just barged into the office and wanted to post a missing person flyer. The paper was basically blank, except for a few words, missing person notice. Looking for Cousin Li Chi. Fan Pang snatched the paper, looking at it all confused. Cousin Li Chi, I never heard of him. Yang Shi just waved him off like, it's obviously a code, dude. Now scram, you're blocking the copier. Fan Pang pouted with his hoof. Then out of nowhere, a crazy loud alarm started blaring over the speakers. Alert, aberrant beast intrusion detected. This is a Class A disaster. All citizens please evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. All heroes Class B and above. Report to Mingo Road for backup stat. The second that alarm hit, everyone in the office totally freaked and started running everywhere. Fan Pang literally dropped to his knees, screaming, Oh my god, what is even happening? Yang Shi tried to play it cool on the outside, but inside his mind was racing. Mingwa Road. Wait, isn't that super close to the apartment complex where Zhao Su and I used to live? He immediately whipped out his phone and called her, Hello Zhao Su, where are you right now? On the other end, Zhao Su's voice was shaky. My apartment. The aberrant beast. Then all he heard was a massive crash and static. The line went dead. Just a dial tone. Seeing the look of pure terror on Yang Shi's face, Fan Pang asked, all worried, Your sister, she's okay, right? Nothing happened. Yang Shi didn't even answer. He just spun around and bolted out the door. Fan Pang yelled after him, Dude, where are you going? You're not a hero. What are you gonna do? Cut to the company rooftop where a figure just launched into the sky. It was Yang Shi, and the only thing on his mind was Zhao Su. Already transformed into date, all he could think was, I am not losing you again. Yang Shi rocketed toward the Class A aberrant beast, the soul-devouring spider. Its main attack was this ear-splitting shriek. Its whole body is covered in skin as sharp as razors, and it has a thing for human snacks, which is, terrifying. Yang Shi spotted the soul-devouring spider and started breaking down the situation. A Class A aberrant beast needs at least 3 squads of Class A or higher heroes to take it down, but right now all they had was the Class B hero Qing Lan and the Class C hero UND. The soul-devouring spider totally clocked his arrival, its eyes glowing like crazy as it turned its gaze. Then it let out this insane shriek, blasting a sonic attack right at UND. Qing Lan yanked her out of the way just in time, yelling, UND, get back! The building right behind them now had a massive hole blown through it. If she hadn't moved next year, would have been her death anniversary. Qing Lan totally laid into her, UND, what are you even doing here? A Class C hero is just a glorified punching bag against that thing. UND stammered. I was close by and saw Senior Qing Lan was all by herself. So I wanted to come help. Hearing that Qing Lan was just speechless, suddenly they heard this desperate scream from way up. Someone was trapped in the hole the monster just made. It was 2 girls totally trapped. Lin Nathan and her friend. Her friend was slipping and she was desperately trying to hang on to her hand while the other girl just screamed for her life. Lin Nathan screamed, Yuan, just hold on tight to my hand. Yuan was a total wreck, sobbing, Save me, Sister Na, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Linna was freaking out too. Yuan, you need to calm down, I'm pulling you up right now. But Yuan just kept wailing, Please, sister, hurry, I don't want to die. But then this jagged piece of the building above them cracked in two and came hurtling down at them super fast. and in the worst possible luck ever, it slammed down and speared right through the arm Lin Na was using to grip the railing. The pain was insane, and because of it, she lost her grip on Yuan Yuan, and both girls just started plummeting through the air. As Yuan Yuan fell, she let out this blood-curdling, hopeless scream, and then suddenly she was caught by Yuan Di. With tears streaming down her face, Yuan Yuan looked up at the red-haired girl holding her and whispered in disbelief, I'm not dead. Yuan Di just gave her a quick wink and said, a civilian caught in the middle of a battle. Who wouldn't be totally terrified? Class C hero Yuan Di from Cherry Company at your service. The reporter on the scene seeing Yuan Di save Yuan Yuan quickly yelled, wait, what about the other girl? Then someone pointed up, look over there, it's Lin Na. She's still falling, but she's totally silent, like she's already passed out. Just then, a black shadow totally zipped across the screen, leaving everyone watching live totally clueless. The announcer was just as lost and could only say, dear viewers, something legit just zipped past here. I have no idea what it was, but that girl just got snatched. Meanwhile, Qinglan suddenly screamed, get out of the way! The monster blasted a sonic wave at the news chopper, with all the reporters filming live right there. She instantly powered up her wind technique, launching a blade of air at the helicopter to block the monster's attack. The two forces slammed into each other, setting off a huge explosion. The shockwave literally tossed the helicopter through the air. Yuan Dai, holding Yuan Yuan tight, also had to brace against the insane force of the blast. On the other side, Yang Shi had caught Lin Niqian, getting her to the ground safely. It looked like she was completely out cold. Yang Shi gently set the messed-up girl down on a park bench, whispering, I'm sorry, Ju. Yang Shi gently touched her chin, looking super worried, and said, I'm late. Then he used his powers to heal the arm that a sharp rock had torn through. After he healed her, Lin Na was suddenly all cleaned up. Not a mess anymore. Yang Shi threw his jacket over her. The wound's all better. It won't hurt now. Just then, she started to wake up. She looked at the guy in front of her and asked, all innocent, am I still alive? Yang Shi stood up, giving her some space. Lin Na grabbed his hand. Wait, aren't you that chicken dude that's all over the internet? Did you save me? Yang Shi pulled his hand away and said politely, I was just passing through. But in his head, he was thinking, I'm so sorry, Ju. I still can't tell you who I am, or it'll just cause you problems. He stepped onto his hoverboard, and before he took off, he told her, you should rest for a sec, then get to a shelter. Before she could say anything else, he had already zipped far away. Lin Na yelled after him, hey, wait! He was already gone, but she just kept staring at the sky, her mind racing with questions. So weird. I know for a fact I've never met him. So why does he feel so familiar? Up on Yang Shi's triangle hoverboard, he used a cloning power to make another version of himself. Yang Shi pulled out 2 blue power orbs and pushed them into the clone, saying, these 2 powers, Heart of Light and Snow Maiden, are yours now. He watched as the clone started to absorb the 2 abilities. Since you're all about healing and support with an ice power, let's just make you a girl. He used a transformation on the clone, and poof, it turned into a girl with long blue hair and a bunny ear headband. Yang Shi said coldly, the 3rd member of the adjudicators has been born. Your name is Mao. He gave Mao her mission. Go and save anyone in danger. Don't let the body count get any higher. Her reply was just one word, understood. After that, he went back to where the soul-devouring rat was giving it a death stare. Next up, I'm dealing with this nasty rat. But then someone else caught his eye. Wait, who is that? On the roof of a building, a figure stood on the edge, looking tall and totally fearless. It was a girl with long black hair known as the Tyrant Fist Maiden. She was rocking a fiery red outfit with white wraps all over her body like a martial artist, and she was cracking her knuckles. Her eyes were burning with a will to fight as she said, I literally just got back from vacation, and this is the mess I find. The security in Green Harbor City is a total joke. Under the bright morning sun, a blonde reporter holding a mic suddenly gasped in shock. What is that over there? Isn't that Green Harbor City's most legendary A-rank hero of the last 15 years? Every viewer was glued to the big screen as the camera zoomed in on the main event. The Jumbotron showed a girl in a killer red outfit, with her hair in a perfect high bun, her sharp eyes just radiating confidence and pride. She turned to the camera, flashed a huge smile, waved, and said, What's up, you guys still remember the Tyrant Fist Maiden, right? The crowd instantly started buzzing, and the comments started flying, as everyone was freaking out over her vibe, so powerful, but also seriously cool. On a high platform, the other hero, the Great Chicken Lord, stood there looking epic, wearing a black cloak, with his face hidden by a plague doctor mask. He gave a little wave and chuckled. Oh, since a hero's here to handle it, I'll just kick back and watch the show before I make my move. Down below, the Tyrant Fist Maiden stood facing the giant monster, which was roaring like crazy, but she didn't look scared at all. She put a hand on her chin like she was sizing up her opponent, a little smirk playing on her lips. A rat this huge has gotta love getting punched. In that case, I'll be happy to throw down. The giant beast with the flaming gold fur threw its head back and let out 3 huge roars, then blasted a blinding golden energy beam from its mouth, shooting straight forward. Qinglan, seeing this from a distance, started freaking out and yelled a warning to her. Senior, get out of there fast! That sonic attack is crazy destructive! But she wasn't worried at all. The Tyrant Fist Maiden just gave a wicked smile, her voice full of challenge. How am I supposed to know if I can block it if I don't even try? The second she finished talking, a world-shaking explosion rocked the air. The giant rat had fired its attack right where she was standing, but she was gone. The insane blast flew straight into the skyscraper behind her, blowing a massive hole in it as smoke and dust billowed out, blocking out part of the sky. The blonde main character was totally shook, like half terrified, half starstruck. OMG. The tyrant fist maiden could have easily dodged that soul-sucking rat's attack, but nope, she took it straight on. That's so her vibe. Yep, the spot where she got hit was just gone. A massive hole blasted through like multiple floors. Rubble was raining down and the air was thick with dust. The giant soul-sucker just paced around, its freaky eyes glowing, making these little squeak-squeak noises that were so annoying you just wanted to clock at one. So Tyrant Fist Maiden is just floating there and the rat is acting totally clueless like a dumb brick. But then her eyes go wide, locking onto it. She balls up her fists and you can just feel the rage building. Bam! She threw a crazy fast punch that slammed right into the rat's face, sending it flying before it even knew what hit it, poofing into a cloud of smoke. After that nasty hit, the giant rat started backing off all defensive and looking totally beat. Seeing that, she couldn't resist a smirk and totally taunted it. Keep it coming. Big guy. Cat got your tongue? The rat looked so triggered, like its ego was totally bruised. Its face was all twisted up and salty. Meanwhile, the Tyrant Fist Maiden, channeling all that peak 17-year-old energy, just blitzed forward. She snagged its super long, thick tail and just slammed it into the ground with everything she had, making the rat jump up, letting out this pained grunt. But she wasn't done. She started swinging the poor thing around and around like a rag doll, totally cracking up while she did it. This is epic. So epic. Heh heh. Once she was bored, she just yeeted the massive thing into another corner. The throw was so insane that it crashed right into the wall, and everything around it exploded into chaos. Dust just billowed up again, covering the whole place. Watching all this go down from a distance, Qinglan was just like completely floored. He sighed, totally impressed. She's an absolute psycho. The amount of damage she's doing is on the same level as the monster. Elsewhere, Mao was watching from above when her eyes shot open. Some guy just appeared in front of her, about to get totally flattened by a huge boulder that would have ended him for real. Without even thinking, she yelled, "Look out!" Then zipped over, grabbed him, and flew them both to safety. The guy she saved was blushing like crazy, all embarrassed, and stammered, thanks." After a sec, he pulled himself together and asked, "What hero agency are you with? I've never seen you around before." Rabbit Mask didn't say a word. She just dropped him, turned, and walked off, leaving him with just 2 words. Judgments. Rabbit Mask. She just faded out of sight, leaving a bunch of guys to start whispering. One was like, "Yo, who was that?" Another one goes, "A total hottie for sure." Then this bald dude with a dorky look on his face just blurts out, "Dude, it's like a goddess just showed up. That Judgments group must be stacked with heavy hitters." Rabbit Mask kept walking until she spotted a group of girls whispering up ahead. She kinda grunted, scanning them before realizing it was VMD and her bestie, Zhao Sus. The second the girl saw Rabbit Mask, she knew her hero was here and her face just lit up. Even though she was all sweaty, she begged for help. "They fell from the sky and they're hurt like really bad. Can you save them?" Rabbit Mask didn't even hesitate, flipping on her compassionate sacrifice mode, and instantly started healing the 2 girls in front of her. Like a second later, the girls Rabbit Mask healed were so much better that everyone watching just gasped, totally blown away. Some guy nearby was like, "Whoa, their injuries are totally gone. What kind of power is that? She's gorgeous, nice, and has this insane healing ability." But Rabbit Mask was still all business, just giving them a quiet heads up. "Everyone, you need to get out of the shelter now so you don't get hurt again." Right then, this huge, scary shadow popped up behind the building. Its roar was so loud that 2 guys just screamed. Thon Lum cringed and covered her ears, complaining, "This roar is way different than before. It feels like my eardrums are gonna explode." Brute Force Fist was feeling it too. She yelled out, totally pissed, "Crap, that thing's about to go nuclear." Rooster Overlord looked like he figured something out. He freaked, yelling, "We're so screwed!" Watching the giant rat get back up, he looked super worried. "It's sucking up all the souls of the people who didn't make it." Brute Force Fist just stared at the huge gray rat in front of her. Its body started soaking up this massive wave of green energy. All this power was just pouring into it, and its chubby body started to heal up. It dragged its massive body up, and every slow move was just dripping with menace. Its face started to morph, its eyes turning this demonic-looking crimson. Its mouth stretched wide open, showing off these super sharp fangs that looked ready to tear everything apart. Then Lam, who was standing nearby, was totally stunned. Her eyes were locked on the freaky scene as she asked, all confused, "What? What is that?" Brute Force Fist answered, her voice like ice. "That disgusting rat is feeding on the spiritual energy of the dead." The rat, looking all intimidating with its psycho eyes, just charged forward like a freight train. The ground shook with every step. The people in the helicopter watching from way up were totally freaking out. Someone yelled, "The rat's injuries are completely gone." With a soul-eating rat, this huge people were freaking out like, can Brute Force Fist even win? Where's backup? But Brute Force Fist just tuned out all the noise. She got super serious, looked right at Than Lam and said, "Oh, look, kiddo, you need to fall back now. I've got a really bad feeling this thing's about to blow." Than Lam totally froze, not wanting to ditch her. Her voice was all tight as she started to say. But before she could even get a word out, the massive rat reared up and blasted this crazy bright yellow beam of energy straight ahead. That was the last straw. You could just see the rage flash in Brute Force Fist's eyes. She launched into the air yelling, "Zip it, you disgusting rodent!" The second she said it, she dive-bombed, slamming a massive thunder punch right into its giant body. A crazy loud explosion sent smoke and dust flying absolutely everywhere, totally blocking out the sky. Brute Force Fist hit the ground all tired and hunched over. She mumbled to herself, "Okay, that's gotta be it. I totally got it this time." But she barely had a second to breathe before a giant tail whipped at her out of nowhere, and she was just a split second too late to react. She took a nasty hit right across her back. A little stream of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth down her chin. She clenched her jaw in pain, her eyes blazing with fury. "Another cheap shot," she hissed. "You piece of garbage!" The massive tail swung around again. This time she was the one who went flying. Her tiny body got tossed her back, slamming hard against the ground. She couldn't help but cry out. Seeing its chance, the giant rat got all cocky and started letting out all these taunting squeaks. Even though she was in a ton of pain, Brute Force Fist still tried to push herself up, her determined eyes reminding herself, "I can't go down. I gotta end this thing, and fast!" But her body felt totally limp and useless, like a rag doll that had been torn to shreds. Then Lam ran over to her, freaking out, her voice filled with panic. Brute Force Fist was totally shocked to see Thon Lam next to her. She gave her this look like, "Why are you still here? Are you trying to get yourself killed or something?" Then Lam shot back, totally determined. "I'm a pro hero too. There are so many people behind us that need protecting. How could I just bail when there's a monster here?" Those brave words totally warmed Brute Force Fist's heart even through all the pain. She struggled to get back on her feet. From a distance, the blonde reporter was getting super hyped, yelling into her mic. "Everyone look now, you're seeing the legendary pro heroes of Luck Kang City in action." The giant rat gave them zero time to rest and charged again. Brute Force Fist leaped in front of Thon Lam, shielding her. She muttered a curse, her eyes turning as cold as ice. "AVZ support elixir." In that instant, a white staff appeared in Brute Force Fist's hand, glowing so intensely it lit up the entire sky. The staff was packed with so much power, you could only call it a bomb. The injured rat leaped back, screeching "Chi-Chi" in agony. Its cries echoed, just full of desperation. And right when things were getting super tense, another person appeared in the sky. The masked guy was none other than Rooster Overlord, standing coolly on a hoverboard. Next to him was a beautiful girl with an icy look named Rabbit Mask. The reporter in the helicopter saw this and completely lost it, screaming "ah" into her mic a few times. Then her voice totally buzzing with excitement, she announced to everyone. "And in their darkest hour, the super A-rank hero Rooster Overlord has appeared. And get this, he's brought a gorgeous lady with him." The pro organization's cameras immediately swung over to where they were. They zoomed in super close while the announcer went on and on about them. Brute Force Fist thought their whole dramatic entrance was kinda sus, and her eyes were full of suspicion. She had to ask, "Oh, what's their deal?" Then Lam, who was right there with her, didn't know anything either and just replied completely clueless. "Beats me." Then she added her own guess, "But maybe they're here to save us." Rooster Overlord was giving off major main character energy, all serious and powerful, totally stealing the spotlight. He slowly lifted his hand and flicked out a bunch of sharp objects that shot forward like a flock of angry birds. Every single glint of light off their tips flashed like lightning, leaving fiery trails behind them, making the whole thing look super theatrical. His calm, steady voice gave a short command, "Go." Immediately all of those sharp daggers shot straight. For the giant rat at a speed so insane it was almost like the speed of light. Seeing this, the furry rat just got cockier, lifting its head and spreading its arms out like it was daring them to try something. It let out a couple of Chi-Chi sounds like it was totally mocking them. Violent Fist Maiden was watching from a distance when her eyes suddenly lit up like a light bulb went off in her head. She suddenly yelled, "I get it! This thing has a healing factor that's powered by what it eats. That's why it's so hard to take down. So the most important thing is to shut down its healing ability." Hearing that, Thon Lam, standing beside her looking totally lost, scrunched up her face and asked, "How do we do that, put a gag on it or something?" That question earned her a solid bonk on the head from Violent Fist Maiden, who growled, "Are you serious right now? Gag its mouth?" Just then the masked guy, without saying a word, just casually lifted his middle and index fingers. A massive explosion went off, and the fat rat was blasted high up into the air. Violent Fist Maiden looked up, and as an idea hit her, she yelled, "Nailed it from downtown!" In midair, the giant rat was totally helpless as spikes just blasted right through it. You could hear it shrieking, completely losing its mind. And it wasn't just its body, one went straight through its jaw. Its limbs got totally skewered by sharp spikes, too, making it look like some kind of gnarly giant rat shish kebab. The masked dude just kept on controlling that massive flying disc. And with this crazy mix of gentle and powerful, he tossed the rat right onto a pointy thing sticking out of the middle. Then he turned to Blood Rabbit, his voice ice cold, and said, "Blood Rabbit, shut its mouth." And just like that, Blood Rabbit gave a little nod. She floated forward, her movements so smooth and graceful like she was gliding on water. She raised her hands and got ready to unleash her Snowflower Dragon Fist. In a flash, this wave of Cayenne power shot out from Blood Rabbit, lighting up the whole sky in a seriously beautiful shimmering show. Those streams of energy swirled around and started wrapping themselves around the giant mole, slowing its movements way down. The guys watching from a distance were just staring, completely blown away. Their eyes were totally glued to the insane scene. With their jaws on the floor, one of them gasped, "Yo, look, they actually froze the mutant beast and it's huge. Seriously, how high level are these guys?" That poor giant mole was now trapped in a thick shell of ice from Blood Rabbit, completely stuck. Its whole body was getting squeezed, looking absolutely miserable with those sharp spikes still poking through its legs. But then something else weird happened. A second later, that green energy that had been around it before just reappeared. A hand in a black glove shot up, and Rooster Overlord's sharp voice echoed, "Don't even dream of sucking up any more energy." The masked guy was totally threatening the massive but arrogant mole. "With this heat, you can't touch any of the bodies, and you for sure can't absorb their crystal energy either." As soon as Rooster Overlord finished his sentence, he quickly balled his hand into a fist and added, "This is over." Then he went all out, unleashing his Bladestorm technique. The mole was in a really bad spot now, completely pinned down by him and unable to fight back, forced to just take the storm of attacks. Its weak little squeaks were the only sound as the hits kept landing. That mole was having the worst day ever, just filled with total despair. One of the young guys watching, the dude with blue hair nearby, was just staring at the orb zipping around. He couldn't help but say, "Whoa, it got diced into snowflakes." "Huh!" Rooster Overlord just coldly spun the green orb in his hand, dropping his ability Plunder technique. And boom, a huge info panel popped up right in front of him, just like always. This pop-up was showing all the deets about the soul guard skill he'd just swiped from that giant mole. Rooster Overlord scanned the panel, totally focused. After reading it, he muttered to himself, "So unlike Spirit Link Heart. Soul Guard's healing power leeches off other people's mental energy, but it's still basically a healing skill." Just then, the organization's chopper swooped in to get a closer look. The voice of the blonde reporter came on super hyped. "All right, everyone, hold on to your hats. I'm flying straight up to cloud level to show you guys what's really going down on the live stream." But then, she looked up and her eyes totally locked with the masked guy just chilling on a platform near the clouds. She let out a gasp, then turned to get everyone's attention. "Rooster Overlord, we'd love to get a quick interview." Hearing her, Rooster Overlord slowly turned around. The camera got this epic shot of his super strong back, and the live chat just exploded with praise for him. Even Tyrannical Fist was totally captivated, looking at him with major admiration. Still, you could tell she was on edge. She thought, the intense vibe he's giving off is on a whole other level. He's gotta be an S-Class Awakener for real. While she was lost in thought, something wild happened. Blood Rabbit literally just appeared out of thin air, standing right behind Tyrannical Fist and Than Lamb. Feeling someone there, Tyrannical Fist whipped around, her sharp gaze locked on Blood Rabbit. Her voice was dripping with suspicion. "What do you want?" But Blood Rabbit just gave them an icy stare without saying a word. Then she straight up unleashed this light blue power, and the beam shot right at Tyrannical Fist. Seeing this, a freaked out Than Lamb screamed, "Senior, watch out!" She then scrambled over and shoved Tyrannical Fist out of the way of the massive energy blast. Than Lamb watched the stream of power rushing at her, her whole body totally tense. But when the energy beam got super close and didn't even scratch her, she, being completely okay, finally got the nerve to slowly look up. Then Lamb's eyes went wide, but they were also full of shock. Her face was a total OMG moment, while her brain was just a giant question mark. "Senior, my wounds, they're totally healed." At that exact moment, Tyrannical Fist's body was going through the same thing. Her injuries were healing up like crazy fast. She started looking way healthier and her whole aura got stronger. Tyrannical Fist spun around, completely confused, and asked Blood Rabbit, "A super rare healing ability. Who even are you?" Blood Rabbit slowly answered with 4 words. "Judgment Organization Blood Rabbit." After Blood Rabbit's reply, the reporter in the chopper started her play-by-play again. "This person who just showed up with Rooster Overlord is a member of the Judgment Organization. She's got some kind of healing ability, and she's patching up the injured heroes right now." The screen was now all about Blood Rabbit and Rooster Overlord. Tyrannical Fist kind of shyly scratched her head and said to Blood Rabbit, "Is Judgment like a new hero agency or what? I've never heard of you guys, but hey, thanks for handling the cleanup." Blood Rabbit replied, "Don't sweat it. You're a hero who deserves major respect." At the same time, the blonde reporter in the chopper kept gushing about Rooster Overlord and Blood Rabbit. "Hey viewers, our powered-up heroes have once again saved Green Harbor City from the mutant beast invasion. The biggest props for this one go to the Judgment Organization. Let's all blow up the chat to thank them." The second she finished, the screen was just a solid wall of thank you comments from the viewers. Than Lamb looked at Blood Rabbit with total heart eyes and gushed, "She's so gorgeous." Meanwhile, Tyrannical Fist puffed her cheeks out, all annoyed, thinking, "Ugh, seriously, they totally stole our spotlight." Elsewhere, Rooster Overlord was standing with his back to them, telling the Blood Rabbit clone that his adopted son had hit him up and wanted to meet. He thought with a little worry, "I wonder what kind of intel he's bringing me this time." As he was just spacing out, Rooster Overlord was suddenly startled by his own clone Blood Rabbit calling his name. Blood Rabbit told him that time was up. Rooster Overlord shot back, "Wait, the clone's time is up already." He put a hand on his chest, feeling the power, and continued, "The ability orb from the clone zaps right back into my body. This is actually super convenient. In the future, I can just have the clone run my missions for me." But Rooster Overlord made a mental note to himself to never again make a clone that wears girl clothes or acts like a girl. She gets hit on way too easily. What a totally cringe situation. Right then, a young guy named Liu Yuan with long curly hair tied back was leaning against a sick red supercar. He was digging for gold while spitting the cheesiest pickup lines. Even a superstar's smile ain't as sweet as yours, babe. This made Rooster Overlord just facepalm at his adopted son, who had absolutely zero sense of how to look cool. Peeking at where he was, Rooster Overlord grumbled, "In that rest area, that punk Liu Yuan is being followed and he's totally clueless." Seeing his adopted son totally hyped and rushing over with a piece of paper, he was like, "You got new tea already?" The young Liu Yuan grinned like a total kid and chirped back, Foster Dad? You're forgetting who you're talking to, right?" Just then, some kind of click from behind totally made Liu Yuan stop his happy rambling and freeze up. He asked his foster dad, "Yo, what was that noise? Is someone back there?" Rooster Overlord coughed a couple times and was like, "Just give me the file already. Let me see the intel." Rooster Overlord grabbed the paper, scanned it for a sec, and then said, "So the Hero Association is actually going to open up that dead zone in Green Harbor City. Way sooner than I thought." Hearing this, Liu Yuan was totally freaking out. "Foster Dad, I heard that in the Mutant Beast Zone, you can score some epic upgrades to special ability grade items or gear. We gotta get a jump on it and snag all the good stuff for ourselves." Hearing his adopted son's plan, Rooster Overlord said, pretty impressed, "This intel you got is legit gold. The merit points should be more than enough for the org to hook you up with a declassification potion." Liu Yuan slammed a blue can in one gulp, let out a super satisfied laugh, and replied, "Haha, thanks for having my back, Foster Dad." Right after he downed the potion, Liu Yuan suddenly doubled over. He said, looking totally sick, "Foster Dad drinking this. It tastes like it's got wasabi and that bitter dark chocolate stuff." Rooster Overlord patted his back trying to help. Then he told his adopted son, who was making a major cringe face, "Hey, the nasty stuff is what works best, you know." After drinking that weird potion, Liu Yuan suddenly let out this insane scream. In just a few seconds, he morphed into this massive A-class werewolf. He looked totally wild as he excitedly threw his head back, let out this epic wolf howl, and then said, "Whoa! I can totally feel my strength and senses getting way stronger." Rooster Overlord saw this and replied, super pleased, "Keep this up and hitting S rank is basically a guarantee. I mean, that's the end game for every Esper, right?" Before Liu Yuan could even answer, Rooster Overlord just added the armored war hero. This random comment left Liu Yuan totally buggin'. Like a big old question mark just appeared over his head. He then asked Rooster Overlord, Foster Dad, what are you even talking about? My old man's probably off somewhere getting wasted with some hot girls right now. He's got zero time to deal with me." And right as he finished trash-talking him, some old guy just pops up out of nowhere. Turns out it was the exact dude Liu Yuan was just dissing. He angrily snapped, "You little..." His eyes were basically on fire, giving off this seriously killer vibe as he went on. "But before we get into it, I'm gonna skin this punk kid of mine alive." You could just hear these pathetic whimpers echoing in the room. Even in his wolf form, you could see on Liu Yuan's face that he was just a scared kid inside. He was totally bawling, begging his dad for mercy. I didn't mean it for real. Please chill. You're gonna actually kill me, Dad." The middle-aged armored war hero was so mad he was seeing red and just couldn't hold back anymore. He lashed out with a kick while cursing out his son, Liu Yuan. "You little punk! Who are you calling Foster Dad? You sold out our family's secrets. I swear I could just kick you into next week right now." At this point, Rooster Overlord kinda scratched his head and stepped in for Liu Yuan. "Totally didn't expect you to show up in person. His deal with me was just 'cause he wanted to get an ability. No need to go all murdery on him for it." Liu Yuan struggled up, looked at his dad, and whined, "You already got your hits in fine worst case. I just won't swipe the family intel anymore." "Just stay out of my business with my foster dad." The armored war hero, already fuming, heard his kid muttering and just roared, "Shut your trap and get over here." With that, he turned to question Rooster Overlord, who was standing right there. "This punk kid of mine was born with zero abilities. You're telling me you can really give him one just like that?" Hearing this, a totally different idea popped into Rooster Overlord's head. "No abilities, man. You really don't get your own kid at all. I've been sitting on his A-rank rebirth ability orb, saving it for the perfect moment." After thinking for a sec, he replied, "Pfft, that's nothing. Giving him one ability or even 2 or 3 is like super easy." Hearing that, Liu Yuan totally jumped up all hyped and exclaimed, "Wait, you mean I can get even more abilities?" The armored war hero's curiosity was piqued too, and he asked, "Can like anyone get one, even an A-rank hero like me?" Hearing his question, Rooster Overlord thought to himself, the old cat couldn't resist, but that's pretty standard. Anyone hungry for power can't control that itch to get stronger. So Rooster Overlord just spread his hands and gave them a warning. "For sure, but if you want an A-rank ability, the price tag is going to be steep." The dad got all serious and demanded he spill the deets on getting an A-rank ability. Rooster Overlord tossed out this green orb and asked if he knew what it was. The dad picked up the green orb with like 3 fingers and said, "Never seen anything like this in my life." Hearing that, Rooster Overlord let out a confused, "Huh," and replied, "Some dude who works for you has used this kind of pill before, and you're telling me you have no clue. When an Esper pops this pill, their power can get jacked up by 3 times. The dad asked, looking super suspicious. "Is this something your organization makes too?" Rooster Overlord just waved him off and said, Nah, this stuff belongs to a whole other crew. Look, I only started dealing with Liu Yuan to get the inside scoop on them. With that, he turned and was like, Liu Yuan, get over here and spill everything you know. So Liu Yuan, doing what he was told, stepped up and started spilling the tea. Lee Shanyang is from the Piercing Brave Guild. He used some shady drug to take out a ton of people. I literally saw it happen. The dad was like totally floored. He stared at the little green pill in his hand and was like, seriously? How can something this tiny have such a massive side effect? Master Rooster started breaking it down. I knew it. There's no way the Piercing Brave Guild would pull something like this. We finally figured it out. Then the dad got all serious and asked, so after all that, what do you want me to do? Help you look into the crew behind this pill, Master Rooster shot back. It's more than that. You gotta join the Bashang clan too. For your trouble, you'll get an A-rank ability potion. It'll make you a dual system A-rank Esper. Hearing that, the dad was like, hold up, you want to join the Bashang clan? Don't say I didn't warn you. Bang is a one-way trip. You go in, but you never come out. But Master Rooster just flexed the ring on his finger all confident like, don't even trip about me. I'm using this ring to get my hands on some ability factors. The dad repeated ability factors, and Master Rooster broke it down. Yeah, they're like the key ingredient for making ability potions. You get them from criminal espers or stuff you collect from mutant beasts. And the best part? The beasts in Bang are basically an endless supply no matter how many you take down. But the dad was still skeptical. And how do you know for sure that the ability potion is actually gonna work? Master Rooster was like, dude, look at me. I'm living proof. If you don't trust how we roll, then fine, we can just call it off. Hearing that, Liu Yuan totally freaked out, yelling, ugh, if you're not gonna do it, then just don't. I'm scared you'll mess up my leveling space if you show up. Listening to his useless son's whining, the armored hero just knocked some sense into him and laid into him. You ungrateful little punk. I give you everything and you can't even show some respect. After chewing him out, he turned to Master Rooster and was like, fine, I'm in. I'll deal with the Piercing Brave Guild too. Master Rooster was stoked to hear that and bounced, throwing back, you made the right call. Here's to a sick partnership. Catch you on the flip side. Then the scene cuts to this super bright hospital room with a big red cross where this cute brunette named Xiao is stumbling out, rubbing her eyes and mumbling, ugh, the whole apartment building came down yesterday. I can't believe I had to crash at the hospital. All of a sudden, she totally jumped, seeing someone she knew. Right then, Master Rooster had switched back to his normal human self, Yang-Shi. When she saw him, a super surprised Yao was like, Yang-Shi, what are you doing here? Seeing she was awake, Yang-Shi ran right over, grabbing her shoulders and was like, I've been looking for you literally all day. I heard everyone who got hurt at the shelter was brought here, so I came looking for you. I'm so glad you're okay. Zhao was so touched by how much he cared that she started blushing like crazy. She said all shy, it's just a couple of small scratches. It's just, my apartment's gone. I literally have nowhere to go now. Hearing that, Yang-Shi's whole face lit up and he said super excited, that's not a problem at all. You can just move in with me. Zhao's face got even redder, and she was like, what you mean like live together? Isn't that moving a little fast? Hearing that, Yang-Shi totally panicked and tried to backpedal. When she heard that, Zhao's blush turned into a total pout. Not what you meant. Then just forget it. It's not like I wanted to live with you anyway. And with that, she just turned and took off. She left Yang-Shi standing there totally confused, trying to explain, wait, Zhao, I just meant... But then Zhao stopped, looked out the window and totally cut him off. I should just go back to thinking about Master Rooster. Hearing his own secret name, Yang-Shi started sweating bullets like, wait, what did you just say, Rooster? And just talking about Master Rooster. Zhao's face totally lit up like she was on cloud 9, and she told Yang-Shi, you are not gonna believe this. I was so close to being a goner today, but then the mysterious Master Rooster showed up and saved me. He is so cute. After that, she just kept daydreaming, thinking about how she was totally gonna find a way to interview him. It would be an amazing story for the news. She was so completely lost in her own world that she didn't even see Yang-Shi behind her, his face getting darker as he listened to her fangirl over his other identity. That hopeless vibe quickly switched to him being super bold and possessive. Yang-Shi just walked right up, scooped Xiao into his arms bridal style, which made her freeze up and shriek, whoa, Yang-Shi, what are you doing? And bam, he just tossed her right onto the bed. She landed on the clean white sheets and yelled, ow! Then Xiao, all awkwardly and slowly, tried to sit up to ask Yang-Shi, hold on, what is even happening right now? So there she was on that super white hospital bed in this kind of suggestive pose, trying to crawl towards Yang-Shi, her face totally red from being so embarrassed. She whispered the name of the guy in front of her, Yang-Shi. Hearing his name like that, so soft from the girl he was crushing on, totally hit Yang-Shi right in the feels like he'd just been shot by Cupid's arrow. His heart totally skipped a beat as he whispered her name back, Tutu. Duanhai started to lean in, ready to get a closer look, but the second he moved, Tutu got all flustered and tried to dodge him. She shot up her voice, a loud whisper. Whoa, we can't do this in a hospital, asterisk, asterisk, boom, asterisk, asterisk. The way they were tangled up, legs and all, was looking way too intense. OMG, Duanhai and Tutu were getting real bold, lying there on the bed with their legs completely intertwined, facing each other with their faces beet red. Tutu was super shy, but her brain was turning to mush in that moment. She gently whispered his name again, Duanhai, lying there face to face. Their shining eyes were totally locked on each other. But Duan Hai was a total gentleman. He wasn't about to cross a line just because things were getting heated. He was a complete class act. He just opened his arms, pulled Tutu into a close hug, and whispered, "Go to sleep. I'll help you move tomorrow. From now on, you're moving in with me." On the outside, Tutu was all, "Okay." But inside, she was screaming with frustration. She couldn't help but think, seriously, in a situation like this, that's it. Cut to the next morning on a Stalax Airlines flight. Duan Hai was wide awake and totally glued to his phone. A second later, he fumbled for a reply to the person on the phone. "What a flat-bottomed pot. Try looking in the kitchen cabinet." On the other end, Tutu groaned, annoyed at how clueless he was about his own kitchen. "I've looked everywhere. There's literally nothing in here, not even one grain of rice. OMG, Duan Hai, how do you even live like this?" Hearing her go off, Duan Hai just took it in stride, stuffing his backpack into the overhead bin. He calmly replied to her rant, Okay, my bad. Just use the card I gave you last night and grab whatever you need." Tutu agreed. "All right, fine. When you get back from your trip, I'll have a me surprise for you." Hearing her cute little phrase, Duan Hai couldn't help but crack a smile, repeating, "Me surprise?" He got so flustered he actually coughed a little. Then he started to wrap up the call. "I'll text you when I land. Bye-bye." The guy in a white turban sitting next to him, who'd been eavesdropping the whole time, heard his cute little moment and decided to tease him. "Hey, kid. Me surprise." Duan Hai totally lost it and burst out laughing. "Me surprise." The plane kept cruising through the blue sky, getting further and further away. Suddenly, Duan Hai's eyes narrowed. Asterisk. Turns out the girl with orange hair sitting across the aisle had caught his eye. He realized it was that girl he'd met before Tianda. He thought to himself, "I'm on my way to Exak Chow to meet with the Fawny Trade Guild. I didn't expect to run into Tianda on the same flight, but in these normal clothes she'll probably never recognize me." Speaking of Tianda, she was having a seriously bad time right now. Her face was a total mask of annoyance, all thanks to a couple of creepy dudes across the aisle who were giving her some seriously gross looks. One of them was thinking, "Man, 2 hotties on one flight. My lucky day." The pink-haired girl next to her Haidong timidly asked the flight attendant, "Excuse me, could I get a blanket, please?" The flight attendant replied with a bright smile, "Of course, just one moment." Right as the flight attendant came back with it for Haidong and said, "Here you are, ma'am." Tianda, who was already on edge and now weirded out by Duan Hai staring, finally snapped, "What are you looking at? Never seen a girl before, you creep." Duan Hai, who was totally zoned out, got called out for literally no reason. He was fuming, his cheeks puffed out as he thought, if she had any idea I was the god-tier player she's a fan of, she would not be acting so high and mighty. Asterisk, thought asterisk. Out of nowhere, a piece of brown cloth dropped onto the red shoe of the flight attendant. A second later, the barrel of a gun was shoved into her back, making her freak out, throw her hands up and cry out, "Please don't hurt me." Duan Hai looked up, instantly sized up the situation, and muttered, "Looks like a hijacking." The hijacker was a good-looking guy with some seriously wild hair. He barked at the flight attendant, "Don't even think about moving. Hands on your head." Then his crew popped up out of nowhere, ordering everyone to put their hands on their heads. The passengers, totally terrified, started begging them not to hurt anyone. With a gun now pointed at his shoulder, Duan Hai wondered, are those mutant beast weapons? He was so deep in thought that he forgot to put his hands up, which totally set off the hot-headed bald dude. He yelled at him, "You little punk, what the hell are you staring at? Get your hands on your head now." Duan Hai quickly sized them up, thinking, every one of these guys with a gun is at least a B-rank ability user. What kind of group is crazy enough to pull a hijacking in broad daylight? Fine. Duan Hai couldn't just blow his cover as a god-tier player in front of all these people. He needed a plan, but first things first. Better get those hands up. Head down, trying not to get noticed. The guy with the wild orange hair aimed his piece at the flight attendant, telling her to pop the door. The attendant was all shaky like, "I'll open it now, please don't hurt me." Seeing how messed up this was, Duan Hai's face got seriously concerned. Just then, the orange-haired dude turned to his blue-haired buddy and said, the blue-haired accomplice was like, "Got it, boss." The flight attendant just watched them, a total wreck, shaking and crying while they did their thing. Scared but also totally fed up, she asked them, "The manual controls? Where are you even planning to take this plane?" The orange-haired psycho just pointed his weapon right back at her and said, "Isn't it obvious? We're taking a one-way trip to the tallest tower to go out with a bang along with the council members from your precious Sector 2. The look on this guy's face was pure evil. His face was screaming murder, and his eyes were just like completely empty. The ones getting all the attention right then were 2 seriously intense-looking members of the crew, one with a buzz cut and the other with purple hair. But for some reason, both of them suddenly looked super strained and uncomfortable, like they were in a ton of pain. Their eyes also went wide with absolute horror. Meanwhile, the old guy in the white turban next to Duan Hai was for some bizarre reason giggling like a teenager with their first crush. His face just kept getting redder with this shy blush. It was like he was soaking in the final moments, even turning to check out Tiandada and started rambling to Duan Hai, saying, "Man, if this is my last ride, at least I get to see a total knockout. Not a bad way to go." Duan Hai, who was in the middle of a literal life-or-death situation, was completely speechless. listening to the old dude's super chill comment. He was so over it he didn't even answer. Duang Hai was just thinking asterisk. This old geezer is about to bite the dust and he's still thinking about cute girls. Seriously asterisk. After that he tuned the old guy out thought for a second and then said out loud, "Where in the world did these hijackers even come from?" Tian Da, sitting across from him, heard him, and her eyes totally lit up like he'd asked the million-dollar question. She eagerly jumped in to give him the scoop. "He just said they're flying the plane to the White Tower. They must really hate Sector 2. So they've got to be from Sector 35. Duang Hai listened to her logic, but he was still confused, so he asked for more deets. "Sector 35. Why do you think that?" Hearing him ask such a basic question, Tian Da was shocked and shot back. "Wait, you seriously don't know this story?" With that, Tian Da got super into it and started giving him the whole backstory. So before Bluest Star created the 50-piece zones, Sector 35 got totally steamrolled by the people from Sector 2. After the 50-piece zones were set up at a big government conference, Sector 35 told Sector 2 to make a public apology and pay up for the invasion. But the people from Sector 2 were total jerks and just denied everything. After getting the full story, it all clicked for him, and he could finally weigh in. "Okay, no wonder they're going so extreme. But times have totally changed now. Pulling a crazy stunt like this won't fix anything." Hearing his take, Tian Da nodded and was like, "I know, right? This will only get innocent people hurt." While the two of them were deep in conversation, the bald guy showed up again looking ticked off. "What are you two whispering about?" Tianda was a smart girl who knew how to handle people. She tried to de-escalate, using a soft voice to hopefully get the bald guy to back off. "We weren't saying anything. I'm sorry, boss. I wouldn't dare." But this brute clearly didn't know how to treat a lady. He grabbed Tiandada's hand hard and yelled, "Wouldn't dare, huh? Looks to me like you've got plenty of nerve." Without another move, he violently threw her over his shoulder, stomped over to the airplane door, and angrily threatened the girl. "If you want to die, I'll toss you right out of here." Tiandada panicked and started begging, don't throw me, please don't help." Duan Hai was so done with this guy's nasty attitude. He couldn't just watch anymore and stood up. Looking at the mess down below, he clenched his fist, like he was about to unleash a massive, thunderous punch. Suddenly, the bald guy got clocked so hard his dentures went flying. Turns out someone else beat Duang Hai to it. After decking the bald dude, the man caught Tiandada and calmed her down. "Don't be scared, kid. I've got you." A blonde-haired young man, an A-rank hero named Tin Dion, had just arrived, radiating total hero vibes and instantly stealing the spotlight. Tin Dion struck a pose like a movie star and greeted them. "Hey, sorry I'm late to the party." The guy who'd saved Tiandada was also looking incredibly awesome right then, feeling pretty proud of his own power. It turned out this dude was also an A-rank hero named Tu Jiangui. The other passengers on the plane saw the two of them as legit saviors and started cheering like crazy. It's A-rank hero Tu Jia Thuang Ui and A-rank hero Tin Du Niang were saved. Duang Hai could finally take a breath and said, "Okay, I think we're actually going to be fine now." The purple-haired guy and the orange-haired guy looked at Tin Dunifeng wrecking their plans and snarled, "You're so dead," before charging at him together, but they were totally stunned, thrown on defense by some red cloak that just zipped by at lightning speed. Duang Hai sized up the situation. That guy's cloak was legit the most powerful soul weapon he'd ever seen, and his power level was seriously no joke. The orange-haired dude giving off major sketchy wolf vibes growled, "You actually did good, Tin Du." Nyang Fong was so not impressed by these chumps. He looked down at them like they were nothing and shot back, "It's just the two of you left. Drop your weapons now." Duang Hai's eyes bugged out when he saw their totally reckless and messed up move. He yelled, "People from District 2 are so sketchy and two-faced, but for real you think this is the end?" Then the sketchy wolf dude and the guy with milk tea brown hair suddenly transformed, from being all skinny to two totally jacked six-pack dudes. Apparently they used some move called the human bullet ability. Tin Du Nyang Fong and Tu Jiangui were totally horrified, screaming, "This is so not good." A second later, the plane just exploded with a huge bang. It totally lost control, careening all over the sky. The passengers looked like total zombies, desperately gripping their seats and crying out weakly, "Help, ah!" He immediately screamed for everyone to hurry up and put on their anti-toxin masks. Then he turned to his A-rank buddy and asked, "Nyang Fong, you got any way to handle this? Like, can't you use your cloak to fly up or something?" Tin Du Nyang Fong snapped, "Do you think I'm some S-rank hero? Everyone here is just a normal person? At most, my cloak can only carry a few people. Any more than that is totally impossible." The second he finished, the passengers on the plane started going wild, begging, "Please take me." A purple-haired guy cried and pleaded, "Take me too. I'll give you money. Any amount. I'm begging you. Please take me." A person with shrimp paste-colored hair piped up, "And me." Duang Hai just watched the mob, feeling totally useless, thinking to himself, "Are they really gonna swarm him like a bunch of bees?" Dada pleaded with the person in front of her, "Please take me, I'm begging you." Before she even got an answer, she heard a loud voice yell from behind, "Get lost! You should take me first!" The older guy next to her, puffing on a cigarette, glanced at Dada and said gently, "Little lady, you should get back to your seat and quick. Don't forget to buckle up." Realizing the guy was just worried about her, Dada gave a little smile and said as she walked away, "You're a really kind person." A little girl walked over, her eyes wide with worry, and said to Dada, "Dada, I'm scared." Dada gently knelt down, gave a comforting smile, and said, "Don't be scared. See, I came back for you." The guy sitting below was trying to figure something out when suddenly his eyes lit up like he had a plan. He cracked a small, satisfied smile, then turned to Thuy standing beside him and said confidently, "Thuy, I've got a way. Come outside with me." Thuy looked at the guy suspiciously and asked, "What are you planning? We can't just bail on the passengers." He could see the doubt in Thuy's eyes, but he didn't hesitate, saying all calm and confident, "You just need to trust me. Let's go quick or we'll run out of time." The two of them hopped onto the flying carpet, and in a flash, the carpet shot up into the sky. Duong Hai's expression turned serious, his gaze distant like he was totally lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea hit him. "That's it. I can make a shadow clone inside the cabin. Even though it'll only have 1/10 of my real power, it might be enough to save the whole plane." Right as he finished that thought, the system suddenly announced, "Shadow clone has been activated." His face was super serious, not even a hint of a smile. He had this super deep look in his eyes like he was totally zoned out. He transformed into Duong Hai and stared at his reflection, almost like he could feel some new power surging inside him. The plane was plummeting at a terrifying speed, ripping through the sky like a cold, sharp arrow. The guy from before rushed to tell Thuy, his voice totally urgent. "Thuy, hurry and use your ability to make a giant parachute to slow the plane down." Thuy was stunned for a second, then it clicked and he replied, "Oh right, why didn't I think of that? You're still the brains of this operation." As soon as he said that, Thuy immediately used his ability, Long Snowy Mist. A thick cloud of smoke suddenly shot out of his mouth, covering everything. The dense smoke clouds from his mouth then started to transform, no longer just shapeless black clouds, but giant parachutes that slowly brought the plane down. Sweat started beading on his face, with one drop rolling down his cheek. As things calmed down, he finally relaxed and sighed. "Oh my god, that was totally exhausting. I seriously don't have an ounce of strength left." Suddenly, the other guy's face got this scheming look. His eyes got sharp like he was plotting something. As he stepped up behind Thuy, his hands started glowing with his ability as he said, "You really worked hard, Thuy. It's not easy being a good person, is it?" Thuy finally noticed and turned around totally confused by what he said and asked, As a hero with powers, this is what I'm supposed to do." Duong Hai had just gotten there. He watched the two of them from above and thought, "Looks like the plane got hit by something. Those must be the two A-rank heroes who came to save the day." But then the guy threw a weapon from behind Thuy and said with a voice full of hate, "It's because you're so smart that you make me sick." Thuy was totally ambushed and cried out in pain, "You ah." The sudden betrayal completely stunned Duong Hai, who was just like, "What the heck is even happening?" He totally laid into Thuy, all bitter, "I'm just as good as you, but on every single mission. You're always front and center stealing my spotlight. It's wrecking my rep and I can't even score a sponsorship deal." Thuy just crumpled totally in pain and could barely get out the words, "You're seriously doing this to me." But the guy just gave him the cold shoulder and shot back, "If you love being the hero so much, then go ahead and die for these nobodies. I'll just tell the news that Thu went out in a blaze of glory saving the plane." And with that, he just bailed, leaving the wounded Thuy struggling down there. The second Duong Hai saw him take off, he zipped right over to help. "Yo, hang on, man, I've got a healing ability, I can fix you up." Duong Hai started using his holy light skill to try and save Thuy. Thuy, sweating like crazy, struggled to tell Duong Hai, "It's no good. He hit me with his soul weapon. You can't heal this kind of wound." Hearing that, Duong Hee was just floored like what Thuy, using every last ounce of energy he had, kept talking to Duong Hai. "I was so careless. I never thought he hated me that much. My little boy. He's waiting for me to come home and play soccer with him." Hearing this, Duong Hai felt totally helpless and was just like, "No way, this can't be happening." The plane had leveled out for a sec and was slowly going down, so it wasn't the main problem anymore. After that messed up attack on Thuy, the young man flew right into the plane's cabin. When the passengers saw him, they were so relieved, shouting, "It's Starling Jacket. We're gonna be okay. Another hero is here to save us." Putting on this super sad face, he told everyone in this dramatic voice, "Thuy Tuyet Jia used every bit of his power to slow the plane down, but it wasn't enough. I'm so sorry. I can only get a few of you out of here right now." And just like that, his cape shot out and grabbed a bunch of the girls, pulling them away. This one girl got snatched up by a scarf. She was reaching for Dada, screaming, "No, I want to stay with Dada." Dada was trying to grab her too, yelling her name, "Hai Dong!" all while the plane was slowly falling. Everyone left in the cabin was totally freaking out, their faces pale, their voices shaking with fear. They were terrified, like, "Did he just leave us? Are we toast? We're so done for. It's over." Meanwhile, Yang Shi was using his power-stealing ability, absorbing Shang Yi's energy. He made a promise to Shang Yi Shua, "I swear I'll get him back for this." Shang Yi's power was this A-rank ability called Shua Mist. Basically, it's a mist he can create out of thin air that can be absorbed. If there's air, he can make the mist. The official review. "Smoking is bad for you. You should probably cut back." Just then, Yang Shi showed up, and all the passengers inside totally noticed him. They were like, "Whoa, look, someone's out there." "I think it's Master Doge. Are you here to save us?" Yang Shi flew right up next to the plane, cranked up his metal-bending powers, and yelled, "Stop right now!" The plane was getting seriously close to the ground. It came down slow and then hit the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. But luckily, it was a super soft landing and nobody inside got hurt. Everyone just started cheering, "I'm alive." The desert again? Hey, where's that A-rank hero Shang Yijia? And what about Master Doge? I swear I just saw him. Dada let out a huge sigh of relief, saying, "OMG, that was terrifying. I totally thought that was it for us. This feeling of like cheating death is insane." But when Dada heard what the other passengers were saying, she was confused. They were all like, "Master Doge showed up. So where is he now and what's that?" In the distance, 4 ambulances were racing toward them. The voice of that jerk hero flying in front of them was all fake panicked as he yelled, "Let's go, people! The hijacked plane went down up there. We've got injured people waiting for us." A news chopper was hovering overhead for the rescue. A reporter's voice came on. "We're now reporting live from the scene of the hijacked plane crash. But it looks like there are no injuries here at the scene." Hearing the reporter say that young man was all confused, like, "What do you mean no one's hurt? I literally saw the plane go down myself. How is everyone totally fine?" Seeing how he was acting, Dada got mad and called him out. "Hey Blondie, what's with the attitude? And where did you take my friend Ho Dong and the others?" You could hear another passenger being interviewed. "We're not really sure what happened. All we know is the plane landed safely. Somebody saw Doge right before we hit the ground. He's the guy who can control metal. He must be the one who saved us." They kept talking to the reporters. And Shang Yishua was here too, but now they're both just gone. When the young man heard them bring up Shang Yujia, his face totally dropped. He jumped in front of the cameras to answer. "Shang Yujia, he was on the rescue mission with me." A reporter shoved a mic in his face and asked, "Xing Diaofiong, can you tell us exactly what went down?" The so-called hero started spinning his story for the reporters. "Okay, so when the plane was going down, Shang Yi gave everything he had to slow the fall. In the end, he died from overexerting himself, and I was only able to save a handful of passengers. At that point, I honestly thought the plane was a lost cause. That's why I called for ambulances to get here ASAP to help. I never expected some miracle would happen and everyone would be okay." Then a voice from the sky cut in, "Cut the fake waterworks. You'd know better than anyone if fate was smiling on you." Yang Shi swooped down holding Shang Yi's body and was like, "Come get a look at your so-called buddy Xing Daofiong." Everyone just stared, totally stunned in the direction where Yang Shi just popped up. Dada gasped like, "Master Doge, it's actually you. Everyone's saying you saved the plane. Is that for real?" Yang Shi looked right at Dada and answered, "Dada, I just gave a little push. The one who actually saved everyone? That wasn't me. It was Shang Yishuhia." Looking totally floored, Dada was like, "Shang Yishujia, but did he really just run out of juice? Then what's with the massive gory hole in his chest?" The crowd started getting the chills staring at Shang Yi's body, and someone whispered, "He's right. There's a hole straight through him." That doesn't look like just burning out. That looks like someone straight up took him out. What even happened? Just thinking about it is giving me the creeps. Then Yang Shi pointed a finger right at the young man and said, "So what's the real story, Xing Diaofiong?" The guy started to panic, shouting, "Don't look at me. How would I know why he did that?" But Yang Shi was ready to call him out. "Oh, I'll tell you what happened. I saw it all. Xing Daofiong took Shang Yijia off the plane. He used saving everyone as an excuse to completely drain his power. And then when he was at his absolute weakest, he took his chance and ended him with a cheap shot from behind." Yang Shi pointed at the evidence on him, spelling it out. "And the proof, the blood on Xing Daofiong's clothes is a perfect match for Shang Yi's. We just need a medic to run a quick test and we'll know for sure." The guy could only stare at his sleeve completely busted, never dreaming the proof would be right there on him. Everyone's eyes were glued to the bloodstain. People whispered in shock, "Oh my god, it's real. There's blood. Did he actually off his own teammate? Who even does that?" If Master Doge is wrong, then there's no other way to explain the hole in Shang Yi's chest. All the reporters immediately turned on Xing Daofeong, demanding answers. "You need to answer Master Doge's accusation. Is it true? Are you going to hand over your coat for testing?" Xing Daofeong just spat on the ground, totally defiant. He sneered and said, "Yeah, my bad. I can't believe my perfect plan got wrecked because this piece of trash showed up." His mind flashed back to seeing everyone cheer for Shang Yi while he was stuck in the background, and he added with pure venom, "I seriously don't get it. My looks, my power, my family's money. How am I not better than him in every single way? So why is he the one everyone worships?" Yang Shi cut him off. "Those hijackers from Area 35. The second they saw you, the look on their faces screamed that they'd been double-crossed. Let me guess. You were working with them to hijack the plane, weren't you?" He shot into the air, letting out this evil laugh. "Wow, you got that too. Haha, you're totally right. I'm a refugee from Area 35 just like them." Xing Daofiong ripped off his cloak, floating in midair as he said, "I sacrificed so many of my own brothers, and for what to fail in the end?" The huge tornado he was whipping up was getting crazy powerful. He smirked, his voice dripping with menace. "You people from Area 2 are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Just disappear already." The tornado started sucking everyone on the ground into its vortex, and all you could hear were terrified screams. Then Xing Daofiong started on his tragic backstory. When I was a kid, there was this coat I loved. It was the last gift my mom ever gave me. She told me all the real superheroes who protect the world wear a coat just like this one. It was the last thing my mom gave me before she was gone. She said, every hero who saves the world has a coat like this. It was the last present I ever got from her. She told me, all the heroes, the ones who really protect people, they have this coat. It was the very last thing she gave me before she died. She said, every single superhero who guards the world has a coat like this one. That was her final gift to me. She said, all the powered heroes saving the world have a coat just like this one. It was the last thing she gave me before I lost her. She told me, the heroes who defend the world all wear a coat like this. It was the very last gift from my mother. She said, every hero out there protecting everyone has a coat like this. It was the last thing I ever got from my mom before she died. She said, all the heroes with powers who watch over the world, they have a coat like this. It was the last gift from my mom. She told me every single superpowered hero has a coat like this one. It was the last thing my mom ever gave me. She told me, all the real heroes, the ones protecting the world, they have a coat just like this one. It was the last thing she ever gave me. She told me every hero who protects the world wears a coat like this one. It was the last gift from my mother before she was gone. She said, every hero who protects the world has a coat like this. She gave up everything and he gets to be the one saving people. Snapping back to the present, he roared, it's such a joke. He stood inside the raging tornado, screaming his lungs out. Screw you, Area 2, screw you pigs, screw you Shang Yi Shua, and screw your stupid ability user law. All of you can just go to hell. Dada, terrified he was about to completely lose it, screamed at him. You're insane. A total psycho. Look at you. How are you any different from the invaders you were just talking about? Fear was written all over Dada's face. She glanced over at Duong Hai and yelled, Master Zuji, this dude has totally lost it. He's trying to take us all out. He just made a freaky black hole appear in the sky. Duong Hai was locked on the black hole thinking, that soul weapon is feeding off its owner's messed up vibes. It's taken out so many people and powered up a bunch of times. It's a legit S-rank weapon now. Dada was completely floored when she heard him. She gasped, S-rank. No way, I'd love to snag that, but I've got nothing in my kit that can even touch an S-rank weapon. What are we gonna do? She asked Duong Hai, her voice shaking. Master Zuji, you got this right. Can you beat him? Dada then looked down at Duong Hai. Whoa, Master, your hands are shaking? If you're freaking out, then what am I supposed to do? Seeing her doubt, Duong Hai shot back. Dada, you think I'm scared? This isn't fear. It's a rush. Dada just stared totally confused. Master Zuji Duong Hai, now hovering above, yelled down at Starling Wind. Starling Wind, you've done enough talking. You've taken out a ton of innocent people from Area 2 just to blow off steam. Haven't you? With a totally twisted smirk, he shot back. You bet. A whole lot of them. Let's see. There were some adoring fans who came to see me. He zipped forward as he talked. There was some random person I saved, and even a few from my college. I saved their lives, so they basically belong to me, Duong Hai said grimly. An A-rank hero with millions of fans who's also a complete psycho living out some twisted hero complex. Duong Hai's face got super serious, his voice full of conviction as he said, when the one who was hurt starts hurting others. There's no excuse that makes it okay. Starling Wind just laughed, totally unfazed. Haha, you sound just like Thutu Jia. How perfect. As a prize, I'll give you a 100-second head start. After a beat, he threw his head back and screamed, and that's when you're history. Duong Hai stayed quiet and just fired up his metal control ability, making a small iron dart pop into existence. Suddenly, tons of darts swirled around him. He just kept flexing his power, ignoring Starling Wind's countdown. 67. Seeing Duong Hai wasn't playing his game, he frowned and snarled, I'm not a patient guy. Let's see you try and run now. And just like that, the man in front of him vanished. Duong Hai was gone without a trace, which made Starling Wind freak out, screaming, Where are you? Where'd you go? Then a voice echoed from way up high, followed by a taunting laugh. Haha, some hero you are. Something shot into that creepy black hole Starling Wind made. All of a sudden, the black hole imploded and all the people and stuff it had sucked in started to fall. Everyone was plummeting super fast, screaming their heads off with their eyes squeezed shut. Ah! Starling Wind's jaw was on the floor. He was in total shock as he stammered, What just happened? Why did it stop? What did you do to my cloak? Starling Wind's cloak was just floating there in midair. Right next to it was Duong Hai, totally in control of it. He thought to himself, first time using an S-rank power on an S-rank soul weapon. I had no idea this thing's power would be such a beast to handle. Duong Hai yelled down, Dada, you gotta do something fast, save those people. Dada, already grabbing her gear, yelled back, Don't you worry, Master Zuji, I got this. Dada chucked dozens of eggs out of her bag. She watched them go with watery eyes, crying out, No, my exotic beast eggs, each one is worth 30,000 yilum, there goes my entire savings. The eggs suddenly cracked open and this thick gooey slime poured out. The streams of goo covered the ground, and everyone who was falling landed safely in it. Starling Wind, still in disbelief, looked at the scene and seethed, No, they're supposed to be gone. They have to be. Give me back my cloak. He whipped out a gun and unleashed hundreds of bullets at Duong Hai. The shots just kept coming. Duong Hai, dodging like crazy, muttered, What a cheap move. But the bullets were hot on his tail. He paused to check them out and realized, whoa, they're tracking bullets too. Knowing he couldn't outrun them, Duong Hai just stopped and faced them head on. Starling Wind reached for his cloak and said, I just got sloppy for a second, that's the only reason you got the drop on me. The cloak flew back and snapped right onto Starling Wind's shoulders. With his cloak back on, he looked totally re-energized. He blasted forward, yelling Zuji. Duong Hai spun around surprised and grunted. He tried using his holy light healing power on the cut on his hand, but it just wasn't closing up. He remembered, Man Thu Tu Jia was totally right. Wounds from this guy's soul weapon can't be fixed with powers. Seeing Duong Hai struggling, Starling Wind let out a smug laugh. Haha, confused why that little scratch won't heal, are you? That's because my soul weapon is a soul type. It attacks your spiritual energy directly, so your little healing trick is totally useless. Hearing that, Duong Hai shot back. Then that's a pretty sweet soul weapon. It'd be a real shame if I didn't take it off your hands. Starling Wind totally froze up a look of pure panic on his face as he looked down and saw 4 blue pills pop up on his cloak. Seeing that, Duong Hai figured it out. So the fallen hero is all jacked up on those blue pills. This S-rank soul weapon juiced up with blue pills. That combo is insane. There's no way I can win this. Whoa, out of nowhere, the cloak just started forcing the pills down Starling Wind's throat. He grabbed his neck, totally fighting it and screaming, I'm not eating that, gulp gulp asterisk, cough cough asterisk. Duong Hai was trying to piece it together like, okay, so when the soul weapon levels up, the owner totally loses control. It's got a mind of its own now. And after swallowing those pills, Starling Wind looked like he was completely losing it. He totally roared, This is all your fault, I had to swallow your nasty stuff again, screw you, screw you. Then his cloak just blew up to this insane size, swallowing everything around them. Seeing this was going south fast, Duong Hai was like, crap, this soul weapon is way too big. There's no way I can fly out. Then boom, the cloak snapped shut into a giant sphere. Duong Hai yelled, I'm trapped. Starling Wind's voice echoed from inside. Sucks to be you. I literally can't control my soul weapon anymore. Then a ton of light beams started shooting down from the ceiling, totally catching Duong Hai off guard. The voice kept echoing in his head. You'll just have to let it finish you. Go ahead and die in despair. The tips of the light beams were shaped like little stars. Duong Hai was just stunned by all of it, asking in total confusion. What the heck are these things? Why are they sticking all over me? He picked up one of the stars, and it immediately started making this weird noise. Suddenly, like thousands of these stars were covering his entire body. He could feel them heating up and was like, they're getting super hot. Please don't tell me these are all little bombs. The stars just kept piling on thicker and thicker until you couldn't even see Duong Hai anymore. All you could hear was his scream, ah! Dada saw Duong Hai was in major trouble and screamed out, totally worried. Master Zuji. Starling Wind just smirked and said, yeah, you can stop shouting. He's already been turned to dust. After a massive explosion, the whole place was filled with thick smoke. Dada, with tears streaming down her face, just couldn't believe it. She whispered in a daze, no way, Master Zuji. And then, she just froze, staring at this human-shaped rock in front of her. Then the rock started to crack. Starling Wind knew something was wrong. He totally freaked, yelling, no way, he's not dead after all that. Duong Hai let out a sigh. Phew, that was way too close. Everyone around them went absolutely wild when Duong Hai showed up shouting, yes, the great god Daok isn't dead. He's seriously powerful. Daok is a legend. Dada was cheering too. Great Daok, I knew you wouldn't go down that easy. Seeing her so hyped up, Duong Hai just sighed and was like, this girl, she really knows how to lay it on thick. Duong Hai immediately got back to business saying, this is the snow fang I pulled from the body of that snow fang creature. He held up the item to show him. An image of Tuang Wei suddenly appeared right in front of Tin Du Fiong, who gasped, Tuang Wei. All of a sudden, he lunged forward at like lightning speed, screaming, Tuang Wei, ah! Duong Hai just raised his hand and thought to himself, this is for you. Tuang Wei to Yet Ra. He used his soul absorption skill to finish him. Tin Du Fiong just let out a choked, his face a mask of pure shock as he started bleeding from his throat. Then his body just crumbled into dust. Duong Hai thought, crumbled to dust. I've taken every last trace element from your body. As the final scrap of his clothes faded away, a faint voice echoed, I want to go home. Duong Hai got the mastery cloak. Description. This thing has a mind of its own. It's a soul-type weapon that hits an enemy's mental power or soul directly. It's also got A-rank immunity, which can extend buffs. Skill star inquiry. After it charges up, an external star can totally self-destruct to damage enemies. Evaluation. It's a soul weapon that's hungry for more power. Duong Hai looked down at the new cloak he was wearing and said, wow, you don't waste any time, do you? Your old master bites the dust and you immediately latch onto a new one, even changing your look to match my vibe. Duong Hai went on, to keep a soul weapon like you in check, I have to stay stronger than you. If I don't, sooner or later, you'll be the one in control. Just then the people outside called out, great god. Doc, can you give us a hand? We're totally stuck and can't move. Dada admitted awkwardly. So, even though I'm the one who made this sticky goo, I can't actually get rid of it. Duong Hai just replied deadpan, oh. And then he just flew off, his voice echoing back. Just hang tight. The next rescue team will be here eventually. I'm out of here. Dada yelled after him. Don't go, great god, Doc. Asterisk, asterisk. Later in Duang Wu Tara's backyard, his son was kicking a soccer ball around just waiting for his dad to get home. Duang Hai appeared and blocked the ball. Seeing him, the boy ran over all excited and asked, "Haha, you want to play soccer with me?" Duang Hai replied, "Nah, I'm good, but look over there. He wants to play with you." The little boy turned around super eager, his whole face lighting up as he said, "Whoa, he looks just like my dad. Okay, I'll go play with him." As the boy turned to run off, Duang Hai placed something called the Yenvu Tara on his back and said, "Go on, he'll always be with you." The boy started playing happily with the shadow Duang Hai had made. Asterisk, asterisk, Hudong's voice cut in. "Oh my god, Dada, I can't believe Tin Dufyong actually took out Tuang Wu Tara." But in the end, Daok saved everyone. Dada, who was hanging with Hudong, replied, "Dude, you totally missed out. The fight between Great God Daok and Tin Dufyong was absolutely epic. She was waving her arms around like crazy, acting it all out. Great God Daok was like dodging all of Tin Dufyong's homing bullets, and then he just totally vaporized him, boom." Hudong sounded super bummed. "Man, that's messed up. All the people he caught were just dumped in the middle of the desert." Hudong remembered getting left by the chopper and said, "It's a good thing someone found us later. If not, even if we didn't bite it on the plane, we would have totally cooked in this desert." Tianda put a hand on Hudong's shoulder, saying, "Hudong, for real, just being alive is a major win. We gotta live in the moment." Huang nodded. "You're so right. Today we're repping the Fanhai Merchant Guild to make a deal with the Taikwait organization. We gotta bring our A-game." Tianda whipped out an invite and said, "Check it. This is the invitation we got from HQ a few days back. The Taikwait organization is the legendary Daok's crew. I can't believe the guild is trusting me with this. It feels like the universe is totally on my side," Huang asked, all hopeful. "Does that mean I'll finally get to see the super hot and powerful Daok you're always gushing about?" Tianda suddenly pointed, yelling, "Hudong behind you?" Duang Wei popped up right behind Huang. She totally freaked out and screamed, "Who are you?" Duang Wei looked surprised. Tianda checked out Duang Wei and was like, "Your whole vibe, the outfit and gear. It's super familiar. You from Taikwait?" Hudong whispered to Tianda. "Dada, I heard from the hero rank guys that there's this dude in Taikwait named Thais, and his signature look is a snake pattern mask." Tianda walked up to Duang Wei and asked, "You're Thais, yeah? The legendary Daok and I go way back, we're ride or die." Duang Wei just kinda grunted. Seeing how cold the guy was, Tianda thought, "Okay, he's from Taikwait, but what's with the Ice King act? Maybe I should chill out a bit." She turned and said, "So we got an invite from you guys to help sort through some war loot. Sir, where's all the stuff?" Duang Wei suddenly grabbed Huang's wrist. She yelped a little shocked. "Lord Thais, what are you doing?" Tianda asked, confused. "Dude, what are you doing with that thing?" Duang Wei, holding a chain, shot back. "Weren't you the one asking where the treasure is?" The second he finished, he yanked the chain. A trapdoor opened right under Tianda. She let out a surprised scream. "No." Duang Wei chuckled to himself. "Little Miss Money Grubber, let's have a little fun with you today." Huang scrambled to the edge of the pit. Tianda fell in, yelling frantically, "Dada, are you okay? Where are you?" It was dead silent from the pit. Duang Wei counted down, 3, 2, 1. Tianda's voice shrieked, "OMG, I'm rich." Huang was so stunned she fell backward. Tianda yelled up, "Huang, you have got to get down here and see this." In front of Tianda were actual piles of gold. She was in awe. "Oh my gosh, I've never seen so much jewelry and gold in my entire life." Tianda literally buried herself in the mountain of gold, laughing like crazy. Hey, I am never leaving this spot ever," Duang Wei said. "This is all war loot from Taikwait, for some specific reasons. We're handing over all rights to your Fanhai Merchant Guild." The bag Tianda had started sucking up the gold. She winked and said, "You got it. We'll definitely do our very best to help your crew manage these assets. You can count on us." Tianda asked Hudong, "Okay, but for real, why would Taikwait trust the Fanhai Merchant Guild with a fortune this massive?" Hudong replied, "Look, no matter how you slice it, our Fanhai Merchant Guild is number one. After a deal like this, we'll have a solid foundation of trust, which is gonna make working together later way easier." Tianda was a little lost. Working together. Hudong explained, "Down the road when ability users want to get stronger, doing it on their own isn't gonna cut it. They're gonna need seriously powerful weapons to back them up." Tianda glanced at the crystal in her hand. "You mean like how our guild's mastercrafter can make beast weapons?" Hudong went on. "Later, when he needs gear and weapons, that's where our guild comes in." The scene cuts to a totally different place with someone laid out in a hospital bed. The kid is breathing through an oxygen mask. His hands are gripping the bed rails so tight. His face is all twisted in pain as he whispers, "It hurts so bad, big bro." Over at Lang City Airport, passengers are getting off the plane. A voice calls out, "Duang Hai!" Lamni Tuyet runs up to him saying, "Duang Hai, I saw the news about the hijacking and the crash. I honestly thought I'd never see you again." Two guys nearby watched the gorgeous Lamni Tuyet run by and were like, "Whoa, is that Lamni Tuyet hugging Duang Hai?" Duang Hai tried to calm her down. "Tuyet, it wasn't that serious." Lamni Tuyet started crying. "Boo-hoo, you scared me to death." Duang Hai noticed all the jealous looks they were getting, patted her head and said, "It's okay. Tuyet. See, I'm totally fine," Lamni Tuyet said, trying to sound mad. "Next time something like this happens, you have to let me know you're safe right away." Duang Hai put his arm around her shoulder, comforting her as they walked. Okay, I promise. Let's get you home first. I gotta go meet my godson after this. Lam Nituyet looked confused. Your godson? Duang Hai just laughed and explained, haha, it's just a silly nickname for a friend. Hearing that, Lam Nituyet said, oh, okay, well go on then, but come back soon. Meanwhile, Luang Nguyen had a girl on each arm, but he was cursing with a sour look. Damn it, old man! Ever since he met his godfather, the guy's been so secretive, always disappearing. I have no freaking clue what he's up to. Luang Nguyen drank all bummed out and sighed. I guess I was just a tool for my godfather to get close to that old dude. Now that they're tight, he doesn't need me anymore. A system window popped up. Mental wave. The two girls suddenly got dizzy and then they both just collapsed. Luang Nguyen totally freaked and shot up like, what's going on, yo, what's happening with you two? Then a ton of water just dumped on his head and he completely lost it. What the heck, who soaked me? You're so dead. Duang Nguyen's voice was like a challenge. You want to go too? But when Luang Nguyen saw it was him, he started sweating bullets and stuttering. Adoptive father! No way! I wouldn't dare if anyone's fighting, it's you kicking my butt. Duang Nguyen just patted Luang Nguyen's head and asked Luang Nguyen, did you just say I was using you? Luang Nguyen mumbled all pouty. Well, I mean, am I wrong? Hearing that, Duang Nguyen was like, you're selling yourself way short. In my eyes, you've got the most potential, and you're my right-hand man, the one I trust most. Luang Nguyen got super emotional, tears streaming down his face as he said, for real, adoptive father. No one's ever gassed me up like that before. Then he snapped back to reality, his eyes flying open. Luang Nguyen was just standing on some clouds. He was like, where am I? Why does it feel like I'm a million miles from anywhere? Duang's voice echoed. Luang Nguyen, you've made a spirit bond with me. You've basically jumped past the whole physical body thing. Luang Nguyen was so shook he could barely talk. Adoptive father, D-Dad? Whoa, where are our legs? Duang Hai explained. Chill out, it's not a big deal. This is the soul space where your thoughts can literally become real. I've been leveling up with a bunch of new soul skills and artifacts, and that's how I found out this place even existed. Wait, so if you have a spirit bond with someone, you can share a soul space? A gem popped up on Luang Nguyen's forehead. He stared totally bug-eyed. Is this the spirit bond? Duang Hai replied. Yep, try to connect with the gemstone. Luang Nguyen closed his eyes to focus, saying, all right, I'm focusing now. And the gem on his forehead started to glow. A massive castle appeared out of nowhere behind him with Duang Hai chilling on one of 12 thrones. Luang Nguyen's jaw basically hit the floor. Duang Hai from his throne said, dude, what are you just standing there gawking at? Get over here! Luang Nguyen was blown away. Whoa, the judgment organization is on a whole other level. This place is like 100 times more epic than my family's company. This is sick. Duang Hai explained. Didn't I say I'd give you full member perks? This is the Cloudtop Palace. It's how our organization passes along intel. From now on, you and I can link up and swap info here. Luang Nguyen looked totally fired up and asked, so adoptive father, what's my move? What's my role in all this? Duang Hai just hummed for a second, then pointed to a throne way off in the distance. I told you about the member privileges. The tutu spot is open right now. You should... Luang Nguyen got hyped. Yes. So from now on, I'm the tutu. Duang Hai just flicked him on the forehead. He yelped. Luang Nguyen rubbed his head and looked at Duang Hai. Adoptive father, Duang Hai cut him off. Not so fast, kid. It's not my call to make you the tutu. He went on. My position and the tutus are on the same level in the organization. You trying to be my equal or something? Hearing that, Luang Nguyen backpedaled fast. Whoa, no, that's not what I meant at all. I just thought you said I was an official member. Duang Hai cleared his throat. Ahem, let me finish. I said the tutu spot is open and you can be one of the people in the running for it. Luang Nguyen was like, wait, what? Just in the running, but everyone knows about my dad. Duang Hai nodded. That's right. The heroic combat machine is also on the list of candidates. The final call will be made by the leader of the judgment organization. It suddenly clicked for Luang Nguyen. Adoptive father, that's so messed up. You're making me go head-to-head with my own dad. Duang Hai thought, hey, this kid catches on fast. He said to Luang Nguyen, my hands are tied. The judgment is an organization where power is everything. If you want a top spot, you gotta have the skills and the street cred to back it up. Luang Nguyen's voice was small. I get it, adoptive father. I'm not backing down from this. Just give me my next mission already. Kuhu. Duang Hai laid it out. Your father won't hand over the ice-piercing brave, so I need you to figure out a way to lead him into a trap and I'll handle him myself. Luang Nguyen snapped a salute. No problem. Consider it done. But adoptive father, I still have to ask one thing. Hearing him, Duang Hai said, if you've got something to say, spit it out. Luang Nguyen asked, his eyes all hopeful. If I actually become the tutu, can you introduce me to Sister Rabbit? Duang Hai was just like, huh. For Luang Nguyen, it was like getting hit by lightning. Total love at first sight. Ever since I saw her silhouette that one time, I can't get Sister Rabbit out of my head. If I can marry her, my whole life would be totally complete. Duang Hai just let out this super awkward laugh. He started sweating, thinking, this kid is so delusional. He's actually trying to make a move on my clone. Duang Hai then booted Luang Nguyen into the air, yelling, in your dreams, now get back to the real world. Luang Nguyen's screams just faded away. And just like that, it was pitch black outside. Dong Hai's villa was totally lit up. Inside, Duong Hai was just chilling, waiting for dinner and zoning out to the news. The announcer's voice boomed. The Knights of the Round Table. The Economic Corporation of Area 2 has officially put a price on the head of A-rank hero branch, also known as the Sword Seal. Anyone with a solid tip can bank 500,000 Yalam currency. And the reward for bringing her in alive, a whopping 5 million Yalam currency. Duong Hai gasped. Branch! Just then, Lam Tuyed's voice rang out. The roasted chicken is ready. Duong Hai looked over and saw her carrying a platter with a whole roasted chicken, and she was wearing nothing but a seriously cute apron. Duong Hai's face went bright red as he stammered, Tuye, Lam Tuye just set the chicken on the table and asked, What's the matter? Don't I look good? Duong Hai totally fumbled. No, that's not what I mean. I just mean, why are you... Lam Tuyet sat down with a little smile. I told you I had a surprise for you. And it's not just what's for dinner. But also... She got all shy and couldn't finish, so she just stuffed a chicken leg in Duong Hai's mouth, changing the subject. Never mind. Just hurry up and eat. Then Lam Tuye asked, So were you watching that story about Branch? Duong Hai literally choked on his food, coughing. Yeah, asterisk, cough, asterisk I was. What's her deal? Lam Tuyet filled him in. I heard from some other reporters that Branch, the A-rank hero, teamed up with some mysterious superpowered organization after she messed up a bunch of heroes in Area 2 and then she just, poof, disappeared. Duong Hai asked, totally confused. Why wasn't she like one of the good guys, a totally righteous hero? She's beautiful, and an A-rank hero on top of that. Lam Tuyet shrugged. I don't know. You seem really worried about her. Duong Hai thought to himself. It's because I've actually met her. The way she risked her own life to save people. She just doesn't seem like the type to do something messed up. He said to Lam Tuyet. A hero with her kind of charisma and unique powers, there has to be more to the story. I'm gonna check out the news on her tomorrow. Lam Tuyet raised an eyebrow. You are? Duong Hai quickly switched topics again. Tuye, your cooking is seriously next level. Every single thing you made is amazing. Lam Tuye put her chopsticks down hard. She stood up looking hurt and angry. You're right. I'm not as good as her. If I had superpowers and could help people, you'd pay more attention to me, wouldn't you? Duong Hai jumped up and grabbed Lam Tuye's shoulders. Tuyet. He leaned in and kissed her, then said, I'm looking into her, but it is not what you think. They pulled apart and Lam Tuyet blushed, whispering, Duong Hai. He pulled her into a hug, his voice soft. She's not even worthy of being compared to you. In my eyes, you're the most perfect person there is. Lam Tuye leaned against his chest and asked, You really meant it when you said, it's not what I think. Duong Hai replied, It's just my reporter brain kicking in. I just need to find out the truth, that's all it is, Lam Tuyet. Duong Hai insisted, reporters are just like that. You know I don't have any other feelings for her. I only like you. Lam Tuyet hugged Duong Hai super tight, laughing. Hey, you're so good to me. But Duong Hai was thinking, I'm so sorry, Tuyet, I'm just borrowing this power. One day, asterisk. I'll give your ability back to you and apologize for real. Back in his office, Duong Hai stared at his monitor and was like, Whoa, that was fast. A new message notification had popped up on the screen. The sender was Tien Dada. The message read, My dude, Dodgy, I can't believe you're actually hitting me up first. Weren't you looking for some dark web intel from the Fanhai Merchant Guild I'll send? It to you right now. Duong Hai clicked his mouse and a dark web page loaded full of scrolling red code. Duong Hai muttered, Okay, you can't deny the dark web is crazy fast and efficient. Unlike some YouTubers I could name. All right, let's check the intel on the sour and spicy noodle man first. Duong Hai clicked the link. A QR code popped up with the words, Pay 100,000. Yalam currency to view the intel. He was surprised. 100,000 Yalam currency and I can see it all. The information appeared. Event, the guy who took out the one-eyed freak beast that invaded Liu Kang City. Show appearances run hero. Nimvui scores an own goal, and apparently he's also trying to get into movies. According to some solid sources, the show Hero Dad, Where Are We Going? Is trying to get the sour and spicy noodle man and his daughter on as guest stars. Strength analysis, A rank on standby. During the fight with the ranger in the research forest, he unlocked a new power, the ability to control his own size and transformation. The name and full power of the ability are still a mystery. There's a really high chance he's leveled up or might get promoted to A rank in the New Year's hero selection. After reading it, Duong Hai said thoughtfully, This dark web stuff is scarily reliable. It even has the time I possessed. The sour and spicy noodle man to teach that ranger a lesson in the woods. It's so specific, even saying he's researching a new ability. Who the hell is investigating and logging all this? He wondered. What about the ice-piercing brave? The dark web just showed no intel available at this time. Duong Hai guessed no info on him. He must be laying low on purpose. So what about Branch? He read the info that came up on the screen. There was a file on her. The price was 700,000 Yalam currency. The dark web flashed a message. Payment successful. And then all the information Duong Hai wanted appeared. Sword Seal. The real story of her betrayal of the Knights of the Round Table Hero Management Company. After a whole series of investigations, the Knights of the So Roundtable Company just confirmed that Branch totally teamed up with the Adjudicator organization to try and take out the masked wrestler to make her give up. The Roundtable Knights linked up with some special agents from the Hero Association to snag the Sword of Sealing, but she totally bounced. Branch has been spotted in places like Liu Kang City, and there's a rumor going around Zach Chow that Branch and Serpent from the Adjudicator crew are a thing. After reading that, Duang Hai was like, the masked wrestler. He's still a powered hero for the Roundtable Knights, he thought, super suspicious. Is it possible their company has no idea he's loyal to the Saint? Or is this whole company just shady? Duang Hai said, totally confused. And what's this about them being a couple? If Chu Tu yet sees this, she's gonna get jealous all over again. He kept scrolling the dark web and said, let's see what else is on here. The site popped up with, get the deets on Adjudicator members Duke Serpent and Mao. For just 30 million you can learn all the secrets of these heavy hitters. Duang Hai's eyes went wide as he yelled, are you kidding me? They're selling my info for 30 million? He pushed up his glasses and said, okay, so Branch is a wanted man now. Is there like a huge chance I'm the reason for this cutscene? Over in another room, a furious Mong slammed the table and screamed, why, I'm your son! Why would you give the Bakwang spot to the ice-piercing brave? The armored war hero said in a low voice. Are you questioning my decision? A frustrated Maong went on a whole rant. You promised me that spot was mine. Both Violent Fist Maiden and I got into the Hero Association. Going to Bakshuang is a once-in-a-lifetime training opportunity, the armored war hero snapped. I know what I said. But I've changed my mind. You're not the best person for the job. Maong shouted back, full of resentment. Why is it because I lost to Duke that one time? The armored war hero slammed his hand on the table and roared. Don't you dare bring up Dookie again! What does this have to do with Honshu? Maong looked kinda taken aback. The armored war hero put a hand on Maong's shoulder and said, son, I have my reasons. You have no clue how dangerous Buang is. Not letting you go is to protect you. Maong shoved his hand off. He said, all ticked off, you always have an answer for everything. You totally looked down on me, your own son. So then Maong went to vent to his annoying little brother about the whole thing. He was like, dude, I'm so freaking pissed off right now. Dad is sending the ice-piercing brave to the Boxwang recruitment. Lu Win yelled, what doesn't Dad know that going to Bokwang is like hitting the jackpot? You can get a ton of super valuable materials from the abnormal beasts. Malong stormed out, but not before saying, I know right. Anyone would think Lu Sangduang is the armored war hero's actual favorite son. In the men's bathroom, Lu Nguyen thought to himself, Dad wants to send Lu Sangduang to the Bachwang recruitment plan. What in the world is he thinking? Lu Nguyen touched the gem on his forehead and thought, I've got to get to the Cloud Summit Palace like right now. I need to report this to my adoptive father. Lu Nguyen ran into the Cloud Summit Palace, but of course, he tripped and totally ate it with a yelp. Duang Hai, who'd been waiting there for who knows how long, sneered, wow, how pathetic. Lunwin scrambled to his feet and quickly reported, adoptive father. You gotta hear this. My dad wants to send the ice-piercing brave to the Bachwang plan. Duang Hai asked, oh yeah, what's he planning? Lunwen replied, I have no idea. My brother just got in a huge fight with him about it. I kind of feel like he just doesn't want to give the ice-piercing brave to you. Hearing this, Duan Hai said, if we make a move on the ice-piercing brave now, it'll probably cause a massive mess. I mean, the ice-piercing brave and that guy in the felt hat are super close. He added, it's fine though. Once he and your father both head to Boxwang, then whatever goes down in there won't seem weird at all. Lu Nguyen asked, so if that's true, adoptive father, does that mean my old man really has his own reasons for doing this? Duan Hai then gave Lun Wen his new mission. Your next assignment is to make sure your father's plan goes off smoothly. As long as he and the ice-piercing brave go into Bakwang at the same time, the rest will be a piece of cake. Lu Wen raised his hand and replied, you got it, adoptive father. Duang Hai got back home. He sat on his bed thinking, while Tutuyet is at work, I should probably level up my powers a bit. To get ready for Bachwang first, I'll boost the disguise and clone abilities to B rank. Duang Hai held out his hand, making little cubes appear. He upgraded both skills at the same time. The system showed B rank ability disguise, 0.01 of a second for an outfit change. Switch your fit anytime, anywhere. You can preset 3 out of 9 outfits. Can also change your body type, your face, and your voice within a certain range. You can even set a specific personality, and it'll give you acting support. Evaluation. Seriously, you sure you don't want to be a movie star? B rank ability clone. Creates one clone that has all of the main body's power for a total of 6 hours. Evaluation. Your ability to get away just got a major boost. Duang Hai kept issuing the upgrade command. Upgrade the Divine Dragon ability to A rank using Deep Sea Ghost and Raging Fire. The system screen popped up again. A rank ability Watermaster includes these skills. Slaughtering Rain. So check it, River Gods, Protection Water Iron Spear. The Eval God said, let there be rain, and bam, rain. An A rank ability Flame Lord. Comes with Summon Phoenix and Domain Control skills. Let's see the stats. You're like a total flame. Blazing red. Seriously burning me up. Duang Hai thought, Divine Dragon. That name is so sick. Maybe I'll make its personality just like Long Odin's. Then boom, the scene switches to a seaport. Branch's voice cut in. Here you go. Thanks for the help. The dude took the bag of cash and was like, all right, thanks, miss. But I'm just super curious. Why would a rich girl like you Need to sneak across the border? Branch scowled, totally annoyed. Curiosity killed the cat, dude. The less you know, the better. If anyone asks about me, you know nothing. The guy got a little scared and was like, okay, my lips are sealed. Night fell and Branch was walking down the street thinking, I can't stay in Zakchow any longer. It's only been a few days. And I've gone from a star hero to a wanted criminal. The people chasing me are all A-rank heroes, and I just have to keep running over and over. Branch, hiding in her cloak, thought about that masked Takin guy. He might have been a powered hero on paper, but low-key he was all about the saint. His death not something to lose sleep over. She stood in front of a huge villa, wondering angrily, why is the company hunting me down without even figuring out who's right or wrong? Branch crashed on a bench to rest, thinking about Duong Hai. Just then, Serpent appeared disguised as a clone of the masked Takin. Couldn't find any sign of him in Zakchow, so I guess I'll try my luck in Luke Kang. A creepy laugh echoed from right behind Branch. Hee, Branch. Did you really think you could slip through my fingers? Branch instantly jumped to her feet. The assassin tossed Banny's body right in front of her. She gasped. What, he's dead? Branch screamed, totally furious. Come after me. Why did you have to kill someone innocent? The assassin circled her, saying, Oh, I'm definitely targeting you. Everyone who helps you has to die. I remember you were the one supposed to deal with me at first, and look how far you've fallen. Branch whipped out her sword and said, If you want to fight, let's go. Take it somewhere else. Her attack almost hit the assassin. He just laughed his head off. Haha, still got some fire in you. I'll just use this little needle to put you to sleep. The second he said that, the assassin flicked a poison needle at Branch. She got hit and winced, crying out, I'm hit! The assassin strolled over and said, Branch, today's your last day. She clutched the wound on her chest in total agony. Lam Nu Yet popped up out of nowhere, asking with a worried voice, Miss, are you okay? Lam Nu Yet saw the wound on Branch's chest and asked, What happened to your chest? Branch struggled to speak. Hurry, get out of here. The assassin suddenly threw a poison needle at Lam Nu Yet. She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed for help. A crazy surge of power blasted in from nowhere. The poison needles shattered. Duong Hai stood protectively in front of the two of them, his tone dead serious. It's Tixa. Don't be scared. I'm here now. Hearing that, the assassin asked, Tixa, you're the Tixa from the Adjudicator. Organization who totally wrecked the Saint organization, right? Duong Hai replied, If you know who I am, then you'd better bounce. The assassin just burst out laughing. That's some big talk. I really didn't expect you to show up here. In that case, let's see what you've got. He launched an attack right at Duong Hai. Sunflower True Chi. Duong Hai shot back a counterattack, but his technique got completely steamrolled. His eyes went wide with shock. Duong Hai had to use his own body to block the hit, but the two girls behind him still got caught in the blast. They screamed in pain. Danith recognized the attack and quickly said, Sunflower True Chi, you're Vuong Tuktien. Vuong Tuktien stepped forward and said, Yo, you still remember me, Vuong Tukti? Danith was totally confused. 2 years ago I arrested you myself and you got a life sentence. How did you get out? Vuong Tuktien laughed and shot back. Let's just say a benefactor helped me out. I'm not that weak, Vuong Tuktien, anymore. I'm an S-class ability user now. Danith, drenched in sweat, could barely hold his sword. An S-class criminal. Then I'll risk my life to throw you back in there. Duong Hai checked out Vuong Tuktien and thought, his power is for sure above A-class. If we really throw down Lam Nu Yet, we'll probably get hurt. I can't start a fight now. I've got to bluff him. Duong Hai threatened. You're strong, but there are two of us. Not to mention the top S-class ability user from the Adjudicator organization is on his way. How much you want to bet you can win? Vuong Tuktien sneered. What if I just take you all out before he even gets here? Duong Hai created a magic orb and challenged, then feel free to try. Branch cut in. Don't you guys need to run? I'll hold him off. Lam Nu Yet, holding her phone, said, We're not just gonna ditch you and run. Hang on a little longer. I'm calling the Hero Association for help right now. Seeing this, Vuong Tuktien backed off, hopped onto a lamppost and said, I'll let you off today since you've got numbers. But I'll be back for you another day. And with that, he vanished. Lam Nu Yet let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, did we really scare him away? Duong Hai asked. You didn't actually call the Hero Association, did you? Lam Nu Yet replied. I was just bluffing to scare him off just like you. Branch has a special status right now. Calling the association would just make things way more complicated. Branch spoke up. Tixa, I have something to ask you about the Adjudicator organization. Whoa, hold up, Duong Hai said, putting a hand out. You need to get that wound checked out like now. I'll hit you up once you're healed. And just like that, he was gone, leaving the other two behind. Lam Nitu was like totally floored. Do all you superpowered people just vanish like that? Branch just rolled her eyes. Nah, that's just him being extra. Total show-off move. Lam Nitu's eyes locked on Branch's wound and she gasped. OMG, you're poisoned. We gotta get you to a hospital. But Branch just shook her head. No way. I can't be around a ton of people. I need somewhere quiet. So I can use my powers to detox myself. Lam Nitu didn't even hesitate. Then crash at my place. Branch was stunned. Wait, what? Just then, Duang Hai, looking like his regular self again, jogged over. A little twit, you fall in or something. Then he put on this super fake shocked face. Whoa, no way, is that the infamous Branch? What are you doing here? Branch looked confused. He's... Lam Nitu nodded. And my boyfriend. We were just on a run and I had to, find a bathroom like ASAP. She quickly filled Duang Hai in on how she got jumped on the way back and that Branch was hurt, but her situation is kinda complicated. So can she maybe crash with us for a bit? Duang Hai didn't even blink. Yeah, for sure. I'll carry her. So Duang Hai gave Branch a piggyback ride home with Lam Nitu walking right behind them. Duang Hai was like, so Branch, you literally just got to Lokang City, and you've already got a welcoming committee trying to hunt you down. Branch shot back. Yep. So what were you guys doing at the port anyway? Lam Nitu pointed at Duang Hai. You're not gonna believe this, but we were just out on our nightly run and kinda stumbled on you getting ambushed. Hearing that, Branch looked at them. Seriously, thank you guys. But I'm basically public enemy #1 right now. Why would you help me? Lam Nitu just smiled. Because the Branch I know is the kind of person who puts her neck on the line for others. Back in Zakshao, you were the one leading the charge to save those kids. Duang Hai and I both know you're not a bad person. Branch sighed, sounding exhausted. I swear I didn't kill the masked boxer, and I'm not secretly working with that mysterious adjudicator organization. Duang Hai chimed in. Dude, I heard that masked boxer guy was just some goon for the Saint organization in Sasha. Honestly, even if you did take him out, he probably had it coming. Branch frowned. It's not about how he died. The point is, someone's using his death as an excuse to get rid of me. Duang Hai picked up right where she left off. And maybe they want to paint a huge target on the adjudicator organization's back. Branch looked surprised. You think so too? Duang Hai nodded. Totally. Because all this gossip and fake news isn't just about you. They're also saying you're in cahoots with the adjudicators. Lam Nitu jumped in. But the adjudicators are supposed to be the good guys. That mega-powerful rooster has saved Lokang City. Like a bunch of times. And Tixa literally just showed up and saved us. Branch shook her head. Yeah, you guys might not realize this, but lately ability users everywhere are getting seriously sketched out by the adjudicator organization. The word on the street is that the adjudicators are planning to take over Area 53 and basically rule all of Blue Star. Duang Hai's jaw just about hit the floor. Asterisk. What the heck asterisk, he thought. Branch kept going. This whole mess is how I figured out the people hunting me are ability users from all over. I mean, let's be real, the tiny bounty on my head is not enough to get people this hyped. So my guess is they're all here because of the rumors that I'm working with the adjudicators. Branch explained. Look in Area 53 on Blue Star. The number of ability users and how strong they are has to be balanced out between regions. It's the only way to stop one area from getting way too OP and causing drama. It's literally a rule in the peace treaty. Lam Nitu was like, wait for real, Branch nodded. Yep. It's also why the Hero Association is always sending ability users from different regions to go live in other places for a while. They just call it going on leave. Lam Nitu was totally mind-blown. So that's what's up. Regular people like us would never get all this behind-the-scenes stuff. Duang Hai got it, though, thinking to himself. So the Violent Fist Maiden wasn't even in Lokang City for a while. When the mutant beasts attacked, she said she was just back from leave, so she must have been stationed somewhere else. Branch went on. The adjudicator organization has way too many heavy hitters, especially that S-class user Rooster. When a crazy powerful force like that just pops up out of nowhere, it puts this insane pressure on ability users from other places. And someone's trying to use that fear to get a whole bunch of them together to go after the adjudicators. Duang Hai wondered, who could start this much chaos on such a massive scale just with rumors? Is this person trying to build their own private army of ability? Users using taking down the adjudicators as an excuse. Asterisk Lam Nitu freaked. Oh my god, this is like a planet-level crisis. Duang Hai was still thinking. That Crimson Jade Ring group is also crazy good at messing with people's heads. There's no way they're not involved in this. He thought, the age of abilities has only been a thing for like 100 years on Blue Star. Now we've got mutant beasts trying to tear us apart from the outside, and all this conspiracy drama is about to explode from the inside. And I still can't figure out this blue light thing on my body. This is seriously frustrating. Duang Hai looked at Branch. So did you come to Lokang City to help take down the adjudicators too? Branch shook her head. The exact opposite. I'm here to find out what's really going on and to help them. Duang Hai was totally shocked. Help the adjudicators, Branch said kinda bashfully. Look, I know Tixa from their organization. We've been through some real life or death stuff together, fighting side by side. He just randomly showed up to save me too. I trust the guy. So I need to figure out what the adjudicator organization is really up to. Duang Hai thought to himself, hold up. Randomly? I totally heard a fight and did a quick change to follow little Tuet. Lin Loyet asked, Hero Branch. Are you like really into Tixa or something? Branch totally freaked, no way. The scene cuts to the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild's base, which is decked out with tons of insane weapons. The guy in the chair getting a shoulder massage from Chianda was Chin Buhui. He said, I seriously never thought that outside the Four Great Seas some other crew as stacked and powerful as the Judgment Organization would just pop up. Dada, if you can get in with them, the Qian family's rep in the Commerce Guild will seriously level up. Qian Dada replied, Duh, I know. But even though I'm tight with that big shot rooster, he's never mentioned me joining. What if we give him some insane treasure to drop a hint? Yurang gushed. Dada, you're a genius. Xian Buhui started laughing. Haha, perfect. We'll throw a weapon showcase and invite him. We'll gift him that S-rank ability weapon to show the judgment organization the Qian family is legit and has serious power. A super hyped Qianada hugged Qian Buhui, saying, Okay, thanks, Grandpa, you're literally the best. Meanwhile, Yurang was just standing behind them, quiet and clenching her fists. Judgment. Lin Loyette was putting breakfast on the table when Dong Hai hugged her from behind. Linuette announced, Just got a text from my unit. They need me to come in early, so I can't eat with you guys. Dong Hai kissed her cheek. I'll take you. Lin Loyette was like, Nah, it's cool. Hurry up and brush your teeth or all the breakfast I made is gonna go to waste. Branch had to deal with a face full of their PDA first thing in the morning. Lin Loye took off her apron, setting it on the table. As she left, she said, All right, I'm heading out, Branch. You take it easy and get some rest, okay? Dong Hai and Branch were sitting at the table when Branch finally said, Hey, thanks for letting me crash last night, but I gotta go. Dong Hai was shocked. Why, dude? There are people everywhere trying to hunt you down. Branch replied, I've still got things I need to do, a mission I have to finish. It doesn't matter how dangerous it is, I've got to keep going. Don't trip. My injuries are way better. We'll see each other again if it's meant to be. As Dong Hai ate, he thought, I didn't secretly heal you last night just so you could go out and get yourself wrecked. He was totally shocked when he realized Branch had just vanished. Huh, where'd she go? The scene cuts to the massive open ocean. Dong Hai was standing on a cliff looking out and said, All right, let's test out this divine dragon skill. The ocean waves swelled up. Dong Hai, rocking the divine dragon suit in his dragon form, was riding a huge wave when he spotted something. Whoa, those two. They look kind of familiar. In the distance, Dong Hai saw this super fancy yacht just chilling on the water. Looked like everyone on board was having a blast. Qiandada and Yurang were there too, both rocking some seriously fire swimsuits. Qiandatada was yelling at someone, Get lost, nobody wants you here. Ji, wearing some fancy vest, said with a major attitude, You sure about that? If the Lefu Commerce Guild wasn't backing the Qian family, you wouldn't even have all those S-rank weapons. Standing next to him were the Fire Dragon Scepter and the Dark Swordsman. Qiandatada scowled and shot back, A few years ago you were just my little lapdog. You really think you can step to me, Qiandatada? Now. Johnny played with a lock of his hair and smirked. You can only blame the Qian family for falling off so hard. And hey, even if I am a dog, I can still walk all over you, Qiandada. Yurang warned, You're seriously shameless. Johnny ordered his crew, Oh, I'll show you, shameless. Go help Yurang out of that outfit for me. I want to see what the number 2 most beautiful girl in the 4 Great Sea regions really looks like. The Fire Dragon Scepter and the Dark Swordsman started creeping toward the girls. But then Duong Hai swooped in right on time. He was just chilling on a pillar of water, totally saving the day. Hey ladies, sorry to interrupt. I'm a little lost. How do I get to Luatkang City? Qianada totally recognized his look. Whoa, by your outfit. Are you with the big shot rooster? Duong Hai, playing a totally different character, was like, With him, that's a weird way to put it. I'm the divine dragon of the Judgment Organization. When they heard that, everyone immediately snapped to attention and started whispering. The Judgment Organization has another totem-level member. This is going to be huge news. From the sound of his voice, he sounds like he's just a teenager. I wonder how powerful he really is. Yurang begged him. Hey, Divine Dragon, we're friends with Rooster. Please, you gotta help us get out of this mess. Duong Hai replied, Sorry, can't do that. He then pointed at Gau's crew and said, Because they're the ones who should be leaving. Jean totally lost it and screamed, You little punk! How dare you mess with the LFU Commerce Guild? Get him! The Fire Dragon Scepter and the Dark Swordsman jumped into action. The Dark Swordsman lunged, but Duong Hai just sat there totally chill as everyone on the ship watched. Just stared at the sky, totally shook. Qianda yelled, What kind of power is that? A massive water figure formed behind Duong Hai. It was the River Guardian. Duong Hai just smirked. Heh, is that really all you've got? Well, guess it's my turn. The Dark Swordsman's sword was totally trapped by Duong Hai's River Guardian. He gritted his teeth, muttering, Dang it won't even budge. A single drop of water shot down from above, crazy fast, piercing right through the Dark Swordsman's shoulder. As he fell, he thought, Just one drop of water. He turned it into a razor-sharp blade to hurt someone. The power gap is just too huge. I don't stand a chance. The Fire Dragon Scepter guy raised his staff and shouted, I knew you were a water element user, your power gets a massive boost on the ocean, he smirked. But some power gaps can't be closed just cause you have home field advantage. The Fire Dragon Scepter created a few fire dragons, boasting, Time for my fire dragons to teach you some manners. Duong Hai shot back, totally unimpressed. I'll talk. Whoever told you I was just a water element user? As the fire dragons flew straight for Duong Hai, he quickly planned his move, activating Lord's consciousness, thinking, I can control any fire that's on a lower level than mine. The system notification popped up, Lord's consciousness. Standing on the water pillar, Duong Hai pointed right at the Fire Dragon Scepter and said, Today you're gonna see how it feels. The two fire dragons that were after him suddenly spun around and charged the fire dragon scepter instead. He yelled in total shock. What? He scrambled to escape, shouting as he ran. This kid is a dual element user. Get out of here! The people filming were totally amazed. He's so young and he's already a dual user of ice and fire. The Judgment Organization's power is actually terrifying. With so many top-tier ability users all together, are they gearing up for some kind of big move? Duang Hai stepped onto the yacht. He glanced at the group and said, That crew runs pretty fast. Weren't you guys just talking big about taking me on? Yurang quickly thanked Duang. Hey, thank you so much, Qiandada pleaded with Duang Hai. Divine Dragon, since you're also part of the Judgment Organization, could you maybe help us find Uncle Rooster? We want to invite Rooster to the beast weapon auction that the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild is hosting. Duang Hai replied. I actually have a way for you to contact Big Bro Rooster. You can talk to him directly. Qiandada asked, What's the way? Duang Hai took out 2 gems and said, Sign the spiritual contract and become external members of the Judgment Organization. Qiandada's eyes lit up as she said with total joy, That's all it takes to become an external member of the Judgment Organization, Duang Hai added. To be honest, I came here on Rooster's orders. He's hoping that you can become external members and keep helping the organization process all the spoils from its battles. To himself, he thought, This world is so much bigger than I realized. I'm going after the 4 great sea regions. And the Qian family is going to be my strongest ally. Qiandada didn't even hesitate. I'll join. Yurang also agreed, saying, As long as it doesn't hurt the Commerce Guild's interests, I want to join too. The 2 gems were then placed on Qiandada's and Yurang's foreheads. Meanwhile, over at Maung's place, the TV was showing the news about the Divine Dragon. Maung had a look of complete and total shock on his face as he watched. He instantly threw his dumbbell to the ground and rushed out. Back at the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild's beast weapon auction, people were gossiping, Oh my gosh, isn't that Rooster? He's gotten super famous lately. I heard he's backed by a crazy powerful organization that's loaded with S-rank experts. Didn't everyone say the Xian family was washed up? How are they still connected with an organization like that? Qian Buhui smiled and welcomed Duang Hai. Your Excellency, Rooster. I've heard so much about you. Duang Hai replied. The feeling's mutual. I'm finally getting to meet Elder Qian today. Qian Buhui gestured with his hand. Please have a seat. The auction is just about to start. Jenny spoke up. Hang on a minute. Behind him, his guys were carrying something. Jenny looked at Duang Hai with a smug look and said, A pretty important guest just got here. Why are you in such a hurry to start? Hearing this, Duang Hai thought to himself. Looks like this guy came looking for trouble today. This auction is not going to go down easy. Janai held up his invitation and said, What's the issue? Am I not welcome here? I have an invitation. Qiandada put her hands on her hips and said loudly, Don't think for a second I don't know what you're up to. Nobody brings their own beast weapons to sell at someone else's auction. Jenny sneered. It seems the Qian family's situation is even worse than I heard. You must be pretty desperate to find a backer, he continued. The Qian family's beast weapons are top-notch for sure, but their prices are also sky-high. Thinking about the rumors he'd been hearing, I brought a few beast weapons to the auction. I hope that's not too out of line. Hyodong said angrily. He's publicly questioning the quality of our Qian family's weapons. Qian Buhui raised a hand to stop him and said, No rush. Yang Shi went up to Gene and asked, You're the young master of the Uruk clan. Gene shot back, What of it? Yang Shi placed a hand on Gene's shoulder and said, Your father and I, we have a bit of a history. Gene shook hands with Yang Shi, trying to feel him out. I'm curious which elder from our Uruk clan is an old friend of Senior Rooster. Yang Shi thought to himself. Like I would know I'm totally winging this. Looking at his face, he'll totally call my bluff if I lie. So to handle this, I'm just gonna have to use, Yang Shi thought. The old answer a question with another question strategy. He totally dodged the question. Just go ask your family when you get back to the Uruk clan. Yang Shi whipped the black cloth off the green sword he was holding. Ga was like, Mr. Rooster, do you know my aunt? Yang Shi just blew him off and said, This stuff you brought is seriously legit. Yang Shi totally cut Ga off before he could say anything else. Take a seat. Jean was feeling kinda awkward. Mr. Rooster! Yang Shi slid into a seat next to Qian Bukui. The auctioneer kicked things off. He pointed at some blue armor and was like, What's up, everyone? Welcome to the Fanheim Merchant Guild's Beast Weapon Auction. First up, we've got this blue centipede-looking armor. It can block 1 major hit from a B-rank Esper. Bidding starts at 3 million. And just like that, everyone started going for it. 3,600,000, 4 million, 6 million. Jay just chilled, sipping his tea and thinking, What a bunch of idiots. This thing's a total ripoff if it goes over 5 million. The Chan family is just playing them. Don't they have a single Emperor-grade beast weapon? The auctioneer kept it moving. Alright, you guys probably know this next one. It's one of Old Man Xian's signature pieces. The Gloves of Light. We're starting at 200 million. Janie's jaw literally hit the floor. No way that old dude is actually selling something this insane. The Fire Dragon Scepter knew exactly what those gauntlets were. Whoa, that's 2-star gear from an S-rank beast. Even the Dark Swordmaster was impressed. An A-rank body enhancer wearing those would basically be as strong as an S-ranker. Hai Dong was totally blown away. It's already up to 300 million. Chiandata felt kinda bad for her grandpa. The gloves of light were his absolute favorite thing he collected, but they were out of options. Qianbuki leaned in. Hey, Mr. Rooster, if you're into it, you should totally throw down a bid. Hearing that, Yang Shi was thinking, dude, the entire bankroll of the Arbiter organization is only 200 million. How the heck am I supposed to bid on this? It was like Qianbuki read his mind because he took his hand and said, please let this be a sign that we're for real. Yang Zi just nodded back. Well, I guess I can't say no to that. Qianbuki was totally stoked, promising Mr. Rooster for real, just bid whatever you want. The Qian family's money has got your back. Guinea called out, 310 million. The auctioneer was like, 310 million. Anyone else going once at 310 million, going twice 310 million? Then Yang Shi jumped in, 315 million. Janine gave him a totally shocked look. The Fire Dragon Scepter asked, should we go higher? Janine was like, nah, let him have it. The real drama hasn't even started yet, the auctioneer announced. Congrats to Mr. Rooster for snagging this awesome pair of gloves. Then he moved on. Next up, item number 3, an S-rank beast weapon, the Black Jade Shield. This thing was made from... Janine just strolled onto the stage with his sword, cutting him off like, hold up a sec. Janine swung his sword around and said, before you sell it, we should probably get to test drive the goods. Yang Shi watched it all go down thinking, welp, looks like he finally snapped. Huang frowned, all worried, and warned, even though the Black Jade Shield is from an S-rank beast, it's only good against elemental stuff. But its physical defense is a total joke. With him holding that thing, I'm worried. Hearing that, Chianda whipped around and yelled at Yang Shi, Mr. Rooster, can I borrow your gloves of light for a sec? I want to break that stupid sword in half. Yang Shi suddenly reached out and patted Chianda on the head, which totally caught her off guard. He gave her a soft look and said, don't even trip. Just chill and watch the show. With a loud asterisk, clang asterisk, the green sword came crashing down on the beast weapon. The young Uruk master saw it and his face just crumpled in shock, yelling, no way, that's impossible. While everyone was staring completely stunned, he swung the sword again with everything he had about to hit the beast weapon. There was another loud asterisk, clang asterisk, but this time, the green sword in his hand exploded into a million pieces. The crowd started whispering to each other like, isn't that the Uruk clan's young master? Why the heck is he using a fake? I can't believe it's a knockoff! How embarrassing to bring a fake here to flex. Without even looking back, Chiandata said to Yang Shi, Mr. Rooster, you knew that sword was busted the whole time. Didn't you? Yang Shi remembered how he'd used his plunder power to switch it with the Uruk kid's sword. The young master of the Uruk clan was just holding his head, totally bugging out, like he couldn't even process what he was seeing. He screamed, how is this even happening? The guy behind him leaned in and whispered, young Master Rooster touched our beast weapon a minute ago. The second he touched it, the weapon went dead. Now the big green sword is snapped in two. When she heard that, Chianata got super mad and yelled, defending Yang Shi, quit making stuff up. Your thing is an S-rank beast weapon. How could it just break from a little touch? That guy just smirked and shot back. His Esper ability is S-rank. It's totally possible that he could have messed with the metal inside. When they heard that, the crowd started murmuring, yeah, that actually makes sense. Rooster did touch that beast weapon before. If someone's playing games, I'd bet it's old man Xian's alchemy tricks. The Uruk kid spoke up. Well, if we're doing this, then let's just test the other two beast weapons and find out for real. Yang Shi just crossed his arms and said, all cool. You read my mind. The Uruk young master slapped on a mask, then blew this horn that shot out a crazy golden light. And wherever that golden light touched, people were grabbing their heads and screaming like, my head is killing me. Okay, enough, the Uruk kid said, pulling off his mask and finally quitting it with the horn. He sounded totally impressed. The attack and defense on these S-rank beast weapons are totally legit. Chiandata stomped over, completely furious, got right in his face and yelled, haven't you caused enough trouble already? First you come in and wreck the place, then you start giving our guest a hard time. How can you even show your face around here? The Uruk kid was totally speechless after that. His buddy stepped up and whispered something to him. Yo boss, this whole thing feels super sketchy. I bet there's a mole in the clan. The Uruk kid yelled, we're out! Then turned and bounced with his two guys. Watching them leave, Yang Shi was secretly so relieved. Phew, lucky he interrupted me right when I was about to suck the energy out of the other beast weapons. Yang Shi remembered what the Uruk kid had said earlier. Mr. Rooster, you probably don't know my aunt, do you? Yang Shi, who was just about to mess with his beast weapon, totally froze. As soon as he heard that, Hyodong looked at him and was like, so you talked to him on purpose just now? What was your goal? Qianbuki came over to Yang Shi, gestured and said, Your Excellency. Rooster, I'd also like to know if you pulled some kind of trick on that giant green sword. Please, let's chat in the VIP room. Meanwhile, over in Lukang City, some shadowy person in a black cloak was walking all alone in the dark. Brunch, looking super worried, suddenly realized something. Up in the tree branches and on the building in front of her, there were people waiting to ambush her. It was the Elemental 5. One of the girls was twirling her hair, and she looked down at Brunch with a smirk. Hey, little sis, has nobody ever told you that girls shouldn't be walking around alone at night? Hearing that, Brunch got seriously ticked off. She scowled, gritting her teeth and giving the girl a death stare. Nobody has ever talked to me, Brunch, like that before. You're the first. Then some bald dude with metal knuckles raised his fist and sneered. Sword of Sealing, huh? Guess it's your unlucky day running into us, the Elemental 5. Today's the day you bite the dust. Back in the meeting room, Hyodong and Qian Bukui stood facing Yang Shi. Qian Bukui looked at him and said, Mr. Rooster, there's no one else here. I hope you can be straight with me. The Esper Core was getting pulled into the giant green sword, Yang Shi explained. Doesn't matter if it's a beast or an Esper, they all have one. And I kinda accidentally found out that beast weapons have Esper Cores too. Hyodong looked at him and asked, An Esper Core. So is that basically what we call activity in alchemy? Qian Bukui, still eyeing Yang Shi, curiously said, But crafters like us can only sense that activity with our spiritual power. We have no way to actually refine it. So I'm curious how your organization manages it. Yang Shi held up his hand, showing off a green ring, and explained, To be precise, we don't refine it, we collect it. These essence absorbers are the tools we use to gather Esper Cores. Chiandata looked at him, totally amazed, and asked, You can collect Esper Cores just with those? That's totally wild. Qian Bukui closed his eyes, thinking for a second, then said, In the entire world of alchemy, I, Qian Bukui, am considered pretty experienced, but I've seriously never heard of anyone collecting ability cores. Qian Bukui then handed Yang Shi a wolf hair brush, saying, This wolf hair brush is a D-grade piece of supernatural beast gear. It speeds up healing. If you're cool with it, sir, how about you take this as payment? Yang Shi held the brush, thinking, It only has 30 dark energy points. It's honestly better in its original form. Then he used his extraction power on the brush. Yang Shi handed it back to Qian Bukui and said, I'd like you to check it again, Elder Qian, and see for yourself if I'm lying. Qian Bukui's mind was blown. The active essence in alchemy can actually be collected. This is a complete game changer, Yurong asked, looking concerned. So what do you do with the supernatural abilities after you collect them? Yang Shi thought to himself. Finally, they asked. Telling the Qian family about ability potions will definitely power them up. That way, when the war with the 4 great sea regions finally kicks off, I won't have to fight it all by myself, Yang Shi answered casually. To make ability potions. That's the reason every single member of our Judgment Society rocks 2 or more supernatural abilities. Chiandata gasped. Wait, if ability cores can be put into supernatural beast weapons, does that mean a 7-grade supernatural beast weapon could actually be created? She was already seeing major dollar signs, but before she could even get hyped, Yang Shi's next words totally crushed her dream. Yeah, sorry, that's not gonna happen. He then walked up to Qian Bukui and said, Actually, Elder Qian, I've always had a question for you. Qian Bukui just smiled at Yang Shi and replied, Go ahead, ask away. He just had to ask. Okay, wait. So a supernatural beast weapon comes from just one tiny part of the creature. How can that little piece hold like 1/3 of its entire active essence? Pointing to a rhino with a horn that was literally glowing. Qian Bukui explained, So after a supernatural beast dies, this wild thing happens that us alchemists call active essence convergence. The essence basically just rushes into certain special organs. Once all the rhino's active essence zips into its horn, that's what we forge into a war horn. He went on, We take that juiced up organ and you use alchemy and the formation to basically craft it into a weapon with powers. Qian Bukui started to walk off, tossing over his shoulder, Hey, if you're actually into this whole alchemy thing, I'd totally be down to share all the alchemy secrets I've picked up over the years. Yang Shi watched him go and was like, Dude, that would be awesome. Outside, it was already dark. Over in Lugang City, this huge aircraft was cruising by, blasting an announcement to the people on the ground. Listen up, people. We've got almost 10 ability users gathering on Chang'an Street right now. Some guy looked up at the aircraft and scoffed like, What's with all the racket? Then his eyes went wide. A crew of 3 ability users was walking right up to him. The guy in charge gave him this greedy look and said, You really think you can touch what's mine? Hearing that, the man got super nervous and was like, Lord Molong, we're the ones who found the sealed sword. The Elemental 5. You can't just swoop in and take it? That's messed up, right? Molong's dark purple aura just exploded out of him as he said, So Blanche really is a traitor. But you guys, the Elemental 5 are just a bunch of posers in the Hero Association. You seriously thought I was gonna let you walk? The second he finished talking, Molong just blinked out of existence, and Hong Su Yan was totally floored. Then bam, he was back hitting Hong Su Yan with a sneak attack. The announcer's voice boomed, totally hyped. Just like that, Molong takes down Hong Su Yan. Can the shady crew of the Elemental 5 actually get away from Molong? The chat was blowing up. Molong is a beast. He's totally getting a pentakill today. Yeah, but I think Hong Lian is kinda sick too. And her body is killer. For real. Yo, dude above, have you got like 0 morals? How can you simp for a villain who does so much messed up stuff? Mind your own business. I like him, deal with it. So Molong was cornered 3-on-1. One dude summoned these ice fangs, another an earth bear, and the last was some kind of tree monster. They all rushed him at the same time. After dropping Hong Su Yan, Molong said, That makes 4. Seeing that, Yurong started freaking out and backing up. She turned and booked it, thinking, The power difference is insane. I'm not trying to die. I just gotta get out of here. If I can just escape, I can fight another day. Then suddenly a spray of red splattered across Yurong's face. How the heck did Molong get behind her? He just laughed and said, You're not going anywhere. He looked over at Blanche. You're next. Blanche just stared Molong down, silent. Meanwhile, UND gave Liu Yuan, who was glued to the monitor, totally stressing, a chill smile. Dude, relax. Blanche isn't at 100% right now. There's no way she can beat your brother. Liu Yuan looked away from the screen and kinda laughed. Yeah, you're right. I'm not worried about him one bit. But he kept staring at the screen thinking, what I'm actually freaking out about is what if this Blanche chick is for real, one of our people from the Judgment Society, and my bonehead brother actually offs her? How am I supposed to explain that to my adoptive dad? Yuan Dai, totally clueless, kept teasing him. You say you don't care, but it's written all over your face. You two are super tight, huh? Liu Yuan just gave this weak smile and was like, yeah, whatever. You keep watching, I'm just gonna hit the bathroom. And with that he bounced thinking, this is bad. I gotta tell my adoptive father about this, like right now. Yuandi just watched him go totally confused. By the next morning, Yang Shi was asking Liu Yuan, what's the big emergency? Why'd you have to track me down? Liu Yuan was all worked up. It's that freaking punk Molong. He took out Hong Su Yan today and now he's going after Blanche. Then he got all sneaky, leaning into Yang Shi and whispering, adoptive father, is that Blanche girl actually on our team? Cause I saw some crazy rumors online that she's the secret girlfriend of the great Master Pasha. Yang Shi shot that down. Don't listen to that garbage. Do you have any idea how old Pasha is? Liu Yuan rubbed his chin, frowning, and thought, an old dude and a young girl. Oh, I get it. Blanche has to be great Master Pasha's secret daughter. Then he shook his head like, nah, forget it. With this kind of inside drama, it's probably best if I just play dumb. I can't be making problems for my adoptive dad. Yang Shi's voice cut through his thoughts. I get the picture. I'll send some backup. Liu Yuan was stoked, heading out and calling back, don't you worry, adoptive father, I'll keep an eye on things and let you know the second anything goes down. Yang Shi just said go. Then he pulled out these two mysterious green orbs. Perfect. 2 more elemental powers for Shenlong. Just then the system screen popped up. One orb held the Elder Earth ability. Description. Lets you feel massive quakes and control the earth element to attack. Skill 1 weight increase. Skill 2 Earth's might. Rating. A grade. The other green orb was the Shenluo ability. Description. Command the wind and the spirits will fight for you. Skill 1 compressed storm. Skill 2 wind rider flight. Skill 3 wind scythe. Rating A grade. A figure in front of Yang Shi then zipped away. Back at the fight, Molong walked up to Blanche saying, I'll give you a minute to call for your boy. You know, I really don't want to do this. We go way back to our school days. Blanche just gave him a cold look. Cut the crap. If you want a piece of me, then let's go. Totally pissed, Molong charged at her, yelling, fine, you asked for it? But Blanche was too quick, dodging his attack like it was nothing. He missed completely. From behind her back, Blanche whipped out a golden sword. She spun around and Molong's eyes just bugged out. The sword zipped toward him at like lightning speed. It sliced right through Molong, who totally screamed. With that glowing sword in hand, Blanche dove down to attack while Molong scrambled to defend himself from below. Blanche winced and coughed a couple of times. The aircraft way up high was even getting rocked by their insane fight. The announcer looked stressed, shouting, this is so not good. Our live transmitter just got caught in the crossfire. The feed is bugging out, but don't sweat it, everyone. Our field reporters are booking it to the scene right now to keep the stream going for y'all. Molong got right in Blanche's face and threatened, if you don't call him, you're toast. Clutching her chest, Blanche shot back defiantly, save the drama! Molong lunged at her to attack. Blanche, still on the ground, just pointed her sword at him, and this golden force field instantly popped up around her. Molong looked at her, his eyes totally lit with excitement, yelling, this is just the warm-up, baby! Cracks started to snake across Blanche's shield. She gritted her teeth, just taking his hits. The reporter was now live on the scene. We're live on Ching Chang Street, she said. It's absolute chaos out here. Molong and Blanche are in the middle of a seriously nasty fight. Molong was holding Blanche up by her throat, threatening, I'm gonna ask you one last time. Are you calling him or not? Blood dripped from her mouth as Blanche frowned, gritting her teeth through the pain. She just let out a huge scream with no words coming out. Hearing that, Molong totally lost it and threw her into the back wall, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As the smoke started to clear, you could see Blanche just lying there, not moving at all. The host kept on talking, saying that after a hit, that huge Blanche was probably not getting back up. The comments were blowing up. OMG, what a shame! That's not enough, right? Molong is being way too savage. I don't even know what to say. This is intense. She's a traitor. She deserves to get wrecked. Does the person who posted that have a heart? Did you all just forget when she literally put her life on the line for us? Molong started walking toward where Blanche was. His 2 teammates, figuring out what he was about to do, immediately tried to stop him. Molong, that's enough, man. Get a grip. If you keep going, even if Blanche doesn't check out, she'll be seriously messed up. Molong turned and glared at them, saying, are you seriously defending a traitor? Just then, Blanche called out to him, hey! She staggered out of the dust, clutching her arm as she asked, you guys done with the chit-chat? Blanche looked at them and smirked, if you're all done talking, let's get back to it. A reporter on the scene immediately jumped in. Blanche has risked it all for humanity's safety so many times. That kind of willpower deserves some serious respect. Molong charged at Blanche to attack, shouting, you all heard that Blanche totally asked for this. Molong was completely shocked when his attack was blocked by a giant wall of water. In front of him stood a massive, terrifying water golem. Blanche was lifted up in the giant water golem's hand. A mysterious masked person said to her, sorry, Blanche, the organization is a little late to the party. The online comments kept rolling in. Blanche is a traitor, so it was for real. That's insane. Totally didn't see that coming. Blanche angrily shouted, "Why would you tell them I'm part of your organization?" The person looked at her and asked, "If you want to stay alive, you got any better ideas?" Hearing this, Blanche went dead silent with nothing to say back. A footstep got closer. Then Long walked up to Molong and started questioning him. "All right, so you gonna tell me why you were messing with our girl Blanche?" Molong didn't answer and just asked back, "Why didn't Daoka show up?" Then Long crossed his arms, looked Molong over and said, "What's the problem?" Looking down on Than Long, he said, "Beat me and then maybe someone stronger will show." Under Than Long's control, the giant water golem's hands slammed together, trapping Molong. Molong yelled, using all his power to stop the hands from crushing him. Watching this, Than Long was like, "Is that all you got? Try this on for size?" After he spoke, he clenched his fist. The two water hands around Molong just vanished, leaving him completely stunned. When he looked up, a giant water fist was about to slam down on his head. With a massive boom, dust and smoke went everywhere. Under the night sky, a glass tower was all lit up with warm light from its windows, making it look super mysterious and dreamlike. Duang Hai dipped out after a quick talk with Old Master Tin. A minute later, he glanced over his shoulder, carefully checking his surroundings. Once he was sure nobody was following him, he quickly ducked behind a big tree nearby. He gently reached into his coat and carefully pulled out an old brown notebook. Memories of his chat with the old man when he got the notebook came flooding back. The old man had smiled and said, "These are some notes on alchemy from the alchemist Diamond, plus a few pages from his diary." The old man watched him hold the notebook, totally zoned in, saying, "It's all super valuable stuff." While he was reading, a page suddenly started shimmering like it was magic, which totally surprised him. Then he snapped it shut, which made the old man go, "Oh hey, Dao K, if you like it, you can borrow it for a bit." He nodded and gave a small smile. "My bad. This stuff was so interesting I totally lost track. In that case, thanks." Back in the present, Duang Hai mumbled to himself as he read, "The secret in this notebook is a conversation that only someone with spiritual power can see. This old Master Tin dude doesn't even seem that old." After a sec of searching, he totally found the page and pointed. "This is it!" Just like that, hidden text popped up. "I'm from the super far-off continent on the Odisha plane part of the Ananso family. I kinda crash-landed on this ancient magic plane not too long ago." An image of Earth flashed in his mind, the words from the notebook echoing in his head. "I found the legendary Philosopher's Stone. It's just radiating this insane mystical energy. The Philosopher's Stone. Even a total nobody like me with zero magic or talent could use this to get crazy powerful just by figuring out the secrets inside this thing." The book kept spitting out more text. "Once I absorbed like more than half of the Philosopher's Stone, I blew past every Alfonso family ancestor. I actually broke through to the 4th stage, becoming this legit powerhouse on the lesser planes. Time to bounce. Oh, and those bright things in the sky, that was me. Before I dipped, I secretly helped some of the humans figure out how to open a massive gate to the other world. Bahwang. This mystery dude has hidden the stone for some lost soul to find, to discover the legacy written in this journal. Go find the Philosopher's Stone, it's somewhere on Lam-Tin. This is the treasure and I'm leaving so humanity doesn't get enslaved." And just like that, the text was gone. Then bam, a beam of light shot straight into Duang Hai's head. He shut his eyes, trying to get a feel for the energy. It was a white light, a key to finding the Philosopher's Stone. A second later, he whipped up an iron board, hopped on, and mumbled to himself. "Whoa, so the beast world has a civilization that's even older than Wayman's. This place still has so many secrets for me to uncover." With that, he just turned and took off, leaving the old master's place behind. Night fell, and the stars started popping out. Meanwhile, Nuet was live streaming from behind a thick cloud of dust. Ma Long was still trapped under all the rubble, and no one knew how bad he was hurt. "This organization's new guy seems like a decent kid, but his power is unreal. Seriously, this group's strength is terrifying." Out of nowhere, Then Long appeared right in front of her, making the freaked-out woman jump. Seeing how scared she was, he tried to calm her down. "Hey, don't worry." Then he glanced up at the drone, gave a little wave, and introduced himself. "The name's Than Long, and I'm also a herald for the Judgment Organization. Our Judgment Organization thinks of everything." The camera zoomed in on his face. He flashed a wicked smirk and said, "So nobody needs to be afraid." All of a sudden, a massive explosion went off behind him, making him jump. It was Ma Long, his eyes blood red, lifting the huge chunk of ice. He chucked it aside and roared, "Phase 3 transformation." Seeing the change, he warned her, "This guy's Phase 3 form. It looks like he's lost his mind completely. This is super dangerous. You need to get back like now and stay safe." Then he launched himself right at him, leaving Nuet just staring after him. Over on Throng Street, Than Long whipped up an ice statue behind himself, while he perched on a stone pillar just waiting for Ma Long to make a move. He created a giant stone hand and blasted it forward. Then he bit down hard on the stone hand with his own teeth, hauling it high into the air, while his tail whipped around and shattered the glass of a nearby building. Meanwhile, over at the Kolan Management Company, Viendep and Loi Nguyen were watching the whole thing go down. The boy totally geeked out. "Whoa, Than Long is like my age, but he's crazy strong. Our judgment squad is seriously legit." Then all of a sudden, she felt the temp drop and turned like, "Is it just me, or did it just get super cold in here?" The second she said it, They both looked up, and bam, the roof was just gone with Maung's tail stuck to the wall. She looked super worried. Totally what you'd expect from the young master. He almost wrecked my entire crew. Over on Tantong Street, Maung just opened his jaw and chomped down on the stone hand. Then he leapt and the wall totally cracked from the force. Then this huge piece of rock started falling right toward Nitu. She was totally caught off guard and couldn't bail in time, so she just squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for it. But after a sec, when nothing happened, she peeked her eyes open. It was Thon Long. He'd made a stone statue catch it. She was so relieved to be saved, she just breathed out like, thank you. He just kinda waved it off like it was no big deal, thinking, this guy's power is off the charts. I gotta wrap this up like now. Then out of nowhere, a sword just runs him straight through. The attacker was that Wandering Swordsman. He used his piercing skill. I've been waiting forever for an opening like this. He totally nailed it, so he just let go of the sword, went into a free fall and muttered, that'll do. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, the director saw the whole thing and was like, so to shatter the Divine Dragon's defense. The purple swordsman ignored the blowback from his own Gale sword technique and unleashed a move that was straight up S rank. He looked super serious. The Divine Dragon's defense is crazy weak right now, and like one more major hit will totally shatter it. But the only reason they got these openings was because the Divine Dragon was distracted saving some random reporter. Then he put his chin in his hand, looking all stressed, and kept going, which is making everyone feel kind of conflicted right now. At the same time, the viewer chat was just blowing up. Back on Throne Street. Back on Throne. Linaire poured every ounce of her strength into her fist, unleashing a 1,000-pound punch right at the target. A huge chunk of the Divine Dragon's ice shield just exploded from the hit. She was totally wiped from using all that energy, and she just leaned over and mumbled, Demon Dragon, he's all you now. Nearby Naiwa and the others got completely drenched. She kind of wiped herself down and said, this whole place is basically a swamp now. As for him, he was in the zone popping his scythe lure ability, creating a ton of scythes that flew right at the Demon Dragon. The spinning scythes, like these sharp glowing things, slammed right into his gut, tearing through his tough armor and letting out this nasty red gas. The hit made him go all limp like he lost all his strength as he started to fall. Seeing his chance, he didn't give the Demon Dragon a second to recover. He instantly turned his arm into solid rock and charged at him. In the Demon Dragon's crimson eyes, you could see the reflection of the Divine Dragon, rushing at him with a glowing stone fist. The Divine Dragon caught up and just brutally slammed a massive punch into the Demon Dragon. Next, he reached out to use his Earth's End technique. Just stop struggling! I'm finishing this for real this time! A giant stone hand shot up and grabbed the Demon Dragon tight from behind, totally stunning him. Then it just yanked him down super fast, giving him zero chance to fight back while he screamed in total panic. When they slammed into the ground, the impact was so huge it made the ground just explode, sending chunks of rock flying everywhere. A massive cloud of smoke went up, and you couldn't see a thing. When it finally cleared, the Demon Dragon was back in his human form, just passed out on the ground, not moving. Afterwards, the Divine Dragon whipped up some water chains and tied up both of them, the Wandering Swordsman and the Demon Dragon. Yo, Your Excellency, armored war hero. I'm pretty sure you know what the right call is, don't you? Back in the guild's meeting room, this dude was watching the screen, totally fuming, his hands shaking. He squeezed his fist so hard he literally crushed his cup. On Thrung Street, Nayu was trying to figure out what he meant, like what choice was the armored war hero supposed to make? Was it picking one of the two like the Demon Dragon or the Wandering Swordsman? Or was it about trading two A-rank heroes for something? While she was thinking, she looked up and saw someone flying closer and realized, wait, no way, the armored war hero is actually here. He flew in carrying the ice-piercing warrior. He started thinking back to a convo he had with young Shi when he was undercover. He frowned, remembering, so after all that, you just want me to help? You investigate the crew behind those substances? Is that it? They just stared at each other for a second. Then he added, and not just that, you're also going to help me get into the Boxwang plan. And as for my payment, I get an A-rank ability potion, one that can make me a dual system A-rank user. Back in the present, the armored war hero brought the guy over to the Divine Dragon. So about our deal. The ice-piercing warrior looked over all confused. Boss, what deal? What are you talking about? His boss's face got all serious as he explained. There was a deal I agreed to before because I owed someone a favor. I was kind of hesitant, but now to get the Demon Dragon and the Wandering Swordsman back, what's sacrificing one subordinate? Hearing that, the guy's whole expression changed. Getting two A-rank heroes back in exchange? Yeah, any sacrifice was totally worth it. He patted his shoulder with this sly smile. You think so too? That actually makes me feel way better. The dude totally freaked and tried to make a run for it. But the second he bolted, the boss just lopped off his limbs, leaving everyone, including Dao Katatnai and Yande, completely shook by what they just saw. Meanwhile, over at the Cologne Company, Liu Yuan was watching the whole thing through binoculars with this super smug look. See, that's how it's done. What took so long? I can practically feel that new ability potion in my hands already. After that, he just burst out laughing all hyped. Haha! The armored war hero then strolled over to the ice-piercing warrior, hoisted him up, and totally ignored his question. Dude, why are you doing this to me? But then he just threw him down in front of the Divine Dragon and said, in exchange. The guy turned his head, gritting his teeth. We don't have any beef. Why are you trying to take me out? He looked at his clenched fist and started listing off the guy's crimes. You seriously don't get what you've done. You're not just messing with substances, you've murdered innocent people. This is just karma for everything you did. After that, he yeeted the demon dragon and the Wandering Swordsman over to the armored war hero, who shot out a robotic arm to catch them. My side of the street is clean. The rest is on you. All of a sudden, the ice-piercing warrior started cracking up, making them look over at him totally confused. His eyes went wide and this weird green goo started dripping from his mouth. Then, like he was about to self-destruct, he exploded in a huge flash of green light, making the two of them jump back as this freezing mist spread everywhere. His missing limbs grew back but made of ice. He was just hovering a few meters in the air. All right now. How am I going to pay you guys back? The ice-piercing warrior now with limbs made of ice gave the divine dragon a nasty look. Today all of you are going down. The armored war hero turned and said, let's team up and wreck him. Without even thinking, he nodded. Bet. That's exactly what I was thinking. Then he busted out the immortal bird summoning technique. A massive flame just erupted, forming a bird made of fire. He glared down at the divine dragon. As long as my ice powers are strong enough, even a fire monster is going to end up as a pretty ice sculpture. While he was talking, he shot out countless ice shards like arrows, yelling, freeze for me! They zipped over, instantly freezing the immortal bird's flames. He then charged forward and sliced it in half like it was nothing. Then he frowned, turned to them, raised his hand, and muttered, air bullet. He swung his hand, firing at the armored war hero who was flying in the air. Freeze! The hero, totally unbothered, launched 2 missiles from his shoulders. The 2 attacks smashed into each other with insane force, creating a massive explosion that echoed everywhere as a huge cloud of dust and smoke blew up. He scowled at him. Looks like that power-up only gave you more juice, not better quality. As soon as he finished talking, green beams of light shot out of his eyes like lasers. They zapped straight into the ice-piercing warrior's eyes, making him scream in pain. The hit sent him staggering back before he fell flat on the ground. From up above, the divine dragon saw he wasn't moving and said, is he down for the count just like that? We should probably go make sure. The 2 of them landed to check it out. The armored war hero said, what a waste of time. It's so over. But then that green liquid started oozing out of his body again. This time was different, though. It was moving like it was alive. Sensing something was seriously wrong, he quickly grabbed the armored war hero's hand and yanked him back. Danger. The goo from before morphed into these creepy tentacles with teeth. It grabbed the armored war hero, wrapping around him super tight, making him scream in terror. What is this monstrous thing? Just then, he got snatched up and tied down by them too. I don't know if you can, but toss some explosives in there and blow it up. He looked down and was shocked to see the ice-piercing warrior wasn't dead, but was standing in the center of the monster's flower-like body. He laughed excitedly. Whoa, this feeling is so weird. Is this what it's like to be reborn as a legend? Hearing his voice, the armored war hero was also stunned, wondering, what in the world did this guy turn into? He couldn't figure it out either and just guessed. Could this be the ice-piercing warrior's big secret? At that moment, some shadowy figure was watching them from far away. The figure looked at the monster that was getting bigger and muttered, what a bummer. It was so close to being a success. Test subject number 52 is also being written off as a failure, but its destructive power is way higher than the last one's. Is it because of his own willpower? He casually adjusted his hat. The soul really is a wild thing. The deeper I dig into it, the more I realize how clueless I am. I'm about to break through to level 3 spiritual power and hit the commander realm. He was so caught up in his own plans that he had no idea someone had been watching him for a long time. I'll just wait a little, before I snatch the deep blue star marrow out of his body. Let these 2 humans wear him down a bit to save me some work. Young Se watched him and just shook his head. So greedy for what's right in front of you. You're forgetting about the disaster that's sneaking up behind you. Time passed. Over with Nio, she had thrown on some cloth and was still live streaming the fight. All aircraft are unable to get close to the battle. We've pulled back to a safe zone. From what we can see on the ground, the healing ability of these tentacles is off the charts. Getting free from them is probably just a temporary win. She looked over at the monster. The ice-piercing warrior's body has gone through a terrifying change we can't even wrap our heads around. It's less of a transformation and feels more like a parasitic takeover. Divine Dragon unleashed his scythe lure move, slinging blades at the tentacles. He thought, crap, these things just keep piling on. The blades ripped through the tentacles left and right. At the same time, the armored war hero, who was totally trapped by his legs, started glowing up, blasting blue energy from his hands. He just laughed, watching the guy struggle like, yo boss, don't act like you don't know me. Weren't you gonna let me take over the cologne biz? Once I'm done with you, the whole company's my next snack, he mumbled. Weird. Why doesn't eating people like gross me out at all? It's almost like you guys were always on the menu for my greed tribe. Hold up, what the heck is the greed tribe? And just like that, he totally freaked after saying that weird stuff, and his head started pounding like it was gonna split open. Ugh, my head is killing me. He glared at the old guy, totally blaming him. Annoying dude, this is all on you, you ancient fossil. You totally fried my brain, and now I'm stuck with this migraine. Then he made a tentacle just eat his own head. Chomp. Okay, eating the part that hurt actually feels way better. Watching this psycho literally eat himself, the guy pointed out, Okay, his real form is definitely not what's left of the ice-piercing hero. He doesn't even know it himself yet. We've got to find his actual body and hit him with a kill shot. The armored war hero nodded. I can toss a gao-piercing egg to take this clown out, but you gotta help me break free from this stuff. Hearing that, the guy was like, got it. Then he summoned the immortal bird, which just blasted the tentacles with fire. He used the chaos while they were sizzling to leap up and chuck the egg. It was pitch black and shot straight down into the middle of all the tentacles. Looking down from way up, he was like, oh, one thing I forgot to mention. Then a few seconds later, he added, the blast radius is like 500 meters. If you don't bail right now, you're toast. Hearing that, Divine Dragon totally froze, looked up and screamed, you gotta be kidding me! And right after that, the egg lit up with these insane rays of light that just zapped every single inch of the monster. Then this massive explosion went off, shaking everything. The energy from that thing just ripped the monster to pieces. When the light died down, all that was left was this huge cloud of smoke billowing up like it was trying to hide everything. Once the smoke started to settle, you could finally see what happened. Down on the ground, there were just these little bits of the monster left wiggling around like gross little worms. Divine Dragon had managed to dive onto a floating ice chunk just in time, but he still got hit by the blast and lost his legs. He thought, that old jerk the armored war hero is so shady. Good thing this is just a clone body. Meanwhile, on the livestream, the comment section was blowing up. OMG, did Divine Dragon just lose his legs? Is he even in the Judgment Organization anymore? How could another hero hurt him that bad? Maybe the armored war hero is trying to send Divine Dragon a message. Like it's time for all of humanity to team up and fight this thing. The camera zoomed in on the monster, and those little pieces from before started getting bigger again. The chat immediately went wild again. Yes, the monster's still kicking. Somebody go finish the job. Dude, I live in Lokong City. If this thing gets loose, I'm not gonna make it out in time. And not even that egg thing could take it down. We're so screwed. The dust from the fight slowly started to clear, showing the tentacle monster totally putting itself back together. Through the haze, you could see a foot in a yellow shoe step out. Spicy Superman walked up, checked out the monster, and smirked. A monster fight this big, you can't start the party without me, Spicy Dust Superman. Liner stepped up to join him. I'm in too. And after that, a bunch of other heroes started showing up like, me too. I'm in on this. I can help out. Watching all this go down, the reporter kept on talking to everyone watching at home. This is officially the longest night in Lokong City's history. Some kind of mysterious power we can't even understand has taken over. This incredible power has already cost us so much, and right now we're helpless. Then she turned with tears in her eyes and yelled with everything she had. But we have never ever given up hope. So many heroes have come to join the fight. I believe that the sun will rise again. The live chat totally exploded with feels after that. For real though, this feels less like a fight and more like a suicide run. But like the reporter said, we gotta have hope. We're gonna wait for that dawn. The whole screen was just a waterfall of comments. High above it all, Divine Dragon looked down and asked, hey, what's the plan here? You all just gonna group up and be monster food? Liner frowned, asking, you got a better idea maybe? He glanced up at the monster. Obviously. So give me some space. I'd rather not accidentally blast any of you. All of a sudden, a notification panel popped up. Compression storm sphere. A gray orb sucking in energy started spinning in his hand. A good thing this is just a clone body. Otherwise, I could never pull off being this much of a hero. She looked up at him, totally skeptical. What is he even trying to do? Spicy Superman chimed in. Based on what we just saw, it's clear that big area-wide attacks don't actually do any real damage. Its core is hidden way too well. Someone's gotta get in close to land the final hit. Hearing that, it seemed to click for her. Get in close! He's going to... Right then, Divine Dragon was totally focused on pulling in spirit energy, his eyes locked on one spot. A second later, boom! Out of nowhere, this massive explosion just went off. The whole area shook like crazy and dust and rubble went flying everywhere. Liner and Spicy Superman were right there and totally freaked, yelling and throwing their arms up to block the blast. Whoa, as the smoke cleared, the monster was just gone. Everyone watching was losing their minds. The comments were blowing up. But what nobody saw coming was the Judgment Organization stepping in. This dude, Divine Dragon, got his legs wrecked in the blast. He could have bailed, but instead he went all in, charging the monster to take them both out. Back on the ground, Nuer was just heartbroken, thinking to herself, Divine Dragon, thank you for being our hope. She was in so much pain she couldn't stop the tears from rolling down her face. It wasn't just that he was gone, she was just so grateful for what he did. Meanwhile, Yangi in his rooster form was staring at the seed in his hand. After thinking for a sec, he was like, all right, you're the new Divine Dragon now. The new combo ability is a rank Flame Lord fused into Shanua. The new Divine Dragon, looking totally different with a new mask, just nodded and said, got it. Then they both just stood on top of a skyscraper watching the sunset without saying anything. Right where the monster used to be, this deep blue gem just appeared hovering in the air. The armored war hero saw it and went to grab it, but then a voice cut through the silence. You clueless human! You don't get to touch that! And just like that, a green sword stabbed right through him before he even knew what was happening. He was totally stunned, turning his head slightly, thinking, how is this even possible? My armor is fine, not a scratch on it, but I'm definitely hurt. And that guy is so far away. Plus his armor's warning system didn't even beep. Yuan pulled his weapon back and started walking closer. Yep, figured. Most of you powered-up humans are just coasting on the luck you had when you first got your juice. The viewers watching were freaking out, spamming the chat like, what is going on? A green light! Wait, is he on the same team as that monster from before? The armored hero instantly leapt back, putting some serious distance between them, and yelled, Who the heck are you? Why'd you jump me like that? Yuan just bent down, picked up the stone, and shot back. I didn't jump you. You just weren't good enough to see my attack coming even though it was right in your face. So all you could do was stand there and let me hit you where it counts your spirit. But before he could even snatch it, the gem was swiped from right under his nose. Yangi was holding it and he turned and was like, Yo, excuse me. Just so you both know, this deep blue crystal belongs to the Judgment Organization. The viewers went wild when they saw him. It's the Rooster of Judgment. He's here. Now things are gonna get sorted out for real. The screen showing him live was just flooded with comments. Yuan leveled his weapon and said, So the big shot Rooster himself. Look, our primordial organization has no beef with Judgment. Just give back the deep blue crystal, and we can all pretend this never happened. Meanwhile, the camera guy was like, Oh, why isn't my camera working? Is this thing busted? Na glanced nervously at the drone on the ground. It's not broken. Something's messing with all the tech, like some kind of psychic interference. Get a report to HQ now. At the same time, Yangi was thinking that Yuan's crew is called Origin, and he's jamming all the cameras on purpose. It looks like he doesn't want anyone to know who he is just yet. There's gotta be something bigger going on here. Then he snapped out of it and said, And what if I want * to be your enemy? That was it. Yuan, totally furious, leaped up and swung at him. You wanna die? Fine, I'll be happy to help you out. And just like that, he unleashed a psychic blast. But then 3 golden rings popped up, blocking the attack cold. Yuan's weapon shattered on impact, and he yelled out, totally shocked, Tier 3 psychic power! He just stared amazed at the guy's ability, and mumbled to himself, Our commander hit Tier 3 15 years ago. I was just thinking that only our greed tribe could break through to that level. I can't believe a human actually managed to hit Tier 3. Yangi's mind flashed to Fifi lying in that hospital bed. That little blue speck of light on her soul. It had to be connected to this deep blue clan. There was no way he was letting these aliens get away with this. After Yangi's train of thought, Yuan spoke up. Well, this is a bummer. I was really hoping we could throw down, but my organization just gave me an urgent mission. As he said it, he started to peace out. You can hang on to that deep blue essence crystal, for now. Next time we meet, I'm taking it back plus some. Seeing him try to bolt, Yangi called out, Think you're going somewhere? I don't think so. Yuan looked shocked, like he just realized something right as Yangi blasted 3 psychic shockwaves right at him. He spun around, and a 6-winged shield appeared in his hand. He thought nervously, His psychic shockwave is insane. My shield can't take many more hits like that. Yangi didn't even give him a chance to breathe. A sharp spear appeared out of nowhere and ran him through before he could even blink. Ah! Yuan, seriously hurt, cursed, You sneaky jerk. Too weak to fight anymore, he stumbled and collapsed. Yangi just looked down at him from the sky and said with zero emotion, With that mark of the Deep Blue Clan, congrats. You're now a prisoner of the Arbiters. Flat on the ground, Duhoan just yelled, If you're gonna kill me, just do it, I'm tapped out. Duanghai landed, and seeing he wasn't about to cooperate, he asked, So how'd that feel? Wanna go for a few more rounds? He leaned in close, threatening, Just answer my questions and I'll let you live. Then he stared him down and growled, Tell me what's the deal with the ice-piercing warriors and those blue pills? He gasped, coughing a few times. Cough. Fine. I'll tell you about the origin seed. And then he started to explain. He pictured a body with the blue seed inside. The origin seed is in the soul of every single member of the Deep Blue Clan. When the transformation kicks in, this tiny blue spark of light starts to totally change a creature's soul. He went on describing these creepy tree-like tentacles latching onto a person. The sapling's roots use that spark to find the soul of a potential clan member. The stronger their original soul, the more juiced up the origin seed gets, and the stronger the roots grow. Then he got to what it actually does. With strong roots, the host body can pull way more power from the sapling. Like for secret moves and fighting skills. Think of these shadow figures with roots attached, siphoning power for poison attacks, beefing up their bodies, and mastering weapons. After that, my clan started pumping out and selling these blue pills all over the place. The Deep Blue Clan passed them out on a massive scale. To find the right people to flip into our kind. A vision of a smoking frozen hand flashed by as he talked about the risks. Of course, not everyone can handle the shock when the sapling digs in. If they fail, they just turn into basic low-level monsters. He thought about the ice-piercing warrior whose whole body except for its head looked frozen solid, a messed-up deep blue mutation. Hearing this, Duanghai got furious and grabbed his collar. After someone's infected with the origin seed, is there any way to reverse it? Seeing how worked up he was, Duhon wondered. Why are you asking? Don't tell me one of the test subjects is someone you actually care about? Totally pissed. Duanghai zapped him with a few psychic blasts, making him squirm. Are you gonna talk or not? Duhoan just burst out laughing. Ha ha! Then a beam of blue light shot straight out of his face. He became that light, and just flew out of the body like he was never there. Duanghai just watched, shouting in rage, He got away again! The body he left behind suddenly started pouring out thick smoke, making Duong Hai and Warbear stare in total shock. As the smoke cleared, the body that was Du Hoan was now a young woman. The old man looked closer, and then yelled, "That's Manager Wang Yen, the head of the Heroes Association's branch in Lukang City." Duong Hai just sighed. "It looks like the Origin organization has already gotten its hooks into the Heroes Association." The old man frowned, thinking about the dead manager. "I'll vouch for the Orbiters. Consider it me paying you back for messing up Divine Dragon before." Hearing that, Duong Hai shot back. "Do you have any idea what it takes to train a quad elemental ability user? You think just saying a few words makes us even—" The old man looked super annoyed and asked, "So what do you want then?" That's what Duong Hai was waiting for, and he answered instantly, "Make Luong Nguyen the heir to the Kun Loon company instead of Ma Long." Warbear smirked, then his brow furrowed. Letting Luong Nguyen take over is fine, but he's got to at least reach A rank, or else no one's gonna take him seriously. Duong Hai hopped onto a piece of metal floating in the air and sealed the deal. Then it's settled. The day Luong Nguyen becomes an A-rank hero is the day he officially takes over the Kun Loon company. The second he finished talking, he made the metal platform fly away, summoning a clone right behind him. Then Duong Hai gave his clone an order. "You go handle the situation at the branch. I need to get to the hospital like right now." The clone shot back, "Got it." As he flew, he couldn't stop thinking. When that ice-piercing warrior died, it let out a really weird energy pulse. "I've got a seriously bad feeling about this. I gotta check on Fifi's condition and fast." With that, he shot off like an arrow, zipping past the tall skyscrapers. Back in the room, Warbear stood with his arms crossed, his voice grim. "You all probably recognize the body? That's Manager Wang Yen of the Heroes Association." Then he looked up and added, "Turns out she was a spy for some secret organization, and the one who made that mutated ice-piercing warrior." He said it with a dead serious face. "So when the Heroes Association starts their questioning, I hope you all tell them the absolute truth." Tun Han Chu agreed. That's a no-brainer." Lamney, standing off to the side, didn't argue. She just looked exhausted and was frowning. "If there's nothing else, we're gonna go." Just as the three of them took a few steps, Warbear called out from behind them, "Luong Nguyen, get over here." Luong Nguyen turned around annoyed and grumbled. "What is it now?" Warbear told him cheerfully. "Luong Nguyen, your dad and Duong Hai made a deal." He put a hand on his son's shoulder and said quietly, "As long as I let you be the heir of Kun Loon, he's going to give you an A-rank ability potion." He even patted his son's head, telling him, "Listen, you little brat, you have to grab this opportunity." Luong Nguyen looked away, cringing. Wait, wasn't it already decided that Ma Long was going to inherit the company? Suddenly switching it up like this is going to mess things up between me and my brother. He just looked away, thinking, whatever. My real goal is to become the top dog of the Arbiters and carry on the Divine Dragon's legacy. With that in mind, Luong Nguyen kept dissing him. "My godfather set me up for something epic, and you want me to run the family biz?" He balled up his fist, totally fired up. "Isn't that just gonna hold me back?" Warbear just stared at his son, thinking, "Dwayne Hai, your plan is clutch, but you totally misjudged how tight we are." As he was thinking this, Warbear walked over and pulled his son into a super soft, loving hug. "You little punk, you're really growing up." This totally freaked Luong Nguyen out, and he yelled, "Get off me!" "How old do you think I am?"
This is so gross. Meanwhile, outside on some random street, a totally wiped out branch was slumped against a wall. All of a sudden, a hand gently reached out to her.
Duong Hai asked softly, "Hey, can you get up?" Branch tried to pull herself up, saying, "I got this," but she just crumpled to the ground. Duong Hai gently told her, "Hey, don't push it." It was like his words were all she needed to hear. Branch just broke down, covering her face and sobbing, "I'm so sorry. The Divine Dragon, he fell in battle because of me." Duong Hai just gently patted her on the head. "This isn't on you. Come on. The organization sent me to get you squared away." Hearing that, Branch took Duong Hai's hand and got to her feet. "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." A little later, they were standing outside the hospital. Duong Hai was scoping it out from up high, thinking, "Whoa, this hospital has some seriously weird energy vibes." The whole hospital was wrapped in this blue energy shield. Duong Hai slipped inside and did a quick scan of the hallway. Place is empty. But right as he thought that, a flash of blue light exploded right in front of him, making him jump. Then this gnarly zombie thing appeared out of nowhere, lunging at him and screaming, "You're done." Duong Hai stumbled back like, "Oh, this is not good." So that energy wave? It must have mutated the victims from the convenience store, turning them into these creepy blue things. Before he could even process it, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. He whipped around, totally freaked, just in time to see another zombie jumping him. It was a nightmare. In the middle of the day, the whole hospital was crawling with these blue freaks. One of them crashed into Duan Hai's shoulder, but he just flipped it over his head. Duan Hai reeled his arm back and slammed a punch straight into its chest, making it spew blood everywhere. He took down the rest of them, one after another. 1, 2, 3, 5. A second later, when they were all on the floor, Duan Hai finally let out a breath. Thank God Faye's not one of them. Maybe she hasn't turned yet. He tossed the paper airplane into an air vent, and finally found Faye's room. He walked in, and just froze. She was floating in the middle of the air. He could literally see right through her, watching the mutated cells swirling inside. Yang Yi's mind was racing. Faye's definitely mutated, but the primordial seeds are only clustered on one side of her body. The other side is still normal. And her eyes? They're slowly turning blue. Just like those things in the hall. It's like Faye's willpower is fighting to keep half of her body human. All of a sudden, Faye let out a piercing scream. Oh my god! Her entire body just slammed down onto the hospital bed. She totally sensed him there. Yang Yi rushed to her side, checking on her and calling her name Faye. Her eyes flew open. One of her pupils was a totally different color. Before he could even react, she had a knife pressed against his throat, demanding, "Who are you?" Yang Yi panicked, trying to explain, "Faye, it's me, it's your brother." But the more he talked, the madder she got, and Faye shot back. "That's not my brother's voice." He finally got it and quickly changed back to his normal self. "Oops, forgot to switch back. This is better, right?" But Faye wasn't buying it for a second and just yelled even louder. "You, my brother, can't shapeshift. Who the heck are you?" Totally stuck. Yang Yi knew he had to spill some secret sibling tea. "Okay, on your 5th, 6th, and 7th birthdays, you wet the bed. And so Mom and Dad wouldn't find out you conned me into sleeping in your bed and then blamed it on me." Just like that, Faye sat up on the bed like a totally obedient puppy and asked all bubbly, "Bro, when did you learn how to shapeshift?" Yang Yi grabbed her hand and started pulling her. "We gotta bounce like right now. I'll explain everything on the way." A little while later, the two of them were back at Yang Yi's apartment building, and Faye even managed to hop in the shower. Out in the kitchen, Naiwei was totally in the zone, cooking up a storm. He came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and asking softly, "What's with the huge feast?" Naiwei turned around, looped her arms around his neck, and said, "Faye, waking up is basically a miracle. We totally have to celebrate." But then her mood shifted, and she sighed sadly. "You know, being out on that last job, it made me realize how helpless normal people are against these crazy powers." Naiwei looked down for a second, her voice still full of worry. "I mean, even a total pro like Shenlong couldn't..." But then she perked right back up. "And that's exactly why we have to learn to treasure the people we love." Naiwei draped her arms over his shoulders and started leaning in for a kiss, but just as their lips were about to meet, a loud voice called out, "Is dinner ready yet? I'm done with my shower." Naiwei, totally flustered, shoved him away playfully. "It's ready now." A minute later, a massive feast was laid out on the table, and Faye bounced over, shouting cheerfully, "OMG, these are all my faves, Sister Naiwei, you're the best," she said, totally kidding around as she grabbed a chicken leg and dug in. "Not gonna hold back now." The three of them were all smiles, chilling at the dinner table. Watching them, Yang Yi felt this crazy surge of determination. He'd literally do anything to keep the people he loved safe and happy no matter the cost. After dinner, Faye knelt on the bed looking super worried. "Bro, are we seriously not gonna tell Mom and Dad I'm awake?" Yang Yi shot that down instantly. "No way! The Hero Association is all over that mutation thing at the hospital." "For now, you gotta stay gone officially." He crossed his arms, laying it all out for Faye. "The more they know, the more danger they're in. And that goes for my secrets too. Don't even tell Sister Nai." She gave him a sweet, understanding smile and was like, "I get it, but from now on you don't have to carry all this by yourself. Let me help." Yang Yi just felt the guilt piling on. "This is all on me. I totally failed at protecting you, and now you're a half-otherworlder." Faye could see how torn up her brother was and tried to make him feel better. "Hey, it's cool, bro. Seriously, if anything, my brain got like a major upgrade with some new info." Faye reached out to Yang Yi, her voice full of concern. "You good?" He was sweating bullets as he took her hand, trying to hype her up. "The control puppet is done, and now I've got a super important mission just for you." Out of nowhere, Nayu walked in with a fruit platter. Fruit time. The whole dark vibe on his face just melted away. He turned around and smiled. "Awesome." Yang Yi sat across from Naur and asked, all curious, "What you working on?" She was locked onto the screen and said, "My last gig went pretty well, so the station hooked me up with a new show." He looked a little stressed. "Is it gonna be as sketchy as last time?" Na flashed a quick smile to chill him out. "Nah, this time I'm just on the panel." Yang Yi walked up slowly behind her, holding out his hand. A sick green jade thing just appeared on the back of Nawei's hand. An info panel popped up. Ability little green snake bracelet. Intro. This bracelet auto-protects the owner when things get real. It can morph into a giant green snake to take down enemies, rank CB. Wait, why a bracelet and not a necklace? Why? Meanwhile, somewhere else under a gray sky at a hot spring, Branch was just vibing in the water. Xiao Rang came over all businesslike. "Miss Branch, this spring has like healing powers. It'll help you bounce back from your injuries way faster." Branch just casually scooped up some water, totally unfazed. "Oh, really?" Then she stood up, ready to dip. "The organization's got a job for me. You two keep soaking. Later." But she just moved to another spot to lie down and think. "Another new mission?" Du sat up, sounding totally impressed. "That's our senior for you. Joined the org early and is already a legend. You totally nailed that ambush mission, too." A bit later at the cloud-top Heavenly Palace, Branch was standing before these figures on huge thrones. Yang Yi in his rooster bear getup asked, "Ever heard of the 4 Great Sea Regions? The organization is sending you there to scope out the Deep Blue Clan." He kept going, "If you can pull this off, You'll get a shot at becoming one of the 28 constellations of the tribunal. Branch dropped to one knee without even blinking. I'm in. I'll take the trial and go to the 4 great sea regions. Under the mask, Yang Yi was sweating, thinking to himself, yes, it worked. The tribunal's scouting squad finally has a heavy hitter. He then waved a hand at Branch. All right, you can bounce. Go rest up and take care of yourself. She bowed. Yes, sir. Blood Rabbit watched Branch leave, then was like, yo, can I say something? Blood Rabbit piped up, old bro. What's the game plan now? It's all set. Spicy Noodle Superman and Liu Yuan are gonna dig into the connection between the Roundtable Knights Hero Management Company and the Deep Blue Clan. You know, the dude in red and the one with the ponytail. Branch has to go scout the 4 major regions, and she needs to get deep inside the Hero Association's inner circle. Basically becoming our inside agent for the tribunal. Branch looked dead serious. Yang Yi, still in his rooster bear suit, put a stop to the chat. That's it for now. I gotta go see an old friend. An iron fence stood between them and the trees. Branch was just sitting on a bench, totally zoned out, opening a bottle, when Yang Yi just popped up out of nowhere. You been run down lately? It's okay to take a break if you're tired, he said, which totally made the guy jump. He turned his head and said, Leader, been a minute. Yang Yi put a hand on his shoulder and asked, So, where's your power level at? The guy looked away, feeling kinda guilty. I still can't tap into my full potential from training. Right now, I'm only like 7 times stronger than a normal person. Yang Yi heard this and was totally shocked. Dude, 7 times already. 10 times stronger than a normal person is the benchmark for an A-rank power level. He turned away and hyped up Ye Fan. You're crushing it. You're gonna be the top-rated rookie at this year's Global Ability User Convention for sure. After that, the guy yelled out, super pumped. I'll totally give it everything I've got for the organization. Yang Yi suddenly threw up a hand to stop him. He warned Yayan, whoa, hold up. There's danger close. I'm about to use the non-puppet skill on you. I'm gonna take over your body if I have to. He just nodded like, A system voice echoed non-puppet. His face immediately twisted up in pain. All of a sudden, Huanju, who was charging ahead, skidded to a stop like full body brake. In front of her were Azir and Manu creeping closer with total death glares. You meddling little pain! You totally wrecked our organization's business. Our Fire Cloud Society is gonna make you pay for this. She shot back, totally ticked off. Stealing from regular people is what you call business. Your whole get-rich-quick scheme is like super illegal. Some kind of freaky black weapon shot right at her. Luckily, Huanju dodged it just in time, looking totally freaked. Then she leaped like way up, aiming her sword right at them. And then, a piece of Manu's horn got chipped right off and he was shook. He started sweating bullets, totally terrified. You're using poison! But then bad luck, he stepped right on a landmine. Instantly, boom! An explosion rocked the middle of the forest. Seeing it, Azir threw up a hand to block the smoke and dust, grunting. Next thing he knew, the crazy sharp tip of a sword was about to go right through his head. Azir totally froze as the sword zipped right past him. It made him fall flat on his butt, completely stunned, and he was like, what even is your power? Why does all this weird stuff keep happening around you? Wanju slung the cannon over her shoulder and gave him a smirk. Go on, take a guess. If you get it right, maybe I'll tell you. Azir was so mad he started giving off this like dark vibe. I'm gonna take you down! But before he could even move, a sneaker came flying straight at his face. There was a loud thwack as Dupam landed a huge kick on him, which totally surprised Hoenku. After that, he just casually turned to her and was like, Look, miss, if you keep this up, you're gonna wreck the whole place. The Yankin University selection tournament is here in like 5 days. She was impressed, checking out his skills. You give off C-rank Esper vibes, but I bet your real power level is B-rank or higher? Then she gave him this super sweet smile and was like, I'm Hoenku, by the way. And maybe we'll see each other at the selection tournament. We could, team up. He shook her hand. Sure, if we get put in the same group in 5 days. But then Dupam looked down totally confused and saw that Hoenku had his hand in a death grip. She was just smiling like it was no big deal. So handsome. Wanna go grab a bite or something? Meanwhile, he was totally freaking out on the inside, like, what do I do? He mentally hit up Duong Hai like, Chief, what am I supposed to say to her? He replied, chill, just let me handle this. Then Duong Hai took over Dupam's body to deal with it, and used the chance to turn her down. I've got some stuff I gotta do at home, so I should probably get going. Then he yanked his hand away, which left her looking totally baffled. He quickly and quietly bounced. Duong Hai asked, So did you learn anything? Never let a girl get that clingy. My sister's already a total handful. I do not have the energy for another one, he thought back. Yeah, lesson learned. Thanks, Chief. Hoenku just laughed, totally psyched. Looks like this selection tournament is gonna be interesting after all. Over on Van Street, the sun was shining down on the buildings around a packed parking lot with people everywhere. All of a sudden, Nabby's voice cut in, Hey everybody, I'm your commentator, Nabby. Then she turned to introduce her co-host. And my new partner is Nayuet, an MC who's been blowing up online. Sitting next to her, Nayuet was like, Hey everyone, I'm Lam Nuyet. After that, Nabby announced, All right, next up, I'm gonna give you all the deets on this year's Yenching University Hero Department Freshman Selection Tournament. And Nayuet jumped in. The rules are super simple. You've got a time limit. And you have to get through the assigned routes. How you do it is totally up to you. Nabby gave a wink like, but is it really that simple? Spoiler alert, it's not. Let's see what kind of crazy obstacles and traps the school has cooked up. Meanwhile, under a cloudy sky, Minhoi threw an arm around Dupam's shoulder and asked, Yo bro, you didn't bring a ride, so you must be a body enhancement esper like me, right? How come you're not wearing any goggles to keep the wind out of your eyes? Hearing that, he was like, I'm not really a body enhancement type. I'm pretty fast, but not like need goggles fast. Minhoi just laughed. Hey, no sweat. Crazy stuff can happen even when you show up with nothing. As someone walked up, he was telling Dupam some gossip he'd heard. Did you hear that S-rank soul weapon Esper from Kim Ban Long plus an A-rank and the hero Tuduk are all supposed to be here? That person called out, Hey Dupam, making both of them stop. It was Ho and Ku coming over to say hi. She smiled. We meet again. Looks like we're in the same group. She got right up in Dupam's space and reminded him, You promised last time we'd help each other out. You can't flake on me now. He got all shy and looked away, mumbling, Yeah. Suddenly, Minhoi squeezed right between them and gave her a confident wink. Hey there, I'm a speed type Esper. Even if I had to carry you while running. I could totally ace this test, no problem. Ho and Ku just turned away, looking totally grossed out. Some random body enhancement dude thinks he can hit on me, get lost. Hearing this, Minhoi was so crushed, he just stood there crying without making a sound. The announcer's voice boomed. All right, contestants, get ready. The countdown starts in 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone got into their starting stances. Dupam's face got super serious when he heard the announcer yell, 1. A starting pistol went off, and just like that, the competition was on. Some of the contestants with rocket packs just blasted off into the sky, leaving everyone else just staring up totally confused. Luffy looked down at them with a major smirk. Trying to fly with your own feet, lol, how basic. Then out of nowhere, a duck flew up and started going ham on him, pecking like crazy, making Luffy totally freak out like, ow, what is even happening? Then 2 more epic-looking ducks showed up. One had a sick tattoo, and the other was rocking glasses, both quacking up a storm. Seeing the whole thing go down, Nabi was like, if people could just fly like that, no one would ever need to buy a plane ticket again. She looked over and asked, do you know what's up with those ducks? Niu Yet, who totally recognized them, answered, that's probably the Duck Squad from the Dark Gang, a B-rank summoner hero. Nabi kept up her play-by-play, and after getting totally owned in the sky, the runners have now pulled ahead as the Super Speed Squad. Just then, a red car blasted by, leaving a massive smoke cloud. She was like, okay, this is sick. I wish all the exams from now on were just straight-up street races. Right then, 2 race cars were battling for the lead as they came up on a traffic cop totally blocking the road. The driver in the black car asked, Yo, are we even allowed to do this? The driver of the red car shot back, the rules just say the top 100 make the cut. It says nothing about, breaking traffic laws. And with that, she just slammed the pedal to the metal, leaving a huge cloud of smoke in her dust. Seeing she wasn't even slowing down, the cop blew his whistle and threw up a hand to make them stop. All of a sudden, a giant wall of bubbles popped up blocking the black car. Oh, here we go, a lecture from the 3-person police squad. A hero's job is to save people, but you can't just go breaking rules and endangering everyone on a mission. They all hung their heads at the same time and said, We're sorry. Minhoi, who was still running, glanced back and scoffed. Knew it. There was no way they'd let us use vehicles for free without a catch. Just then, some old guy wandered into his path, but he didn't see him until it was too late. They slammed into each other, sending them both flying backward. The old man hit the ground hard with blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Minhoi had a bloody nose too, and totally started to freak out. Oh no, how is he hurt that bad? A contestant in orange ran past yelling, That dude ran into him. Not our problem, let's bounce. But someone in green looked worried. Dude, he looks really hurt. Maybe we should get him to a hospital. Minhoi pushed himself up and started to crawl off, but he glanced back at the old guy. Seeing that the old man completely lost it and started screaming at him. You knocked down an old man and now you're just gonna run off? You want to be some kind of hero who just bails when things get tough? Cut to the next scene and Diafam is doing some insane parkour jumping from building to building. When all of a sudden he spots something. It's Huang Kyo just chilling in midair on some kind of flying gadget. She just says, hey. He looks away and thinks to himself, wow, Yankin University is really not messing around with this tournament, pulling out all the illusion tricks. Hango gave him props. You saw right through that old man illusion too. Not bad at all. He got into a fighting stance and warned her, get ready for a fight. We've got 2 more creeps coming up behind us. Hango glanced back with a confident smirk. This must be the school's final test. I'm so ready for this. And right behind them, a skinny guy and a heavy-set dude were on a rooftop watching them. Tran Nai too yet commented, those 2 look kind of familiar. I wonder which heroes they're supposed to be. Nabi covered her mouth and whispered, okay, so according to the new intel we just got, those 2 espers are asterisk, not asterisk, part of the Yankin University plan. Then she announced, but the school did send a proctor to the area. They'll jump in if things get too dangerous. So with that backup, they're gonna use this to give the students a little pop quiz. A man stood in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window, his hands clasped, behind his back just looking out over the city. He spoke politely to the young man behind him. Thanks for coming all this way, Teacher Lakthan. Teacher Lakthan replied, "No worries, Director. I'll make sure those two are safe. Just consider it part of my job as their homeroom teacher. Now let me show you two punks the real power of a B-rank hero." After he said that, he started to transform, growing fangs and thick fur all over his face. A tail sprouted out of his back. He dropped down on all fours and let out a huge roar. Meow! Ho and Q just watched, not even a little bit scared. In fact, her eyes totally lit up. She squealed, completely excited. OMG, what an adorable kitty. Next to her, Dupam was just speechless. "A meow, I got this one. You take the other guy," one of the bad guys said before charging in to attack. Duanhai sent a mental message to Dupam. "You feel that when you control your power, you can feel every single muscle and bone moving." Dupam sent back, "I got it." A meow leapt in to attack, yelling, "You little punk, what are you whispering about?" But before a meow could even blink, Dupam hit him back with a huge punch right to the gut. His eyes basically popped out of his head as he gasped, "Ugh!" The punch was so strong it actually cracked his ribs. Wincing in pain, he thought to himself, "Hachyan Nudahu Yandatu of our Fire Cloud Society. So this is the kind of monster you guys had to deal with before." After seeing his partner totally collapse, the other villain paused his attack, confused, thinking, "Wait, this kid looks like a total lightweight. Like he wouldn't be tough in a fight. Guess I should have gone easier on him." A meow, totally wiped out, was kneeling on the ground spitting up blood. Then Dupam actually held out a hand to him and asked, "Hey, you okay?" "My bad. I guess I went a little too hard." A meow was totally humiliated and just screamed, "Are you kidding me? You already beat me and now you're trying to clown on me too?" At the same time, a stream of water was jetting towards a deserted island out in the middle of nowhere. The water flowed into a cave, and way at the back stood some figure in a black cloak on a platform. He looked up, his eyes totally glowing red. "So you're still kicking?" Then a ton of water worms just oozed out of the water. This thing was gnarly. No face, just a huge mouth packed with saw-like teeth and a bunch of squirming tongues. It reported, "Commander, I've got some major news. The Rooster of Judgment just broke through to level 3 spiritual power. Its body totally blew up to be several times bigger than you." The guy frowned, thinking, "For real, another level 3 just popped up in this world." Back at Yang Shi's place, Fee asked, "Bro, I have no idea what just happened. A second ago, the abyssal greed seed thing just woke up for a few seconds," she said, hugging a pillow. Hearing that, Yang Shi got super tense. "And then you linked up with someone else's vision." She nodded. "Yeah, I saw 3 different scenes. I think they might be stuff people from the Abyssal Greed clan have seen before." He started flipping open his laptop, asking for the deets. "Where exactly?" She thought for a sec. First was the White Tower in Area 2 of Rose City. Second was some club. And the third was inside a huge mansion. He was already typing one-handed as she spoke, plugging in all the info Fee gave him to track down the spot. He suddenly yelled, "Found it, was the club you saw called T." She looked at the screen, totally shocked. "OMG, that's the one, it's this place. I saw a member of the Abyssal Greed clan getting their hair and nails done there." Based on the info, Yang Shi figured it out. The big shot at the Knights of the Round Management Company actually has a daughter. She owns 50% of the shares, but has 0 powers. Fee added, "In the third scene, all I saw was a lawn, a fountain, and some old-school decorations. I couldn't see anything else." Then she stretched out, flopped on the bed, and sighed. "I can't, bro. My brain is fried. I can't remember any more details," she suggested. "Why don't you just take a quick peek through my memories?" Over in a huge meeting room, 3 people were talking. John Shang just sat there with his hands clasped, totally lost in thought for what felt like forever. Finally, he let out a helpless sigh. "Sigh, I called you 2 here today because I've got an announcement." He looked over at Molong and said, "Ahang, I've decided to let Awan run the company. The spot in the Hero Alliance is yours." He looked totally blindsided by that. Liu Yuan just frowned, sweating bullets, but Ahang just smiled and agreed. "Dad, you finally see Awan's potential. He's way more cut out to run the company than I am." As soon as he finished, Molong's whole expression got dead serious. "As for me, the only thing I've ever wanted is to be the strongest hero." But John Shang wasn't buying it. He warned him, "Son, I know you're still holding a grudge about losing to that person from Judgment. But there's something I've been meaning to tell you." He leaned in and asked Molong quietly, "Do you know why everyone from the Judgment organization is so OP?" Even though he had no clue why his dad was asking, he shot back, "Of course. It's 'cause they grind harder and are just more talented." His dad was like, "Wrong. It's because they have the tech to make ability potions." He was completely shocked, and then his dad added, "On top of that, I'm afraid they're backed by some force from the other world." In a dark void, a stream of water suddenly appeared. Inside his sister's memories, Yang Shi saw flashes of Fee riding a bike, smiling and waving. All of a sudden, his focus sharpened. "Got it." An image of a Venus statue and a red-eyed rabbit appeared. In the courtyard of the Duyandan liched-up mansion, Yang Shi and Blood Rabbit were standing right in the middle of the huge garden. He said, "Just stick by me and watch, okay? Don't make a move." She got mad, "So, you brought me along just to be your arm candy." Yang Shi put his hand on her head, making her yell, "Hey, Yang Shi!" He glanced over now in his viper form. "What's up?" Blood Rabbit punched his shoulder. "Hey, I figured it out. Your best power isn't your ability, it's your acting. Alam sat by the Venus statue lifting a steaming cup of coffee. He glanced their way and asked, well, to what do I owe the pleasure of you party crashers? Just then, Yang Shi's crew appeared as dark snakes and shattered the statue. He said only one word, vanish. They flipped the table in front of Alam. He leapt up and threw a kick right at Yang Shi. Actually, I'm also curious about you judgment types. I heard you're backed by the burnt family's necromancer system. He just stood there thinking, oh, where did this rumor even start? And how did it spread so fast? Alam asked seriously. So can you put a soul that's been gone for years back into her body? Through his viper mask, he sized the guy up. The Abyssal Greed clan knows plenty about souls. Why are you asking me? Alam's face just fell. He concluded, it seems the answer is still no. He immediately pulled a gun and fired. In that case, you're useless. Time for you to disappear. Instantly, 5 young sheets appeared in his viper form. The bullet hit one of his clones square in the chest. He grunted. The bullet went right through the body. He calmly analyzed it. This lead bullet has an autolock. Lucky for me, it's not that fast. So I can still buy myself some time. Alam popped off 2 rounds at 2 of Yang Shi's copies. He was like, bet you can't dodge if I hit your shadows at the same time, huh? Yang Shi just showed up right behind him, a long sword slung over his shoulder. He shot back, wrong. Alam just grinned, totally fearless. Showtime, 3, 2, 1. After a huge boom, smoke totally flooded the courtyard. White smoke poured out from where the explosion hit, and bam, 2 of Yang Shi's clones were just standing there. A whip of green smoke wrapped around Alam's arm, making him jump. The green smoke started seeping into his arm. He totally freaked out, screaming, no! Blood Rabbit was just chilling cross-legged on this floating chair decked out with feathers hovering in the air. Alam stared at Yang Shi and Blood Rabbit and yelled, wow, you guys are really pulling out all the stops for me, huh? Sending both Blood Rabbit and Viper. He was all sweaty and out of breath as he ordered the dark figure behind him. Okay, if that's how it's gonna be. You get in there too, Helen! Helen, holding a crazy glowing sword, charged in. Yang Shi yelled, Blood Rabbit, watch out! She threw up her green sword ready to defend. Blood Rabbit, sweating, managed to block the hit from Helen's massive sword. She pulled her sword back, hopped away, and was like, wait, you're from the Abyssal Greed clan too. Blood Rabbit sat on her floating throne in the air. Yep. Alam fired off another shot. Eat this, Viper. Yang Shi closed his eyes thinking, okay, good. Blood Rabbit's cool. Now I just gotta figure out how to mess with the auto-aim on these bullets. You could see Yang Shi totally calm with his eyes closed behind the Viper mask as the bullet screamed right for him. As it zipped through the air, a little flame symbol lit up on his shoe. He ducked down and yelled, gotcha! The flame thing on his shoe just poofed into red smoke. Then he just tilted his head and the bullet flew right by. It slammed into the middle of a tree, and the whole thing just burst into flames. Alam looked totally shook and was like, how is that even possible? You broke my move. Yang Shi leaped up and blasted forward with a purple orb of crackling electricity in his hand. Blood Rabbit also hopped off her chair, sword at the ready. Helen was charging forward when she saw the purple orb flying straight at her. Even though she dodged super fast, the purple orb still managed to clip her arm before blowing up behind her with a huge bang. Right after, Blood Rabbit came at her, making Helen throw up her shield to block. Alam's face got all dark and he yelled, sweating like crazy. Damn it, how dare you even touch my wife's body? While he was talking, he was holding a bunch of blue pills. He just threw the whole handful back, and after that his whole body, and his eyes started glowing with this freaky green light. Helen looked at him all worried. Master, no, don't. She was holding this huge needle and jumped in front of the glowing Alam, then jammed the needle right between his eyebrows, saying, your spirit can't handle that many raw particles. You're gonna turn into one of those abyssal greed monsters. Yang Shi, just floating there, watched Helen pull the green energy out of Alam's mouth. Then he whipped up another purple orb in his hand and yeeted it straight at both of them. Alam saw it coming and totally panicked. He spun Helen around, shoving her out of the way and taking the full blast right in the back. The insane pain made him scream, stop it! Looking at Alam, Helen was completely heartbroken. Master, wake up. Alam was totally wrecked. Is this it? Am I checking out? His eyes were just full of sadness, so different from his cocky vibe from before. So this is finally the day. Thanks, you guys, for finally letting me go. I'm just so tired. He was lying in Helen's lap, his eyes squeezed shut. Ever since my wife died, every single day has been a living nightmare. Then Alam gestured to Helen. Villa, put your hair back, the way it was. I want to see what the real Helen looked like. He gently brushed her hair out of her face. The Deep Blue Clan. They said they could bring my wife back. The price I just had to betray humanity. But if it meant saving my wife, who cares about betraying humanity? Helen grabbed his hand, totally ready to sacrifice herself for him. I'll join the Deep Blue Clan. I'll do it so that I can take your wife's place and this body can get a second chance to live. All of a sudden, Alam coughed up a spray of blood, looking totally crushed with regret. But it was all a lie. I was just fooling myself. Helen's already gone. He looked up at Yang Shi and Mao Tu. It wasn't her fault. She just fell for some heartless teacher who couldn't love her back. Then he dropped some major intel on Yang Shi. Those guys, they're connected to the Posy Merchant Guild. And with those last words, his eyes shut for good, leaving Helen just sobbing her heart out next to him. No, master, don't leave me here all alone. Mao Tu watched the whole thing from up high and asked Yang Shi, Bro, should we take out this Deep Blue clan member? He just waved his hand. Hold up. Completely shattered, Helen just held Alam. She rested on his chest with this peaceful look on her face and whispered, This is enough. Next to her, a blue orb started floating up from her body. Then the orb dropped to the ground and a hand scooped it up. Holding the blue orb, Mao Tu and Yang Shi just looked at Alam and Helen's bodies. Her voice was all shaky as she said, Bro, they were so ride or die for each other. You think I'll ever find someone who loves me like that? He just turned and started walking. Let's bounce. The two of them stood on this triangle-shaped flyer, cruising toward the school district. Mao Tu crossed her arms and was like, So bro, where are we heading now? She thought to herself. He did it again. Yang Shi switched from Sha to Yuji. She couldn't help but say, Bro, you're getting seriously good with that transformation skill. Over at the sports field. Over at Yinjing University, a huge crowd was lining up. On stage, they were introducing this kind of shy fan with their super upbeat buddy. Watching them, Yang Shi was like, Wow, looks like Yayan's fitting in just fine. He's even made a friend already. Back in Yayan's dorm room, he held up this green orb and said, Yayan, your training has been seriously on point. Yeon started getting antsy as the green orb got closer. Yang Zhe kept going, I'm about to boost your ability up a whole rank. Then a status screen popped up. Training ability. Intro. You can keep leveling up your 5 senses, strength, and speed through training. The max you can go is 64 times your race's natural talent. Evaluation A rank. Like nobody has ever hit that limit. He put a hand on Yayan's shoulder, reminding him keep grinding for the next selection test. I got a dip for a bit. Where are you headed? He asked, looking worried. Yang Shi just played it cool and said, The 4 Great Sea Regions. Meanwhile, over in Malong's office at the Kunhiro Management Company, Liang Yuan was totally pacing in front of a safe. He had his chin in his hand trying to crack the password. No way. Could it be my birthday again? He punched in the numbers one by one. The safe clicked open, and inside was this thick notebook. Liang Yuan started sweating, muttering to himself, What is my brother's deal? Why is my birthday like every single password he uses? He just whistled happily and snatched the notebook. Malong watched his little bro leave. Han was like, I have no clue why Liang Yuan needs intel on the 4 Great Sea Regions, though. His eyes were filled with total pride as he added, But hey, now that he has it, at least he'll be happy for a bit. Up at Sky Peak, Yang Shi was holding the notebook Liang Yuan had snagged. So this is it, the 4 Great Sea Regions. The map showed the southern and northern continents split by a huge ocean. Planet Yan used to have 2 continents. But after the Great War with the Otherworld, those Otherworlders totally colonized the southern continent and enslaved everyone there. 2 diagonal lines cut the ocean into 4 sections. Yang Shi kept reading about all these crazy powerful experts who tried to fight back and set up a defense line. Another map showed the 4 regions like super clearly divided by those diagonal lines. There was the Ironblood Sea region run by the Ironblood Army, the Hero Sea region run by the Hero Association, the Free Alliance Sea region run by the Merchant Guild Alliance, and then the Grey region. The Grey region was split into a bunch of smaller colored zones. It was a total mess of a sea with all sorts of big and small groups fighting for control, but the 3 big powers were coordinating its defenses. A red flag was marked on the map. Between the Posy Merchant Guild's connection to the Deep Blue clan and the whole Sage's Stone thing, all signs pointed to the Free Alliance Sea region. Yang Shi in his Yuji form thought, Okay, the Free Alliance Sea region is going to be my first stop. He put a hand on Liang Yuan's shoulder and gave him props. You totally killed it with the intel gathering this time. It really shows how much you've leveled up. Liang Yuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes totally sparkling. So, foster father? Yang Shi held up a hand and said, Don't worry, you passed my test. The organization is definitely not going to skimp on your ability potion. Liang Yuan chugged the green potion looking kind of grossed out and asked, Foster father, what rank is this ability potion anyway? Then a status screen popped up. Werewolf ability. Intro. After you transform, you get the werewolf bloodline, which comes with self-healing and a super strong bod. Skill Berserk. The catch. You kinda lose your mind, but in return you get 3 times the recovery and speed. Evaluation B rank evolved from a husky. Another screen appeared. Dreadful Mask ability. Intro, you can absorb your enemy's fear to get stronger. The max number of fear stacks you can get is 9. The power-up lasts for 45 minutes. Evaluation B rank. Making other people scared isn't the really terrifying part. Liang Yuan was so stoked he gave Yang Shi a huge hug, yelling, Thank you, foster father, thank you, organization. From now on, I'm 100% all in for the organization. Later at the dining table in Yang Shi's apartment, 2 wine glasses clinked. Nai raised her glass sitting across from Yang Shi by candlelight. She said, Look, getting the chance to work abroad for a year is a good thing no matter how you slice it. Yang Shi looked kind of bummed. But for a whole year I won't be able to be with you. Nai just smiled and said, I'll be fine. You just need to focus on working hard for our future. Yang Shi's face got all serious. He raised his glass and took a drink, his mind totally made up. When all this is over, I'll be by your side forever. Nai blushed, wrapping her arms around his neck and saying sweetly, Well, then you better bring me back a souvenir. Yang Shi, blushing but happy, wrapped his arms around her waist. Her dress slipped to the floor as she touched his face. Yangxi kissed Nai. I'm going to miss you so much, she whispered back, sounding happy. Me too. Soft music started playing from the record player. Over at the main gate of the Xian family manor, someone knocked on the door. The Xian family's butler came out, opened the door with a smile, and was like, You two must be from the judiciary. Please come on in. Yangxi replied, Thanks. Inside old Master Qian's study, Mr. Qian was sitting in a chair with Xiaorang and Qian on either side of him. Asterisk, knock knock. He stepped up. Hey, welcome you two. The judiciary already gave us a heads up you were coming. Dada was like, Wait, I know you. We were on that same flight with the intel agent from Fyong. Yangxi replied. Kinda embarrassing, but yeah, that was me. Because of how I handled things on the plane when stuff went down, I guess I got on Lord Yuji's radar. He added. And because of that, Lord Yugi hooked me up with an A-rank ability potion and told me to join the judiciary. Dada asked, all curious. Whoa, you got an A-rank potion just like that, so what's your power? Mr. Chi shot him a look and scolded, Dada not cool. You can't just ask someone about their ability like it's nothing. Yang Shi just waved it off. Nah, it's cool. We're all on the same team here. So I don't mind sharing. The ability I got is called Marine Plum Blossom 6 Styles. Xiao Rang looked totally confused. Marine Plum Blossom 6 Styles, I've literally never heard of that. He explained, Yeah, it makes sense you haven't. It's basically a mashup of two different skill sets, Marine Martial Arts and the Plum Blossom 6 Styles. A notification panel popped up. Ability. Marine Plum Blossom 6 Styles. Deets. You get all the moves from Marine Martial Arts and the Plum Blossom 6 Styles at the same time. Plum Dodge is basically like Plum Blossom Footwork lets you dip out of enemy attacks. Dragon Subduing lets you lock down and grab your opponents. Mountain Splitter is a kick so epic it can literally split the sea. Evaluation A rank. Comment could be cooler. Dada then pointed at Faye and said, Whoa, so powers like that are a thing. What's her deal? Yangxi replied, She's one of Lord Mao's students, another A rank ability user. Faye just said, I control ice. He continued, Lord Yugji told us to work in the Free Alliance Sea region, under the Qian family's banner. I'm kinda wondering what old Master Qian thinks about all this. Mr. Qi just stroked his chin. Of course, it's high time the Qian family made a comeback in the Free Alliance Sea region. Later that night, with a crescent moon hanging out in the sky, Faye was just sitting by herself at the port, when suddenly, someone walked up and put a hand on her shoulder. What you thinking about? She said, brother, but then just kinda trailed off. It's nothing, just, we're leaving Liu Kang City tomorrow. Feeling a little bummed, Yang Shi sat down next to her and said, Hey, it's not like we can't ever come back. She gave a small smile. True, I was just thinking, the people here in Liu Kang City could live their entire lives, and never even know the 4 great sea regions are real. He was like, yeah, but it makes sense that the 3 great powers and the Fed don't want them to know the 4 great sea regions exist. He went on, I mean, if the 4 great seas were exposed and regular people found out we're at war with aberrations, it would cause a total freakout. She just sighed, staring out at the ocean. Compared to what's out in the 4 great seas, the people here are legit lucky to be alive. Yangxi just gave her a little pat on the head. The Free Alliance Sea Merchants Guild is a total mess of drama. You gotta watch your back always, she replied. Don't worry, big bro. The next morning down at the docks, this massive 6-star alchemical ship was just sitting there. Elder Qian was standing on the pier with Yangxi and Faye. Elder Qian spoke up, My boy Yangxi, the hull of this ship is made from the parts of exotic beasts, and it's got 3 different alchemical arrays carved into it. He grinned. All you gotta do is pump some spiritual energy into it and it can pop up to the surface fire off huge cannons, throw up a defensive shield and even get a speed boost. Then he just waved his hand and the steward knew exactly what to do, bringing out 3 things the 3 must-haves for the 4 great seas. Sea-walking sandals, some light armor, and an air bladder. Elder Qian went on, This stuff lets you literally walk on water and breathe under it. Plus you can customize how it looks. So why don't you two try 'em on? Faye laughed. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Young Shi looked around. Hey, where's everyone else? Right on cue, 3 people showed up behind them, Dada, Helen, and Yurang. Dada yelled out, We're here! Yurang, who was all dressed up, turned bright red. Elder Qian looked over in another direction like, Who's making all that racket over there? The steward answered, That's the 3 Hands Merchant Guild. It's the 2nd son of the Gelum family, Asat Gelum. Yang Shi totally froze for a sec. He whipped around, thinking, Great! The 3 Hands Merchant Guild showing up right on my doorstep. Elder Qian scowled. Just the 2nd son. What's he doing causing a scene over here? The steward explained. He was supposed to be on the 3 Hands Merchant Guild's 4-star alchemical ship, but then he heard we hooked you guys up with a 6-star one and decided to crash the party. Elder Qian just said calmly, Just find a room for him. The steward was like, Yes, sir, but young Master Asat is demanding Mr. Yang's Platinum Suite Room 608. Asat strolled over to Yurang. You really live up to the hype as the number 2 beauty of the Great Seas. Elder Qian let out the loud cough. Asat spun around and immediately got all polite. Elder Qian, it's an honor. The elder was like, Young Master Asat, you're a valued guest. Welcome aboard. Then he told the steward, Afu, do what you can to make sure young Master Asat is taken care of. The steward politely said, Young Master Asat, Elder Qian has given the okay to get a platinum suite ready for you. Asat's face got super dark as he muttered to his guy. Once we're on the ship, find out who booked room 608. He scowled. Just some nobody. Elder Qian. Seriously, he's got some nerve going against me. Meanwhile, Yang Shi was just chilling in his room snacking and sipping something while taking in the view. Then out of nowhere, someone starts banging on his door. He totally cool, just wiped his mouth and went to get it. Standing there were Asat and his two goons. Yang Shi just gave this little smirk and was like, "So you finally showed up." Asat looked shocked for a sec, then totally lost it, yelling, "You little punk, you knew we were on our way." "Well, get a move on then. My guys will help you with your stuff." But then Yang Shi leaned in real close and whispered something in his ear that made Asat's face turn completely red. "Yo, Master Asat. You wouldn't happen to be interested in some private pics of Miss Yorang, would you?" Asat's face went beet red, and this creepy smile spread across his face. He was practically drooling when he asked, "For real, you have them?" Yang Shi was super chill. "Of course. I wouldn't mess with the number 2 guy from the Gellum family." Asat was all antsy, whispering, "Show me, now." Yang Shi just smiled a little. "How about this, Master Asat? Why don't you come inside and check one out first? Just to see if it's what you're looking for." He turned to his crew and snapped, "You two stay here." So the two of them went into the room. Asat was getting impatient, like, "Come on, hurry up. Let me see what you've got." And then all of a sudden, his world went blurry, and he was totally caught in the prey control spell. Yang Shi checked out the images floating in the air, his eyes locking onto a pic of some blonde dude with a beard holding a wine glass. He kind of stroked his chin thinking Byron from the main family, but he was basically a nobody. Then out of nowhere, he gets this major glow up and becomes one of the top dogs. He kept thinking Byron, even if he's ready for anything, he'd totally drop his guard around his own nephew Asat. Asat was just standing there frozen. Master Yang Shi walked up to him and laid out the plan. "You're gonna act just like the real Asat. Get close to Byron. There's a good chance he's part of that primordial organization." Asat just bowed his head like a good little puppet. "I'll do whatever it takes to keep an eye on things in the family and give you updates ASAP, Master." And just like that, he walked out of the room. One of his guys asked, "Young Master, should we start grabbing the bags now?" Asat just whacked the dude hard on the head. "Move your own head! You think I'd stay in this dump? I'm gonna crash in Elder Qian's room for a bit." The guy started sweating bullets like, "Yes, sir." The other guy tried to help, saying, "Hey, young master, we're almost at Libertyport. Maybe try to look a little happier." Asat screamed back, "Do I look like I need you to tell me how to feel?" The ship just kept slicing through the waves, getting closer to the island in the distance. Up on the deck, Faye spotted this huge stone gate and got all hyped, asking Yang Shi, "Whoa, look, what is that?" Yang Shi looked where she was pointing and started to explain, "That's Libertyport." Faye was like, "Libertyport." Then literally out of nowhere, this tall, super skinny guy just appeared. He had this sunken-in face, a handlebar mustache, and was rocking a brown shirt and black pants. He was so quiet nobody even noticed him as he just strolled over. "Welcome to Libertyport. I'm the guy who runs this place." So this was number 97, the Soul Chaser Spear. Yang Shi stared at the guy totally shocked, thinking, "Dude's crazy strong. I didn't feel him sneak up behind me at all." The second the Soul Chaser Spear showed up, Elder Qian spun around. He was smiling, but like a fake smile, because the whole vibe of the place suddenly got super dark and heavy. He said with that smile, "Brother Soul Chaser, it's been a minute." Soul Chaser played along, acting all friendly too, and went to shake Elder Qian's hand. "Brother Qian, the first time you came through Libertyport, I had a feeling you'd be back." Then he gestured for them to follow. "And it looks like you brought some promising kids from the mainland with you. Come on everyone, head to the main hall. I'm throwing a party for you guys tonight." The banquet hall was decked out with chandeliers and had these light-colored walls, making the whole place feel cozy but also super bougie. Inside, there was this insane feast on the table, and the room was packed. A bunch of girls immediately swarmed Yang Shi, all yelling excitedly, "Hey, cutie, can I get your digits? Is this your first time at Libertyport? 'Cause you're gonna need a tour guide. You're totally my type. We should hang out." He was completely mobbed by all these gorgeous girls, and Yang Shi was blushing and sweating, totally clueless about what to do. Dada saw the whole thing while she was grabbing a bite and whispered to Yorong, "I seriously don't get where these basic girls find the nerve. Like Yorong is standing right there, and they still have the guts to hit on Big Brother Yang." Hearing that, Yorong's face turned beet red. "You know exactly what's up between me and Yang Shi. We're just friends, that's it, so stop starting drama." Then all of a sudden, Faye busted through the crowd out of nowhere, yelling, "Get out of the way, move! Big Brother, I got you." She grabbed Yang Shi's hand and yanked him out of there. On her way out, she made sure to call out Dada and Yorong, who were just standing around watching. "Don't just stand there like you're watching a movie. Do something to get rid of this thirsty crowd." Yorong just gave a soft smile and said, "So should we go check out that famous seashell bar at Libertyport?" Dada totally lit up when she heard that and was like, "OMG, yes. The special thing they do at the seashell bar is legendary." As he was getting dragged away, a confused Yang Shi asked, "What special thing?" He had no clue there was a lipstick smudge on his face. A hand just appeared out of thin air, pointing right at it. Brunch hit him with a, "You'll see when we get there." Then, she crossed her arms and strutted on ahead. Yang Shi, totally confused, wiped his face. When they all got to the seashell bar, they saw it was surrounded by these huge glass walls full of water and all kinds of sea creatures, making the whole place feel like a legit aquarium. A gorgeous red-haired mermaid with a killer figure and a whole vibe welcomed them like, "Hey everyone, welcome to the seashell bar. We Muroke are so stoked you're here. Things are about to get real." Muroke are ability users who can do this insane deep-sea transformation. Yang Shi looked over at Yurang for answers, but Yurang just gave him a sly look and said, "You'll see." Dada happily bounced ahead. "Yo, Yang, grab a seat. We're gonna go change real quick." At that moment, everyone was just chilling watching the fish in the tanks. Then all of a sudden, holes just busted open on the glass and water started gushing out everywhere. But get this, instead of freaking out, everyone was going nuts, shouting and cheering. Yang watched the water, rushed right at him and yelled, "Whoa, what's happening? Is this some kind of crazy accident?" The MC was up on stage with a mic hyping up the crowd. "Ladies and gents, the mermaid's delight is about to begin. Are you ready to become a carefree mermaid?" Yang Shi went under his head, totally spinning with questions. He saw a fish wiggling next to him. Then Dada swam up out of nowhere all bubbly, going blub blub blub. "Hey Yang, how come you haven't turned into a merman yet?" But Yang Shi wasn't even listening to Dada. He was just staring wide-eyed at the green fishtail she was rocking. He looked around and saw all his friends had become Muroke, from Dada to Fifi and Yurang. When he saw Yurang, Yang Shi felt his face start to burn up. In a flash, his legs morphed into a sick black fishtail, and his bare chest revealed some seriously ripped azure muscles. Duang Hui glanced back at Hyodong with a look you couldn't quite read, like he was finally getting her whole secretive act from before as he swam on. Suddenly, Duang Hui's eyes went wide. Up ahead, this psycho-looking fish appeared with a ferocious face and razor-sharp teeth. Seeing the gnarly fish, the terrified Muroke totally bailed. The massive whale sped up like it was about to swallow every single Muroke in its way. Duang Hui tensed up, pressing his lips together as a drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. He was thinking, is this a mutant beast or some shape-shifting ability user? A system window popped up. Dragon Subduer. At the same time, the killer whale's tail slammed down. Duang Hui just barely managed to block the hit. This seemed to seriously tick off the whale, because it let out this insane roar that felt like it was tearing space apart. It immediately gathered its strength and sent him flying. The impact made him spit up blood. He finally got what it was doing. It seemed like the whale wanted to test his and Fifi's strength. He stared hard at the whale. "I can't show my real power, but I gotta deal with this thing. I need to figure out a way to take it down." Brant shot through the water, bringing her weapon down on the whale's head. Her super powerful razor-sharp slash was nothing to the beast. It literally just caught the sword in its mouth, stopping the attack cold. Watching it all go down, Hyodong shouted, "It blocked Brant's sword head-on! Its power level has to be peak A rank, if not S rank." Just like Duang Hui, Brant got smacked by the whale and sent flying. She gritted her teeth, ignoring the blood trickling from her mouth. Hyodong watched her worried Brant. Before she could reply, Dada called out to Hyodong again. "Hyodong, look over there, quick, up ahead." Fifi was glowing with a pure blue light. The water swirling around her got the whale's attention. In the blink of an eye, the raging whale was frozen solid. Pulled down by gravity, the huge block of ice dragged the whale deep into the dark water. A merman watched the iceberg sink and asked nervously, "Is it over?" "I think we're safe now," another merman next to him replied. But plot twist, the whale shot right back up, stunning all the merfolk. It then charged like a maniac at Duang Hui. He activated his skill Plum Blossom Dance. Instantly, like he had a motor, he blasted forward, leaving a trail of currents that looked like crystal plum blossoms. Just using the A-rank naval iron plum style won't be enough to break through its defense. Looks like I'll have to use that asterisk. Duang Hui clenched his fist, and a white gauntlet materialized out of thin air, covering his hand. Gold threads ran along it from his wrist to his fingertips. He threw a punch at the whale, making the water behind it explode in every direction. The whale let out a terrifying screech. He was stunned for a second. When he snapped out of it, he saw the whale just floating there, lifeless. "Is it dead?" he thought, looking at the sinking body. "Oh crap. If anyone finds out I took it out with one punch, my cover is totally blown." Sweating like crazy, he decided to land a few more hits on its belly, and then while no one was looking, he made a quick escape. Dada and Hyodong just stared at the whole thing. Dada asked, totally confused, "Wait, I thought Duang Hui already won just now." Brant, however, said in a serious tone, "It's an A rank, not some easy opponent." Hyodong said hesitantly, "Should we go help Duang Hui?" The four of them went silent as the very Duang Hui they were talking about suddenly appeared in front of them, sinking through the water without a single thing on. He quickly got his act together, and a pair of tattered pants just materialized out of nowhere to cover his lower half. Extractability. At his command, the supernatural power gathered in Duang Hui's hand, forming a round, glowing emerald orb as the system panel appeared. Ability Killer Whale. Description: allows transformation into a killer whale. Gives you immense spiritual and physical power, making you a seriously scary underwater predator. Skill. Skill Reinforced Skin. Basically, it makes attacks totally bounce off the surface. Rank A. Note: NGL, those black and white creatures are super cute. Fee asked, all worried. Are you okay? Duang Hui wiped some blood from his lip, grinning. I'm good. Man, the 4Cs are no joke. Huang gave him a look and gently said, we should probably head back to shore and get you patched up. That looks pretty bad. Brant swam over, scooped him up princess style, and said, you didn't have to go all Leroy Jenkins on them. If you just waited for us to team up, you wouldn't be this messed up. She totally called him out, and he went bright red, looking away. Guess I gotta play up this whole badly hurt thing for a while, he thought. A little later, Duang Hui was taken to a private room to recover. That's where Mr. Qian came to check on him. Seeing Mr. Qian's super serious face, he quickly tried to explain, actually, I'm not that. But Mr. Qian just held up a hand. Don't even say it. I get what you're doing. If other people are trying to dig up dirt on you, we can't just let them. Lying on the bed, Duang Hui's face relaxed. Old Qian, about that whale. Any idea which crew sent it after us? Mr. Qian took a drag from his pipe, one hand behind his back. So many groups have it out for the Qian family right now. Honestly, it could be anyone. We just got to Lafu Island. This place is run by the Lafu Merchant Guild, and the family calling the shots is the Uruk family. He stood at a huge glass window staring outside with a totally unreadable look on his face. Duang Hui frowned. The Uruks. That punk who threw a fit at the last auction? He was an Uruk. Without even turning around, Mr. Qian told him, in a bit the Qian family is going to put the word out that you're seriously messed up, so I'm going to need you to play along for a few days. Duang Hui just nodded. Got it. Later on, as the sun started to dip low, he was just vibing on a lounge chair next to his sister Fifi, while they were just chilling. Fifi shot up exclaiming, I'm seeing it again, that vision about the Deep Blue Clan. Duang Hui sat up too, pulling off his shades to look at her. You're seeing it again? That's the second time. I have to figure this out and fast. Her mismatched eyes were sparkling as she reported proudly, Big brother, I can see way more than before. Once I get the hang of this, I could probably pinpoint their hideout for you. Duang Hui just shook his head. I don't want you helping. I just need you to stay safe and sound. Fifi instantly tackled him in a hug, clinging to his arm playfully. I know. Just check my memories again, bro. See if there's anything new. Duang Hui gave in, using his power to dive into her mind and see her memories. Fifi's head started buzzing instantly, her vision going all blurry like she was gonna faint. Meanwhile, he was basically inside her head like he was standing in front of a giant live TV screen. Duang Hui watched the playback for a long time, trying to find any useful info. The first thing he saw was a super green forest with this tower thing in the distance, kinda like a lighthouse. The second was a shot of some guy getting choked out with a piece of fabric. Then a close-up on a hand with a thumb ring pouring some green liquid from a black vial into the water. Last, a group of kids in raggedy clothes showed up all pale and freaked out, dripping with sweat. When he pulled out of the memory dive, he saw she was still out of it. He quietly turned and left, thinking, okay, so this time Fifi's vision is tied to some older guy from the Deep Blue Clan. He was spreading that powder to get a bunch of people sick. Those kids must be the new recruits he's training up. Duang Hui's mind raced as he walked off into the sunset. Cut to a huge room where some guy is chilling in a giant tub full of rose petals. A woman in a red dress walks up from across the room. It's Gima Uruk, one of the top 10 hottest people in the Four Great Seas, and she's climbing right into the tub. She got close and purred in a honey-sweet voice. Miss me? I missed you like crazy, babe. Hey, you want to play a little game? She cooed, holding up a cherry like she was about to feed it to Jack. Right when Gima went to put the tiny cherry to her lips to give to Jack, a voice cut in. Ma'am, young Master Diane is here to see you. She hopped out of the tub and started to walk away, just leaving him with one line. Wait for me, sweetie. When I get back, we'll play something way more fun, she added, giving him a look over her shoulder. Out in the living room, Diane saw her and spread his arms for a hug. My favorite Anne, I was just wondering, you wouldn't happen to know a super strong metal type ability user named Duji, would you? Gima just draped herself over a couch and was like, maybe. Did he say anything about me? Come on, tell me, is this Duji of yours cute? Diane's face totally froze. Auntie, you would know better than me. If you know the guy, can't you help me get the adjudicators, that group he's with, on our side? Wouldn't that make everything easier? Hearing that, Gima pushed herself off the couch and turned her back on him, totally shutting it down. Perhaps. I'll think about it. Your dear aunt made a lot of friends when she was traveling. Back in the bathroom, the water in the tub was now a deep dark red and the guy was just gone. When she saw that, Gima's face went dark. A seriously scary-looking dude was standing there holding a sword. That trashy woman already engaged to him, and she dares to mess around with another guy. He was the Rose Swordsman, and he was here because he was crazy jealous. He lifted his sword, declaring, "Today's the day you die." Rose whipped his own sword around and yelled, "What's the matter, cat got your tongue?" But Gima wasn't even a little intimidated. She pointed right back at him defiantly. "The only thing you're good at is picking on girls. If you've got real guts, go find that man and kill him. Let's see how tough you really are." Tuang Vi just lowered his sword and roared with laughter. "Ha! Your boy toy is already dead." Gima crossed her arms, looking totally over it. "Please, he was just a distraction. My real boyfriend, I dare you to even touch him if I say his name." That last line seriously pushed Tuang Vi over the edge. He lunged forward, his hand grabbing her throat. Say it, who is the damn loser? Gimma, now completely terrified, and Shaking tried to pull his hands off her voice just a whisper. The Joker from the Adjudicator organization. Every single time you called, he and I were on the other end listening to you. You're such an idiot. Hearing that completely shattered him. He had to use his sword just to hold himself up, coughing up blood. His eyes burned with pure hatred. This is too much. Joker, I swear I'm going to kill you. Meanwhile, Duang Hai was on a ship sighing super dramatically out of total boredom. Whoa, what's that? All of a sudden, he noticed something way out there. As it got closer, it looked like some kind of submarine. Someone screamed his name. Duana Guy, get to the captain's room like right now. The dolphin got cut off by pirates with abilities. Branch yelled to him, waving like a maniac from far away. In the room, the captain's face was super serious as he laid out the situation. The ones blocking us are the Far-Star Pirates. Their leader is an S-rank ability user, the Spirit Circle Mage, Fabui. Fabui has 3 A-rank generals, the Seductive Foxwoman, the Giant Seaweed Beast, and the Deep Sea Overlord. He said, his eyes filled with total dread. It'll take 3 minutes to get the defensive shield up to protect the passengers and the ship, so I'm gonna have to ask you guys to handle this. The captain then bowed super low. Old Man Tuin stroked his chin and said, this surprise attack from the pirates is probably just a test from other groups trying to scope out the adjudicators and our Tuin family. We have to play this smart. Duan Hai's eyes lit up, and he started getting hyped, a smirk spreading across his face. I've never seen anyone deliver experience points this personally before. He started dishing out assignments. For now, Hanuet and I will take care of the Far-Star Pirates leader. I'll leave the rest of the crew to you all. Hearing this, Hyo jumped in front of Duong Hai. No, you can't. Your wounds aren't healed yet. Seeing the girl so freaked out, Old Man Tuin covered his mouth to stop a laugh. Don't worry, Haidong. Brother Duong Hai's injuries are pretty much all better. It's not a big deal. Seeing him laugh, she blushed and shot back. How can a wound that bad heal so fast? Duong Hai could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. Okay, everyone, we should probably get going. Time's a-wastin'. The emergency lights started flashing like crazy. The whole hallway turned into total chaos. All the passengers in the cabin slammed their doors shut and locked them, hiding out inside. Outside, the pirate ship had already sidled up to the Tu Yen family's vessel. Their leader was out front. He was the Spirit Circle Mage, Lonely Star 97. Holding a staff topped with a skull, he addressed his crew, My wolves of the great sea. Ahead of us is the Tuin family's dolphin. He raised his staff high and boomed, Now tell me, what do you want from them more than anything? The minions holding all kinds of swords roared back. We want their shiny jewels. We're gonna have our fun with the women. We're gonna slaughter every last one of them. With a massive cheer, the whole crew leapt into the sea. But weirdly, they didn't sink. Their feet stood firm on the ocean's surface like it was solid ground. Duan Hai vaulted off his own ship. He landed right on top of their heads, stomping them and sending a shock straight to their skulls. As he got closer to the pirate ship, he saw the seductive foxwoman who had one crazy huge hand and a long white tail just standing there waiting for him. She gave him a sly, tempting smile. Well, well, pretty boy, do you only know how to beat up on these ugly little grunts? Without missing a beat, she swung her hand with its razor-sharp claws right at him. Duane Hai used his ability to create a snowflake on the water's surface and stepped on it. He launched himself high into the air, dodging the fox demon's attack. She got ticked off and taunted. All you know how to do is dodge. What kind of man are you? The foxwoman then shot a sharp beam of light at him, but Duang Hai totally saw through it and smirked. You're trying to use a mind trick on me with my level 3 mental power seriously. He easily broke her little spell, and in just a couple of seconds, he zipped forward and grabbed the fox demon by the neck, totally catching her off guard. But the foxwoman recovered fast and just glared at him. So you blocked my mental attack, so what, too bad for you? From far away, Fifi screamed, Behind you, be careful. At that exact moment, a skeleton holding a sword had appeared out of thin air behind him. It was raising the blade high, about to slash down on Duong Hai, and yet seeing the skeleton about to attack Duong Hai wasn't worried in the slightest. Looking over, he even smirked like he had it all figured out. Boldly, Duong Hai spun around using the fox demon in his grip as a shield to block the entire slash. The fox demon died, and her ability condensed into a round blue orb. He snatched it out of the air. Holding the ability orb, Duong Hai whispered, Rest in peace. I'm sure your hands were dirty, but maybe you can be a good person in your next life. A notification panel popped up. Seductive Fox ability. Description: transforms into a fox woman who can use mental power to mess with enemies. Standard power-up. Your mind and body by draining the life force from guys. The skill is called Seduction, and it uses words and moves to totally charm an enemy until they're in a complete trance. It's got an A rank, which is a pretty solid mental type bloodline that can do all sorts of stuff. Meanwhile, Hyodong was getting jumped by this deep-sea overlord dude. He was bald, decked out in all black and swinging a massive mace. Then it's like a light bulb went off. In a literal flash, she went from being right in front of him to popping up behind his back, leaving him totally shook as he yelled to his buddy, Dude, this girl's speed is insane. Yo, seaweed head, where's your trap at? The giant seaweed monster with its long, tangled purple seaweed hair was doing some weird dance and shot back, Oh, it's coming! Then like a bajillion strands of purple seaweed shot right at Hyodong, totally catching her by surprise. In like a second, she was completely tied up by the seaweed and yanked into the air. Blanche saw the whole thing go down and immediately rushed in, hacking at the seaweed with her sword to free her friend. The giant seaweed beast laughed all cocky. Nice try, but my seaweed is literally uncuttable. Then even more seaweed strands started flying at the two of them. Seeing how bad it was getting, Fifi threw up her hand and unleashed her skill. Freeze. The seaweed head's hair instantly flash froze solid and then shattered into a million pieces. Way off in the distance, someone was watching the whole fight through a pair of binoculars. Back in the captain's room, the captain's voice came through loud and clear. Young Master Duang Hai just took out one of the enemy's top guys, and it looks like Miss Hyodong and Miss Han and Guyet are handling the other two just fine. He was still holding the binoculars. Man, I'd give anything to be out there fighting with them. But with my power level, all I can do is watch from the sidelines. Old Man Tuan chimed in. Just then, the ship's protective shield flared to life. The dolphin was now totally safe inside a glowing golden bubble. The barrier formation had thrown up a massive golden shield, cutting them off from the pirate ship. Over on the pirate ship, a wooden staff slammed down hard on the deck. The mage gripped his scepter like totally fuming. So you're Duang Hai, huh? I swear I'm gonna turn your skull into my new urinal. He held the skull up high and it shot out these black lightning beams with trails of white smoke. All the beams zapped right into the skeleton, and this huge cloud of white smoke poofed up. When the smoke cleared, the skeleton from before was back, but now it was all juiced up and massive with a mace resting on each shoulder. The mage was looking super smug about his new toy, and said, sounding so full of himself, "This is an S-rank seabone ape. How long you think you'll last? 1 minute, maybe 30 seconds. But Duang Hai couldn't care less about this clown, just calmly replying, "Let's find out, shall we?" The S-rank ape monster immediately charged right for him, raising its maces high. It brought them crashing down right where Duang Hai was standing, causing a huge explosion that sent water spraying everywhere. He dodged it like it was nothing, zipping up into the air behind the S-rank seabone ape. While it was still looking around, all confused, Duang Hai stomped down hard on its back. A brown tail suddenly shot out of its back, whipping around like crazy and forcing him to jump back. Duang Hai landed a few feet away. With a serious look on his face, he pulled on a pair of white gloves that had these red gems set in them. Looks like I'm not getting past its defense until I deal with that crazy fast tail. The tail whipped at him again. Duang Hai just casually blocked it with his gloved hand. The tail started smoking and yanked back super fast. He powered up and dashed in, landing a massive kick right on its back. The seabone ape didn't even have time to react and just collapsed forward, leaving a huge dent in its back. Duang Hai dusted off his hands. Sorry, what was that you were saying? I couldn't quite hear you. Want to run that by me one more time? The mage's face got super dark and he looked ticked. If you're in such a rush to get wrecked, then let me show you what real S-rank power looks like. The mage had this arrogant smirk, his voice totally condescending. You know what, after seeing that, I've changed my mind. I'm gonna turn your bones into a skull warrior and make you fight your old buddies. The skull on his staff started shooting out those black energy beams again. A glowing blue magic circle appeared on top of the water. The freaked out passengers on the ship started pointing. What the heck is that thing? Just then, a massive dragon skull broke the surface of the water, looking like the skeleton of some giant winged dragon, its mouth just belching out this thick white smoke. The pirates were getting totally swallowed by the smoke, grabbing their noses and screaming, "It's the death dragon's breath! Ah, I don't want to die!" You could hear screams of pain all over. "Ah, it hurts so bad!" Duang Wei looked up at the flying dragon skeleton and was like, "Okay, that's a terrifying skill." He clenched his gloved fist, a hyped-up look on his face. "So that's a summoned beast, huh? In that case, let's see what it feels like to fight someone in a higher league." A passenger on the ship figured it out too, and started whispering to the person next to them. "That necromancer is S-rank. Duang Wai is seriously going to try and fight him. Only those absolute monsters from the 4 Seas ranking would even dare try something like that." And right then, the flying dragon skeleton's eyes started glowing blue, and it blasted a stream of death dragon's breath right at Duang Wei. He zipped out of the way just before the blast hit. Duang Wei used his skill again, making a flower appear to use as a stepping stone to launch himself high into the air, getting on the dragon's level. His gloved hand threw a punch glowing with golden energy, aiming right for the dragon's skull. The necromancer, watching from a distance, had this smug look on his face. "Hey, it's useless coming all the way over here." Before he could even land the punch, it spotted him. The dragon skeleton twisted its neck and fired off another blast of death dragon's breath. When things got real, Duang Wei juiced up his gloved hand as he dropped in from above. A sick golden shield popped up in front of him, blocking the death dragon's nasty breath attack for a second. While it was blasting out gas like a fire hose, Duang Wei was pushing his way straight for its mouth. The closer he got, the more intense the blowback from its mouth became. He went all out, charging ahead. Once he was right there, Duang Yi shot out his gloved hand and snatched the bone dragon's jaw. Seeing this, the necromancer totally freaked and leaped off the boat, but still had the nerve to brag. "Even if you grab it, that's not going to do anything." He was just floating there, clutching his staff. The skull on it blasted out 2 streams of blue lightning as he said, "Let's see, you get out of this one." Duang Wei gave a little smirk and glanced over at him. As he pushed forward, he pointed at the necromancer and yelled, "Who knows what other freaky thing you're gonna pull out of your hat? It's way easier to just take you out directly. At that moment, the necromancer's face went white when it finally clicked. Wait, was I your target this whole time? Before he could even process the horror, something shot up from behind him. A hand in a white glove decked out with red gems punched straight through the necromancer's chest from the back. He started coughing up blood. Even as he was dying, his eyes were wide, totally in shock. No way. How could this happen? I didn't even get to play my trump card from the Judgment Organization. Did I really just lose? He and the Bone Dragon both plunged into the ocean. Seeing this, his pirate crew totally lost it. The boss is down, everyone bail run for it. And just like that, they all scattered. Duanghui was just watching from up high, arms crossed. While he was watching, his eyes went wide like he'd spotted something. Down in the water, some dude was booking it swimming super fast. Duanghui thought, this guy's swimming like his life depends on it. Definitely guilty of something. What a pain. I'll just send a clone to check it out. He whipped up a rooster clone to tail the guy, getting the order. The rooster clone dove right into the sea after him. Duanghui kept his distance, tracking the guy from behind, and figured, this looks less like he's just running away and more like he's heading somewhere specific. He finally hit a shoreline and climbed out of the water. Duanghui hung back. Not wanting to get spotted, he stayed hidden just under the surface and watched the guy slip into a cave totally hidden by leaves. Once the coast was clear, Duanghui popped up. Could this be the Stardust Pirate's hideout? Inside the leafy cave, Lockie was totally losing it, grabbing the pirate who just showed up by the collar. What did you just say? Bainey is an S-rank Esper. How could he possibly lose to some A-rank local? The pirate, sweating bullets, added, it wasn't just the boss. The enchanting foxwoman, the deep-sea hegemon, and that giant seaweed monster are all gone. Nobody made it back. Hearing that, a pirate with a buzz cut said nervously, basically the Stardust Pirate's entire A-team just got wiped out. Another bald guy grabbed his head, groaning, oh man, why on earth did the boss have to pick a fight with that dude? Lockie slammed the pirate in his hand to the ground and yelled, enough, so Bainey and the crew went down fighting. We'll lay low, get stronger, and get revenge for Bainey. The pirate who just got thrown down sat up, rubbing his sore neck, and boldly spoke up, well, if that's the plan, I say us survivors should just split the treasure. The buzzcut pirate immediately jumped on board. I'm down for that. Let's split it all up and go our separate ways. The bald dude chimed in, looking way too happy about it. We've put in years with the Stardust Pirates. This loot should have been ours anyway. Hearing them, Lockie shot them a death glare and yelled, you people! As he balled up his fist, he declared, everything Bainey left behind is mine now, and that includes every single one of you. You work for me now. You want to split the treasure, you must have a death wish, he said, as he decked the guy who brought it up, sending the man spitting blood. Then he reached up and straight up snapped the guy's neck. Lockie looked absolutely savage, staring down at the body in his hands. If you don't want to end up like him, you'll do exactly what I say. I guarantee you'll be set. Since most of the crew is gone anyway, I'll even throw in all the loot and the ladies from that B-rank powerhouse. Seeing nobody was saying anything, his brow furrowed as he raised his voice. So what are you waiting for? The remaining guys quickly started cheering like crazy. The buzzcut dude threw his hands up and jumped around. All right, we're in, let's do this. The bald guy clapped his hands together, a nasty grin on his face. In that case, I'm gonna go find a girl to have some fun with. In a cell, two girls in thin clothes were huddled together, shaking. The bald dude walked over, looking at them like a predator, and dragged one of the girls out by her arm. The terrified girl cried out, no, please, somebody help. He shoved her to the ground. And the girl cried and fought back, begging desperately, let me go, help me. Duanghui, who'd been watching from a corner, just sighed. Then a slingshot just appeared in his hand. He shot one little pebble and it took out the whole group of pirates. He's dead. The girl, her face splattered with blood, just stared in shock at the bald guy who had collapsed right on top of her, his head bleeding out. Just then, Lockie walked in and was totally floored by the scene, seeing all his guys dropped like sacks of potatoes. What the heck happened in here? One of the pirates, who was barely hanging on, heard his voice and just laughed. Yo, it was that dude from the Dolphin Guild who rolled up to the island with us. The lackey shot Lockie a nasty look. Never thought when I cashed out I'd get to take you with me. Lockie lunged over and choked the guy out for good. Damn it, it's always you scumbags. Why couldn't you have just gotten wrecked in the fight? After he was done, Lockie's knees slammed onto the ground. He dropped to both knees, holding his hands out to the cave entrance like he was praying. I'm like totally at your service, my lord. If you're not too good for me, this humble servant is willing to call you my godfather. From now on, I'll be loyal to you, ready to jump through hoops of fire, no questions asked. As he said all this, you could totally see the gears turning in his head. All of a sudden, his eyes rolled back and blood started trickling from his mouth. Lockie had just gotten a sword straight through the chest. It was Duanghui. He sent him packing with one clean shot, and even made sure to whisper in his ear, sorry dude, the position's already filled. So yeah, you can peace out now. Lockie coughed. Freaking heck, all that work, for nothing. I was so close to being a big shot on the 4 Cs. Before he could even finish, he hit the floor dead. Duanghui held out his hand, and a blue energy orb started to form. The system immediately pinged. Ability acquired. He scanned the text on the notification panel about the red copper battlesuit ability. It said it was made of red copper, and would jack up your strength like crazy when you put it on. It had 1/4 the speed of sound, major physical resistance, and B-rank elemental immunity. But if the power level is too low, its overall performance is pretty mid. So he went ahead and started leveling up the orb's power. It flared up with a blinding light. Power level's too low. Alright, let's see if I can juice you up. The notification panel refreshed the status of the Gilt Gold Divine Flame Battlesuit ability, a battlesuit forged by the ancient gods. When you wear it, you get some seriously next-level otherworldly power, letting you break the sound barrier, and it also gives you insane defense. It comes with 2 skills, Skywalking and Gilt Gold Divine Eyes, and it's rated S rank. Basically, it's totally OP. After he finished the upgrade, he went to check things out and found a group of young women locked up behind iron bars. He just calmly told them, "You're all getting out of here." He also decided to help them get set up. "I'm leaving half the pirates' cash for you guys, so you can get back on your feet." Hearing that, 2 of the girls just hugged each other, totally bawling with relief. "This is amazing. We're finally free." A little later outside on a high cliff, Yang Hai was just chilling under the crescent moon. Staring out at the ocean at night, he glanced down at the second item in his hand. Feeling like his S-rank power just wasn't cutting it anymore, he figured he might as well try leveling up one of his abilities to SS rank. This crazy dark aura just started pouring out of the ink-black orb. The notification panel instantly lit up with a ton of info about the SS rank ability. The flowing gold divine demon armor, an ancient armor of the gods and demons. Whoever wields this aura will have their physical strength literally break through to level 3. Its top speed hits a whopping 20 Mach. It's made of some insane material, lets you dish out elemental attacks and fly at super high speeds. The second skill is flaw-shattering golden pupils. It can shatter illusions, let you see every tiny detail, and unleash its flaw-shattering power against an enemy's attack. It's like 2 times more effective against soul-type creatures. The third skill is weapon condensation. Attacks absorbed by the armor can be forged into a weapon that matches that attribute. The weapon type is still TBD. It's rated as SS rank tier 3. Its biggest weak spot is mental defense. He was curious, so he decided to try it out right then and there. Not bad. After I break this down, I'll level up another ability and see what's up. The system panel flashed a notification, plunder. But the upgrade totally failed, which kinda threw him for a loop. He started trying to figure it out. Yo, why isn't this working? Could the ability I jacked actually have been SS rank? But he shot that idea down fast. Nah, it can upgrade an S rank ability to SS rank, which means its potential is way beyond just SS rank. He checked out the notification panel again to get a closer look at the ability's info. A single line of text totally jumped out at him. Condense into a weapon corresponding to the attribute. Weapon type is yet to be determined. Rated SS rank tier 3. He thought, maybe it has something to do with being tier 3. Maybe tier 3 is some kind of label from the underworld to keep the OP players in check. He wondered, staring at the pitch-black orb that was just pulsing with dark energy. I can't believe that after you hit tier 3, you can't break down the ability orb anymore. Without wasting a second, he instantly popped out a clone of himself. Guess I've got to figure out this flowing gold divine demon armor. For now, this is what I'm working with. He turned to his clone and said, "All right, let's test this thing out together." The second he finished speaking, he leapt way up into the air. First up, let's test out this third skill, weapon condensation. A system notification popped up. Flowing gold divine demon armor. Let's see what this divine demon staff can do. He activated the skill and morphed into this monkey-like form, holding a staff that looked just like Sun Wukong's magic staff. He got super focused. Physical, mental, elemental attacks. Hit me with them one by one. The clone in its new form charged and slammed a fist right into his chest. As a result, the clone's fist just stopped dead in its tracks, and he was totally stoked about it. So the divine demon armor just straight up absorbed that physical attack again. This time the clone went for an elemental attack. A huge wave of power just slammed into him, making him cry out as he fought to stay on his feet. Ugh, but it was the same deal as before. All that energy got sucked right into his staff. Even a legit S-rank elemental attack got absorbed. He gave the staff a swing. Okay, so this third skill is all about the weapon form. Then he put all his strength into it and swung down with insane force. Let's see what this tier 3 power is really all about. The ocean in front of him just erupted like a freaking tsunami, creating a massive water spout. Somewhere else, a guy clutching a liquor bottle was totally passed out. Suddenly, the tremor hit him, jolting him awake. What's going on? Through his binoculars, he saw something glowing on the water way out there. The tremor was so strong it left fish stranded on the sand after the waves pulled back. Yang Hai was in awe after his little power-up test. Whoa, so this is the power of a tier 3 expert. He got a confident look on his face. I've been kinda hoping for a little sparring match to see who's stronger. Yang Hai leaned back and mumbled, "Let's try this high-speed flight thing again." The next second, he shot down toward the sea like an arrow, sending water flying everywhere. He dove deeper all the way to the seabed with bubbles rising up all around him. At the same time, a notification popped up. Flaw-shattering golden pupils. 2 beams of golden light just shot from his eyes. The light beams zapped a school of fish, completely wiping them out. From the view of the binoculars looking out at the sea, a crazy bright golden light just flashed. The guy in the sailor hat lowered his binoculars, completely confused. What was that? Have I had way too much to drink? Later that morning, Young Hai and Elder Qian were standing on the ship's bow, hanging out with a bunch of other guests. Elder Qian looked out into the distance. Up ahead is the first island, Silver Deer Island. Hearing that, Young Hai, who was standing right next to him, asked curiously, "Which crew runs this island?" He answered, "The Silver Deer Alliance. Their leader is number 39 on the Shuchundao list, Liu." And he kept on explaining, "You can't underestimate how strong they are. Not long after the Qian family fell, the Silver Deer Alliance kept trying to take our spot." Over at the port of Silver Deer Island, a middle-aged guy and a really pretty young woman showed up. It was Li Yu and Li Kaiwei. Liu spoke all formally. "I've heard so much about you." He gave Elder Qian's hand a warm shake. "For the Pansy Merchant Guild to visit Silver Deer Island, it's a real honor for our Silver Deer Alliance." At the same time, Kaiwei suddenly started staring at Young Hai with a blushing face, and he totally noticed. He thought to himself, "Why does she keep looking at me like that?" Liu turned to Young Hai, who was standing nearby, and just started hyping him up. "Such a young prodigy in our time. Elder Qian, could you introduce us?" A little smile crossed Elder Qian's face. "He's just a junior. He doesn't really deserve to be called a young prodigy." But Liu just kept laying on the compliments for Young Hai. "One look at this young man, and I can tell he's got major talent. In the future, there's definitely going to be a spot for you among the masters of the Four Seas." Then his look got super sharp, as he casually introduced the beautiful daughter standing behind him. "This is my daughter, Li Kaiwei, ranked 43 on the Four Seas ranking. Young people like you two should get to know each other." He took both of their hands and put them on top of each other, making them both blush like crazy. Kaiwei politely said, "Hello." He then revealed, "The Silver Deer Alliance has a huge banquet prepared, and a chill hotel for everyone. Please write this way." After he spoke, he turned and led his guys away with a big laugh, leaving the two shy kids there alone together. A little while later, Yang Hai got sucked into the party atmosphere. People crowded around him like, "Congrats, young brother Yang, for jumping from rank 99 to rank 30. You gotta have a drink." "Yeah." He politely turned them down. "I appreciate the offer, but I really can't drink." Seeing this, a guy with purple hair insisted, "Nah, man, you have to drink at least 3 glasses before you can leave. Otherwise, you're just disrespecting us. Come on, drink up." In the end, Young Hai had no choice but to get totally wasted. He tiredly face-planted onto the clean white bed. "This drink is seriously strong, it's so hot." All of a sudden, there was a knock on the door. He tried to sober up and sat up. "Who is it?" And standing in the doorway was none other than the beautiful Kaiwei. She was so shy, she couldn't even look him right in the eye. "Hi, our island has some really nice views. Would you like to go see them with me?" Young Hai was completely stunned when the girl asked him out. "You want to go with me?" He got a definite in response. He kind of chuckled and waved his hand. "I'm so sorry. I'm a little tired right now. Maybe another time." After he gently let her down, he quickly tried to close the door, but she stuck her hand out fast to stop him. "Wait a minute." Somewhere else, a woman named Jia Shisho was raising her voice at Li Yu, who was sitting at his desk. "Big brother, I watched Kaiwei grow up." Her face was full of worry. "I really can't go through with this." But Liu shot back sternly. "There's nothing to go through. The Qian family has already used up all their valuable resources. If we don't let Kaiwei take a little hit, how are we supposed to get Young Hai on our side?" His next words totally silenced Jia Shisho. "That person already gave me their promise." "Okay, so here's the plan. If we can just get the Qian fam to lose their backup from the bigwigs, our Silver Deer Alliance totally levels up to the Silver Deer Merchant Guild." Dude looked dead serious. "And honestly, Kaiwei taking one for the team is a price I'm willing to pay." Meanwhile, back with Young Hai, Kaiwei was totally passed out on his bed, drenched in sweat. He was basically a human sprinkler, his brain completely scrambled. Wait, I'm pretty sure she barely had anything to drink, so how is she this out of it? His breathing got all heavy. What is happening? I'm burning up. And then you could just hear the sound of a freezing cold shower blasting. He was trying to ice himself out, but it was a total fail. Getting soaked wasn't doing a thing. Okay, this is super weird. Something is seriously wrong. Then out of nowhere, a hand just yanks the bathroom door open. Duan Hai whipped around, totally freaked out. And guess who it was? Li Tai, looking completely spaced out like she wasn't all there. "It's so hot." Seeing her like that, he snagged a huge bath towel to cover her up. Whoa, chill out. Don't just grab me like that." But she just leaned in, getting all up in his face with this look. "You're so cool." He scrunched up his face. "Ugh, fine. If this is how it's gonna be, I've got no other move." Thinking fast, he gave her a quick little karate chop on the back of her neck. And just like that, she was out for the count. After he got his clothes back on, he just slumped into a chair, his mind racing. So we were definitely drugged. Both of us. Thank God, though. My 3rd-tier mental power was strong enough to fight off whatever that stuff was. But Li Tai was still passed out on the bed, all tied up. He just sighed, rubbing his forehead. This was a mess. Whoever slipped us that stuff, it wasn't the Dolphin crew, and probably not the Bok Lok guys either. I mean, Light Tai is literally Loi's daughter. And speak of the devil, he barges in right on cue. But the scene they walked in on left Loi and Chu completely stunned. He just gave them this super awkward look. Chu ran over frantically, trying to untie her. "Tive, wake up." And that's when it all clicked. It was them. They're the ones who did this. He had a bad feeling they were just waiting outside the whole time. Good thing I'm not a total creep or else this could have gone way, way bad. Tive started coming to still pretty groggy. She grabbed onto Chu, crying, "Sob, Auntie Da, just now, I almost..." Then her eyes flew open like she'd seen a ghost. She pushed away from Chu's hug, giving her this huge, confused look. "Auntie Da, why is everybody here?" Her aunt looked totally guilty and couldn't even meet her eyes. Well, that's when Lou started yelling at her. "Is that any way to talk to your elders?" But Tive wasn't having it. "Oh, so that's what this is about. Is it okay for an elder to slip something to their kid then?" She pointed right at him. "I already said I'd try to get to know him. I can't believe you'd actually drug me to make it happen." Realizing his whole plan was blowing up in his face, he totally lost his cool. "Silence, Lee Tai. Don't you forget I'm your father." But her comeback was even sharper. What kind of father tries to set up his own daughter in some guy's room? Chu just pulled her poor niece into a hug. "That's enough, brother. This was on us. Tive, I swear as your aunt from now on, anyone who tries to use you is gonna have to go through me first." When Tive heard that, she was totally touched. "Auntie Da!" They hugged again, and you could just hear them crying in the room. And the whole time, Duong Hai was just standing there watching it all go down. Liu was just silent. All he could do was storm out in a huff. Duong Hai awkwardly scratched his cheek. Ladies, maybe I should just give you two some space. I'll just go back to the ship for a bit." Chu looked at him like he was a total hero. "Actually, you don't have to go. Young Master Duong Hai, could you maybe just pop into the bathroom for a sec so we can have a minute right after I help Tive get dressed? We can talk more." A minute later, she came out and gave him this super deep, serious bow. "Young Master Duong Hai, about everything that happened tonight. On behalf of the Baklok family, I am so, so sorry." He wasn't used to that kind of formal stuff, so he quickly waved for her to stand up. "Senior, please, you don't have to do that. Seriously, no harm done, so let's just call it even." She grabbed his hand, super serious. "Young Master Duong Hai, I'm begging you, please don't tell anyone what happened tonight. For Tive. She's just as much a victim in all this." He nodded, no hesitation. "Of course, my lips are sealed. I won't let anything mess with Lady Tive's reputation." Her face just lit up with this huge smile. "Well, after all that, I guess you two are officially acquainted. And if it's not too much to ask, I hope you two can keep getting to know each other." He was already backing away in his mind. "Yeah, no thanks. I'm pretty sure I'd get my butt kicked." Tive's face turned bright red as she yanked her aunt out of the room. "Auntie Da, stop talking, let's just go." He could finally breathe again. What a totally insane night. But the quiet lasted for like 2 seconds before someone knocked on the door again. He just had to laugh. "You have got to be kidding me." Someone else, a totally confused Duong Hai, went and opened their door, and it was Tive. She'd come back to say thanks. "Thank you, for tonight, for protecting me." And just like that, she awkwardly bolted. He couldn't help but chuckle a little. "She's actually kinda cute." The next morning, down at the docks, a ship was getting ready to leave when Loy walked up, put a hand on his shoulder, and had this super serious look on his face that for once seemed real. "Yo, Duong Hai, my dude, I can't just let you bounce like this. Why not stick around and become my son-in-law?" He thought to himself, "Dang, this guy's acting is so good, it's like not even acting. For real, a role model for our generation." He shot back, playing along. "Alliance Master, you're totally capping. Didn't you just say your daughter isn't even here today? Is she like feeling sick or something?" He totally dodged the question. I already checked the time. We're like way past the best time to leave." A second later, as Lou's crew was getting on the ship, this crazy loud voice boomed out, making everyone freeze. "Daoki, if you've got any guts, get out here right now." The guy who showed up was the Rose Swordsman, just hovering in midair with a sword on his back. The crowd below started whispering, "Isn't that the Rose Swordsman? What's he want with Daoki from the tribunal for?" "No clue. Word is they've got some major beef." He squeezed his eyes shut and thought, "Do I even know you, bro?" Old Man Tien, standing next to him, suddenly spoke up. "That's Rose Swordsman number 72. Hey, Duong Hai, my boy. You got any idea what kind of drama he has with Daoki?" He just gave a little smirk and said, "I haven't been rolling with Daoki for that long, so I'm not totally sure." The old man looked up and shouted to him, "Hey, Mr. Rose Swordsman, sir. I'm an old friend of Daoki. Mind telling me what business you have with him today?" Seeing Old Man Tien step in, the guy looked a little flustered. "Look, I don't want to start a fight with the tribunal, but Daoki straight up stole my fiancé, and I'm here today to get some justice." The crowd around them all nodded like, "Oh, so Daoki messed around with the Rose Swordsman's girl. It totally makes sense he's here for revenge. That player Daoki is already living it up with a top 10 beauty from the 4 Great Seas. What's gotten into the Uruk clan? Trashing their own rep like this." Duong Hai's mind was a total mess. Why the heck isn't Daoki showing his face? Gassed up by the crowd's support, Rose got super cocky. "It's fine if he doesn't show unless the tribunal is just a bunch of cowards who got spooked by me." On second thought, asterisk, maybe I came in a little too hot today. He seemed nervous about something. Asterisk, I made my point. "Tenders! Time to dip." Just then, Loy jumped in all bold. "If you want to bully someone weaker, you'll have to get through my 2 Schwenda first." Rose yelled back, totally agitated. Hey, this is between me and Daoki. Loi, acting like he heard nothing, gripped his blade and lunged. Luckily, the guy was fast enough to block the hit instantly. Too Shuen to stay out of this. His eyes went wide, blazing with a serious fighting vibe. With the Baklok men here today, you don't stand a chance. Come on, let's see what you've got. Rose silently watched his opponent's every move. If that's how you want to play it, then His whole body was shaking as he held his stance, remembering the super specific orders he was given, whether it's the Tuan Dao or the Tien family. I forced Daoki to come out or else they'll see what happens.
He gritted his teeth. This is messed up. What even is this world? I'm a famous master. How did I end up as a
pawn for big shots like you people? Suddenly, a tiny dragon wrapped itself tight around one of Lu's legs, making him freeze for a sec. Huh! With the fight interrupted, Rose leapt into the air and shot toward Duong Hai. He clenched his fist, getting ready to drop a massive palm strike. His fist slammed into Rose's blade, making a high-pitched screech. He frowned as he blocked the attack. Crap! The power I juiced into this vest is hitting its limit. It's time for him to make his entrance. His ape clone suddenly materialized right behind Rose. Fine. I've watched you all make a scene for long enough. In a second, I'm gonna fight for real and people might get wrecked. He was completely blindsided. This is a huge problem. Someone from the tribunal actually came. A single swing of his sword made Duong Hai totally jumped back. The guy shot a tired look over his shoulder, not even worried anymore. All he cared about was getting the adjudicators to where the fake Azure Dragon was. You could totally see the smirk on the Rose Swordsman's face when he talked to his opponent. That mask? You gotta be the monkey saint from the adjudicator organization, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm... Duong Hai in his full monkey saint getup impatiently yelled, Yeah, cut the crap. It's been forever since I've had a decent warm-up. So you're my opponent for today. The guy frantically waved his hands. Whoa, hold up, this has nothing to do with you, dude. How about you go get Juk? Duong Hai picked at his ear, acting all bored. You dissed my big bro's honor and you still think you get to see Juk? You're gonna have to get through me first. The guy clicked his tongue, super annoyed by his smug vibe. But before he could even think, Duong Hai was already behind him. With just one kick, he sent the dude flying. No way, how can this be? He splashed right into the water. Dang it, this guy isn't just fast, his strength is insane too. Duong Hai didn't give the Rose Swordsman a second to breathe. And there's more where that came from. Another massive kick was about to slam down on him. Of course, there was no way he was going to take another hit, so he immediately unleashed his Rose Sword aura. However, it still wasn't enough to block Duong Hai's attack from up top. He coughed up blood after taking that insane kick to the chest. The force of it sent them both plunging deep into the sea. Duong Hai actually used the guy's body like a springboard. Then with this epic leap, he launched himself out of the water as everyone watched. He landed looking all cocky with his arms crossed, staring down at him. And you call yourself a top-tier expert? What a joke. Everyone's minds were blown by what they just saw. That kind of power is seriously terrifying. A top-tier expert is getting thrown around like a rag doll. I'm starting to think today's Rose Swordsman is a total fake. Meanwhile, Lai Du was also getting super worried. Is this the real power of the adjudicator organization? We absolutely cannot afford to mess with these guys. He completely missed the faint outline of a dragon's head in the distance. Turns out it was the Azure Dragon Emissary number 25, and it could actually think. If the adjudicator organization's power is on the same level as this guy, then we really need to be careful with how we deal with them. Its eyes glowed with this creepy purple aura. Continue watching. I mean, we sacrificed a top-tier expert to set this whole thing up. We can't let it go to waste. Back to the fight down below. Duong Hai kept taunting his opponent. Come on, hit me with your best shot. If you can actually beat me, I might just let you live. The Rose Swordsman gripped the hilt of his sword, his energy slowly building up in one spot. Monkey Saint, if that's how it is, let me show you something. I hope this little blade of mine can give you a surprise. He quickly raised his sword high, and a giant pillar of light just appeared. Its power kept growing and growing, piercing right through the clouds in the sky. Suddenly, an old guy with long white hair showed up looking freaked out after barely dodging the Rose Swordsman's attack. Rose Swordsman, that old dude is playing you. The swordsman looked up. You want me to risk my neck so you can just swoop in and take the prize from behind? There's no way that's happening. Realizing his cover was blown, the old man landed gently on the water. He clasped his hands respectfully and introduced himself to Duong Hai. I'm Duong Tuong Lo. I was just passing by and saw this guy using his strength to bully the weak. I was about to step in and take him down myself, but you beat me to it, my friend. Duong Hai immediately thought, who are you even trying to fool? Then Duong Tuong Lo looked over at the Rose Swordsman, which made him flinch. He shouted, Azure Dragon number 2, Assassination Dragon. A seriously ferocious dragon burst out of a magic circle roaring right above the swordsman's head. The guy was completely stunned, but Duong Hai was way quicker. Since when do you get to put your filthy hands on my prey? Duong's body started to fade. Monkey Saint, what is all this about? I was just trying to help you get rid of this loser. He stared down at his palm. Now he was face to face with a giant dragon, all fangs and claws. Even so, he said just one word with a totally calm look on his face. Interesting. The Rose Swordsman pointed his sword at Duong Tuong Lo and screamed, You old fossil, you actually dare to try and kill me? The old man snapped back. So what if I am? The swordsman decided to give in. Fine, I lose. I managed to draw out one of the adjudicators anyway. I'm out of here. But then something crazy happened, and he started making these choked up sounds. His hands flew to his neck like he was trying to rip off something that was choking him. You're not gonna kill me. The pressure was so strong he started vomiting blood. It was something long and skinny but totally invisible. In a total panic, he got the idea to stab it with his sword. But who would have guessed the blade went straight through his own neck and a ton of blood sprayed out. And just like that, he died from the gnarly wound. Hudong and Branch, watching from a distance, thought the whole scene was beyond bizarre. Branch asked, totally confused, what even was that? Hudong explained. That's his third summoned beast, the invisible dragon. Duang Hai pointed his staff at Oduang Tuang Lo, calling him out. You just killed a top-tier expert. By the rules, you have to be judged. All he got back was this super smug smirk. He took himself out, Duang Hai figured out instantly. He and Faye spotted a jade ring, a total match for the ones the Deep Blue clan wears. So this dude was one of them for sure. There was a seriously dangerous look in his eyes. Hope you're a better challenge than the Rose Swordsman. The old guy just laughed, totally dissing him. Yeah, let's see you keep that cocky attitude when you're under my boot. He felt something behind him and his eyes snapped left. Another cheap shot. It was the Azure Dragon totally under the old man's control coming right for him. 2 golden laser beams zapped from his eyes and totally wrecked the dragon. Golden annihilation pupils, bam. The Azure Dragon's body just poofed into smoke, but it wasn't gone for good, just shrunken. The old man was all like, good boy, I'll get him back for you. His eyes were blazing. Literally a second later, the dragon started bulking up, juiced by some skill called phantom possession. Something shot straight into its head. The two of them were locked in this insane stare down. The air was super thick. Meanwhile, old man Qian looked all stressed out and started talking. That Azure Dragon guy is ranked 25. Isn't the monkey saint getting a little ahead of himself? But someone shot back super confident. Nah, don't sweat it, Elder Chun. The monkey saint's instincts are off the charts. He's not the kind of dude to lose because he got cocky. He was just hammering the Azure Dragon with non-stop attacks until finally he found its weak spot. Got an opening. The Azure Dragon shuddered, let out this huge roar, and opened its massive jaws. Duang Hai didn't waste a second, launching his attack right down its throat. Whoa, Duang Tuang Lo's jaw just hit the floor. The Azure Dragon crashed into the ocean. The old man totally lost it, screaming, Monkey Saint, you took out my number 2 dragon, you're so dead for this! Then out of nowhere, a glowing green circle appeared on the water. A totally different kind of dragon rose from the sea. Everyone on the boat was just like, what the heck? The Jiao yawned and was like, Yo, Duang Tuangle, it's been like 10 years since you called. So you got the offering for this little summoning party? Hearing that, the old man started to freak out. Just give me 10 days and I'll even throw in an extra offering. The Jiao held up 2 super sharp claws. 7 days, and 2 extra helpings. The guy had no choice but to cave. Fine, whatever, just get him. 2 it is. Now go wreck him. The Jiao shot up into the sky, its whole massive body on full display for Yang Yi. Hey, little ant, you want to just end it now and keep your body in one piece? Or should I just make you my next toothpick? Yang Yi knew exactly what that dragon was. Oh, this is bad. He actually summoned the Azure Dragon's emissary. Faye was confused. What's the big deal with Sack? Elder Qian calmly broke it down. Last time it showed up, it helped us fight off the mutant beasts, but it also straight up ate a few dozen ability users on purpose. His voice got real serious. If the Golden Ape loses this round, everyone on this ship is going to be Sack's next meal. She was silently praying for Yang Yi, totally freaking out. Babe, you have got to pull through. Meanwhile, he was showing off his epic, staff-spinning moves and taunting the beast. We'll see who's eating who. He charged right at Sack, swinging his staff and smacking him hard on the head. The impact was so huge that the tough scales on its head actually started to crack. It let out this roar of pain and shot back up into the sky, its eyes on fire. You pathetic little bug, you're gonna regret messing with me. Its sharp claws were about to snatch him, but he didn't even blink. He actually used it, saying perfect timing. He whipped his Rui staff around again, blocking its giant hand. The clash made this ear-splitting sound as a crazy shockwave blasted out. The beast was panting. I'm gonna crush you, you little human bug. This time it went in with both hands, trying to grab him for real. He just calmly held his staff sideways, perfect timing. Another massive collision and a huge cloud of white smoke exploded everywhere. The monster knew right away something was wrong. It thought it had him crushed, but he'd cleverly used the Rui staff to brace its hand open like a clamp. He looked his opponent, dead in the eye, totally determined. My turn to mess you up. He pulled his staff back and shot up to its eye level. The beast obviously didn't wait a second to blast blue flames right at him. He just spun his Rui staff like a propeller and blew the fire away. The end of the staff was still glowing with that blue flame. He got ready to attack again. Okay, your turn's up. Now I'm bringing the heat. And just like that, the Rui staff magically shot out to its full length. The monster's thick skull took another massive hit from the staff. He didn't stop there either. He kept wailing on its long, snaky body with the staff making it roar in pain. Next up was the hand that had tried to squish him. Man, that had to hurt. Realizing it was losing bad, it turned and yelled, Shanglu, forget the offering. Just get me out of here now. But there was no way he was gonna let it just bail. Thinking of leaving sorry too late. Stick around. I'm kinda curious what lizard tastes like. The end of the giant Rui staff shot out like a cannon and blasted right into the monster's mouth, making it scream, "Ah!" A second later, its entire body just disintegrated, poofing into thin air. He turned back to the main event. All right, old man, you got any other tricks up your sleeve? Use them all. He thought, I'd actually love to see if this dude dares to use the Avarest clan's moves. Then Bam Wang Shungle's body just split into a ton of tiny dragons. He realized the old guy totally played him. It was just some cloning trick. He reached out and snatched one of the little dragons trying to escape, which turned out to be the Azure Dragon Envoy. Look, if you just beg for forgiveness, I'll let you live. How about it? The old dude growled. How did you even know this was the real me? He shot him a seriously hateful glare. What the heck do you want? His answer was surprisingly deep. Oh, I don't just know this is your real body. I know who you really are. So how's it feel being a traitor to humanity? Realizing he could no longer use his escape move, he had no choice but to change back into his human form. Yu Shenglu, now totally cornered, started arguing like crazy. Don't you dare just make stuff up. I'm Yang Shenglu. I've fought for humanity my entire life. How could I possibly be a traitor? He even tried to flip it on him. Are you just saying this to have an excuse to get rid of me? Sunho. Oh, Sunho, you are one sly dude. Ignoring his whole rant, Sunho just grabbed his neck. I bet when you're actually facing death, you won't be able to resist. Using the Avarest clan's power. The old man yelled, You'd stoop to anything to take me out, wouldn't you? He just squeezed harder, still playing innocent. The pressure got so bad the old man's body was shaking uncontrollably as he choked. It looked awful. Sweat was pouring down his wrinkled face. I'm a member of the Ouyang family. Aren't you scared my nephew is gonna come for you after this? Faye curled her lip, totally disgusted. So this is a senior expert. Can't win a fight, so he has to call his nephew. Xiaorang, standing beside her, calmly explained, his nephew is the number 5 god of Wind Wang Guanhe. He's the guy in charge of the Free Alliance's coastal defense, the commander of the Free Navy, and the head of the Merchant Alliance. Faye quickly faked a couple of coughs. Pretend I didn't say anything. Yu Shenglu clawed at the arm, choking him, which felt like solid steel, his vision already getting fuzzy. Just then, some ghost-like figure appeared floating in midair. It was the number 5 ranked Wang Guanhe. His intense eyes were giving off a seriously dangerous vibe. You trying to kill him? He replied super blunt. What does it look like my hand's right here? You think I'm just playing games with him? Old man Qian and the kid standing nearby were honestly impressed hearing that. This Sonho guy was for real, straight to the point. For real, way too direct. Yu Shenglu, acting like he'd just been thrown a lifeline, weakly reached out for help. Awesome nephew, save your uncle this one time. I'll owe you big. However, Uang just coolly and coldly replied to his uncle, Save you, yeah, right. Second uncle, when you ditched Tani Island, didn't you literally say, From now on, I will never ask you for anything again. Besides, you've also got stuck. With enough sacrifices, even a rank 20 expert could put up a fight. He went on. The old man struggled to explain, Awesome nephew, stop messing with your uncle. I already summoned Stuck, and this guy already took him out. Ouyang then turned to Yang Shi and made him an offer. Yo, dude in the monkey mask, you interested in working for me? Hearing that, he shut him down completely. Nah, I'm good. When I became a Zodiac of Kaiju, I swore I'd be loyal to my leader forever. If that's all, please move. His face was still weirdly calm. Fine, but just a heads up, you're on my list now. Then he closed the distance in a flash, giving off this insane pressure. You really think you can take me on? He chose to answer indirectly. Maybe not right this second, but who knows what the future's got in store. The other guy just let out a huge laugh. Interesting. Fine, maybe you can kill me in the future. For now, let him go. But he didn't just ignore him. He squeezed even harder, making Wang Shenglu scream in pain. Please stop. He was dead set. No way. I have my reasons for taking him down. Suddenly, the old man's hair started turning sky blue. At the same time, his power level skyrocketed. A single swing of his arm was enough to send him flying into the sea. Sunho, I'm gonna end you. Yu finally realized his uncle's true identity. He's from the Avarest clan. He went off on him. Yu Shenglu, I can't believe you'd do something to bring shame to our family. His eyes were totally glazed over now, his true self finally showing. With you in charge of the Wang family, is there even a spot for me? He frowned. For all these years, you've been living as an Ouyang family member. You're pretty quick to draw a line now. The old man roared back. The Ouyang family is useless to me now. From the water, a golden shadow shot into the air like a flash. His eyes went wide with shock. What the? He swung his staff with all his strength at his opponent. As a result, one side of the old man's face took the full force of that lightning-fast attack. This time, it was his turn to get dunked into the sea. He turned to Ouyang and said, Told you I had a reason to get rid of him. Is this a good enough reason for you now? He didn't hesitate to make a proposal. If that's the deal, then let's make a deal. I'll forget about today. You have to take over the BO5 defense line of the 7th continent. He had zero reason to say no. I'd bet. After sorting everything out, he went back to the ship. The transformed Sunho tossed a mask to Yang Shi. Your performance today just passed the constellation trial. All right, the ape's throne is all yours now. The mask had these sick black lines that looked like a bird mid-flight. Meanwhile, Yang Shi, rocking his son who disguised, just watched the ship dip. Back on the ship, Old Man Chin and Fei were waving them off. He was just chilling cross-legged on a cloud, mumbling to himself. Looks like the crew's gotta get bigger to handle all the drama in the four seas. Gotta figure out how to recruit some outside talent. Up at the top of Cloud Heaven Palace, he was staring out at this insane view of endless giant buildings with shiny gold roofs. See, Caillou isn't like the other family squads. If they're old-school brick-and-mortar stores, then Caillou is basically an online marketplace. He scrunched up his face, doing the math. Gonna need to cop some ability potions. The outside crew will grind for me, and I'll make sure they get their cut. A little jade-green orb of energy started swirling in his hand. In that case, let's try leveling up the power that lets me control people. To Cub's rank. A status screen instantly popped up. Ability Spiritual Contract. Description. Basically, you can use mind power to control your enemies, and telepathically chat with anyone you've got a contract with. Skill 1, Mental Imprint. You can totally stamp your soul onto a special item, making its familiar think you're the one in charge. Skill 2, Mental Space. It lets spirits chill for a long time in a high-dimensional space to reach Cub's rank. Knew it! I totally saw this coming, didn't I? He grabbed the pure white mask. All I gotta do is imprint this thing and make it mine. Newbies who wear the mask will get clearance to log into the Cloud Palace. He kept thinking it through. We've already got the 12 zodiacs and the 28 constellations. For the next tier of members, we'll use the 36 heavenly branches. As soon as he said it, a total of 9 masks started floating all around him. Next, I'll just scatter these across the 4 seas. Each mask was carved with a different animal. He grinned, totally pleased. All the major crews thirsty for ability potions will probably get obsessed with collecting these heavenly branch masks too. He dove deeper into his thoughts. The dark energy I have left is enough to upgrade an ability to Cub SS. So which one should it be? All right, let's test out the effects of the Cub SS Superbrain ability. Instantly, the orb in his hand started pulsing with some crazy intense energy. Another stat screen popped up, making him jump a little. Ability Superbrain. Description. Unlocks new parts of your brain. Supercharges your 5 senses. Unlocks your 6th sense and even your 7th sense, which is also called ego consciousness. Skill 1, Mind Grasp. After you lock eyes on a target, you can just keep yanking out their memories. You can even rewrite the memories of anyone whose mental game is 2 levels weaker than yours. Skill 2, Mental Clash, creates a psychic blast anywhere within a 2,000-meter radius of you. It attacks the enemy's soul and deals continuous mental damage. Skill 3, Mental Blockade. It locks down every mind within a 1,000-meter radius. He was totally blown away. Leave it to an SS rank ability to be this stacked with skills. He was getting super hyped. Like, I get the 6th sense, but what the heck is this 7th sense? He shut his eyes, focusing hard. Ego consciousness. Let's see what this is all about. A super clear image of the brain inside his head appeared. Whoa, it feels like it's actually making my thoughts physical. Like it's creating a whole new person. Just please don't let them be ugly, he hoped as a huge wave of energy converged on one spot. A second later, a girl with a killer figure materialized out of thin air. He turned beet red and just stared. Is this literally the perfect girl I've been dreaming of? The vermilion bird bowed to him. Lord KKA. He totally lost his cool. Ahem. Why are you calling me that? My subconscious must have glitched or something. He quickly tried to fix it. From now on, just call me leader. We're gonna have more people around, so we need to build this place up a little. 4 massive skyscrapers shot up, each one representing one of the 4 legendary divine beasts: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. His voice was totally steady as he laid it all out. The Azure Dragon Spire is in charge of the Iron Blood Sea. The Vermilion Bird Spire's got the Hero Sea. The White Tiger Spire handles the Alliance Sea, and the Chaotic Sea region belongs to the Black Tortoise Spire. The Vermilion Bird hung on his every word. Each of the 4 spires is managed by 7 constellations. For right now, we'll assign the 9 heavenly branches to them. He turned to her. So which gig do you want, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, or Black Tortoise? She didn't even hesitate before picking. I am a part of you, and I want to be with you forever. I will take charge of the Vermilion Bird, Judge. He got all flustered and scratched his cheek. Okay, fine. I'll let you handle the design for the Vermilion Bird Spire. Now go get changed quick. She just gave a little, and in a flash, she was decked out in a formal uniform with a mask that symbolized the Vermilion Bird. He just watched her float there and couldn't help but feel a little bummed out. Man, what a shame. She's just a piece of my own mind. Guess there's no such thing as a perfect girl in the real world. He gave her the full rundown, then turned to bounce. Looks like someone's looking for me. I'm leaving you to handle things here. She just nodded. Yes, Lord Leader. A little later, Faye was knocking on Yang Shi's door. Yo, bro, the ship's about to leave. Elder Qian sent me to grab you for the sea offering ceremony. Sea offering ceremony? He thought, confused. But before he could even process it, she was already pulling him along. The constellation totally grabbed his hand and started dragging him. Heck yeah, this sounds awesome. Let's bounce. Up on deck, the whole crew was already there. Yo, Yang, we were just waiting on you. The captain didn't waste a second and gave the order, Begin the sea offering. Everyone started lighting incense and the smoke just billowed across the sky. Yang Yi was right there in the middle of it when he spotted something super weird. Asterisk, ugh, why are they here again? Asterisk, Li Yu and Lai Kaowei had somehow shown up on the ship. Everyone, we came just to see you all off, Elder Chen said, giving him a polite bow. Alliance leader Li, for real, I have to thank you for doing the right thing. Li Yu replied, all chill. Don't even mention it. The North Star Alliance is all about fighting those mutant beasts. Elder Qian then introduced his daughter. This is my one and only daughter. She wants to come with you guys and train. Elder Qian and Yang Yi just stood there listening and started breaking out in a cold sweat. Asterisk. This is, he thought, like asterisk. Why are you even looking at me? Weren't you just beefing with her dad? Now you're using me to get your way, asterisk, Kaowei spoke up politely. Everyone please take good care of me. His eyes went wide with shock. On top of that, she looked totally down for it. He hesitantly held out his hand to her. Welcome aboard. She gave him a friendly handshake right back. Thanks. A week later, he and Elder Qi were on a different boat. Fenhai Island was dead ahead. As he looked out, he was seriously hyped. Finally, the Four Seas are going to see what the Adjudicator organization is all about. The boat finally docked, and everyone just erupted. We finally made it. Our Qian clan is back. The old clan leaders still got it. No matter how bad things get, he always finds a way to fix it. Elder Qian hyped them up. You've all worked so hard. Now, as long as we team up with the Adjudicator organization, we can for sure bring our clan back. Yurang and Dada were so moved they started bawling. Asterisk boo-hoo-hoo. Asterisk over at the Qian family's villa. Yang Yi and Elder Qian were just chilling in a room talking. He spilled, Elder Qian, a real big shot from the organization is coming to visit Fenhai Island. We, the Adjudicators, are going to announce our first move. The Elder poured some tea and asked, I wonder who this VIP is. Is there anything our Qian family needs to do to get ready? Like he was waiting for that exact question, his look got razor sharp. The Vermilion Bird, he said. This person's status is even higher than the Zodiac's. As a Four Symbols judge, ability potions are their whole deal. The Elder could not believe what he was hearing. He kept going. This time we need the Qian family to get some media over here for a press conference. The organization is going to give the people of the Four Seas a chance to get way stronger. The look on his face was crazy confident. We're calling it the Heavenly Branch Plan. The Elder carefully handed him a steaming cup of tea. Thanks for the heads up, Yang. We'll totally nail this press conference, don't worry. Over at the White Tiger Hall, a voice rang out. The layout's not bad. How's the whole system set up? The Vermilion Bird reported back to him, looking grim. The missions are split into 3 types. Intel missions, normal missions, and confidential missions. She explained it real quick. And normal missions are just about gathering resources every day, like collecting active cores after you take down some demonic beasts or maybe fighting a wild boar or whatever. A point board popped up showing a bunch of different colored gems. We'll use the ability orbs and dark energy we score, take 1/10 of the haul and turn it into accumulated points to pay for the gear. He got a little flustered. A mask. What in the world is going on? In a flash, the kid was zapped to a place he'd never seen before. Where am I? Am I dead? A masked figure stepped out of a doorway. You're the first contractor. He easily turned the boy's head. Hey, little dude. If you're a heavenly speed star and you're still crying like this, you're never gonna make it. The man then asked him, what's your name? The boy answered right away. My name is Chojia. The man gave him a serious warning. Remember that heavenly speed star mask you're wearing. If anyone ever asks you about it, you keep your mouth shut. The kid was kinda clueless, but he nodded anyway. Thanks, dude, he mumbled. The guy was like, all right, let's bounce. I'll give you the rundown on what's up. Like 1 hour later, Choji slapped the mask on and the guy just had to say something. Yo, kid, for real, you're part of Verdict now. So why the long face? The boy was like totally unsure. But dude in the mask, he stammered. I don't have any powers. I can't even take out a lame D-rank monster. The guy kinda stroked his chin thinking, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. The guy admitted. Suzaku, you got any ideas? Just like that, Suzaku popped up with a plan. We can spot new members the exchange points for a C-rank ability potion. But, she added, they gotta pay it all back within 1 month. The guy still looked kinda iffy. A newbie with a C-rank power can only handle D-rank missions to start. Based on the usual grind, he'd have to hunt down at least 1 ability beast a day just to break even. He pointed at her, but isn't throwing him into the fire right away. Like super harsh. She just playfully grabbed his finger. Hey, I'm just channeling you. Besides, if he doesn't want to fight monsters, he can get creative and find other ways to pay up. The guy just sighed and rubbed his head. Fine, whatever. Let's do the sponsored loan. Suddenly, this huge golden prize wheel appeared in front of Choya. You're our first lucky contestant. Come on, give it a spin. The kid pulled the lever and it landed on Grey Mist, a B-rank ability. The guy crossed his arms. Not bad. Now go back to the real world and hang tight. Your prize will be there soon. Make sure you sign for the delivery. Back at the farm, the sun was barely up when some rooster started screaming its head off. Then a blast of ice-cold water hit Choja right in the face. He shot up yelling, what the heck? This huge guy with a whip was screaming, Guess shipping off your sister Tin Hani didn't teach you a lesson. You still got the nerve to sleep in? The kid threw his arms up to block, but it hurt so bad. He begged the guy, please just stop, but the man was totally heartless. He just swung the whip even harder. You're nothing but a born loser just like your sister. A good beatdown is the only thing you understand. After he'd had his fun, the jerk finally turned and left, leaving the kid just sprawled on the dirt. Get up and get to work now. Chojia clutched the mask, feeling this insane rage bubble up. What verdict organization? What B-rank power-up? It was all a dream, wasn't it? But then the mask started to glow, and Suzaku appeared out of nowhere like some kind of angel. Heavenly Speed Star, your ability potion is here. Drink up. He just stared at the bottle in her hand like half in disbelief. Is this for real? I'm drinking it. And with that, he chugged the whole thing. Meanwhile, that big creep was cornering some poor woman inside the house, and she was crying, please, sir, leave me alone. A huge crash outside made him stop. Huh. He stormed out the door, his face totally furious when he saw the kid. Well, well, Chojia. You think putting on a mask means you can start trouble and I won't know it's you? You want to be laid up for the next 2 weeks? He raised his foot about to kick the kid square in the face. But this time, Chojia caught his leg fast. Where did you send my sister? The guy was totally floored. What? But he was still acting tough. So what if the Starry Splendor Club snitched? The boy slammed a kick right into his gut. It's because of trash like you, bossing everyone around, that the Four Seas is such a mess. It's sick. And in the end, without even thinking twice, he lit the whole freaking farm on fire and burned it to the ground. It wasn't long before he found his sister. She was totally freaking out. Chojia, forget about me, just run. But he wasn't going anywhere. No way, I'm here to get you out. But this intense-looking dude with leopard spots blocked their way. You little punk, your sister belongs to me now. You got a death wish trying to take her back. His giant hand shot out for the kid's throat. I'm gonna tear you apart. But then something totally wild happened. Before the guy even knew what hit him, the kid pulled a move that dropped him to his knees just like that. Everyone watching was completely shook. No way that kid just took down a B-rank ability user. Who is he, that whole mysterious vibe? Of that masked guy totally reminds me of that secret group verdict. You think they're connected? Meanwhile, over at White Deer Terrace, Yang Shi was watching the whole thing on a screen. Looks like our first member is making some pretty good waves. Deep in some forest cave, the great commander was staring at these blue flowers. They were blue all over from the stem to the leaves, and they had this crazy hypnotic vibe. The commander looked at them with his crimson eyes and said, Unglu, you dying really screwed up. Our whole setup in the Free Alliance Sea region. You really let me down. Then one of the flowers opened up and talked back to him. Great commander, you can't seriously blame me for this. I got played by those guys from Verdict. Hearing that, he shot a red laser beam from his eyes right at the flower. You're still making excuses. The flower, totally terrified, totally begged for mercy. I wouldn't dare, for real. I wouldn't dare. After handling the flower, the commander's face went dark. If Wang Chenglu, the guy running the Ying Nian plan, got himself taken out, then we need a new manager for the Moonlight Island gig like yesterday. Plus, the plan's launch is a super big deal. We have to show them the real power of the Deep Asura division. The flower was like, don't worry, the launch is still on schedule. We're gonna give you a surprise that'll blow you away. He added a reminder. Verdict is about to hold a press conference. Keep tabs on them. I've got a bad feeling they're gonna be a major problem for our primordial organization. Meanwhile, Yang Shi was just chilling and having a drink at the White Deer Terrace. He thought, that huge ancient forge face saw. Maybe I can use that puppet Arthur to get some answers. With that, he closed his eyes and tapped into his puppet control ability. Over on Poseidon Island, Arthur, rocking a white suit, was standing in front of a mirror. All of a sudden, he just froze. Leader, Yang Shi's voice echoed in his head. Give me the rundown. Arthur reported back, super stiff. Yes, I'm heading to a family party. Yang Shi pushed. Who's gonna be there? Arthur's eyes glazed over. My older brother, Chris Green, he's ranked 27 on the Four Seas list. And my little sister, Victoria, a C-rank ability user and one of the top 7 hotties of the Four Seas. Yang Shi ordered. Got it. You can go for now. Check out the pic of the luggage I just sent you. He replied, on it. At the dinner party, there were already 8 people sitting at the long table. Yang Shi, in control of Arthur, was pulling out a chair. Arthur reported, Leader, I don't recognize that luggage, but if I try, I can probably track it down. Across the way, Victoria seemed to recognize her brother. She did this super formal curtsy. Brother, Arthur whispered in Yang Shi's mind. Leader, that's my sister. So like proper etiquette says you're supposed to kiss Victoria's forehead. Hearing that, Yang Shi kind of freaked. But he started sweating bullets and squeezed his eyes shut, not sure what to do. Victoria, her face bright red, called out, brother. In the end, he totally blushed, but did it anyway, kissing Victoria on the forehead. He had other stuff to deal with, so he let Arthur take the wheel again. He instructed, for now, just act normal and talk to your brother. I'm gonna use this chance to scan these people with my spiritual power. Arthur heard him and was like, yes? Yang Shi started sending out his spiritual feelers, probing everyone sitting at the table. Then a little bit of his power zeroed in on Greed. It looked like he felt something. Yang Shi wondered, Wait, is this greed guy's spiritual power higher than level 3? At the same time, Greed was sitting there thinking someone's trying to scan me with their powers. Yang Shi ordered, "Keep a close watch on that brother of yours. I'm out for now." Arthur just bowed his head, holding a wine glass, and said quietly, "Yes, leader." Back at the White Deer Terrace, Yang Shi sat up and stretched. Suzaku handed him a tablet. "You're up. Here's the file on the new member joining White Deer Terrace." He opened it up and asked, "So who's showing up to the press conference today?" She started listing them off. Basically, all the major media companies and streaming sites will be there. On top of that, a bunch of merchant guilds are also sending people. Suzaku smiled and added, "Only the Ouyang family hasn't sent anyone yet. For one, it's way too far. And for another, they're kind of on a whole other level." She announced, "The press conference is about to kick off. You need a minute to get ready." He grinned and said, "It's showtime." In the hall, he glanced back right before opening the door and asked, "You ready?" Yang Shi in his monkey getup said, "Starting today, no organization in the 4 Seas is going to be able to stop Verdict's rise." Then the two of them shoved the doors open at the same time. A crazy bright light spilled through the opening. At the press conference, the two of them appeared just floating in the air in front of everybody before he finally touched down. Yang Shi stood in front of the whole crowd and gave a speech welcoming everyone and officially kicking things off. The second he finished, the giant screens behind him flashed his face. Down in the audience, Den was sweating like crazy, not daring to even move. Seeing him, Witch Dian started messing with him. "What's wrong, my dear nephew? A little uncomfortable sitting next to your auntie. Or maybe you want to end up just like Juning?" The woman glared at the kid, who looked completely terrified. As soon as she said that, the manager of the Uruk clan, an S-rank elemental user named Jun Qing, whipped his head around and growled. Hey, Den forced a super weird smile and answered all sheepishly, "You're just playing auntie. It's like the honor of a lifetime for me, Den, to get to sit next to you. Ha ha." Right when he finished, Lord Sparrow appeared in midair, and suddenly all eyes were on her. The people below started whispering. A guy in white said first, "Who is that?" The guy in green next to him was like, "That vibe and that look. She could totally be on the 4 Seas beauties list." A dude in brown in front of them also turned to gossip, checking out her outfit. "She's probably from the Arbiter organization." Den looked up at Lord Sparrow and mumbled, "That spiritual energy. It's so familiar." Seeing Lord Sparrow show up, Den bowed his head respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Sparrow." Den was having a hard time processing this. Lord Sparrow was a way bigger deal than even a divine marquis. So how come he didn't get a heads up about this, meanwhile? Lord Sparrow rolled up with this vial, grinning like, "Yang Shi, you've been totally crushing it. So the organization whipped up this little promotion gift for you." And Yang Shi just took it, with a smile, thinking to himself, "Okay, these ability potions aren't like some new phone. You can't just list a bunch of specs. The only way to get it is to see it in action." And with that, he downed the whole potion. "Guess I'll just have to give you all a little demo." The crowd started buzzing like, "No way is that the legendary ability potion that actually gives you powers. That looks seriously high-end." Then some other person chimed in. "I wonder what it tastes like. It literally just looks like fruit punch." Then all these white bubbles started popping up around Yang Shi. A system screen popped up introducing the Naval Plum Blossom style ability, a seriously sharp martial art that includes the 6 Iron Plum styles and the insane bewildering Plum Blossom steps. It makes you so nimble you can shut down most charging attacks. And the dragon subduing demon capturing claw can totally overpower an opponent no matter how huge they are. Fighting a flood dragon would be a total cakewalk. The wave-breaking sea-splitting kick is faster than a javelin, a ridiculously powerful and sharp kicking technique that can literally split the sea. Overall rating S rank. Then Yang Shi started his big presentation. "Listen up, everyone. Our Arbiter organization knows the score. We see the situation humanity is in. With this non-stop siege, are we really going to be able to take them all out?" Then he grinned and yelled, "That's why the organization sent me here to introduce you all to the Skyguard project." With everyone below looking totally thirsty for it, he went on. "The organization is opening up exactly 36 spots for the Skyguard in the 4 Seas region." Yang Shi finished his pitch. And that's the full rundown on the Skyguard project. The live chat was going wild with people saying the Arbiter organization is seriously generous, giving out ability potions and everything. They're hands down the most popular org in the 4 Seas this year. I'm definitely voting for Arbiter. All the related keywords blew up the trending topics. Number 1, ability potion. Number 2, Skyguard project. Number 3, regular people can be heroes. Number 4, press conference. Then Yang Shi pulled out this gray mask. This Heavenly Chief mask is the only one left. The other 35 Skyguard masks were already sent out across the 4 Seas before today. Then he smiled and laid down the challenge. "This mask is the prize for today. Anyone who can get a win streak going on this stage can have it." Then this guy Jin from the 4th rank Thanhua Island Merchant Guild, number 20 on the 4 Seas list, got all serious and shouted, "I object. How are us young guns supposed to compete against the veterans?" Yang Shi just calmly answered, "My young friends, don't get ahead of yourselves. We've got a little something for you too." Then an image of a potion bottle appeared behind him. Then he put his hands together and said, "I'm serious. Any of you next-gen fighters who can actually beat me will get this B rank ability potion, guaranteed no side effects. Hearing that, Jin smirked at the person next to him. So, Miss Tantai, who's it gonna be, you or me? Or should we let the lady have the first crack at it? She was from the 5th-ranked Fangwen Island Merchant Guild, number 16 on the 4 Cs list. Tantai Xiao didn't miss a beat, just smiled confidently and said, "In that case, you can just enjoy the show from the cheap seats." She then drew her sword and got ready to fight, throwing out her first technique, the dancing flower sword. In a flash, 6 phantom swords appeared and shot straight for Yang Shi, but he dodged them like it was nothing, using the bewildering plum blossom steps technique. He literally used the flower petals as steps, then busted out the dragon-subduing demon claw, catching her sword's tip with just 2 fingers. When the crowd saw Yang Shi standing on a flower and catching a sword with his bare hands, they went wild, yelling, "That was so sick, that new ability is crazy effective and totally terrifying." Hold on, don't get too hyped. Keep watching. Tantai Xiao hasn't even gone all out yet. Tantai Xiao smirked as her sword started smoking. All of a sudden, the phantom swords vanished, which surprised Yang Shi, but he still dodged it like it was nothing. The next second, his kick was right in Tantai Xiao's face. Miss Tantai was completely stunned. Wait, this guy is ranked number 30 on the 4 Cs list, after that ability potion. His power level jumped this high. Ugh, now I'm gonna have to risk the backlash from my own power just to block this final blow. She closed her eyes and raised her sword high. Yang Shi's kick crashed down on the sword, sending out a terrifying shockwave. A massive blast swept through the area, making everyone's ears ring. After kicking her sword down, he landed right on it, looked down at her, and said calmly, "I took it easy on you, Miss Tantai." The winner was clear. The next challenger stepped up onto the stage, his raspy voice calling out, "Yang Shi, beating a girl doesn't make you a big shot." He challenged him super arrogantly. "Why don't you try fighting me, one of the 4 Cs Erlong, instead?" Tantai Xiao could only back down, looking super annoyed. After she left, Jin got into his stance, looking all smug. "Let's see you deal with my Flying Fire Thunder God Strike." Then he instantly launched his attack, rushing right at Yang Shi. 2 people in the crowd saw it and yelled, "No way, that's Jin's finisher, the thunder-piercing heart-gouging claw. He once used that to literally rip the heart out of an S-rank beast. Whoa, that thunder punch is crazy strong, like totally blinding." But Yang Shi just like blocked Jinning's hit with one hand, thinking to himself, "Okay, this dude's got some serious power. Guess I'll need to juice up my ability pearl with a little dark energy." But Jinning totally misread the room and got all cocky like, "Hi, you're already at your limit." He was all like, "I've got thousands of units of dark energy. It's only a matter of time before I wreck you." But he barely got to gloat before Yang Shi's power like exploded, totally freaking him out. Jinning was shook like, "You were holding back this whole time, that's so dirty." And boom, without even thinking, Yang Shi just shattered the guy's arm in one move, making him drop to his knees and scream, "Ah!" After taking care of Jinning, Yang Shi looked out at the crowd and yelled, "Gailing, you want to be next?" When he heard that, Gailing was totally down for it and just smiled. "My girl Victoria wants to know what it's like to fly. You better help me win this one, bro." And just like that, the match was on. But compared to Yang Shi, who seemed a little on edge, Gailing was looking super confident. Yang Shi checked out his vibe and started planning, "This dude's spiritual power is over level 3 for sure. Something is definitely up with him. When we clash, I need to sneak a sealed ability pearl into him to use as a tracker." Across the stage, Gailing was already in his fighting stance. Yang Shi was feeling good, remembering the technique Greed's ability, the Sanguine Death style. Weaknesses Garlic and Holy Light, got it. He then charged, throwing a massive punch his way, trying to plant that ability pearl on him. Time to slip in this F-rank ability pearl, but his opponent was way too fast, and backed up to dodge the hit. After that, they went all out, fighting from the sky all the way down to the ground. Yang Shi landed back on the stage, thinking, "He's just dodging, not even trying to hit me. He's totally hiding something." So he went on the attack again, unleashing his wave-breaking sea-splitting kick, and launching a huge kick right at him. He ended up hitting something super weird, and with it, a freaking toupee fell off. Gailing's face went dark just watching it turn to dust. But while he was zoned out, Yang Shi saw his chance and threw a punch. He yelled out, "Ah!" And mission accomplished, the ability pearl was planted. Yang Shi stared him down, thinking, "This guy's got a spiritual power over level 3. And he's just taking it. I'm not letting you get away with being so smug. When it comes to putting on a show, I'm undefeated." With that, he smirked and aimed a punch right for Gailing's face. Gailing threw up a hand to block, so Yang Shi totally faked getting blasted backwards. He grabbed his chest and started coughing like he was in major pain. "Gailing, man, you're the real deal, a legend of the 4 Cs. I give up. You're way stronger than the last 2 guys." Then he pulled out a little bottle of medicine. "Hey, a deal's a deal. Here's the medicine. Go on, use it." He handed over the bottle. Gailing awkwardly took it, then got all flustered and said, "Then let Victoria try it." Yang Shi just stood there, arms crossed, giving them a serious look. He knew the Arbiter's tech was about to blow up. She wasn't even the first Arbiter member to try the superpower drug. So Victoria just took the bottle and chugged the whole thing without even hesitating. After she drank it, her power went to a whole new level. She screamed with joy, "I can fly, whoa!" The crowd below was like totally floored. "No way! She's a real deal superhuman now, and a CB class wind system one at that. So the upgrade type drug or the regular one? I can't decide, I'm so torn." Yang Shi jumped on the chance to hype the drug. You've all seen what this stuff can do. Next up, the fight for the corpse puppet mask. Then he called for the next challenger. I'm betting Senior Yi Xiaguan from the Campbell family will be the first one up. And yeah, Yaguan didn't hesitate, he just flew right onto the stage. He was even laughing like, haha, that corpse puppet mask is all mine today. But before he could make a move, someone else cut in. Hold up, a rep from the Luofu Merchant Guild wants to take on your pom-pom first. Everyone started whispering. Wait, isn't that the crew that made the 72nd ranked V-Wall swordsman beg for mercy? How do they have the nerve to be so cocky with Yi Xiaguan? An S-rank powerhouse is basically a noob compared to a real pro. Yang Shi gave the guy who just stood up a worried look. Something about him was kinda off, but that dude's face was total stone as he stared them down. Auntie Ma gave him a hard look, her face all scrunched up like, ugh, his soul is still totally jacked. With a face that stiff, I can tell he's a puppet from a mile away. The madam just smirked ready for the show. But whatever, he'll put up a fight and be gone soon enough. The auntie next to her just shot her a terrified look. Yaguan charged in to attack, shouting, all right then, let's see how you handle my pun-pom. The puppet wasn't fast enough to dodge and took the hit head on, and got totally launched. Everyone was bug-eyed like, whoa, that was savage, a hit like that would have totally cracked my skull open. Yaguan pulled his hand back all cocky like, I was taking it easy on you. But then, like a second later, his jaw dropped. Huh, no way, the puppet was totally fine. It was holding 2 weapons now, mumbling in this creepy dead voice, we're not done yet. Then it just zipped right at him. He had to snap his head back to dodge. Yan scrambled back to get some space, touching the spot where he almost got sliced, whispering, oh crud. Then he powered up, jumped, and just went ham on the puppet's body. After his crazy combo, he slammed back down on the ground, totally out of breath. The puppet crumpled too. But then it started to freak out, letting out this insane roar as everything behind it just exploded. Its head morphed into this weird green blob, and then poof, the puppet vanished. It was lightning fast, reappearing out of thin air and slugging Yan right in the gut, leaving him 0 time to block as he coughed up a ton of blood. It was only then he saw what he was really up against. He screamed, it's a deep blue abomination, and everyone started losing their minds. Get out of the way! Stop shoving! The abomination skittered super fast towards Zuku Ki. Asterisk, gasp, asterisk. But Zook was totally chill, just staring it down, no fear at all. But before she could even flex, Bian Shenho popped up out of nowhere and blocked the thing's attack to save her. With just one hand, he yeeted the abomination like hundreds of meters away. Next, he whipped out his long wooden staff and chucked it right at the creature. It speared straight through its body. Suddenly, Auntie Ma showed up behind Shenho, cackling, haha, a Zodiac from the Arbiter's crew. You're seriously strong, I'll give you that, she said, glancing over. Too bad. The second she said that, the green chunks of the abomination started to fly apart. Then they started pulling back together into a giant hand that snatched his whole body. It yanked him into its gross, gooey green body, and the thing started to glow. Auntie Ma just laughed all evil-like. Zook, stop being a bystander. Come play in my nightmare dreamscape. Then this blast of dark energy shot from Auntie Ma's eyes. The dark power raced toward Zuku Ki and slowly swallowed her up in total darkness. The madam's voice echoed around her. Get lost in the spirit world I made just for you. A skull floated up to Zook, but she snapped her eyes open, and her whole body just erupted in this blinding light. Outside, Auntie Ma's eyes went wide. Even a level 3 heavy hitter can only flail around inside my nightmare dreamscape. So Zook was plunged back into a fake world. This one was super colorful and bright. But then bam, 3 monster flowers popped into existence. They opened up their huge, sharp jaws and lunged right for her. They swarmed her in a tornado of petals. Auntie Ma was laughing her head off. Knew it? Nobody gets out of the nightmare dreamscape. That's when Zook finally unleashed her power and torched the whole bunch of monster flowers in one shot. The madam couldn't believe it, yelling, no way, keep falling for me. So Zook kept dropping through more and more dreamscapes. The 3rd level was all water. The 4th was a raging inferno. The 5th dreamscape was a total blizzard. This time Zook just stayed still, frozen solid in a block of ice. Seeing that, Auntie Ma figured she'd finally given up. Yes, she finally broke. But she'd barely finished the sentence when Zook's eyes opened and she casually shattered the ice around her. The madam was totally freaked out now. That's impossible, I'm already at the max for a level 3. Zook didn't say a word, just waved her hand. And the whole sky and Auntie Ma's face cracked like glass and fell apart. The madam shrieked, totally panicked. What even are you? And just like that, her nightmare dreamscape was completely wrecked. Auntie Ma collapsed at Zuku Ki's feet, totally defeated. Zook asked softly, lost little lamb, what's your real name? The madam whispered, Mandinapati. Zook's power flared up. All right then, Mandinapati, it's time for your judgment. Your crime is arrogance. Then she pointed a finger and said with like zero emotion, your sentence is punishment by fire. A massive fire just engulfed Auntie Ma's whole body. All the madam could do was scream in pain. It hurt so bad. Meanwhile, the abomination saw things were going south and decided to bounce. Gotta bail. The commander's here anyway, so I won't get the heat for this screw-up. Yang Xi glanced over at the abomination as it tried to make a break for it. Good thing the whole area was locked down by a spirit barrier. But way over Creed yelled, Don't let it get away! Then this jet of crimson energy shot out from behind him. The energy made a wall trapping the abomination. Then he started moving in, planning to rip out the abomination's heart. But right when he was about to grab it, someone else swiped it, which totally shocked him. Turns out it was Yang Shi. He gave Creed this intense look, basically making him back off from the abomination's heart. Yang Shi, you've got some serious skills. Nabbing a runner that fast, color me impressed. The abomination's heart was just chilling in the stream of red energy now. He thought to himself, this dude is so sketchy. If he hadn't used the Blood Clan's power to shut it up. I probably could have gotten more info. He held up the abomination's nasty heart. Okay, what if I try to yoink the superpower from the Deep Blue Clan? Just like that. Yang Shi fired up this superpower extraction system. Once it did its thing, a green gem popped into existence and the system panel lit up. Superpower Deep Blue Bloodline. Description comes from the bloodline of the Deep Blue Mother Tree, and it's got a bunch of different ways to fight. Skill 1, Progenitor. Skill 2, Dark Flash. Skill 3, Soul Devour. It literally turns your target into a mindless puppet. Skill 4, use a ton of primal seeds to spawn a horde of abominations. Skill 5, Light Flash, which wraps up your spirit and zips you back to the sapling at like insane speed. Skill 6, Nightmare Dreamscape Level 5, S-Rank Eval. Yang Shi was pretty stoked. Not bad. This hall is seriously loaded. Seeing that the job was done, Juke was ready to bounce. All right, we're all wrapped up here. Catch you later. Shenhe was free too, floating up off the ground. He glanced at the gunk on his hands and was like, ugh, this slimy stuff is so nasty. Then he strolled over and threw a friendly arm around Yang Shi's shoulder. You got this, kid. The rest is all you. Meanwhile, Yixiaguan was totally doubled over in pain. Someone brought a corpse puppet mask right to him. Senior Ye, this mask is all yours now. Hope you put it to good use. He was shook, just staring at the mask like he couldn't believe his eyes. Back in the main hall, Yang Shi asked, so how many people have snagged the Tiangang masks so far? Juk right behind him gave a quick rundown. Free Alliance C region has 6 people, Hero C region 3 people, Iron C region 2 people, and the Chaos K region has 2, she went on. Oh, and by the way, one of the Tiangang members from the Hero C region is someone we know, Molong. When he heard that, he whipped around and asked, when the heck did that guy show up in the 4 Great Seas? She shot back. For real, should we figure out a way to get rid of him? Duan Hai just waved it off, turning away like it was no big deal. Nah, don't worry about it. As long as he does his job and brings in enough value for the org, it's cool. I can deal with him being around. Then he casually tossed a marble thingy to her and said, this last haul was enough to boost the S-Rank Void Cube to SS rank. The system panel flashed the item stats again. Special ability Void Cube. Description can store and move stuff through the void. Skill 1 Transportation Gate. It warps to the user through a void vortex. You can feel where it is, but living things can't go through the vortex. Skill 2. With an anchor space, it can teleport living things. Evaluation. Rank 3. SS your own personal interdimensional delivery service. Duan Hai was kinda hung up on the Void Cube's power. Living things can't pass through the void. Basically means anything alive that goes in dies. So he grabbed a fish and summoned the transportation gate. He then chucked the fish in to see what would happen. And boom! The dead fish instantly reappeared in his hand. Duan Hai stared at the fish and mumbled, I can literally feel the void sucking out its life force. And no wonder it can't move living things. He pulled out another live fish. Okay, but what if I use this as like an attack? He summoned the transportation gate right on top of the fish again. From that, he figured out the void vortex is basically a spatial attack, and you can even use it to soak up enemy hits. Duan Hai looked like he was scheming. The Pig Zodiac armor is definitely getting this SS rank Void Cube. That's some serious combat power right there. Aight, let's get the Pig Zodiac armor set up. A foot popped out of the portal, and bam, the Pig Zodiac transformation was complete. From behind him, Juke spoke up. Got some new intel. The Hero Association is grabbing Otherworlders for their mines. Hearing that, Duan Hai was totally caught off guard. He turned back to her and was like, wait, the Deep Blue Clan are Otherworlders too, right? But it doesn't seem like they need mines. Could it be? Duan Hai looked down, thinking hard. Are the Deep Blue Clan and the Otherworlders from the contaminated dimension not the same crew? I mean, the way they handle passing down abilities is totally different. Juk jumped in. Also, one more thing. Feodong, Qian, Dada, and Branch just got to the Keelan base. Hearing that, he totally lost it. Why didn't you tell me that before? Meanwhile, over at the Keelan base, Qian, Dada, and Branch were just hanging out and talking. Branch started, dude, there are so many missions and they even have a whole catalog for swapping abilities. Dada chimed in. Yeah, but getting one upgrade type ability potion costs 4,500 points. Feodong added. Based on the points I get for taking out dimensional beasts, I'd have to waste like 18 of them just to trade for one S-rank ability potion. Branch and Feodong were feeling pretty bummed. This is seriously not easy. Feodong, standing off to the side, piped up. Not really. They also have intel gathering rescue and even hitman missions here. The payout's not bad. And they're way easier than fighting those dimensional beasts. While they were talking, a voice suddenly cut in, quiet. And then a green figure just appeared. Duan Hai announced, I called you all here to talk about a plan to get you some points ahead of schedule. Think of it as a special bonus. At this branch, and Huang's eyes went wide and they looked at each other. She asked, all hyped up, "So does this mean we can score the ability potions early?" He just coolly replied, "Yep." Then he pulled up the ability panel. "All right, hurry up and pick the powers you want most," he thought. "The stronger our main crew gets, the faster we can snag resources, and the better our shot at beating those other worlders will be." Down at the Banana Island port, where the water was crystal clear and super blue, a ship was just chilling there. Duong Hai was standing by the river with Teddy, who didn't waste a second saying, "Yo, Duong Hai, this is Banana Island. The last pit stop for repairs before we hit the front lines." Duong Hai sat down too, staring at the sparkly water, and was like, "Whoa, this river is seriously gorgeous." Standing next to him, Teddy checked out the current and started explaining, "This is the Moonlight River, the biggest freshwater source on Banana Island. Legend has it that drinking from it brings you good luck." When he heard that, Duong Hai scooped up some water and was like, "For real, does it actually work? Guess I gotta try it then." He was just about to take a sip, but then he totally saw these tiny particles floating in it. From just that little clue, he figured it out. There's a small amount of primordial particles in this. The third scene from Fifi's dream. Is it all going down on this island? Duong Hai worried. Like, why would the Deep Blue clan dump blue powder in the Moonlight River? After mulling it over, he turned and asked Teddy, "Hey man, where's the source of the Moonlight River?" Teddy just pointed Duong Hai toward Jikong Mountain, right in the middle of Banana Island. That mountain was massive, stabbing right through the thick clouds like something out of a painting. So Duong Hai booked it over to the spot, Jikong Mountain, where the Moonlight River starts. He thought, with this concentration, even if a regular person drank this for over 6 months, they wouldn't even get close to transforming or mutating. Then he muttered, "I seriously can't figure out what the Deep Blue clan is up to. Might as well set up a secret base on Jikong Mountain. It'll be way easier to keep an eye on them," he thought, crossing his arms. And just like that, Duong Hai summoned the snake Zodiac and gave the order, "Snake, you're on watch duty here." Standing behind him, the snake just said, "Got it." Over at the 7th front line on Jui Island, everyone was grinding hard. Out of nowhere, Li Bang asked, "So is the Zodiac from your crew the big shot monkey or the big shot rooster?" The flame fighter and that monk Tandagi were with him. Duong Hai was like, "For now, the org just sent a constellation someone like me to hold down the front line." Hearing that, Li Bang and his guys looked kinda shocked. "No Zodiac heavy hitter, just you." He started sweating, thinking, "There's no way I can just tell them I'm the monkey, I'm the rooster, and hey, I can even be the rabbit if I feel like it." So he pointed to the 3 girls, Branch Fei and Hyodong, and said, "Besides me, these 3 behind me are also S-rank strong." Li Bang's face got all serious when he heard that. "Look, Duong, you can't just say they're S-rank and expect us to believe it." Right after, the flame fighter jumped in. "Yeah, S-rank or not, we'll find out as soon as we test them. We're gonna be fighting together on the battlefield, so we should probably see what everyone's got." But Monk Tandagui was like, "Nah, I'm not fighting these girls. They look so delicate. I can't afford the bill if I break one." Duong Hai shot back full of confidence. "You guys can feel free to challenge any one of the 3. Whoever actually wins, I'll give them the gloves of light." That prize was too good to pass up, so the flame fighter instantly took the deal, pointing right at Branch. "All right then, I'll take you on." Branch looked totally unbothered. He got all cocky and told her, "If I were you, I'd just give up now. It's gonna get ugly if you get hurt." Then a second later, he shot a ring of diamond shards at her. "But don't sweat it, I won't hit your face. I'm a gentleman, you know." The diamond shards he made flew straight at Branch like a buzzsaw. She wasn't scared at all, just gripped her sword and said coldly, "If you'd been through half the stuff I have, you'd know your trash talk means nothing to me." Her eyes got laser-focused. She lunged, swinging her sword and totally smashing his crystal ring. She let out a yell, and the flame fighter was completely stunned. Realizing he was totally outclassed, he scrambled to make a giant diamond shield to block her killer move, but the shield instantly exploded into a million pieces from her slash. After that, Branch's sword was pressed right up against the flame fighter's face, and he looked totally terrified. After seeing Branch's power up close, Li Bang's whole vibe changed. "Okay, that's enough for today's spar. How about we go check out the commander's villa now?" Then he politely asked Duong Hai to lead the way. In that moment, Duong Hai was thinking, in this world, power is the only thing that really talks. Somewhere else, a dude was fighting some huge monster. Meanwhile, Ma Long was diving deep into the ocean thinking, if the intel is right, then that otherworlder is hiding at the bottom of the ocean. Snapping a pic of one of them should be worth a ton of points. Way down at the bottom of the sea, Anastas was just chilling inside a giant seashell. She said, totally unimpressed, "These dimensional beasts are so dumb. They're obviously super strong, but they're letting a bunch of weak locals run them in circles." Then she thought for a second and kept going. "Seriously, if the big city-states hadn't sent in pros like us to take charge, the humans would have totally played them and wiped them out ages ago." The Wolf Clan was 100% on her side. For real, for real. Just thinking about that mana crystal mine is epic. Anastas dipped her head and was like, "So true. All I need is one magic crystal that's super pure. And I can totally hit level 2. If we could haul this whole mine back to Odyssey and sell it, we'd be crazy rich." Just then, Myung came tearing in out of nowhere. She sensed him and yelled, "We've got company, crap, we gotta bounce." The second she said it, the wolf clam snapped shut, ready to jet, but Mong got there in the nick of time, slamming an attack into the shell and shouting, "Going somewhere, not happening!" The wolf clam took the hit for Anasta, shielding her, and a second later she leapt right out of its mouth, whipped out her bow and got ready to fire back. "You pathetic local!" Anastas's green arrow shot out, moving crazy fast. But Mong's reflexes were insane. He dodged it like it was nothing, not even flinching. Then out of nowhere, the arrow whipped back around and slammed right into Mong's back, catching him completely off guard. He just yelled, "What?" seeing him all messed up. Anastas got this smug look on her face. "You really think an arrow that can change its speed is that easy to dodge?" She whispered 2 words, "Overgrowth." Instantly a vine shot out from the arrow, wrapping all around Mong's body. Once he was tied up, Anastas jumped back into the wolf clam to bail, making sure to get in one last dig. "You clueless local, you probably don't even get what mana is. You think you can take me on, seriously know your role." With that, the wolf clam closed, and she was gone, disappearing into the huge ocean in a flash. However, every move Anastas made was being watched by Duong Hai on a giant screen. The vermilion bird standing behind him said, "This is the feed Mong sent over." Duong Hai replied calmly, "Looks like humanity still has a huge uphill battle against the colonists from Odyssey, not just with using energy, but with developing powers too. They're light years ahead of us." He frowned, looking super worried. The vermilion bird replied, "Good thing is with humanity's insane population, some seriously powerful geniuses are bound to show up." Hearing that, Duong Hai turned and asked, "How's the Kwang project coming along?" "Have we gotten all the masks we need?" she reported. The 3 big powers have pretty much rounded up the Kwang team masks, but one of the lower-level officials' masks got jacked by the Wang clan. Meanwhile, over at the Wang clan estate, the head of the Wang family was holding a scorpion-shaped mask. On the floor below him was the totally torn-apart body of some monster. He said to the girl next to him, "Tinchu, I'm giving this mask to you. Just remember, don't go pushing Tai Huyet's buttons just yet." Tinchu stared down at the mask in her hand. "But they're the ones with the tech to make the special ability potions. Even if we don't do anything, the other 2 families will. Don't sweat it. Tai Huyet isn't going to be taken down that easy by the Iron-Blooded Army or the Heroes Association," Yu Yang told her super chill. Hearing this, she asked, "So after we trade for the special ability potion, should I bring it to you?" He turned back with a slight confident smile. "Nah, at my level I've got bigger things to worry about." In another room, a guy was meditating. He was also on the 4 Seas Tumultuous Waves list. His name was Ouyang Huyan. The moment he heard a noise, his eyes snapped open. It was Tinchu. She walked up to him, held out the mask and said, "Eldest nephew, your dad said this is your call, so it's yours now. Go find someone to check if this special ability potion is the real deal. You are not to risk trying it yourself. You're the heir to the Merchants Alliance. You're way too important." Ouyang Huyan just kept staring silently at the mask on the floor. Over at the Iron-Blooded Army HQ, the commander was in a meeting. Regarding the whole Tai Huyet organization situation, he ordered, "I'm leaving it in Tian's hands." Tan Yang immediately responded, "Yes, Commander." The scene cuts to a place with clear blue skies and fluffy white clouds. At the Heroes Association, Tong Tian and a bald dude were just chilling playing chess. This guy was Shi Guang and he sighed. "We're getting more of these otherworldly people while the number of humans with powers keeps dropping every year. This situation is not looking good. Was that person right? Is meditation really the only way to save humanity?" he wondered. Shi Guang added, "Sucks that even though we both know how to meditate, we can't teach it to other people. How on earth do those otherworldly people do it?" As Tong Tian reached for a chess piece, he threw out an idea. "Ever heard of the special ability potion? I'm thinking it could be a decent substitute for meditation." Shi Guang immediately wondered, "I've heard of it, but I don't know if it can create heavy hitters on the same level as us." Tong Tian suddenly let out a laugh. "It'd be awesome if they could totally kick my butt. That way, the weight on my shoulders would feel a little lighter." Shi Guang decided, "Okay, then let's dump the whole Tai Huyet thing on that kid Ukbok." Tong Tian didn't complain, just said casually, "I'm cool with that. He's your student after all." Every single move the 2 of them made was being watched by Duong Hai on a screen. It seems that on top of hunting for the Philosopher's Stone, gotta get that otherworldly meditation technique on the to-do list for real. Wu Yonglang crept up behind Wu Huyan. Even though he was deep in meditation, he totally knew who it was and asked, "Yo, did you finally cash in for that special ability?" Wu Yonglang was totally hyped, replying, "You know it. I picked my dad's Azure Dragon emissary power." He got a little shy, then scratching his head. "Seriously? I can't believe you hooked me up with a chance this epic." While they were chatting, the vermilion bird showed up. Her steps were super light, but had this crazy power as she got closer. Wu Huyan was totally shook by this, thinking to himself, "Whoa, I didn't even feel her coming." The vermilion bird just ignored his reaction and walked right up to Wu Yonglang. "All right, Tian Kui, get ready to down this special ability potion." Then she passed him a little bottle of the potion. Holding it for a sec before chugging it, he made sure to ask, "So, I'm good to drink this." And with that, he shut his eyes and downed the whole thing. After he finished, Wu Yonglang yelled out, Okay, now I'm gonna try summoning the Azure Dragon. The second he said it, a blue circle appeared. A beat later, a legit dragon burst out of the symbol. Seeing it right there, Wu Yonglang's eyes got all teary, and he screamed, totally stoked. This is the dragon from my dad. I can't believe I actually summoned it. Just as the vermilion bird was about to bounce, Wu Huyan called after her, Hey, wait up! I gotta ask you something. He was thinking, so the daily grind for a Tiangang member is hunting mutant beasts. It's super obvious their bodies are the main ingredient for the special ability potions. At that point, the shock was written all over his face. Is this the activity that alchemy talks about? She turned and gave him an ice-cold look. You call it activity inside Tai Sui, but we call this stuff the special ability factor. Wu Huyan was floored. Special ability factor plot twist. It wasn't the vermilion bird at all, but Duan Hai in disguise. He was feeling pretty pleased, thinking to himself, this kid's got potential. I low-key really want to make him work for me. Meanwhile, deep in a cave, Tai Sui's secret base in Mount Katang, a clone of Duan Hai disguised as a PYU was just chilling and reading a book. Duan Hai strolled in, saw the whole scene, and said with a smirk, Look at you living the good life. Plasma, this SS rank is all yours. Then he held up this orb glowing with streams of emerald green light. It was the plasma special ability perfect for wrecking enemies with skills like 1 plasma rain and 2 plasma swarm. It makes these plasma bugs with basic smarts that are used for self-destruct missions to cause insane damage, and the grand finale, the plasma annihilation cannon. All these moves are rated SS rank, step 3. All of a sudden he jumped, feeling a weird vibe. Then he closed his eyes to get a read on what was going on. The Frank special ability seed inside Greed is going wild near Banana Island. Guess I'll go check it out. And just like that, he fired up his puppet control power. Over at a private Greed family meeting, everyone was sitting all serious and talking. Arthur, who was really Duan Hai in disguise, was right there with them, and there were even kids in the room. Greed stood up in front of everybody, raised his hand, and announced, After we took out that super strong vanguard last time, our organization's second chance to create a tier 3 powerhouse is finally here. Han Hung is one of us, a member of the Greed family. I'm hoping you all can make it through and become the heavy hitters of the Greed clan. He put a hand over his heart and started preaching all high and mighty. Only by giving ourselves up can we pass on the torch of human civilization in better ways. Hearing this whole speech, Duan Hai was sarcastically thinking to himself, Dude, if you're gonna turn on humanity, just own it. Do you really have to make it sound so extra? Out of nowhere, the kid sitting next to the Arthur puppet jumped up and started yelling, right at Greed. I'll never be a monster, I want to go home. Greed's face got dark and he leaned in, his voice super low and scary. Who are you calling a monster? The kid was terrified, but he stubbornly stuttered, Cousin Greed, I'm not scared of you. The second Greed heard that, he started dragging the kid away, saying, I knew it. Not everyone in the Greed family is on board with my vision. As he was being pulled away, the kid started freaking out and yelled, Bro, are you seriously gonna do something to me in front of everyone we know? He crouched down in front of the boy and lifted his chin. To keep humanity's flame going, any sacrifice is worth it. The moment those words left his mouth, he clamped his hand around the kid's neck. Blood just poured from his mouth, and a second later, he wasn't breathing anymore. After taking care of that, he just tossed the kid's body on the floor and shoved his hands in his pockets, and casually asked, So Arthur, what do you all think? Arthur and the others who just saw the whole thing go down were sweating bullets, but still said what he wanted to hear. I will follow your lead, and do my part to keep the flame of civilization alive. The others nervously chimed in, Yeah, me too. Hearing exactly what he wanted, Chris just smiled and spread his arms. Excellent. Then let's head to Banana Island and start collecting our prize. Back in the presidential suite of a hotel on Banana Island, the Arthur puppet controlled by Duan Hai was just standing in the corner of the room. He was thinking, I've got less than 3 hours of control time and I still have no clue what the Greed clan is planning. The person tied up in front of Chris was the 8-armed martial artist Nippon Porcelain, ranked 68th on the 4Cs chart. Nippon glared up at Chris, totally losing it. You're a real piece of work, dude. What do you even want now that you've got me? He just sat there chillin' with a knife and said, Look, I just brought you here so you wouldn't mess things up later. With that, he got up, putting his hands behind his back like it was no big deal, and casually strolled over to the window to let everyone watch the main event. Nippon totally got a bad vibe from his words and looked over all alarmed. The heck? Outside, a truck had totally smashed into a black car and it was a complete wreck. Right away, a guy jumped out of the car yelling, Yo, you swerved right into us. This is 100% on you, so get out of the truck right now. The truck driver got out, his head down all creepy-like. His leg was all twisted up too, but he just walked step by step toward the guy like he couldn't feel a thing, with this insanely eerie smile. Ha ha! Seeing him, the other dude panicked. Whoa, man, your leg is totally busted! As the truck driver with that horrifying look kept walking at him, the guy screamed in total terror. I'm warning you, you come any closer and I'm calling the cops! Then, like out of nowhere, the truck driver morphed into this green monster, letting out a roar that would give you nightmares. Nippon, watching it all go down from inside, was completely horrified. You unleashed a virus on Banana Island. Chris just looked down at the martial artist with a wicked grin. Nah, we're not that basic. We only dropped 3 Greed variants that can teleport. Nippon broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes bugging out with worry, while Chris just kept talking all calm. Everyone on Banana Island has been drinking water spiked with primordial seeds for a few months now. It's not super concentrated or anything, but with hundreds of thousands of people on Banana Island, it's more than enough for these 3 teleporting greed variants to evolve to level 3. Just watch! His eyes got more evil than ever. Outside, the variant had already taken out the driver and was sucking up his energy, which glowed like some crazy turquoise light. The Arthur puppet controlled by Duang Hai saw everything and thought, I gotta figure out a way to stop them. Nippong was totally livid now. Do you guys even have a soul? Using the lives of the whole island just to create some level 3 powerhouse. Maybe seeing that just pushed him over the edge. He flexed with everything he had, causing the ropes to shred into pieces. Go to heck. Even if I Nippong Porcelain have to risk it all, I am not letting this happen. As he said it, he lunged forward, throwing a massive punch at Chris. But Chris jumped up just in time to dodge it. Then he whipped his arm around, flinging something blue, probably some hidden weapon. It shot right through Nippong's arm and released some kind of nasty germs, causing him an insane amount of pain. He grabbed his arm, gritting his teeth, totally helpless and muttering, no way. How is this happening? But Chris wasn't done. He went on to nail Nippong with 3 more of those blue things, then gave him a warning. From now on, you better play nice for me. He got hit 3 more times in both his biceps and his chest, which basically shredded his muscles and tendons. At that point, all he could do was stare completely defeated. Chris looked at him coldly. I've already cut the connection between your brain and your limbs. So just be a good boy and wait here to be the final snack for the greed variants. With that, he turned to Byron, who was standing there. Uncle Byron, this place is all yours. I'm gonna go see how those 3 are chowing down. Nippong was just lying on the floor, totally helpless. Dang it, this is all so messed up. He was shaking like crazy. Just then, the Arthur puppet Duang Hai was controlling stood nearby, looking down at Nippong with his arms crossed. I've gotta help this 8-armed dude heal from those blade fibers and get the connection back to his limbs. With that in mind, he turned to Byron with a super chill smile. Hey, Uncle Byron, this Nippong guy is like a famous powerhouse. Shouldn't we tie him up again? Byron was like, nah, it's cool. My nephew's blade fibers got him good. Only someone with a level 3 mental force can fix him now. The Arthur puppet grabbed a rope anyway, and still smiling, walked over to Nippong on the floor. He said, still better to be safe and tie him up. Nippong, like he was totally done for, yelled, Are you for real? Are you just gonna stand there and watch those monsters slaughter our people? Duang Hai, as Arthur shot back, what are you even talking about? A snack should know it's a snack. He then lifted the martial artist's arm. The blood vessels in one spot were totally shredded. The Arthur puppet gave a little smirk. Then he secretly used his power to fix the busted blood vessels. Nippong was completely blown away by this. Dude, what are you doing to me? Arthur pretended to finish tying him up, then turned to Byron and said, Uncle Byron, all done, come check out my awesome rope work. As for the martial artist, he seemed to get what Duang Hai was doing and just laid there quiet and chill, not making a scene anymore. Hearing that, Byron leaned over for a look and gave him a compliment. Not bad. You're actually pretty good at tying knots. Then suddenly Chris, who was somewhere else, totally froze. Dang it, he muttered, looking up at a super tall dark skyscraper. No way is Byron a goner! A swarm of creepy pitch-black bats suddenly burst out, totally shattering the room's window. They swirled together, morphing into the shape of Chris, who was like completely stunned to see Byron passed out on the floor. His mind was just racing. This totally looks like Nippong's handiwork, but I swear I severed the connection between his limbs and his brain. Chris froze, his eyes darting around. Huh! He ducked like instantly. A shadowy figure lunged at him from behind, but Chris dodged it just in time, yelling, Who's hiding back there? Nippong threw a punch right at Chris, but Chris's body just shattered into a ton of tiny pieces, which completely caught Nippong off guard. Dang it! Chris's voice echoed all around. Can't believe I was so wrong about you. Arthur, who was just chilling a few feet away, casually shot back. What are you even talking about, bro? The black fragments swirled back together and Chris reappeared, looking totally disgusted. Hi, you sneaky little rat. This is the 3rd time I've felt your psychic energy. I bet you guys had the real Arthur under your thumb the second he set foot on the continent, right? He screamed, completely furious. A stream of pale blue light shot out from Chris's hand again, his voice dripping with challenge. Super convenient since the commander wants to deal with your little adjudicator organization anyway. It taking you out would be a major win for me. With that, he blasted off like a rocket toward the Arthur puppet. Duang Hai inside Arthur's body was thinking, Ta's already gone to take out the 3 teleporting greed freaks. My only job is to keep Chris busy. He leapt up, dodging Chris's attack while trying to mess with his head. You lay one finger on me, and your little brother is toast. Creepy black marks started crawling across Chris's face, spreading out until they covered his handsome features. Chris flashed a terrifying smile, saying it would be his honor. The second he finished speaking, a beam of energy shot from Chris's eyes straight for Arthur. But just in the nick of time, Zhuk appeared. She just waved her hand, and Chris's attack fizzled out. Nippong, seeing things were getting bad, decided to bounce and help the others. Before he left, he made sure to say, Master Zhuk, I'm leaving this to you. I'm gonna go handle those troublemakers. Seeing the fighter trying to bail, Chris yelled, Think you're going somewhere not so fast, he said, aiming his attack at Nippong instead. Yangshi thought to himself, Right now, besides me, the only person on Banana Island who can take down that greed monster is this super strong dude, Nippon. He made the Arthur puppet summon a golden light and dash forward to block Chris's cheap shot. Bam, blood sprayed everywhere, and the Arthur puppet had a look of total shock on its face. The blue energy beam meant for Nippon was now buried deep inside Arthur's body. Chris just smiled cruelly, saying all smug, "You fell for it. That was just a fake out. You were the real target all along." Meanwhile, in the shopping district of Banana Island, a messed up monster was chasing down civilians. Some guy hiding behind a wall was live streaming the whole thing. "What's up, everyone? It's your boy Candy here. As you can all see, some blue monster just popped up on Banana Island, and it's taking people out on sight." On the stream, the shot of a young dude in a cowboy outfit facing off against the huge, gross monster quickly pulled in over 43,000 viewers. Candy's voice was filled with panic. "My brother Cowboy Ferrer is fighting for his life out there. Hero dude, please, you gotta get here fast. Bang, bang, bang." Cowboy Ferrero kept firing shot after shot at the monster, thinking, "I just gotta stall until the hero shows up and this thing is done for." But unfortunately, Ferrero's shots just made the monster even angrier. "Roar!" it screamed, easily dodging the bullets as it charged straight for him. Ferrero couldn't believe his eyes. He yelled out, totally shocked, "What?" Seeing the monster about to pounce on his brother Candy could only scream, "Oh crap!" The horrifying face with its razor-sharp teeth and long, nasty blue tongue slammed right into the live stream for more than 46,000 people to see. After that, the phone screen just went black with a final desperate scream. "No!" The monster lunged. Terrified, Candy screamed at the top of his lungs, "Somebody save me!" Out of nowhere, a few blasts of power shot out. The monster got hit and crashed to the ground. Candy was stunned. I'm not dead." A figure was standing there, protecting him. It was Yang Shi in his snake zodiac form, holding a purple energy orb in his hand. "Vanish!" The monster got blasted and a purple light just wrapped around its body. Yang Shi dropped to one knee, a small orb forming in his palm. The system flashed, special ability acquired. The orb was just pulsing with energy. Below it the info read, mutated greed bloodline ability. Skill 1 Berserk. Skill 2 Teleportation. Absorbing primordial particles, refining teleportation. Assessment rank 5. Yang Shi checked out the new ability he just got. "I wonder if I can use this to teleport the spirit inside the greed bloodline." But roots have already grown in her spirit, so this is going to be way more complicated. Yang Shi absorbed the ability orb into his palm. That expert Qian Busui who's in a coma over at the Qian estate seems to be in a similar spot. When I get the chance, I'll test it on him first. Candy grabbed onto his leg and just started bawling. "Dude, who are you? You saved me. I want to go with you." Yang Shi got so annoyed and tried to shake him off. "Hey, get off me, dude." On the other side, Arthur literally jumped in front of Yang Shi to shield him. Chris gritted his teeth all mad like, "Ugh, why do I have this super nasty feeling?" Then out of nowhere, a voice echoed, "I'm here to pass judgment on you, Chris Green." Totally startled, Chris was like, "Who's there?" Zook just appeared in midair saying, "You've committed the sin of greed. Do you admit you're guilty?" Chris was so freaked out he grabbed his head, already dripping in cold sweat. I am." Zook just stretched out her arm. The sentence is punishment by lightning. His entire body was zapped by lightning, making him scream in pure agony. "Ah, it hurts so freaking much." Chris clenched his jaw. "Oh, screw this. Any more of this and I'm bailing on this body." Zook shot up into the night sky, yelling back, "Have fun thinking about that in the lightning prison, Chris." Then Chris just collapsed to his knees beside Arthur. "Oh, my foolish little brother." He gave Arthur a painful, super tight hug. "This feeling is seriously the worst." Outside the window, he morphed into a bat and flew off. Elsewhere, a terrified crowd was huddled in a corner. The monster let out a roar that literally shook the heavens. Roar Nippon launched himself into the air, slamming a massive punchdown on the monster, a direct hit to the top of its head. The hit was so powerful it smashed the monster's head straight into the ground, shattering the pavement. Nippon grabbed its leg and yelled, "It's no good, I can't hold on for long, everybody run now." The second his grip slipped, the monster shot up, letting out a huge roar. It hit back hard, sending Nippon flying right through a glass window. The monster roared again like it was showing off its win. Nippon struggled to get up after that brutal attack. "Looks like I have to use that move. One shot to finish this thing." Nippon stood on the hospital roof, his whole body just pulsing with so much power that the concrete under him cracked. The martial artist let out a massive yell, his hands clenched into fists. After the huge shout, Nippon leaped into the sky. His entire body became like a razor-sharp blade piercing straight through the center of the monster's chest. The people watching it from below couldn't help but cheer. "That's the fatal counterattack of the 8-armed martial artist. This is awesome, we're saved." Nippon was totally psyched, flashing a victory smile. But the good vibe didn't last long. His gut screamed a warning, making him whip his head around. A blue beam of light shot right between Nippon's eyebrows. Nippon didn't even get to finish his sentence, "You." And just like that, the famous 8-armed martial artist fell into the crowd. Seeing their hero go down so easily sent everyone into a total panic. Chris dragged Nippon's body, saying, "You idiot. After all this time, you still haven't even hit level 3. The monster opened its mouth, surrounded by these sparkling orbs of energy. Chris just stood there with his arms crossed, smirking. "Useless piece of trash." Good thing I'm absorbing you now so I don't have to waste my energy healing you. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared, its eyes glowing with a blue light. And then suddenly, several blue power blasts shot right through its head. Blue energy crackled at Chris's fingertips. This feeling of power surging through me is seriously insane. He smirked, not even trying to hide his scheming look. I wonder how much I've closed the gap between me and the commander now. All of a sudden, a voice came from behind him. Am I a step too late? He turned to see Yang-Shi in his snake zodiac form. Oh, a zodiac member from the Arbiter organization. Perfect timing. I can use you to test out this new power I just got. But all he got back was silence. He got all cocky and said, What, you're not gonna make a move, I'm waiting to digest my power. What are you waiting for? Yang-Shi calmly shot back. I'm waiting for you to finish. It's boring when the enemy's too weak. Chris tried to hide how mad he was and forced a smile. Interesting. To thank you, I've decided to slice you into 3 pieces. How's that sound? As he talked, he summoned an energy sword. I'm 3 times stronger now. Get ready to die. Yang-Shi didn't even try to dodge, just let him strike his chest. But in a flash, he dissolved into a shadow, leaving Chris totally shocked. He turned into a shadow. Chris was suddenly surrounded by arrows glowing with blue light. He threw up a shield to block them. The smug look completely wiped off his face. Chris kept attacking Yang-Shi, thinking, can he actually predict where I'm going to be? Blue lightning bolts started sparking from Yang-Shi's body. Looks like I can only defend and stall for time for now. Countless lightning orbs shot toward him. Dang it! His body turned into a black shadow as a whole swarm of bats flew out. The bats got zapped by the lightning one by one and dropped to the ground. Then they flew back and reformed into his body. Seriously, even though the difference in our power levels is huge, if you use it right in a fight, it's not impossible for the weak to beat the strong. Sharp spikes grew out of Chris's body. He sneered. But a huge move like that, how many times can you actually use it? He was suddenly attacked from behind. His body jolted, red veins popping out. He cursed. Are you kidding me? Now there are 2 Zodiac members and one of the 4 symbols. How am I supposed to fight this? Then he just collapsed. Yang-Shi, now in his monkey Zodiac form, stood next to Juk. He actually escaped the mental blockade, Juk replied. Yeah, but he paid a huge price for it. The insane amount of concentrated primordial particles he blasted out was what let him corrode the mental block. They both took off at the same time. Let's save the people first. Yang-Shi stood there looking serious with his hands behind his back, facing the vermilion bird, who was giving him the update on what happened last night. After that whole incident on Banana Island, the adjudicator organization in the 4 Seas was basically known to everyone. Gubin Than hit him up saying tons of people were trying to get into the adjudicator squad. But there were only 36 spots, so things were getting tight. Some people were already eyeing the Qian family instead. The vermilion bird couldn't help but say, bet you anything some of those ability users crashing the Qian family's party are totally spies with their own sketchy plans. But Yang-Shi was super chill about it. Nah, I'm sure the Qian family's got this handled. It's time to bounce back to Liukang City and check the vibe, he said, and then just casually strolled off. Back in Liukang City, the sky was seriously perfect. Yang-Shi was posted up on a skyscraper roof, stretching and just soaking in that city air he'd missed. He started powering up his metal control ability, swirling into this energy orb floating in his hand, giving off these faint blue light rays. Yang-Shi thought to himself, this is the perfect chance to level up my S-rank metal control to SS rank. He did the math in his head. With 36 people on my team now, the dark energy supply is basically unlimited. The power orb in his hand just kept sucking up energy, its blue glow fading to gray as it hit SS rank. The system screen popped up with an upgrade notification, and some new stats. Metal control ability. Control range 30,000 meters. Weight 100 tons. Skill divine metal creation. Super dense metal with insane power. Rating SS rank. Potential seems to be tied to some deep cosmic rule. Yang-Shi checked out the system alert and couldn't help but get hyped. Divine metal creation. Okay, that name goes hard. Help! A totally desperate scream suddenly cut through the air, and Yang-Shi's head snapped up. Across the way on another building's roof, a massive 3-tailed fox tiger thing had just smashed a window and was shoving its head in. Its mouth was wide open, showing off these gnarly teeth, and a long, creepy tongue that had this poor girl totally terrified, making her shake like a leaf. Then all of a sudden, the S-rank demon beast, the Dark Knight demon fox, just leapt off the roof and started running down the side of the glass building. At the same time, you could hear this horrible scream as some office worker went flying off the skyscraper. Right then, a surveillance drone spotted the chaos and immediately blasted an alert. Warning, warning, we've got an S-rank disaster. Requesting all A-rank and higher heroes to Lanhua Street for backup now? Thought a metal plate just appeared out of nowhere, catching the falling guy perfectly safe. He was totally shocked, like, I'm not dead. Screech. This flashy red car screeched to a stop right in front of the building. The Wandering Swordsman and Liang Yuan jumped out ready to throw down. Liang Yuan gave him the signal, get ready. Without even thinking, the Wandering Swordsman just sprinted straight for the Dark Knight demon fox. Grah! Liang Yuan let out a roar and went full beast mode. His muscles got huge and wolf fur started popping out from under his t-shirt. He ripped his white shirt right off as his face started changing into a wolf's head with some serious fangs. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Director Gay was nervously watching the whole fight go down. Anytime an S-rank demon beast shows up, it's a total catastrophe. He couldn't help but think, the closest S-rank hero Liu Chang is still 2 hours away. Are they going to be able to last that long? Back to the action, the Dark Knight Demon Fox opened its mouth and started charging up this massive energy ball. The green light coming off it was super creepy. Bang! The green beam shot out of the orb right at the Wandering Swordsman, but he dodged it like a pro. Watch out! He yelled to Liang Yuan. The demon beast swiped at him with its sharp claws, but Liang Yuan, in his werewolf form, totally blocked the Dark Knight Demon Fox's killer move. He turned and yelled to the Wandering Swordsman, "Hurry up, this is it, let's do this!" He swung his sword right at the monster whose eyes were glowing with rage. The blade got closer and closer, its shine reflecting in the Demon Fox's creepy yellow-red eyes. But ugh, of course. Right before the sword could hit the Dark Knight, Demon Fox whipped its tail around and sent the Wandering Swordsman flying into a wall. While he was still trying to shake it off, the Demon Fox opened its jaws about to straight up eat him. In that totally intense moment, an arrow flew out of nowhere and stuck right in the demon beast's eye. It dropped to the ground, screaming and twisting in pain as blood just poured from its right eye. Just then, the green-haired girl who shot the arrow stood there all tense, watching to see what the monster would do next. Watching from up high, Yang Shi was quietly sizing her up. This kid Zidian, she's hiding something. Her power is already at S rank, that's a jump of 2 whole ranks. Yang Shi was low-key impressed. Based on the mental scan, she got this strong this fast. Interesting. Very interesting. Back in the live stream room, Director Gay was giving an update. Okay, so right now, there are 0 casualties on Manhwa Street. From what we're hearing, it looks like some mystery person used a metal plate to get people out of there, he guessed. A master who's all about metal. Could it be his Master Yuji back? And just like that, the chat just blew up with hype. Master Yuji, we missed you so much, Yuji. Yuji, is that for real, Master Yuji? Is he back? Back at the fight, the sky over Lanhua Street was getting all dark and twisted with these long, swirling trails, making everything look warped. Everyone's head snapped up at the same time. Liang Yuan was like, "Yo, what is that?" Turns out those black streaks in the sky were the Dark Knight's storm power, being spanned by their Demon Fox. The Dark Knight Demon Fox twisted its body, letting out this gnarly growl and blasting out some crazy gray-green energy. The fox then threw its head back and let out this super weird sound wave. Zidian totally tensed up, notching a fire arrow and taking aim at the beast ready to go. The Dark Knight Demon Fox bounced onto a nearby skyscraper trying to get some space and get away from her fast. On the stream, the chat was blowing up with hype for Zidian. "Ice Arrow Queen, you got this? Let's go, Zidian, light that thing up again. Go, go, go. We're all rooting for you. Don't even hesitate. Finish it." Back in the stream room, Director Gay was breaking down the sitch. That Dark Knight Demon Fox is a pro at hiding in the shadows. It's using the darkness to dodge every single attack. He stroked his chin, looking stressed. "I'm worried this is going to make it super hard for Zidian to get a clean shot." Then the monster jumped down from the building, zipping all over the place to throw everyone off. Just then, Liang Yuan saw his chance, and his hairy hands snatched the Demon Fox's 2 back legs, stopping it from getting away for a sec. He totally put himself on the line, yelling to Zidian, "Now take the shot, hurry." Thwack, the arrow just flew from Zidian's bow. Bam! The fire arrow nailed the Dark Knight Demon Fox right in its left eye. Howl! The thing started writhing and screaming like crazy. The monster totally freaked out, stomping all over Liang Yuan, who was still hanging onto its legs. His face was pure despair, tears just pouring down. Liang Yuan was shaking, whispering his last words, "Adoptive father, I'm so sorry. Even now about to die, I couldn't get you to see me as your son." "Get a grip," a voice suddenly yelled, totally shocking him. Liang Yuan was shaking and stuttered, Who's yelling at me?" This metal thing flew out of nowhere and just smashed into the Dark Knight Demon Fox's head, and there was Yang Xia's Yugji just floating in front of the knocked-out beast. Liang Yuan covered his mouth, totally emotional, his voice all choked up. "Adoptive father. No, my real dad is here to save me." On the stream, the chat was going wild for him. "Yuji is here. The goat has arrived. We missed you so much." Yang Shi casually walked over to Zidian and was like, "You're Zidian, right? Not bad?" But before Zidian could even say anything, Yang Shi just shot up into the air, leaving her totally stunned. Meanwhile, back in the stream room, Director Gay was patting Nayu on the shoulder, giving her props. "Nayu, that intel you brought in today about the flying metal thing saving people was clutch." Nayu was all polite like, "Thanks for the shout-out, Director Gay. If that's everything, I'm gonna head out." But right before she could dip, Director Gay stopped her, calling out, "Hold up a sec, Nayu." He kept hyping her up. "Nayu, you've been seriously killing it lately. I bet you'll be a main commentator in no time." Nayu just answered politely, "Thanks, Director Gay." But Director Gay cut right to the chase and asked her straight up, "A simple thank you isn't gonna cut it. How about we grab some dinner?" Nayu got all awkward trying to figure out what to say. "Oh, I'm so sorry, But before she could finish, Yang Shi just showed up, totally saving her. "Yeah, that's not gonna work today," he said. "My girlfriend and I already have plans." Nayu was kinda surprised. She asked him all cute, "What are you even doing here?" Yang Shi just smiled and said, Came to pick you up from work. Let's go. Nayu's eyes got a little teary. She just whispered, Then they just turned and walked out, leaving Director Gay watching the whole super cute lovey-dovey scene go down between them. With a little pout, Nayu playfully scolded him. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Yang-shi just grinned. I wanted it to be a surprise. She looked up at him, her eyes all full of love, and asked worriedly, So how long do I get you for this time? Yang-shi promised her, Don't worry, I'm sticking around for a while this time. When she heard that, Nayu got super excited and started making plans. Yes, okay, we have to go to that new hot pot place that just opened. I want to take you everywhere. The two of them were just happily walking and talking with no clue that someone was secretly watching them from a rooftop across the street, and that someone was actually Yang-shi in his Yuji getup. He was standing way up high, looking down and thinking, Nayu, I guess I'll have to let this clone of mine hang out with you. Back at the office, Liu Nuan burst through the door. The second he saw Yang-shi, he totally lit up. Godfather, I missed you like crazy. Meanwhile, Yang-shi was just chilling, legs crossed in his chair. He asked Liu Nuan, Hey Nuan, you feel like going on an adventure to the West Sea? Liu Nuan just looked confused and asked. The West Sea. Yang-shi got up and walked over to the big window. He stared out at the horizon and told Liu Nuan for real. That's right. The West Sea is where the real legends are meant to be. Yang-shi turned to him and asked again. So Nuan, what do you say? Liu Nuan immediately dropped to his knees, bowing over and over. He just kept thanking Yang-shi. Thank you, Godfather, for everything. He just patted Liu Nuan's shoulder and said softly, Come on, you know you don't have to say that to me. Yang-shi was just looking out for the kid. But like with your current E-rank powers, you're totally not hitting your full potential. He thought for a sec, then did the math and told Liu Nuan, How about this? I'll slide some of my credit over to you. Enough to snag a vial of that S-rank ability serum. Over at Kylan Hall, Duang Hai asked him, Yo Nuan, which S-rank ability are you trying to get? Liu Nuan answered without even thinking, The S-rank werewolf bloodline. He quickly laid out his plan. I've thought this all the way through. It's better to go all in on one thing than spread myself thin. I want to max out the werewolf bloodline. To its absolute limit. Dang Hai clapped him on the shoulder, all proud. That's what I'm talking about. I'm expecting big things from you. He asked Lian Wen, Besides the ability serum, you remember that promise I made you. Hearing that, Lian Wen thought, Is this it? Is Godfather finally going to claim me for real? Just then, he whipped out the mask that symbolizes a Stellar's identity and gave it to Liu Nuan, laughing, Haha, you got it! The Kui Mulong Stellar spot is all yours now. He took the mask from Duan Hai's hand with a dark thought. So it looks like the only time we'll be a real father and son is when he's got the entire Adjudicator organization on lock. Liu Nuan grabbed his hand, put it on his own shoulder, and said with total confidence, Godfather, don't even worry. That day's coming sooner than you think. Duang Hai mumbled, Man, I really wonder what's ticking inside that kid's brain. He told Liu Nuan, Kui Muang reports to the White Tiger Hall. You're gonna head out with Bua Wu soon to take over the Western Alliance's sea territory. After you wrap things up here, follow me to the West Sea. Before he even finished, Duang Hai just vanished. Liu Nuan looked around all confused, trying to find him. Where'd Godfather go? Then it clicked. As he put on the Kui Muang mask, he said to himself, All right, looks like it's time for me, Liu Nuan, to start a whole new chapter of total domination. Liu Nuan shadowboxed, hyped and confident. Godfather, don't you worry, the Adjudicator organization is going to be ours for the taking. Just then, Duane Hai, who was just cruising on his sword in the sky, suddenly sneezed. He wondered, is someone thinking about me? On a rooftop, Duang Pham was shirtless, banging out push-ups and counting 5,554, 5,555. All of a sudden, he sensed someone was coming. Duang Pham thought, This vibe, it feels a lot like the chief's. He instantly shot up, dropped to one knee, and clasped his hands to respectfully greet Duang Hai, who was standing right there. Greetings, Chief. Duang Hai just cut to the chase. Heard you totally crushed it and got first place at the ability tournament. Did you get the conquest? Invite from the Hero Association. Duang Pham answered respectfully. Yes, sir. Liediana Chao and Huanju all got invites from the Hero Association, too. Duang Hai didn't beat around the bush and asked Duang Pham straight up, So you know Li Zidian pretty well? Duang Pham kept it real and answered, Honestly, we grabbed food once, but we're not exactly tight. Hearing this, Duang Hai got curious about Zidian. Does she have any weird habits or anything? Even though Duang Pham didn't get what he was after, he didn't even skip a beat and answered right away. She's just really into meditating. Duang Hai repeated, kinda skeptical, meditating. He thought to himself, no way. Could Li Zidian have accidentally figured out some kind of meditation thing through her totally chaotic fighting style? Duang Hai thought about it and told himself, I've got to go check this girl out for myself. After a moment, he zipped off on his sword. Before he bounced, he made sure to give Duang Pham some orders. I've got other stuff to deal with, so I'm out. You keep up the grind. Hearing his orders, Duang Pham clenched his fists, his face totally set as he told himself, Yes, one day I'm going to be the chief's ultimate weapon. The chief Duang Hai wasn't even that far away when he sneezed again. He couldn't help but wonder, What's up with me today? Am I getting sick or something? In a park deep in a forest in Lukong City, Zidian was just chilling, meditating with her eyes closed. All around her, these thick clouds of dark energy were just getting sucked right into her. Duang Hai, who was hiding up in a tree watching, was totally blown away. He couldn't help but think, whoa, so this is the Champu method. No wonder she hit S rank so freaking fast. Ah! Zidian felt something was off, and her eyes snapped open totally on guard. She shot a death glare right where Duang Hai was hiding and yelled, "Get out here!" Duang Hai hopped down from the branch, hands up like, "Whoa, chill. I'm not here to fight. I just want to make a deal with you." Zidian did not lower her guard one bit. She asked suspiciously, "What kind of deal?" Duang Hai told her straight up. "The secret to how you powered up so fast, obviously." Hearing that, Zidian was completely stunned and shook. She thought, just as I thought. He knows. Duang Hai wasted no time and laid out a seriously sweet deal. "In exchange, I can make you an SS rank master. I can also get you lifetime protection from the adjudicator organization. Or," he paused thinking. Finally, he threw in another killer offer. "I could also hook you up with more money than you could ever spend in your life." Zidian asked, still not sure. "Wait, there's an SS rank above S rank." Duang Hai just calmly confirmed it again for her answering. "You could also call it tier 3. Zidian was still full of questions, trying to figure out what his angle was. "Like, if your crew already has a way to make people SS rank, why are you so obsessed with my power-up secret?" Duang Hai said, super chill, turning his back to her. "The serum tech only boosts a few people, but our real goal is to level up all of humanity." Zidian pressed him again. "Are you for real?" Duang Hai glanced back, totally sure of himself. 100%. Zidian finally let her guard down. She looked down and started spilling. "All right, fine. I kinda stumbled upon this meditation hack with my soul ability, and it can seriously boost your rank like super fast." She paused for a sec, then added, "But this Lichma meditation I made, it's not a one-size-fits-all deal. It's basically coded to only work with my specific power." An arrow made of fire just shot out, whistling through the dark. The flaming arrow went straight for a phoenix with its wings spread wide, which let out a shriek. Screech! Back at Kylan Hall, the real Duang Hai was panting and drenched in sweat. He muttered, "Whoa, so this asterisk is meditation, I can't believe. Jumping from F rank to D rank could be this insane." Duang Hai stared at his palms, soaking up the dark energy particles, and thought, kinda bummed, "I'm already used to absorbing way bigger amounts of dark energy. This meditation thing is barely doing anything for me." At the same time, Duang Hai's Yuji clone asked Zidian, "So you're saying this only works on one specific power?" Zidian nodded, a little unsure. Yeah, that's right." He scratched his head and was like, that's not a huge problem." But inside, Duang Hai was totally scheming. As long as I get my hands on that Lichma meditation and can copy Zidian's ability, I could build a whole army of beasts. Seeing him just spacing out, Zidian tapped him a few times, worried he was going to bail on their deal. And she quickly asked, "So are we still on? I'm choosing the adjudicator organization's protection." Asterisk. Whoa, hey. Zidian shook him so hard it totally snapped Duang Hai out of his daydream. "Yeah, for sure," he replied. Duang Hai reached out and handed her this awesome mask that looked like a deer with a crescent moon on its forehead. He told Zidian, "Take it. This is for the stellar guard of Ju Kui Hal Jiang Yu. The Ju Kui will slide in to help you when you need it." Zidian grabbed the Ula mask, but made sure to clarify with Duang Hai. "Oh, and just so we're clear, there's a huge chance this meditation thing is like a me-only deal," he replied, all chill. "As long as we can grab enough of your ability factors to cook up a serum, and that serum gives people the Lichma ability, then the problem is pretty much solved." Zidian was kinda lost by his whole explanation. She couldn't help but ask, all worried, "Wait, collecting ability factors? Is that gonna mess me up?" Seeing how freaked out she was, Duang Hai waved her off. "Nah, not at all. It'll only take like 2 or 3 minutes tops." He told her to just lie down on a rock nearby. But before he started to collect the factors, he made sure to warn her. "And hey, don't even think about fighting this." Zidian just gave a little hum in response, and then bam, Yangshi was like, "All done." She shot up from the rock, totally shocked. "Huh, we're done already. That was crazy fast." On the outside, Yangshi was a total stone wall, and didn't say a word. But inside his head, it was a whole different story. "Dude, what you just said sounded super sus. You know, inside Kylan Hall, the real Yangshi was holding this scroll that was giving off a 6-starry glow." He thought to himself, "Energy, activity, mana. They're all just different labels for the same thing, really." Just then, a figure pulling back a bow popped up inside the scroll. Yangshi was completely shook to see it. No way this can actually happen. Over in the Four Seas region, Yangshi and Lu Yuan were on a rooftop just staring out at everything. Hands on his hips, he took a huge gulp of the chilly air. Lu Yuan was totally hyped, yelling, "Are you kidding me? There are this many crazy strong people here. This is the Four Seas," Yangshi just explained from beside him. "This is the 4th defense line on the 7th main island in the Free Alliance's waters. It's the new turf where our organization just started setting up shop." Then Yangshi used his metal powers to just lift off with Lu Yuan. The kid was totally clinging to him for dear life, so Yangshi tried to chill him out. "Hey, just take a breath, man. Come on, let's go meet the rest of the team." At the port of the BO6 defense line on the 7th main island, a whole squad was already there waiting when Yangshi and Lu Yuan touched down. Yangshi's Buwu clone stepped up to greet them, bowing with total respect. "Welcome, Lord Yuji." Right then, Yangshi pulled Liu Yuan forward and introduced him to the crew. Yo, I brought Quan Wong with me this time. From now on, you guys are gonna have to watch over this useless adopted kid of mine. Liu Yuan looked super nervous but managed to say hi, introducing himself. Hey everyone, I'm Quan Wong. I hope you'll all help me out. Yang Shi's Bu clone was all smiles. Welcome to the Four Seas, little bro Liu Yuan. He whipped around totally confused and looked at Yang Shi's Yuji disguise. Foster dad, is he allowed to just say my real name like that? Yang Shi put a hand on his shoulder and whispered, It's cool. I'm the one who put Bu in his spot. I already gave him the lowdown on you before we even got here. He explained to the kid, plus with Bu running things here. So like the whole defense line thing, that was the org's call. And bringing you here? Yeah, I had to run that by him too. Hearing this, Liu Yuan totally read that wrong. He was thinking, okay, so the vibe between my foster dad and this Bu guy is like super tense. Wait, did this Bu dude get a big head and decide he's too cool to listen to my dad anymore? He frowned, totally overthinking it. OMG, that's gotta be it. No wonder dad was rushing to get me here. His little project is about to go rogue. Liu Yuan could barely hide a smirk, feeling pretty pleased with himself. Asterisk. Of course, asterisk, I'm the only one dad can actually count on. He looked right at Yang Shi and said, Don't even sweat it, dad. Our Yuji crew is totally taking back the reins. I get it. And with that, he just bolts over to the Bu clone, shaking his hand like they're best buds, leaving Yang Shi just standing there like completely bewildered. Hold up, does he actually get it? Am I supposed to feel chill about this now? But seeing the kid just dive in and make friends, Yang Shi shrugged it off. He walked over to the old guy from the Chen fam and was like, Hey, old man Chen, you got a sec? In the command center's hangout room, Yang Shi and old man Chen sat across from each other. Yang Shi kicked things off. So old man Chen, my crew is like running an experiment, and we were wondering if the Chen family wanted in on the action. Old man Chen's face was a total poker face though, as he just gave a chill nod like, I'm listening. So Yang Shi just cut to the chase and asked him straight up, ever heard of the meditation method? And when he heard that, old man Chen was actually shocked. He shot back, You're telling me your crew has a meditation method? Yang Shi kinda leaned in. Sounds like you know a thing or two about it yourself, huh? It's like next level stuff that only the absolute best of the best can even get. Old man Chen took a sip of water, keeping his cool as he kept talking to Yang Shi. Right, but the method the top human players use is a whole different beast from what the aberrations have. Ours has like never been written down or anything. Hearing that, Yang Shi decided to spill. Well, right now our org has this technique, the demon-slaying meditation method, and it can literally give regular people powers. He kept laying out the deets for old man Chen. And to like speed up the training, we're also planning to hook everyone up with a bunch of low-level ability-sinking elixirs. Listening to the whole plan, old man Chen was completely floored. He was totally on board, saying, What your crew is doing. It's a total game changer for all of us. Seriously, how can I Chenmu help you guys out? Seeing that he was in Yang Shi didn't waste any time and just laid out what he needed. Okay, so for the first test run, we need 100 young guys and girls. The tougher the better, people who don't give up easy. Upon hearing his request, old man Chen was all for it. Don't you worry. I've got this down from when I picked my forging apprentices. Give me 1 week, that's all I need, the old man said, stroking his beard. Then he asked, So where's this all going down? Yang Shi thought about it for a sec, then said, Let's set up on Banana Island. See you there in 1 week. Meanwhile, over at the Tangong Cloud Summit, Yang Shi was just chilling hands behind his back, listening to Ju Su's update. I think I'm onto something with that painting you had me check out. He looked super interested and was like, Okay, Ju Su spill. With a totally straight face, she just started dropping all this info. Okay, so I found out that when you picture the painting in your head, your brainwaves totally shift. And that shift is what lets the dark energy get pulled into your body, she explained. When you visualize it, the dark energy you pull in acts differently from the dark energy that's already there. Basically, think of the normal dark energy as these solid black blocks floating around you. But when you use the visualization trick, it changes and turns into these wisps of black smoke that are way easier to absorb, Ju Su went on. So for now, let's just call it demon-slaying energy. After that, this demon-slaying energy gets inside you and flows through like a specific circuit. Once it's powered up, your special ability, most of it just kind of fades out of your body and goes back to being regular old dark energy. She kept explaining. So the painting helps your mind tune into the right frequency to suck in dark energy. And it can also transform that dark energy into the specific kind of juice you need for your power. Yang Shi jumped in, cutting her off. So you're saying picturing the painting is like a crucial step you can't skip? He paused, then said kinda nervously. But I'm worried Lizidian's spiritual power can just copy the visualization. Yang Shi focused his energy and was like, I guess I should just try to make a copy myself. In the painting, a figure in a total battle-ready pose started to form, pulling back a fiery arrow with these epic mountains in the background. Yang Shi looked pretty sure of himself. He turned to Ju Su and said, Wouldn't it be way easier to just pull the test subjects into the Cloud Summit space to get a look at this painting? The second he said it, the painting Yang Shi had just created himself literally floated up and appeared right in front of the test subjects. It was giving off this steady golden energy vibe, and literally everyone just stopped and stared up at it. Yang Shi saw it and got this smirk on his face like he was totally into it. Okay, this is giving me major legendary ancient training ground vibes. Jusu asked him what he thought. This crew is going to be the core of the Chilean Hall, and we'll call them the Demon Slaying Squad. Yang Shi just gazed out at the horizon and answered her instantly with like zero hesitation. A few days later, a bunch of people were already hanging out at this cliff super early. Meng scanned the crowd and then shouted, "All right, is everyone here to sign up for the special ability element?" Everyone was checking him out, totally sizing him up without saying a word. That killer vibe on this dude is way too strong. He must have just come straight from a battlefield. All of a sudden, two people strolled up late. The guy with brown hair, Yu Yangguan, looked super annoyed and spoke up first. "So are you guys all from Judgment?" The next day, Guang Wen was behind him rocking a mask. He didn't say anything, but the aura he was putting out was enough to make people shake. Everyone there couldn't stop whispering about it. Someone in the crowd was like, "Who the heck is this guy?" Then some young dude with black hair's jaw just dropped and he yelled, "No way his sidekick is wearing a Tianqi star mask." His words were like the total wake-up call. The guy next to him chimed in, "Isn't that the mask that the top-tier Zilli expert Guan jacked?" Just then, Yang Shi, who had snuck up behind them using his metal powers, said out of nowhere, "Oh hey, the whole party's here." Maong was kind of shocked to see him. He asked Yang Shi, "Yuji, did Judgment send you to grab the special ability element too?" Yang Shi, cool as always, just casually strolled over to greet him. Well, if it isn't an old friend. "Mong, it's been a minute." Seeing how chill he was, Mong couldn't help but scoff. He let out a cold huff and announced, I'm already on your level. One of these days I'm gonna leave you in the dust." On the outside, Yang Shi just calmly replied, "I'll be waiting for you to pass me." But on the inside, he was totally smirking, thinking, wow, so this guy can actually have a moment of clarity. Yang Shi put a hand on his shoulder and said slowly, "Then let's just start by taking those superpower elements off your hands." Hearing that, Maong totally flinched. Even with the mask, you could see how tense he was. Seeing this, Yang Shi calmed him down. "Just relax. Don't fight my spiritual power." Wu Yangguan, who'd been running his mouth a second ago, was now dead silent off to the side, watching every single move Yang Shi and Maong made. He thought to himself, I have to figure out how this whole superpower element collection thing actually works. But before Wu Yangguan could even get a clue about what was going down, Yang Shi had already let Maong go and said casually, "All done." Even Maong, the one who just got his power swiped, couldn't help but ask, totally stunned, Is it really over already?" Yang Shi shot back with full-on sarcasm. "What did you think I needed to skin you alive and rip your tendons out just to grab a few superpower elements?" Wu Yangguan's face tensed up and he thought completely lost. What is going on? Aren't they supposed to be collecting his powers? I can't feel a single thing. He kept watching super focused, making a quiet promise to himself. The next one, I am definitely going to be able to sense it. While Wu Yangguan was concentrating like crazy, Yang Shi, on the other hand, just casually held out his hand for the next person. Let's keep it moving. We don't have all